Comics are a horror anthology series that usually dives headfirst into absurdism, surrealism, and just misery. Every issue tells a different story of suffering, following ordinary people as their lives spiral into something tragic, bizarre, or completely nightmarish, while also keeping this very loose thread of continuity underneath it all. And usually the one bringing misery into these stories is Ricardus, better known as the Ice Cream Man, a malicious, almost godlike figure whose entire purpose seems to be causing suffering for the poor victims caught in his path. But things aren't completely doomed, because standing on the opposite side of this entity is Caleb, his mysterious counterpart and rival. So in this video, I want to focus on some of the earlier issues of this ongoing comic, especially the ones where Caleb seems to take the stage, or play a small part, or helps reveal more about this strange relationship between him and Ricardus. And to make things more interesting, we'll be starting off with my favorite issue of the series. The thing about the Ice Cream Man comics is that these stories don't necessarily follow a clear chronological order. There is an ongoing story here, but it's buried underneath all these self-contained horror stories. In an interview with writer W. Maxwell Prince and artist Martin Marazzo, they described it as a faint heartbeat of a story connecting everything together, which is honestly one of the best ways to explain Ice Cream Man. Every issue feels like someone else is being punished, tormented, or dragged into some surreal nightmare. And even Prince himself said these stories were getting pretty dark and needed something to counterbalance that, especially after he became a new parent while still working a day job. That eventually led to the creation of Caleb, which I think is such an interesting addition to the series, because in a world this cruel and bizarre, it's cool to have something close to a hero pushing back against Ricardus. But will he be strong enough to fight the forces of evil? This story is set in 1919, only a few years after the Great War, and right from the opening narration in Spanish, we're told that some would consider it terrible luck to celebrate a quinceañera on the Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos, which already sounds as ominous as it gets. We see Maria preparing for both occasions at once, her face painted in beautiful calavera makeup or skull makeup, while her family tells her she's finally ready for her future husband, the General. This narration, which plays a pretty big role throughout these stories, continues this idea of luck and contradiction, saying some would consider celebrating both on the same day like mixing poison together, while others would call it a blessing, a union between the living and the dead, almost like a marriage itself. But venom and marriage are just words, and the truth has no patience for words. Then we finally meet the General, standing proudly in his decorated military uniform, covered in medals from the Revolution, but something immediately feels off about him. He resembles the monster of these stories himself, the Ice Cream Man, just hidden beneath the appearance of a supposed war hero. And just to point it out, if it wasn't obvious enough, he does have the same eye colors as the Ice Cream Man. The women in the room practically admire him in awe, but Maria can barely even look in his direction. The General lifts her chin up with a finger, admiring her makeup, before creepily telling her that she'll make a beautiful trophy. Then he begins pacing around the room, almost amused by the fact they're celebrating both the quinceañera and the Day of the Dead together, calling life itself one giant contradiction. But his tone suddenly darkens when he tells Maria to enjoy these final days of celebration, because once they're together, there won't be much celebrating left. Maria immediately looks uneasy, and once again, the narration reminds us that the truth has no patience for words, but there is something greater than words: love. Right after this, we're introduced to the cowboy of the story, John, making his way from Texas toward the Mexican border. The streets are already alive with early Day of the Dead celebrations, while the narrator quotes St. Paul, saying love is patient, love is kind. But then the narration adds that the apostle left out some things, because love isn't just some easy feeling, it's a battle, a long journey that only a few people survive. Thankfully, John isn't going into Mexico without knowing at least some Spanish, which would have been incredibly stupid. I wonder who would do that. He stops at a flower stand and asks an elderly woman for some roses. She warmly tells him that Rosa was the name of her mother. Nearby, we see an ofrenda dedicated to her mother, covered in candles, flowers, and a bowl of ice cream. Now, in any other story that would seem sweet, but here it just feels unsettling, especially knowing how the Ice Cream Man tends to worm his way into these stories. Then the woman suddenly tells John, "May God save you." Even John himself looks disturbed by the comment. Later that day, Maria sits all alone when suddenly John calls out to her. She smiles and calls him Juan, something that I think got mixed mix up in translation. While he hands her a rose and wishes her a happy birthday, calling her his little skeleton. And for the first time in the story, Maria does look happy, but John notices something is a little off. He asks Maria what's wrong. Maria admits that the general she's going to marry treats her more like a possession than an actual person, a toy. John immediately tells her he already has a plan. Tomorrow night he's going to take her away from all of this. No more generals, no more old cowboys, just the two of them together forever. And it's all really optimistic. You can tell from the start these two genuinely love each other, despite how little we've spent time with them. Maria begins crying in tears as John lifts her chin up and says Happy Dia de los Muertos. One thing to point out, Maria is obviously happy here when John lifts her chin up, but when the general did it earlier, she looked more disappointed, more horrified by this future that awaits her with someone she doesn't love. But now having someone do it that actually loves her, she cries tears of joy, and with that, they kiss one last time before John heads back to the United States. Unfortunately for these two people very in love, they aren't alone. From the distance, Maria's aunt overhears everything, quietly praying for Maria. She calls her foolish while the narration explains that love delights in contradictions. Love is a border meant to be crossed, but true love recognizes no borders at all. And I just have to mention the artwork here. After covering so many just disturbing and miserable comics, it's refreshing finally seeing something this colorful for once that's not entirely blood. The reds, the oranges, and even the colorful pinata itself gives this whole story this strange dream-like atmosphere, despite how ominous everything feels, especially when we know who's really behind it all. But things quickly become less cheerful. At Maria's birthday celebration, her aunt quietly whispers what she overheard into the general's ear. The general slowly turns toward Maria with this horrible smile, while the narration says that love obeys neither kings nor laws. Now back across the border in El Paso, Texas, John explains his plan to his friend, who immediately calls the entire thing ridiculous. And when we're finally shown his friend, he looks a bit similar to Caleb, the ice cream man's counterpart, who serves as the good entity, if you will, throughout these stories. Someone we'll learn even more about before this video ends. As John packs supplies, Caleb warns him that there are lines in life you can cross but never come back from. He says the world is changing after the Great War, folding and unfolding like a piece of origami. By the time people finally recognize its shape, it'll already be too late. John just dismisses it as another drunk rambling, but Caleb quietly stares at him before saying that he prays John lives long enough to prove him wrong. The next night, John sneaks onto Maria's property and calls for her to climb down from her room. But before she can reach him, Maria's aunt suddenly steps from the darkness and calls him Gringo. She condemns him from coming into their country, believing he can simply take whatever he wants, mocking their people in the process. John insists all he wants to do is give Maria a better life, but the woman only prays for forgiveness. Then Maria suddenly screams. The general emerges from the shadows holding her with a knife pressed against her throat. He tells John he's been eager to meet Maria's American lover, though he admits he expected someone taller. John immediately reaches for his pistol, but the general just laughs at him, calling him nothing more than a lost child, trapped in some cliche romance story. Then the general lifts the blade up to his own head, mocking John, saying, I am an idea. You can't kill an idea with a bullet. And John, just like a badass cowboy from one of those old movies, says let's see about that and fires into the general's shoulder. Maria breaks free and kicks him across the face, screaming that she isn't some helpless damsel waiting to be rescued. And after a few more kicks, it feels like they might escape. Then the general catches her leg mid-kick and throws her violently aside. John rushes in, but the general buries the knife into his side. Blood immediately pours from the wound as John collapses onto the ground. At this point, there's barely any hiding anymore, because the general fully resembles the ice cream man, right down to the same grin and sharp teeth. The general licks the blood from his knife while mocking John, saying all his descendants are meaningless, without sense. Then he leaves the scene waving his arms off, saying that everybody here is just food for the worms. Maria rushes over to the dying John, cradling him in her arms while blood stains the dirt beneath them. With his final breaths, John says he finally understands what Caleb meant earlier. He can finally see the shape of the paper. The story now concludes from Caleb's perspective. He narrates that someday people will turn tragedies like this into movies, shoot-em-ups, and spaghetti westerns. Searcher tales and border stories, where even shown him nearly crossing the border to save John, but he stops himself, and sometime later he pours himself a cup of coffee. Caleb reflects that once upon a time, all love needed to cross a border was a pair of feet and a heart full of blood. mud, but now walls are going up everywhere. Still, he says real love is patient, real love knows how to wait. And as he narrates this, Maria arrives at his homestead, saying she had nowhere else to go. Caleb quietly lets her inside while the narration ends, reminding us that love knows how to wait. It waits for us even now. But will it be enough to stop the ice cream man from spreading all this misery? This issue begins with a man named Joel, stressing himself out over having to deliver a eulogy. His wife reassures him he'll do just fine, but Joel can't stop worrying that he's going to screw it up, because the truth is, the person he's going to do it for is a friend he hasn't spoken to in almost 2 years, and he's sorta dead. Joel didn't even know that Chris was sick in the first place, but that's just life sometimes. People get busy, drift apart, and before you realize it, years have passed. Then suddenly something strange appears across the page, a mysterious text box asking, "Where am I?" And weirdly enough, none of the characters can actually hear it. Joel and Sheila continue talking normally, while she snaps a picture of him before he leaves. Joel keeps worrying about the eulogy, especially knowing Chris's father is going to be there, a man who's been absent for over 20 years. But Sheila reassures him that all he really has to do is show up and speak from the heart. As Joel practices what he's going to say, the comic transitions directly to the funeral itself, standing before grieving friends and family. Joel explains that Chris was basically a musical prodigy. He could hear almost any song once and immediately play it back on the guitar or piano, but every now and then Chris would fall into these dark moods. Funnily enough, Joel used to call them his minor chords. And while giving the eulogy, Joel notices Chris's father, Carson, standing off in the distance smoking a cigarette. And of course, the ice cream man quietly makes his way into this story too. Joel mentions that Chris used to love hearing the ice cream truck passing by outside, humming the music to himself as it rolled down the street. That's how Joel says he wants to remember him, licking a giant vanilla cone as a kid. And with that, the eulogy ends. Not bad for a first attempt. But then the mysterious text box suddenly cuts back in again, saying, "Wait." And just like before, nobody hears it. Afterward, people begin thanking Joel for the speech, including Chris's own father, Carson, who immediately hugs him. Carson seems more excited to see Joel than anyone else. He explains that after Chris's mother passed away, and with Carson himself being, well, a completely absent father, he had no idea who should even give the eulogy. So he figured one of Chris's old friends was the next best option, which is kind of tragic when you think about it. Did Chris not have anyone else that close to him, other than a friend he hadn't seen in 2 years before his passing? Anyways, trying to lighten the mood, Carson invites Joel out for drinks afterward. The two end up having a boys' night out at a bar, taking shots for Chris, while the strange voice interrupts yet again, desperately trying to get their attention, but it's useless. After a few drinks, Joel admits that Sheila is pregnant, which shocks Carson, and he can't believe they've been together for 10 years. But Joel surprisingly admits he isn't even happy about it. Maybe it's the alcohol talking, but Joel confesses he's secretly been thinking about leaving for a while now. He says he feels trapped, like his life is forcing him down a path he never actually chose. And thinking about Carson abandoning his family all those years ago, Joel asks the obvious question, "How did you do it?" Carson admits immediately that it was a mistake. Back then, he was young, stupid, selfish, all of it. Joel takes another shot and bluntly points out that Carson had an entire family and just walked away from them. But Carson explains it wasn't misery at first. At first, it actually felt freeing. He joined some hippie commune, spent all day getting high and sleeping around, while avoiding responsibility entirely. But while Carson tells his story, Joel suddenly stumbles outside and vomits into a trash can, something we've all been guilty of, am I right? Then the mysterious text box violently cuts across the panel, screaming, "This isn't okay," and paying no mind to any of that weird stuff. Joel wipes his mouth, asking, "Really, a commune?" Carson explains that fatherhood felt like a prison to him. He'd come home exhausted from work, only to hear a screaming child waiting for him. By the time Chris was 6 years old, he was already more talented musically than Carson had ever been himself. Eventually, Carson began resenting him for it. He says being a father completely erased his individuality, so one day he simply got up and left. But now Carson realizes something far too late. It's actually the rest of the world that's the trap, a hallway full of temptations and locked doors. Being a father was supposed to be his way out, and he threw it away like a coward. Then Carson quietly admits the real reason Joel gave the eulogy, because Carson himself was too cowardly to do it. it. The mysterious voice cuts again through the comic, asking, why does it keep changing? Carson tells Joel not to make the same mistakes he did, but at this point Joel is just completely wasted, so Carson offers to drive him home. During the drive, Carson admits he didn't even know his own son was dying. Then through tears, Carson admits that all he really wants now is to hug his son goodbye. And while the mysterious voice suddenly asks, is this hell? Joel comes up with an absolutely insane idea. Maybe, just maybe, Carson could hug his son one last time. But before any of that happens, the comic suddenly takes a hard detour into a brief and unpleasant interlude. We see Chris trapped in this endless cycle of torture and surreal insanity. One moment bugs crawl all over his body. The next he's strapped to a spinning wheel, while skeletons wearing Ice Cream Man hats tickle him with feathers. Then suddenly dogs are performing surgery on him. They're even wearing the proper attire. But the scene keeps on changing. Trumpets blare directly into his face. His body inflates unnaturally, where it looks like this comic just briefly turns into weird fetish art. Eventually all the madness stops when Chris finds himself chained up before this glowing-eyed figure lurking in the darkness. The voice tells him he's arrived in the sweet place, where all the children go to rot their teeth. Then from the shadows emerges this absolutely monstrous version of the Ice Cream Man himself. His body transformed into this giant melting abomination covered in screaming faces. The creature tells Chris he's dead now, and that he's even prepared a special musical tune just for him. The next pages repeatedly show Carson abandoning his family over and over, every goodbye becoming colder and crueler each time, until Carson's own face starts melting off like an ice cream cone. Meanwhile, child Chris cries while the Ice Cream Man threatens to torment him for thousands of years. But suddenly the comic cuts back to reality. Chris's body lies peacefully inside the casket, while Joel and Carson quietly comment that he almost looks like he made it to the good place, which is a horribly ironic thing to say, considering what we've seen just happening to him. Thankfully, the burial isn't until tomorrow, meaning they still have time before the coffin is sealed. And finally, Carson does what he should have done years ago. He cradles Chris's body in his arms and apologizes. And despite how crazy this issue got, this moment is weirdly sweet. I honestly like to think that this small act of love is finally what pulls Chris away from whatever nightmare the Ice Cream Man was dragging him into. But Carson isn't winning any absent Father of the Year awards, because he kinda did ditch his family and try to make up for it many years after the fact, where it was just too late. Before the issue ends, we cut to the Ice Cream Man casually handing an ice cream cone to a child while another text box suddenly appears, warning that vultures are coming to eat everyone's brains. Then suddenly someone interrupts him. Almighty, you're still at this shit. And standing there is Caleb. The Ice Cream Man actually looks irritated for once, almost offended by Caleb's presence. Caleb bluntly tells him he knows exactly what he's been doing to the people of this town, and that he doesn't like it one bit. Then Caleb calmly says he'll be seeing him around. It's one of the first times in the series where the Ice Cream Man feels genuinely challenged, instead of completely in control. As Caleb walks away humming to himself, the Ice Cream Man simply stands there inside his truck, enshrouded by darkness, absolutely seething. This issue opens with a child's drawing, obviously. Crudely sketched, but honestly kind of charming, showing two little girls happily playing together on a swing set. Written above them in messy handwritings are the words, bestest friends. But then underneath the drawing, we see something's wrong. There's only one girl there, Lucy, sitting on the swings by herself. Her parents watched from inside the house, quietly discussing the situation. Lucy's best friend, Kayla, had recently died from cancer, and while her father, Paul, tries brushing Lucy's behavior off as part of the grieving process, her mother, Claire, is more unsettled by the fact Lucy now seems convinced Kayla is still around as some kind of imaginary friend. The two even begin lightly arguing over it. Paul believes this is something psychological that needs treatment, while Claire insists this is simply how a little girl copes with loss. At first, I thought it was going to be the mom who was trying to push that she needs to go to therapy, while the father was the one who was saying this is simply part of the grieving process. But it looks like I was wrong. He points his finger down on the newspaper on the table, saying schizophrenia is not a grieving, Claire, and that they need to nip this problem in the bud. And now during therapy, Lucy proudly explains one of her drawings, showing her and Kayla fighting something called the Cancer Beast with swords like fantasy heroes. The therapist gently asks if Lucy misses Kayla, but Lucy seems genuinely confused by the question because in her mind, Kayla is sitting right beside her. When the therapist carefully asks if she can see Kayla right now, Lucy casually casually turns toward the empty couch and says maybe Kayla turned indivisible, before correcting herself with sorry, invisible. The therapist quietly looks down at Lucy's drawing, realizing this is far more serious than simple grieving. Then right before dinner, the tension in the house finally boils over. Paul is clearly exhausted from constantly feeding into this imaginary friend act, especially when there's an empty plate sitting at the table meant for Kayla. Claire tries brushing it off by insisting it's just a placeholder, but that explanation only irritates Paul even more and he suddenly snaps, cursing out loud in frustration. Meanwhile, Lucy completely ignores the argument happening around her and casually tries getting out of eating her broccoli by saying Kayla will eat it instead. Paul storms out of the room while Claire kneels beside Lucy, trying one last time to break through to her daughter and tell her to stop pretending, but Lucy refuses to listen. And after trying so hard to hold herself together, Claire finally erupts too, angrily sending Lucy to bed. But that night, something almost seems to haunt the pages themselves, telling us that people create stories and fantasies because sometimes the truth is just too painful to confront directly, and to show us that it turns out Lucy is the one doing exactly that. Too young and heartbroken to properly process Kayla's death, she wakes up in the middle of the night, imagining Kayla inviting her to go on one last adventure together. And this narration almost feels like the ice cream man himself, breaking through the comic panels to somehow torment both Lucy and the reader, because it suddenly starts rambling about all these so-called truths, that we're alone, abandoned by our creator, that Santa Claus isn't real, true love doesn't exist, and somehow in classic ice cream man fashion, that a deep fried kitten is apparently more delicious than an expensive steak dinner, something I will never try, and that all our little flimsy distractions and made up stories are just that, distractions, fantasies, tall tales, ghost stories, little things we tell ourselves to survive and cope, which leads into another unfortunate truth: every story is a ghost story. And with that, Lucy runs off into the woods. Scattered throughout these pages are drawings from Lucy's sketchbook, showing the fantasy world she's created to protect herself from reality. In her imagination, Lucy and Kayla are princess warriors, wandering through magical forests together, meeting strange but friendly creatures along the way. But even within these childish drawings, something still feels wrong. The animals surrounding Lucy all look distorted somehow, patches of fur missing from their bodies, like they're sick or rotting away. It's subtle but enough to make the entire adventure feel deeply unsettling. Then Lucy suddenly realizes she should have brought a flashlight. The nearby dogs, wolves, or coyotes begin growling at her from the darkness, and right as panic starts settling in, she comes up with an idea. In the sketchbook, we literally see Lucy drawing herself a way forward, imagining glowing lanterns lighting up the forest, like little quote-unquote lanterns of friendship. And beneath those lights, she discovers a trail of rainbow sprinkles scattered across the ground. Lucy simply looks down at them and says, "Cool." Back at home, Lucy's parents call upstairs for breakfast, but there's no answer. Paul brushes it off, saying that she probably has headphones on, and mutters that giving her a tablet was a terrible idea. But Claire immediately assumes something is wrong. She walks upstairs, calling out Lucy's name before opening the bedroom door. The room is empty, and Claire immediately screams in terror, asking, "Where's Lucy?" But the comic cuts away to another one of Lucy's drawings, depicting her and Kayla discovering a giant magical castle deep in the woods, which in reality is just an old cabin with an ice cream truck parked outside. I wonder who could be inside this cabin. Lucy hesitantly pushes herself to go inside despite being terrified. Once she steps through the door, she immediately notices disturbing things scattered throughout the cabin, jars containing eyeballs and a spider, enough to make even Lucy quietly admit she's a little scared. Oh yeah, and there's also a horrifying skinned man chained up nearby, still alive and weakly begging for help. Then the ice cream man suddenly appears behind Lucy, casually twirling a surgical tool in his fingers, most likely the same one he used to peel the man's skin away, even making sense why those dog animal-like creatures were missing parts of their fur from earlier. The ice cream man leans down toward Lucy and quietly tells her, "You're all alone, little princess." Back at home, Claire desperately calls the police, but the detectives coldly explain they can't officially begin searching for Lucy until she's been missing for 72 hours, which is absolutely insane considering Lucy is just a little kid. But the detective barely seems to care, no matter how much Claire pleads that her daughter could already be dead. After hanging up the phone, Claire just snaps, saying, "God damn it." While Paul now feels guilty for how harsh he'd been toward Lucy earlier, he even admits he feels stupid for getting angry over the extra plate at dinner. Then he looks over at Claire and quietly asks, what if Lucy's in trouble? And we immediately see exactly what kind of trouble Lucy is in. One of Lucy's later drawings depicts the ice cream man cooking a cat inside a giant iron pot. And in reality, he's doing exactly that. Or almost. Because I don't see a cat. But he is dropping insects into a pot of glowing green liquid, while Lucy sits tied to a chair. The ice cream man explains that Lucy followed the sprinkles exactly where he wanted her to, and now he starts becoming something far more monstrous. Still vaguely human but stretched, unnaturally thin with a tongue like a snake, and fingers extending into long spider-like limbs. He tells Lucy bluntly that Kayla is as dead as a doornail. Lucy tries to deny it through tears, but the ice cream man can only mock her further, explaining that Kayla simply got sick with the bad music, before literally blowing musical notes directly onto Lucy's crying face, then gesturing toward the skin man nearby. He explains that his name is Jimbo, and that he's dying from all sorts of horrible things, but beneath it all, it always comes down to bugs. Just as the ice cream man continues rambling, someone suddenly calls out from off-panel, Ricardis, revealing that the ice cream man's true name is Ricardis. Standing at the front door dressed entirely in black is Caleb, holding a knife in his hand. Without hesitation, Caleb rushes toward and cuts Lucy free from her restraints, but Ricardis only hisses at him angrily. Fuck you, Caleb. It's another one of those times in the series where the ice cream man sounds genuinely angry instead of amused. Ricardis snarls that this is his time, and Caleb will get his turn once he's finished with everything, but Caleb barely even acknowledges the threat. He simply tells Lucy to go home, and she runs. Now it's just Caleb standing alone with Ricardis. Caleb calmly tells him the rules have changed, while Ricardis keeps becoming more and more monstrous by the second, practically melting into this creature of teeth and shadows, as he threatens that before all of this is over, he's going to drive Caleb's own knife straight through his neck, but Caleb only tips his hat before walking away. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Back at home, Claire is just in complete panic, but then Paul suddenly notices someone standing outside. Through the window, Lucy is finally home, maybe not mentally okay after seeing a skinned man and two eldritch-like entities arguing inside a murder cabin, but physically safe at the very least. Her parents immediately rush outside, hugging her tightly, and for the first time, Lucy apologizes herself before asking her father, why did Kayla have to die? Now finally Lucy begins confronting the truth she spent the entire issue trying to escape. She narrates the final pages herself, explaining that Kayla died on June 26. Lucy attended the funeral where everyone dressed in black and cried the entire time. Kayla really did die from cancer in her bones. But Lucy says Kayla never cried herself because she was the bravest warrior Lucy had ever known, and she misses her terribly. Even Paul has a change of heart now, gently placing an empty plate on the table during dinner and smiling as he says this one's for Kayla. The issue closes with Lucy visiting Kayla's grave while explaining that the truth can sometimes hurt too much, and that's why people create stories. Stories that help us forget reality, just for a little while. Stories that make the world feel beautiful. And even in the very end, Kayla was still her bestest friend. The story opens with a giant vulture flying over a neighborhood that's completely fallen apart, or falling apart as we speak. Houses burn in the distance. A car sits crashed into a tree, while a body hangs nearby. And down below, a mob carrying torches and pitchforks chases somebody throughout the streets, while elsewhere another person drags someone away to do something I presume to be horrible. The entire town looks like it's collapsing into madness, but despite all the chaos, our focus stays on a single ambulance racing through the streets. Accompanying all of this is a strange narration, a black text box with an ECG heartbeat monitor saying that there's this voice. Maybe you've heard it. As the ambulance speeds forward, things only get stranger. A man gets swarmed by worms of all shapes and sizes, while nearby a cat is cornered by this horrifying bird creature with a giant beak full of teeth. Meanwhile, the narration shows distorted versions of the ice cream man, transforming while the voice rambles about all the terrible things we've heard throughout these stories before. That the mosquitoes are coming to replace us, that doom is inevitable, that the world is rotten. But then the narration suddenly shifts. The voice tells us not to listen to those thoughts, because they've got the facts all wrong. The mosquitoes are actually our friends. Our blood belongs to them. We're all connected somehow. As even more chaos unfolds around the ambulance, like a polar bear chasing somebody through the streets, a mosquito suddenly lands on one of the paramedics, Jenny. body and sucks blood from her arm. She instantly swats it dead. The other paramedic, Mike, barely even reacts. Instead, he casually starts swallowing cyclophosphamide pills by the handful, while Jenny sarcastically lists off all the possible side effects, which include nausea, insomnia, regret, intense guilt, and more hauntingly, vivid flashes of terrible things from your adolescence. And immediately Mike starts unraveling emotionally. He admits maybe they should stop stealing pills from the hospital, revealing that they've got an entire bag full of stolen medication. Mike grows increasingly panicked the more he talks about it, rambling that he feels immoral and disgusting for what they're doing. Meanwhile, Jenny barely cares at all. Then Jenny suddenly starts telling Mike a story from her childhood about a mouse named Mr. Circles. Apparently the mouse had a broken leg and could only walk in circles because of the injury, which is unfortunately how it got its name. Mike even interrupts asking if they seriously named the thing Mr. Circles, and Jenny bluntly responds that they had to call him something. I think it's a perfect name. But then the story suddenly takes a sinister turn. Jenny reveals that one day she fed Mr. Circles a thimble full of bleach, killing him. A completely cruel and senseless thing to do. She admits that she has no idea why she did it, only that there was a voice in her head telling her to do so. I think that this voice was the influence of the ice cream man, trying to spread misery into people's lives. And then the heartbeat monitor line suddenly cuts across the pages, maybe even hinting that there's somebody in the back of this ambulance. A young boy runs into the street, desperately trying to flag down the ambulance, but it never even slows down. And honestly, even the children in this town seem consumed by chaos at this point, or maybe not entirely, because nearby they discover the corpse of a clown, lying in the front yard with a hole blown through his head. Thankfully, one of the kids immediately identifies him as Happy Hank, the very happy clown, or at least he used to be. One of the girls insists a werewolf must have killed him, claiming she saw one dressed in white wandering through the woods, while the others argue there's no such thing. But despite all that arguing, one girl quietly says they should give Hank a funeral because her grandmother taught her that everybody deserves a proper burial. It's probably the kindest thing anyone has said in this entire issue so far, or at least something that makes sense. One of the boys hesitates, arguing that his grandma always told him children should stay out of adult business, which this very clearly is. But since this apparently qualifies as an emergency and the whole town has gone to hell, one of the girls gets the brilliant idea to throw Hank off the local bridge, like the Vikings used to do. So naturally every kid grabs an arm and a leg. The children dump Happy Hank's body into the river, while the narration returns, explaining that all of us are connected through suffering, death, joy, and everything. But separating humanity from the truth is that other voice, the one hiding inside the white box. And now that nihilistic voice completely takes over the story, it reveals what actually happened to Hank. He shot himself. And eventually, according to this voice, everybody ends up like Mr. Haha anyway in the end, while the children sadly wave goodbye to Hank's corpse, sinking into the water below. Returning to the ambulance, the paramedics immediately start taking even more pills, this time hydrocodone. The side effects range from things like euphoria and pain relief to much stranger symptoms, like a feeling of oneness with everybody and everything around you, and it feels like the entire world is slowly collapsing into collective madness. Mike scrolls through social media, reading endless comments of people insulting and screaming at each other, which might even be a little too realistic. He starts wondering aloud why everybody seems so angry all the time, while Jenny admits the voice in her head keeps feeding her horrible thoughts too. She starts spiraling about how depressing the world is, and asks how anyone is even supposed to raise children in a place like this. Now the voice in her head is literally telling her to get a hysterectomy, which finally makes both of them question what exactly these pills even are. Whatever these pills are, I don't want it because they're evil. The conversation slowly shifts into their insecurities, with Mike asking how people are even supposed to love one another, or more importantly themselves. Jenny quietly responds that maybe people really are alone. Then suddenly they almost hit a rabbit, sitting directly in the middle of the road. Jenny slams the brakes, sending the ambulance swerving. Panicking, she immediately compares it to Mr. Circles all over again. But Mike coldly tells her to forget about it because suffering is simply how the world works. And while he says this, we're shown the crushed remains of the rabbit, alongside more burning houses, carrying on that same imagery of hopelessness. I think there's only one suspect to all this madness. But inside one of those burning homes, things are somehow even more chaotic. But not as chaotic as the man running away from the polar bear. A couple violently argues with each other over accusations of cheating, while flames slowly consume the entire room around them. Their pet bird is just squawking very loudly from inside his cage as the fire spreads. Then suddenly the woman named Rita walks over and unlocks the cage, and while freeing the bird, she casually confesses that she already murdered the person her girlfriend cheated on her with. Even worse, she says the body is burning right now, somewhere out in the street alongside everything else. Rita just completely spirals, ranting that eventually all of them will be together in hell anyway, burning side by side forever. And while all this unfolds, the black narration box quietly cuts back in saying we all heard each other. Then thankfully the bird finally escapes the house, flying off into the night. The narration follows the bird soaring over the ruined neighborhood, explaining that humanity has somehow become conditioned to believe the absolute worst about the very people they're supposed to love unconditionally, all because some ugly little voice keeps whispering poison into their heads. The narration starts questioning whether humanity itself is even salvageable at this point. Eventually the paramedics stop at a diner and immediately start taking even more pills. He thought they would have stopped at this point, but more down the hatch. This time is Zoplicone, and the effects hit almost instantly. Jenny's face suddenly disappears entirely in Mike's eyes, reduced to the smooth blank canvas, while the people around them begin acting stranger and stranger. At the counter, two men repeatedly stab forks directly into their own hands, like it's some kind of competition. One of them calmly mutters, "I don't even want to be good at this." And it just feels like everyone at this diner is quietly or even loudly losing their minds in different ways. Mike starts questioning why they're even taking these pills anymore, but Jenny explains it's the same reason anyone does anything, to feel something and to escape something. Then Mike starts getting philosophical, saying that deep down everybody is just sad, and suddenly his face mutates into this horrifying Cronenberg-esque mass of mouths, explaining that sadness turns people inside out. Then things somehow get even worse. The diner is suddenly apparently being robbed. And one of the funniest little details here is that while the robbery is happening, the guys who stabbed forks into their hands are just staring down at themselves like, what the hell did we just do? Seeing the robbery as a total mood killer, the paramedics leave while the masked robber begins ranting that sayings like love thy neighbor are complete nonsense. He says he hates everybody, but most of all, he hates himself. And behind the counter we see absolute chaos unfolding as someone is literally being murdered with a butcher knife in the background, making this particular part of the comic feel like I'm covering a crossed comic for a second. The worker begs the robber not to hurt him, but the robber just looks confused, saying, "What are you talking about, hurt you?" Then he laughs, saying, "Not you," before proceeding to blow his own head off. I guess the person he hated most really was himself. Now the black narration box returns one final time, explaining that there isn't much time left, but there's one thing it wants people to remember. The next time that awful voice starts clawing its way into your head, feeding you hateful thoughts, remember that there's no such thing as enemies. It's just a bad song. A bad song from an old ice cream truck. But the real song, the narration explains, is much harder to hear because good things actually require effort. Compassion requires effort. Love requires effort. And as the ECG heartbeat monitor grows weaker and weaker, the narration quietly tells us that we are all connected. Then suddenly the paramedics slammed the brakes. They completely forgot they were transporting a patient this entire time, rushing to the back of the ambulance, and we see a very familiar face with a knife buried straight through his neck. And it's revealed that it's none other than Caleb, who was the narrator this entire time. And also it's revealed the very knife Ricard slash the ice cream man promised he'd drive through Caleb's throat is now lodged there for real. Mike can only stare and mutter a curse as the heartbeat monitor finally flatlines, or at least for now. Now for some actual background on these two mysterious opposing forces, because this issue finally dives a little deep into Caleb and Ricardus' origins. The story takes place so far back in time that there probably aren't even numbers capable of measuring it. The world itself looks a little different too, filled filled with giant canyons, strange creatures, and even what looks like some early prototype of a spider crawling across the rocks, before suddenly an arrow nearly strikes it. That arrow belongs to Caleb, only that this version of Caleb looks a little different from the wandering cowboy we're used to seeing. He has this almost elven appearance now, with pointed ears and pitch black eyes, and even his horse has strange pointed ears of its own. The narration introduces Caleb as a dark-clad godman, saying he has a head full of lightning, and where there is lightning, there is light. And he even has a wolf beast, which rushes toward the spider, only now we realize that thing is absolutely gigantic compared to normal spiders, unless they're that big in Australia. The wolf beast snarls while Caleb prepares a lasso, throwing it around the creature and restraining it as the spider screeches in panic. The wolf beast immediately tears into it, with a mouth covered in glowing green blood, while Caleb praises it like a loyal hunting dog. Caleb tilts his hat and remarks that this is the biggest spider they've caught yet, which somehow becomes even creepier when he realizes it's only a baby. As a reward, Caleb digs one of the spider's eyes out and feeds it to the wolf beast before announcing that the old man is waiting for them. Caleb rides through these massive desolate canyons, dragging the spider corpse behind him on a cart, while the narration explains that Caleb is following a path all living things eventually have to walk, because every path, no matter where it starts, eventually reaches the same place, the end of the road. Along the way, Caleb passes strange bird-like creatures perched on dead branches that vaguely resemble the vultures we've seen throughout the series, except older and somehow even uglier. Eventually, Caleb meets the old man in the middle of nowhere, who's almost identical to Caleb, except much older. He has the same pointed ears, same dark eyes. The old man talks very cryptically. He hugs Caleb warmly and vaguely tells him it's good he came now, at the end of things. But according to him, the end and the beginning are really no different. He invites Caleb inside, explaining that his cousin should be arriving soon too. And obviously that cousin is Ricardus, the ice cream man. Caleb instantly says that things are getting out of hand outside, or more specifically, that Ricardus is getting out of hand. But the old man is more preoccupied with giving the wolf beast some food. Caleb just says that the creature refuses to eat anything unless it's blinking. Then the story finally reveals what Caleb and Ricardus actually are, or at least partially. The old man explains that both of them possess something called life stuff, a sacred form of magic tied directly to creation itself. Caleb uses it naturally, while Ricardus twists it into something grotesque, like making monsters and aberrations. But despite this, the old man calmly explains that everything in existence is still connected somehow. Everything is one thing. Even the ugliest monsters are reflections of something real. To demonstrate this, the old man uses his powers to grow flowers before transforming it into an insect-like creature. Then suddenly someone from the doorway calls the creation beautiful, a beautiful little buggy. And finally Ricardus arrives. This might be one of my favorite appearances of his because instead of looking horrifying, he's dressed in this perfectly clean white suit that weirdly reminds me of Buster Scruggs. He leans against the doorway, apologizing for being late, claiming he simply lost track of time. The wolf beast immediately starts growling at him. The old man cheerfully ignores the tension and says they've got important business to discuss, but the wolf beast refuses to calm down. Ricardus tells Caleb to control his dog, but Caleb just says he doesn't tell him what to do. Then Ricardus casually taps the wolf beast on the nose and threatens to turn it into a coat if it doesn't stop growling. And that sounds horrible. I hope he doesn't do that. The old man interrupts the argument by revealing an enormous book that becomes incredibly important later in the series. And despite reading a good chunk of Ice Cream Man, it's still pretty vague to me. It's basically a guidebook for creation itself, full of rules for whatever world comes next. Because according to the old man, this universe is dying. The plants themselves are apparently begging them to leave. Everything living in this world is telling them the same thing, to get out quick. So now they have to do what their kind has apparently always done, move on to the next world. Ricardus immediately explodes in anger, slamming his hands against the table, demanding to know why they should leave at all. He says he likes it here. His strange little creatures feed on the bird things outside, while his fingers twist themselves into spider legs as he talks. But the old man sharply points at him and explains that none of that matters anymore because time is up. Two of them have to leave, and once they arrive at the next place, they absolutely must follow the rules written written inside the book. What surprises Caleb and Ricardus even more though is learning the old man won't be joining them immediately. Apparently their mother specifically asked him to stay behind and look after the boys. And since he's also their uncle, there could be this family tree of these beings with magical powers. Anyways, he waves his finger off, telling the boys to go before he gets grumpier than he already is. Ricardus wraps an arm around Caleb while walking outside, almost acting weirdly affectionate for a moment. He wishes, and of course this is sarcastically, Caleb would spend more time with him because honestly it gets lonely out there. He of course only has his army of insects and arachnids. Then their uncle suddenly calls Ricardus back inside, saying the two of them need to talk privately before he leaves. And now later, Caleb relaxes beside a stream with the wolf beast, peacefully playing fetch, while the narration quietly mocks how calm and innocent the moment feels. But obviously peace never lasts long in these types of stories. As Caleb sleeps beneath the two suns overhead, Ricardus' strange music suddenly drifts through the air, luring the wolf beast away while Caleb remains asleep. When Caleb finally wakes up, he immediately notices the wolf beast is gone. He calls out for it, saying they need to leave soon, but it's Ricardus who suddenly appears, wearing the wolf beast fur and is covered in its blood. Ricardus smiles and says he's all warm and toasty now. Furious, Caleb demands to know what Ricardus did to his dog, calling him Rick for the first time, which weirdly humanizes their relationship for a second, just having these nicknames. And dude, your dog's dead. But Ricardus only responds very vaguely that he simply did what the old man told him to do. Then he admits secretly that he read the book, and according to the rules inside, they're supposed to kick up dust. Ricardus rambles that the world is covered in bugs, except some bugs are much bigger than others. Then he reveals a spider crawling in his hand, and immediately Caleb realizes something horrible must have happened back at the old man's place. Caleb takes off on horseback, racing toward the old man's place, while the narration starts describing the world itself as a fragile, lonely life stuff stretched across existence. But by the time Caleb arrives, it's already too late. A gigantic spider towers over the destroyed home, while the old man hangs impaled through one of its massive legs, like something out of a kaiju movie. The spider pauses its rampage and turns toward Caleb. Even its speech bubble is just a giant quotation mark. Caleb immediately throws his lasso around one of the spider's legs and uses the momentum to launch himself directly onto the creature's back. The spider violently thrashes, throwing him back to the ground, but Caleb quickly readies his bow and quietly says, "Don't blink." The arrow flies directly into the spider's eye, and just like that, the creature collapses. Caleb rushes over to the old man, desperately lifting him up, despite the massive wound through his body. But it's obvious there's nothing he can do, not even magic can fix this. With his final breaths, the old man simply repeats the same phrase we've heard throughout the entire issue: everything is one thing, and then he dies. The kindest thing Caleb can do now is bury him. As Caleb stands beside the grave beneath the twin suns, the narration repeats that everything speaks to everything else. Plants speak to the dirt speaks back, and now the earth itself is telling Caleb to continue forward, toward the place all roads eventually lead, toward the end. Then, from somewhere behind him, Caleb hears Ricardus' music drifting through the air once again, the visible musical notes literally rising to the sky. Caleb quietly turns toward the sound and simply says, "I'll see you in the next one, Rick." And with that, the story finally reaches the end of the road. To be continued, question mark. The story starts on what seems like a perfectly normal day. Cheerful music echoes through the neighborhood as the ice cream man drives through the streets and selling exactly what you'd expect: ice cream. He plays the role perfectly. He's warm, friendly, and even familiar with the families he serves. When the first customers approach, he chats with them, just like someone the neighborhood has trusted for years. There's absolutely nothing outwardly sinister about him. After serving a family and watching them leave with a smile, meal. The next customer approaches, and this is where things begin feeling slightly off. It's a young boy standing there completely alone. The ice cream man even pauses to ask where his parents are, sounding almost concerned. But the kid proudly insists that he's a big boy now. The ice cream man seems amused by his confidence, calling him a man of self-possession, something he says he can appreciate. Then he asks the boy what he wants, and the boy confidently throws up a peace sign and orders chocolate with 2 scoops. The ice cream man prepares the cone with exaggerated enthusiasm, saying lickety-split, before sending the kid on his way and telling him to get home safe. As the boy walks home humming to himself, text boxes begin filling the page, explaining that the Brazilian wandering spider, one of the deadliest spiders on Earth. The narration even mentions that it earned the title of World's Most Venomous Spider in the 2010 Guinness Book of World Records. The comic almost sarcastically talks to the reader at this point, repeating, "Most venomous, ain't that something?" But I think we all know who this is talking to us. It's the ice cream man. And the kid just throws away the cone, the most boring part of eating ice cream unless it's a chocolate cone. Right as the boy reaches his front door, the narration continues, explaining the spider's venom, specifically a neurotoxin called PHTX3, released through its bites. According to the comic, high doses can cause all sorts of horrifying symptoms: muscle failure, violent convulsions, inflammation, paralysis, and in some cases priapism, which for anyone unfamiliar basically means a painfully prolonged and uncontrollable erection. So if you're ever in need of rhino pills from the gas station, just get a pet wandering spider. The kid finally walks inside his home, and immediately the atmosphere changes completely. The house is filthy and cluttered, with unopened mail scattered across the floor and trash littering the furniture. But the reveal that really caught me off guard, although maybe it shouldn't have, considering the build-up, is when the boy happily greets his pet Brazilian wandering spider named Rupert. The spider crawls onto his hand while the kid talks to it, just like somebody would do with any other pet. As he walks through the messy house chatting to Rupert, another strange detail stands out. Frozen on the television screen is an advertisement for an ice cream truck, subtly suggesting the ice cream man might somehow be connected to everything happening here, almost like he's silently watching the entire story unfold. The boy casually rambles to Rupert about how quiet things have been lately, and how it feels like his parents practically live in the kitchen. Then the comic finally reveals what he means. The moment the boy enters the kitchen, we're confronted with the rotting corpses of his parents, frozen in grotesque positions of agony. And as the bodies are shown, the comic repeats that earlier line one final time, "And most venomous, ain't that something?" On the other side of town, we're introduced to Detective Jolly Juan. Thankfully, the comic gives us the pronunciation. Her co-workers nickname her 5V since her name somehow contains every vowel in the English alphabet. Despite being a detective, her life feels painfully routine. The comic describes her as the kind of person who reached their 30s and settled into a job they can only pursue with the bare minimum amount of passion necessary to get through the day. Anyways, today's line of work begins when Mrs. Chester comes in, frantically describing something horrible that happened in the woods. While she panics, Jolly O's co-worker Tony tries sketching the creature that supposedly attacked her cat, which looks exactly like some kind of werewolf with whiskers. And for her cat's name, it's Mr. Buttersworth, a perfectly normal name for a cat. Then Miss Chester reaches into her bag and pulls out what's left of the poor thing. I guess you can say the cat's out of the bag, because she's literally holding up the skeletal remains of her beloved pet, while hysterically claiming that whatever creature she saw sucked the skin right off. Tony just blurts out, "Jesus Christ almighty, lady," after seeing the remains for himself, which is just a reasonable reaction to that. Meanwhile, Jolly O, having absolutely no patience for any of this insanity, immediately starts pushing old Miss Chester out of the room, telling her that they'll file a report, and that she should expect a call back in 3 to 5 weeks, which definitely makes this sound like a top priority investigation. You will be terribly missed, Mr. Buttersworth. After Miss Chester leaves, Jolly O rubs her face in her hands, trying to process the absurdity of what just happened. Then another coworker named Briggs takes a look at Tony's ridiculous sketch and questions who in their right mind gives their pet a completely different last name. Honestly, my thoughts exactly. The two joke around about this thingamacritter Miss Chester supposedly saw in the woods, but Briggs admits there's genuinely something wrong with this town. According to him, it's filled with complete lunatics, and honestly, Jolly O can't really disagree, considering a woman just walked into the station carrying a cat skeleton in a purse. But But before they can dwell on it any longer, the chief suddenly calls both of them into his office. He explains that a couple named Tom and Henrietta McAllister have now been reported missing for over 10 days by their employers. They seemingly vanished out of nowhere. No vacation requests, no PTO, nothing. So the chief orders Jolly O and Briggs to make a house call and investigate. But even the chief has no clue what's going on, and then comes the real kicker. The missing couple has a son. The comic reveals a photograph of the exact same kid from earlier, immediately tying everything together. The boy and his pet spider are apparently the reason this entire missing persons investigation even exists in the first place. Now we cut back to that same boy, wandering through the woods, casually humming to himself, while carrying around a stick like any normal kid would. As he walks, he suddenly notices a severed animal paw on the ground and pokes at it with a stick. Then out of nowhere, there's a loud crack somewhere deeper in the woods. Startled, the boy quickly hides behind a nearby tree as he hears this strange groaning noise approaching, only for the comic to reveal that the monster Miss Chester described earlier is actually the ice cream man himself. Except now he looks completely mangled, his clothes ripped apart, as he props himself against a tree and casually mutters, "That was unpleasant." The kid immediately recognizes him, blurting out, "You're the ice cream man." And he absolutely is, even placing his cap back onto his head, despite the fact that part of it looks like it was bitten off. Then with a simple snap of his fingers, the stick in the boy's hand instantly transforms into a double scoop chocolate ice cream cone. And weirdly enough, the ice cream man still doesn't come across as openly malicious here, at least not yet. Instead, he calmly warns the boy that it isn't safe to wander around the woods alone, and tells him it's time to head back home to his parents. The only problem, of course, is that the audience already knows exactly what happened to them. Meanwhile, the kid just lowers his head in disappointment and mutters crud. Returning to the detectives, Jolly O and Briggs finally make their way to the McAllister household. But before they even enter the house, the comic suddenly takes this really demented philosophical turn. The narrator suddenly reveals a secret to us for free, that we're all being devoured by bugs. Not literally, of course, but by all the little things that slowly eat away at people over time. Boredom, loneliness, regret, anxiety, all the miserable emotions that stick with us for as long as we're alive. I know that the way that I'm covering this comic is out of release date order, but knowing that this is the ice cream man basically influencing the story or even people's thoughts makes this a little bit more interesting. Briggs suddenly blurts out that he's got cockroaches crawling around inside his brain, telling him to cheat on his wife. Jolly O understandably looks completely off guard hearing this, but it turns out Briggs didn't actually say that out loud at all. In reality, he's just venting about changes to their pension plans. She just brushes it off and continues as normal. As the two approach the McAllister house, Briggs casually invites Jolly O to his kid's birthday party, although after mentally hearing him talk about brain cockroaches and adultery, she understandably seems a little disturbed. Instead of responding, she just awkwardly pushes forward toward the investigation, and that's when they notice something immediately wrong. The front door to the McAllister house is already open. Jolly O and Briggs finally enter the McAllister house and are immediately greeted by the exact same disgusting mess we saw earlier. Trash is scattered everywhere, the place smells awful, and the only major difference this time is what's playing on the TV. Now the ice cream man himself appears on screen, happily advertising all the different flavors he has available. But the moment Briggs reaches the kitchen, his attitude completely changes. He immediately curses and tells Jolly O to get over here, and the second she steps inside, she's met with the horrifying sight of the McAllisters' decomposing corpses, still frozen in grotesque positions of agony. The smell alone is apparently unbearable. As the two detectives try figuring out what to do next, something suddenly crawls across Briggs's back. He quickly reaches behind himself, grabbing at it in confusion, before realizing in horror that it's a spider. Almost instantly, Briggs starts slurring his words. Foam spills from his mouth as the venom kicks in, and within seconds, he collapses onto the floor. And then, quietly standing in the background, the boy finally appears and calmly explains that it isn't Rupert's fault. According to him, the spider just doesn't like adults, which is a pretty horrific justification for accidentally murdering your own parents. Jolly O tells the boy that she has absolutely no idea what's happening anymore and that they need to get help immediately, but the kid still doesn't seem to grasp the severity of the situation. Instead, he casually recalls how his parents got sick and ended up missing Macaroni Tuesday, which is an awful way to phrase disgusting discovering your parents' corpses. She tells him to put the spider down, but instead the boy suddenly bolts for the door, yelling that she's not taking him. Jolly-O immediately chases after him into the woods, but during the pursuit, she spots one of the boy's sneakers abandoned on the ground. Then, almost immediately afterward, she hears someone screaming for help nearby. And finally, we see the thingamag creature Miss Chester had been rambling about earlier. Emerging from the woods is this gigantic werewolf-like monster, towering over everything around it. And it becomes painfully obvious that the creature is actually the ice cream man himself, which means poor Miss Chester maybe wasn't nearly as crazy as everyone assumed. The monster looms over Jolly-O while holding the boy high in the air with one massive hand. Very courageously, or as courageously as someone can be while staring at an actual werewolf, Jolly-O stutters out an order for the creature to put the boy down, and the werewolf does, just not the way she'd expect. The werewolf hurls the boy directly at her, knocking both of them to the ground. Jolly-O desperately reaches for a gun, barely out of arm's reach, and just when things look completely doomed for her and the boy, a very familiar little face suddenly appears. It's Rupert. The spider immediately bites down onto the werewolf's back, before getting thrown violently away by the creature moments later. Almost instantly, the monster begins foaming at the mouth, howling in agony as the venom takes effect. Hopefully, he's not getting an erection that's painful, or hopefully that he is. The ice cream man is horrible, before finally fleeing deeper into the woods. Thankfully, the boy only ends up with a hurt arm after being tossed around like a football. As the kid cries, Jolly-O asks what's his name. It's Byron, he says. And after everything she's been through, Jolly-O just lies there in complete defeat and responds with "fuck you, Byron." Later, emergency services completely flood the area. Police officers surround the McAllister house while Byron is loaded into an ambulance. It turns out the kid had been living by himself for nearly 2 weeks, excluding the decomposing corpses of his parents, surviving almost entirely off cookies and ice cream. As for the official cause of death for the McAllisters and Briggs, it's ruled as arachidism, which honestly means Rupert probably has the highest kill count in this entire issue. As for Byron, one of the officers guesses he'll likely end up in foster care, although he doubts there's enough therapy in the world to fix what this kid just experienced. But Rupert himself is still completely missing. Thankfully, the readers get one final glimpse of the spider living its best life, while the narrator returns listing off different ice cream flavors: chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, all while subtly confirming what we probably already suspected. The ice cream man has been behind everything all along, and as the comic leans fully into its dark absurdism, the narrator leaves us with one final line: there's a flavor for everyone suffering, and make no mistake, everyone is suffering. Honestly, that pretty perfectly sums up the ice cream man's role throughout these stories. He's less of a traditional villain and more like a supernatural force that exists purely to exploit, amplify, or feed off human misery. Unfortunately for Rupert though, his own story doesn't end very happily. The ice cream man eventually picks the spider up, snaps his fingers, and transforms Rupert into an actual ice cream flavor, seemingly some kind of poison-themed scoop. Then he directly offers the cone toward us, the readers themselves, while delivering his iconic line one final time, lickety-split. And with that, the suffering, absurdity, and horror continue all over again. This story, Rainbow Sprinkles, is basically the tragic reality of addiction, and this time the narration is told through Karen, as she speaks to her boyfriend, her sweet nice Jim, or Jimbo, someone we've met before. He's been dealing with horrible withdrawals ever since the two of them ran out of their supply, and it clearly breaks Karen's heart seeing him like this, strung out on the couch and trapped inside his sickness. Unfortunately, she only has $30 left, and now she's desperate to find a way to get Jimbo more medicine, because watching him suffer is more than she can take. Karen picks up an old photo from a better time, back when the two of them looked happier, healthier, and far more normal than they do now. And once again, the comic does something really eye-catching with the colors, making these memories feel warmer and almost dreamlike compared to the dirty reality they're stuck in. Karen remembers how they first met at a club, where Jim approached her with one of the weirdest opening lines possible, telling her she had a dead bug in her hair. And since the ice cream man was already rambling about bugs in the previous issue, that little detail immediately makes it feel like he's creeping somewhere around this narrative too. But Karen takes that absurd line as flirting, and from there, a romance blossoms. For a while, their life really was full of romance. They'd walk around together through the park, spend their days wrapped up in each other, and for a moment, it seemed like the only thing that mattered was the two of them. But then everything takes a darker turn. Out of some horrible curiosity, they decide to try buy dope just for the hell of it, dosing each other up and getting hit with this warm, euphoric feeling, almost like they're being transported into the comfort of nature itself. But in reality, they're just getting high. But as their addiction grows and their money disappears, Karen and Jim become more and more desperate. Eventually, they're just robbing people just to keep the cycle going, even stealing an old woman's oxygen tank and selling it at a pawn shop. Karen feels horrible about it, which she obviously should, but Jim reassures her that he'll carry all the guilt for both of them. How romantic. And from there, the cycle just continues. Rob people, steal from places, get lucky enough to escape, go back to their dealer, and keep falling apart together. They're a complete mess, but in Karen's mind, at least they still have each other. That cycle finally stops about a week before the story begins. Now Jim is practically vegetable-like on the couch, barely able to function, and Karen realizes she has to do something. Before she leaves, she tells herself the same thing most addicts probably tell themselves at some point. Just one more time, one more score, one more fix, and then they'll get clean and move to Arizona. So Karen leaves the dirty, miserable house, promising Jim with all her heart that she'll get a fix for both of them. This time, she'll carry the consequences. A few miles away, we meet the other characters caught in this miserable story. Alice and Phil, an elderly couple who are definitely better off than Jim and Karen, but still dealing with their own kind of suffering. Phil complains about everything wrong with his body. His swollen knee, his arthritis, his back, and the surgeries he's already had. He even claims he used to be a virtuoso on the piano, but now his hands barely let him play. And to make the story even crueler, Phil has been prescribed oxycodone to numb the pain. The pills make him feel great at first, but Alice reminds him that the medicine is supposed to be a tool, not the whole solution, and that he still needs to do physical therapy if he wants to get better. And Phil, most likely still under the effects of oxycodone, doesn't exactly take that seriously. Alice suggests he take a walk around the park, and he jokes that if he does, he'll never come back, saying sayonara like he's making some grand escape. But realistically, he'd last about 2 minutes without Alice, especially since she's the one driving him to all his appointments. Then, just to make things worse, Phil lifts his spoon and complains that the soup is cold. He's cold-hearted. Come on, dude, she made you soup. Meanwhile, Karen is already out on her mission, going from car to car and checking if any doors are unlocked, but every single one refuses to open. Then, almost magically, she hears music playing in the distance. She follows it and finds an ice cream truck, sitting there completely empty, music blaring like it's waiting for her. Seeing this as some kind of ticket to getting more drugs, Karen steals the truck and takes it on a wild joyride through the town. As she drives, she narrates to Jim that the inside smells like summer, which is kind of sad in its own way. She even says there's nobody on the road, but in reality, she's causing complete panic as she barrels through traffic and nearly destroys everything around her. She doesn't even know where she's going. Maybe a bank, maybe an ATM, maybe anywhere that could get her enough money for one more fix. And as she imagines this bright future for Arizona, the kind she's only seen in brochures, she just keeps driving faster. Nearby, Alice storms out of the house after Phil's cold soup comment, completely fed up with slaving away for him, but she isn't really leaving him. She's just taking him to his orthopedist appointment. Phil gets into the car and apologizes for being a jerk, admitting that the pain and the pills change him. At first, they feel great, but eventually they turn him into someone worse. And right as the surprisingly tender moment of apology happens, Karen's stolen ice cream truck comes speeding straight toward them. Then everything cuts to black. After the crash, both vehicles are completely wrecked. Phil and Alice's car is smashed apart, but the inside is empty. Then we see them outside the car, Phil lying on the ground while Alice desperately begs him to wake up. Karen, meanwhile, has no sympathy at all. She immediately points a gun at Alice and demands money. Alice realizes what Karen is and calls her one of those junkies. For a second, Karen actually looks hurt by it, like the word cuts through whatever fantasy she's been telling herself. But then she composes herself again and demands the money. Alice isn't a pushover though. She tells Karen the cops are coming and that they're going to lock her up. She keeps pushing and pushing until Karen's anger finally snaps and she shoots Alice dead. Karen looks down at Alice's body with immediate regret, but it's already too late, so she runs. Karen rushes back home, but when she opens the door, someone strange is already there. It's the ice cream man, casually greeting her and saying the old Jim isn't looking so hot. Karen has no idea who he is, but the ice cream man explains that she borrowed his truck. When she tries to defend herself, he tells her not to worry about it because he has plenty, but then he offers her a deal. He points out that if Karen can still think critically, assuming the drugs haven't already ruined her brain, then she should be able to understand the situation. He says he never really understood the appeal of drugs himself, but then reveals he has some right between his fingers, the best of the best. There's just one catch. There's only enough for one person. So now Karen has to choose. Does it go to her, the runaway fugitive who just killed someone, or does it go to poor Jimbo, suffering through withdrawals on the couch? The ice cream man calls it a real humdinger of a choice, but she'd better decide quickly before the police arrive. A little later we see the aftermath. Detectives arrive on the scene, and it's Jolly-O. Anyways, the verdict is that Karen is completely unresponsive, meaning she must have taken the magical drug offered by the ice cream man. Jim is given Narcan, bringing him back from his overdose or withdrawals, and when he wakes up, the first thing he does is ask what happened to Karen, but the worst has already happened. Karen took a lethal dose, leaving her frozen in this gruesome death pose. To end the story, Karen now speaks to Jim from wherever she is, through the narration boxes, while we see him getting treatment, and even considering going to detox and a deload meeting. Karen tells him there's a secret she'll tell him up in heaven. It's magical there. Everything is forgiven, bad thing after bad thing, all of it forgiven, and everyone goes to Arizona. Jim eventually attends one of those meetings, confesses what happened, and even manages to stay sober for an entire week. All the while Karen keeps speaking sweetly to him through the page, but the ending is left up to interpretation, or at least at first. Jim returns to the park where he and Karen once spent their happier days together, then throws his 1 week sober coin into the pond. And honestly, that makes me think this might not be a good ending for Jim, because throwing away that coin feels like saying goodbye to his sobriety. And what makes it even more haunting is Karen asking through the pages if Jim can feel that breeze on his neck. She says it's just her, whistling to him from above. But I don't know why my mind immediately goes to something darker, like maybe that breeze is really their urge calling him back, or maybe the ice cream man is somehow manipulating things once again. And with that, so long for now. Oh yeah, also in one of the earlier issues we covered, the ice cream man has a skinned man on a table in the cabin and he calls him Jimbo, which makes me think that that guy Jimbo is the guy Jimbo here in this story, making this ending a lot more darker. These stories are miserable, bizarre, and funny in the worst ways imaginable. They're just people at their lowest moments in their lives, while also being tormented by this eldritch-like being that is the ice cream man / Ricardus. But there's still something really fun about these little horror stories. Each issue feels like opening up a strange nightmare, and just seeing how creative the writer can get. But if I'm being completely honest here, the thing that keeps me coming back to these comics and rereading them from time to time is the artwork. It can go from being beautiful and absurd and nightmarish within just a few pages, and really that's the best way to describe these stories, just absurd and surreal, which really reminded me of the movie Beau is Afraid, and that's why I put it in the intro. That movie is how I like to imagine how it feels like to trip acid or LSD. I like the cinematography in that movie and the artwork here, so that's why I put them together. And the Ice Cream Man comics are an ongoing series. Later issues do drift away from Caleb and Ricardus' rivalry, although little pieces of the story do carry over. Like the ice cream man eventually gets put on trial, but that whole entire story, I guess, gets put on hold until we get a new issue, if they do decide to pick up that storyline again. But even when the comic isn't focused on the mythology, the main gimmick still works. Every issue is about these regular, ordinary people being dragged into something tragic, absurd, or completely cruel. And the most recent issue was just released a month ago on April 15th. And if you're watching this video in the future, that's this year of 2026. And the next two issues are going to be released in about a month. And again, I just want to clarify, the most recent issues haven't been focusing on Ricardus' and Caleb's rivalry. So it seems for now the writer is just going to be focusing on these self-contained stories. And while I do like Caleb and Ricardus' rivalry being the main focus, or even on the sidelines, I still think that this anthology format really works well. It makes the series easy to return to and appreciate more. You can jump into any issue and get a story that's beautiful, depressing, and a weird drawn horror story completely different from the last one. But before I do end this video, I do want to talk about something, because apparently the idea of an evil ice cream man has existed from a time long ago and seems to be making a resurgence soon. There's the older Ice Cream Man movie, which I'm sure most horror fans have at least heard of or seen referenced, and that has no connection to these comics at all. And then there's Eli Roth's upcoming Ice Cream Man, which also doesn't seem to be connected to the comic or the older movie. While the comic may eventually get its own adaptation, Roth's version appears to be its own separate horror movie, centered around an ice cream man whose treats send children into violent madness. So basically, same old creepy childhood symbol, different kind of flavor. Because whether it's a comic or an old occult movie, or a newer take on the idea, one I wish that adapted the comics instead, there's just something really creepy about this childhood symbol that is an ice cream man in his truck, and turning it into something sinister. Anyways, this has been Keen, and I really hope you enjoyed this video. So good night, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, and I'll see you all later.
I need someone to help me, I'm living in hell. I wish I was more healthy and I help myself. I need someone around me, I wanna do well. I might go place a bounty on my fucking self. I really hate to be a pessimist with you, I just really expect.
Goodbye guys, goodbye, have a good day.
Looks like your next mission starts at dawn. Oh yeah, it's wartime. You better get dressed, champ. You've got a country to die for. Unlucky for you, early Ash.
In the original Crossed run, which only looks decent because of how low the bar gets, somehow the franchise is even getting a live action adaptation, which still feels unreal given what's actually on the pages. So the question is simple, is there any good stories buried in all of this? Crossed Wish You Were Here is the exception. It follows a group of survivors building a fragile community on the real island of Cava in Scotland's Orkney chain, immediately grounding the story in reality. The violence is still there, but what matters more is how personal it becomes, exploring purpose, guilt, and survival through the journal of its protagonist, Shaky. Written by Simon Spurrier and originally released as a webcomic, Wish You Were Here proves that Crossed can be more than just shock value, although there is still plenty of it in here. So let's get into Crossed Wish You Were Here volumes 1 and 2, saving the rest for part 2. And of course, here comes the unavoidable, make sure to like and subscribe, and I hope you enjoy this video. We meet Shaky, who has picked up a new favorite pastime in the apocalypse, writing down his daily life in this miserable world. It's honestly one of my favorite storytelling methods in all of Crossed, especially when you consider what Shaky did before everything fell apart, which we'll soon find out. We meet him at the start of entry 1, writing down at night, trying to recount what was apparently an absurdly eventful day. He starts by saying, you think you've seen everything when it comes to the Crossed, the sadistic violence, the way it scars you, and how eventually you just become numb to it all. That is, until you see something that still manages to surprise you. And it's no better time to see our typical Crossed content, which in this case is a Crossed man committing a truly unholy act with a dolphin while screaming for his mum. There's genuinely no better or worse way to introduce you to Wish You Were Here. Shaky is on watch duty while witnessing this atrocity. I mean, just look at his face in this one panel, it really does say it all. And in his journal, he jokes that he probably should have rung the warning bell. Instead, he looks out over to the people of Cava, still standing after the sea day, and notices just how exposed everyone is. People are gardening, others are fishing out in the ocean, and for a moment, he thinks that maybe the dolphin-loving Crossed is too preoccupied to notice them, which he probably is. Shaky admits he's been putting off starting this journal for ages, mostly because he couldn't figure out how to open chapter 1. But looking back at the Crossed out in the water, he realizes it kind of did him a favor by giving him a perfect opener. Unfortunately, that moment doesn't last, because the Crossed spots him. Shaky immediately throws his delicious food away, which was sardines, and mutters a quick balls, and finally rings the bell 9 times to signal danger coming from the west. And interesting, something that I've missed is that first Shaky rings the bigger bell to alert the islanders that there are tigers coming, or Crossed. They call the Crossed tigers. I don't think the reason is ever explained as to why, it's just a fun way I guess with coping with the world. And the smaller bell is for the hour or which direction it's coming from. 9 times to signal that the Crossed is coming westward from Hoy Island. And I really like this bird's eye view of the island that's used in this panel, because it gives us a clear sense of the layout out, and reinforces that this is the main setting for which you were here. The cross starts rowing toward the island in a wooden boat, and Shaky briefly wonders where the hell he even got it from, or the dolphin for that matter, before stopping himself. This is one of the reoccurring ideas throughout the story, and just one of many of Shaky's favorite mantras, that you learn not to wonder, that speculation is pointless, and daydreamers don't last in this world, and Shaky knows that better than most. Unfortunately, one of the survivors fishing offshore isn't so lucky. A kid named Vincent, who Shaky notes is a Scouser, meaning he's from Liverpool, ends up directly in the cross path. And yes, the British slang is something you'll see a lot used in the series. Vincent has been new to the group, and Shaky admits he barely knows anything about him. The only advice he ever gave Vincent was not to stray too far from the island, and maybe don't wear a thick beanie over your ears, so you can actually hear danger approaching. Advice Vincent is clearly ignoring. Completely unaware of the shouting from the island, Vincent panics as the cross draws closer, singing an aggressively sexual sea shanty. Shaky lines up a shot from the watchtower, while Elisa climbs up beside him, yelling for him to fire. The distance makes it tricky, and when Shaky pulls the trigger, he only manages to graze the cross. He clarifies that in his journal that his nickname isn't because he's a bad shot, which we'll get to soon. Elisa snatches the rifle, and as Vincent's boat flips over during the struggle, she lands a perfect headshot, blowing the head of the cross clean off. Meanwhile, Shaky watching below Elisa with his binoculars at the scene, just as impressed. Shot. Elisa keeps repeating, "Don't swallow the water." Because if Vincent ingests even a bit of infected blood, that's it for him. He'll turn. Luckily, Vincent gives the islanders and Shaky a thumbs up while vomiting over the side of the overturned boat. Something I didn't notice on my first read was that he was actually forcing himself to throw up, basically getting rid of any accidental ingestion of crossed blood. The survivors are on the shore of Kava watching Vincent struggle. We'll all come to meet them and get a proper introduction to them eventually, but for now they're trying to figure out how to save Vincent from the strong current, until Shaky yells that the cross wasn't alone. Shaky yells that the bells from the lighthouse were ringing. Elisa confirms it, that 6 more tigers are coming in the same direction. Before the real slaughter begins, Shaky goes back to his journal, and his entry will accompany these following panels. He starts by saying that there are 2 types of running in this world, and the one thing that they do have in common is neither of them last. 2 of the group's leaders discuss breaking out the weapons cache. One suggests keeping a boat ready just in case Vincent does escape. The other shuts it down immediately, and after their little argument, they both agree that Vincent is already gone. And sure enough, the cross violate and murder him before hijacking the boat and charging toward the island. While Shaky's journal talks about the 2 types of running, there's running from, which ends when you're caught, and you'll always be caught no matter what. And then there's running to, which doesn't mean much anymore because there's almost nowhere left worth running to. As the survivors prepare for a small-scale siege, Shaky finally gives us the proper introduction that this is the Diary of Kava, an island off the coast of Scotland in the Orkney Islands, a real place which I absolutely love as a setting, but Shaky is quick to shut down any romantic ideas about it, that this isn't a heroic last stand or a fortress of hope. It's a pause, a delay, that all of this won't last. It's all just a sickness, a temporary aberration, and in his own words, just a communal bloody tantrum if you please. Just 24 poor bastards too tired or scared or angry to keep on moving, and that tells you everything you need to know about Shaky. He's a pessimist. Thankfully, he's honest about it, because we all know how cross stories usually end. He doesn't believe in cures, miracles, or happy endings. To him, the cross are going to win eventually, no matter how hard people try to fight against it. While this reflection is accompanying these panels, a few cross stragglers rush to the shore, and the survivors deal with them like it's routine, with very nonchalant looks on their faces. They already have gasoline on the water on the nearby shallow shore, from pipes they've already set up specifically for issues like this. As you can see, they're well prepared, and they already have Molotovs ready to go. Problem solved. And as the cross burned to a crisp, through Shaky's journal we learn where his name comes from. It's short for Shakespeare, a nickname he got because before the world ended, he wrote comics. And yeah, that absolutely feels like a nod from the author, considering he's a comic author himself. Shaky isn't a traditional badass protagonist. He's cynical, bitter, and morally gray, something we will see heavily more exemplified later on. And trust me, it changes the way you look at Shaky. But that's exactly why he feels real. While you may or may not relate to Shaky in some aspects, you might even know a person like him in real life, something I promise will make a lot of sense later on. And you know how earlier Shaky said, "My name's not Shaky because I'm a bad shot"? Well, he proves that by spotting a cross who veered off from the rest with a knife in his mouth. From the watchtower, he takes him out with a clean headshot. I might be wrong about the badass protagonist part. Anyways, Shaky ends the entry by reflecting on how his entire life used to be about writing fantastical stories. Stories about superheroes, meaning, purpose, happy endings. None of that exists here. This story won't have any of those things. And in this world, daydreamers never last. Journal entry number 2 opens up with Shaky woken up in the middle of the night. In his journal, he points out that he doesn't know the dates. And for a little hilarious fact as Shaky writes down, that there are 23 souls on Kava and not a single one has bothered to keep track of a calendar. I mean, there are more important matters at hand like being violated by the Crossed, or getting eaten, or just tortured in the most worst way. All of that Crossed business. Shaky guesses it's probably August, but one thing he does know for certain is that it's been 3 days since Vincent died, which is honestly the most precise date you're going to get around here. Someone did try to keep track of time though, Dawn, one of the island's 2 leaders, and he's the reason why Shaky got woken up at night due to his loud snoring. He's also the guy we saw briefly in the last issue, but Dawn's whole entire deal is that precision matters. He says stuff like that. It pretty much sums him up as a character. His plan was to log every sunrise and sunset and track the solstices. A small group gathered around him when he tried that, but they were all completely uninterested until Elisa finally said what everyone was thinking. Why even bother? And 2 days later, Dawn's system falls apart anyway, when ash clouds roll in and completely blot out the sky. That alone is pretty unsettling. Dawn guesses it's from forest fires in Scandinavia. Shaky assumes it's probably from a nuclear detonation halfway across the world. But like he said before, you'll learn not to wonder. Nobody speculates any further, and the whole idea of keeping dates just quietly dies. The panel showing Dawn just completely defeated and sulking, while others fire at Cross trying to reach the island, is perfect. And back in his journal, Shaky starts spiraling into the bigger question. Why bother with anything? Why keep a diary at all? Why even try to get a shed of privacy at night when you're separated from everyone else by nothing but thin sheets, listening to every fart and snore, especially Dawn, who apparently snores like a walrus. However, despite being a loud sleeper, Dawn is the only one who keeps bothering with things like routines and records, which might be exactly why he's one of the bosses. Before Shaky lets the thoughts wander too far, he heads out to one of the lookout points, and this is where we get a really useful map of the island and a breakdown of daily routines. Every dusk, everyone retreats north. The sheep are brought back into the barns. Every light source is snuffed out, and traps are checked and reset. Kava is, for all intents and purposes, a sanctuary. On the map, which I really appreciate is added in because it does help with the world building, we see the peninsula to the north called the Cafe Kava, also nicknamed Eden, which makes it sound like a really holy place in an unholy world. There are 2 lookout points too, the lighthouse on the Caf and the lookout pole further south on the main island. There are farm plots for food, gas pipes leading out into the sea in case of a siege, which we saw on a smaller scale earlier. And for some reason, whoever made this map, which I presume is Shaky, he added in that there are a lot of noisy seals. Nice to know that the wildlife is still around. Once again, this kind of detail is something I really appreciate. You can tell the writer put serious thought into how this place functions. It makes Wish You Were Here feel grounded and lived in, which is not something you expect to say about a Cross story. But the world building here is genuinely strong compared to the other entries in the series. When Shaky reaches the lighthouse, he meets 2 other survivors who've picked up on something worrying: the sound of a motorboat. All of these routines, constant watch, traps everywhere, no lights at night, are designed to remove luck from the equation. You don't survive this long in the Crossed apocalypse by being lucky. You survive by being smart, or by doing something awful. And by stacking the odds this way, the people of Kava have at least bought themselves a little more time. Before we get a proper look at the motorboat, the story cuts back into Shaky's past. His friends used to call him a lucky cunt, mostly because while they were stuck in miserable jobs, Shaky was writing comics for a living. The day everything goes wrong, he's working in a cafe in Soho, London. He emails his friends photos of overweight tourists and people he finds attractive, while smugly sipping coffee and eating muffins. He's proud of himself, proud to be a writer, proud to be in the industry, and he freely admits he was a pretty despicable little cunt back then. That detail alone is worth remembering. Even when he was relaxing, he'd tell his friends he was working. No manager breathing down his neck, no sales targets, just the faceless judgment of an audience, which didn't really seem to bother him. At the time, and maybe even now, he is completely self-absorbed. Then his entire world becomes crossed. A woman woman nearby bends down to pick up a dropped utensil, and Shaky gets a clear look at her face, covered in the signature crossed rash. She starts screaming nonsense and immediately stabs a random person in the eye. Shaky can only watch as the cafe erupts into chaos. That day, he learns two things about himself. The first is that after 30 years of daydreaming about how calm and brave he'd be in a crisis, it was all bullshit. When real danger hits, he's a coward of the first order, which honestly is a pretty human response. I can't imagine myself doing anything heroic in this situation. The second thing he learns comes later, when a crossed man charges at him outside from the street screaming milk, while holding a glass jar filled with some questionable yellow liquid. Just as Shaky is about to meet his end, the crossed is obliterated by a double-decker bus at full speed. It's kind of like that Smith song, and that's when Shaky realizes his friends were right, that he really is a lucky cunt. This entire sequence escalates insanely fast. The bus itself is packed with crossed, which tells you everything you need to know about what's happening inside of it. A crossed orgy. That bus is definitely on the highway to hell, as we see a few people being hanged outside of the bus, having their skin scraped away by the road. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the double-deckered bus, a cross throws out a person, and the bus moving at the speed it is, when the person hits a pole, the impact causes the person's organs to spill out. Just a big old splatter of blood and intestines. When Shaky finally does get a moment to breathe, he sits in front of the man who had just tried to kill him, now split in half, entrails spilling out. And in all seriousness, Shaky notes that gore is strange. Despite years of writing about superheroes and aliens ripping people apart, the real thing feels wrong, uncanny. People look smaller when they're dead, and when the bisected cross somehow starts laughing, Shaky runs, passing other survivors who have barely managed to escape the chaos. And trying not to sound as corny as it does sound, a truly horrific panel follows, something crossed artists have always excelled at, or at least some, and Wish You Were Here is no exception. Javier Barreno handles the art for Volume 1, with Fernando Melick taking over for the remaining volumes, and both absolutely understand how to sell scale and chaos. The streets are flooded with crossed, almost like a parade of madness. They're throwing each other and survivors off a nearby building, and holy, I might have to censor this entire page, so I'll try my best to describe it to you. But they're crossed half naked, urinating off a fountain, fornicating while one is throwing a fishing pole rod into the crowd of crossed. You know, they're just busy getting at it. And amidst the chaos, Shaky admits that he wasn't interested in thinking about any sort of causes, not in any theories about terrorism, protest, or some kind of performance art gone wrong. Which actually makes me think about that one Seattle zombie woman video that caused brief panic. Everyone thought it was a real zombie, before it turned out to be some sort of political protest. He notes that everyone always wants an explanation. Shaky doesn't. What he does notice is the mood in it all. To him, the city feels like carnival enthusiasm, like being at a party full of people on ketamine or worse, all convinced the high will never end, no come down, just endless noise, movement, and adrenaline. And honestly, that might be the best description of the cross as a whole. A permanent frenzy where the music never stops, until it does. The helicopter crashes, tearing the survivors that are nearby Shaky and crossed apart, and the party finally ends in pieces. Shaky keeps running, slipping past crossed as they tear into others, and reflects that in hindsight, he couldn't have picked a worse place for the end of the world. More than a city as densely populated as London, he ends the memory the same way he's ended so many thoughts already. Lucky, lucky cunt. And in that moment, he really was. Back in the present, the survivors get a clearer look at the motorboat through night vision binoculars. It's exactly as bad as you'd expect. Crossed packed together, decapitated heads piled up, and one of them doing cross things to a corpse. Shaky writes in his diary that there is something he feels he needs to explain. It's about how lucky he is to have survived it all and have gone this far, to have found the island. But the truth here is that no one is happy, that everyone just lives to live. Not really living, just hiding, waiting, pretending this delay means something. And underneath it all is that same question Shaky keeps circling back to: why bother? Shaky knows that deep down everyone resents the idea that their survival is just luck. And just maybe they're disappointed that when the crossed passed them by, they were only passed by because of luck. Hopefully that luck will help them survive as things get more intense later down the line. Entry 3 of Shaky's journal throws us right into the middle of an argument, and this is where we finally get a proper introduction to the two people who seem to be running Kava. We get to see their little dynamic play out. The first is Rabbi, Rab for short. He's the taller one, rough around the edges, and by the way he acts, you would think he was practically born on the island. He was the first one there and taught everyone else the essentials: fishing, farming, and how to stay alive. And staying true to Shaky's whole don't wonder philosophy, that's pretty much all we know about him. Shaky avoids digging into people's past unless they offer to bring it up themselves. Rab also has a thick Scottish accent and a dialect that produces some genuinely funny phrases like knee jerking off. Standing opposite of him is Don. Although Shaky tells us that isn't his real name, they already have a John. These two leaders, Rab and Don, never agree on anything ever. The argument of the day is about whether the group should venture out for survivors and supplies. Don is in favor of it, Rab is firmly against it. From Rab's perspective, they're safe, self-sustaining, and doing just fine on a delicious diet of fish and vegetables. And funnily enough, nobody ever elected Don to be Rab's second in command. He just sort of became it by default. Shaky's impression and description of Don is great. He compares him to the kind of kid who would sneak a spider into an ant farm just to see what would happen. And I think we all knew someone like that. Where Rab is blunt and rugged, Don is pretentious and overly articulate, which makes sense since he used to be a lecturer at Oxford. That's where his nickname comes from. It's British slang for professor or someone with academic importance. Don starts going off about how the island society they've built is an organism, and that no organism can survive in isolation. If Kava has any future, it needs to change. It needs growth and coexistence with the outside world. He wants to send out a sortie to look for survivors and supplies. And really, this is the only political conflict on the island. Stay put and survive, or risk everything to expand. Rab fires back that venturing out just gets people killed, and that Don's precious organism will die the second it leaves the island. Don shouts back that Rab's alternative seems to be waiting around for supplies to magically appear out of thin air. And then, almost on cue, Celine calls out that there's something everybody needs to see. Floating near the island is a boat, carrying the horrifying image of a tortured cow. And to make it even worse, Shaky admits he never knew cows could scream until this moment. It's described as a sound so full of pain that it barely even registers as something natural, like a demon fucking a chainsaw. There's a little reference in there somewhere. And just when you think Crossed can't surprise you anymore, it absolutely does. Rab immediately mocks Don's earlier comment about food appearing out of nowhere and tells people to grab a rowboat and prepare for a steak dinner, a luxury I'm sure everyone misses. Don cuts him off and takes a closer look through binoculars, realizing there's someone else on the boat. Rab asks if they think it's a trap, but Elisa argues that Crossed aren't clever enough for that. And sure, they might believe that, but we as readers know better by now. The others say that the boat is going in the same direction as the other cross that they seen last night are going, and Celine says it's spooky, that's what it is. Rab, of course, is still thinking about a nice steak dinner. Don just scoffs, mocking what Rab had said earlier, that yous do not go looking for trouble if you can possibly fucking help it. Shaky's journal says that Don was a smug one, and he'll write on his tally board 1-1. While Shaky spots something with the scope on his rifle, he tries to warn them that there's something wrong with the cow's ass. But Rab and Don are too busy trying to one-up each other to listen. Rab says that they should take out the poor animal at least, while Don says that would be a major risk, that every cross in the area would hear the gunshots. It would be utterly stupid. And despite Shaky's warning, everyone leaves the scene. Everyone wanders off, tired of the bickering. Even Don leaves. Shaky tries one last time to point out that something is very wrong. Rab, frustrated, mutters bollocks and throws a stone at the cow, knocking it into the water while cursing Don's organism and sortie. And it does turn out that there was no one there. Even Rab points it out, saying, "You see, bawbag cunt, there's nobody there. It was just an arm on the steering stick." And the poor cow, as it falls into the ocean, has one last final digestion. And as the arm falls out, it's followed immediately by a grenade. Shaky doesn't even get the chance to finish his warning before it explodes, completely obliterating what's left of the poor animal. Rab barely manages to say the word trap, and Don calmly confirms it. Yes, it was absolutely a trap. By being right about the cow, Don essentially wins the argument, using Rab's own logic against him. And this is about as close as Kava ever gets to actual power sharing. Shaky writes that the leaders reached a compromise. They announced to the community that they'll be going through with with Dawn's plan. They need supplies, ammunition, and possibly more survivors. Rab adds that they'll need grenades. Dawn cuts him off, insisting that making contact with anyone still alive is the real priority. This won't be rushed though. They plan for 3 months, preparing and taking precautions, as they have always done. And before the entry ends, Dawn mentions that there will be a special recruitment procedure for this expedition. That line catches Shaky's attention, and judging by the way it's framed, it's probably going to cause problems for him and for a lot of people on the island. Journal entry number 4 opens up with Shaky, Eliza, and Dez being dropped off on a neighboring island in the Orkney chain, Farah, which is south to Kava. John's the one who brings them over. Someone will also get a proper introduction to soon enough, and he's told to stay close to shore just in case they need to make a quick escape. The goal of the small-scale expedition is simple, just to check for traps. Still, being away from the relative safety of Kava has everyone on edge. The 3 of them move quietly across the island, barely speaking. Shaky notes that the silence feels heavier than usual, like everyone is stuck in their own head, thinking about things they'd rather not confront. And honestly, it feels like Shaky might be projecting a bit here, especially with Rab and Dawn's sortie plan looming over everyone. Trying to break the tension, Shaky asks Eliza if she thinks she'll volunteer for the sortie, assuming they'll even allow volunteering. It's clearly the wrong time to ask, as Eliza snaps back that she doesn't know and tells him to shut up. And as they start collecting rabbits from the traps, which I have to add, Dez is wearing a really cool ballistic mask. Shaky explains that they've been setting these up on Farah ever since they wiped out all the rabbits on Kava months ago. It's usually a quiet island and danger is rare, which makes this rabbit run feel like a mini sortie of its own. Mostly it's just an excuse not to survive solely on fish for once. Shaky is a bit disconnected during all of this, but Eliza treats it like a military exercise. She's hyper-focused, way more alert than he is, and that ends up saving them. She suddenly pulls Shaky down after spotting a life crossed. Surrounded by a pile of dead seagulls is a dismembered crossed woman, weak and barely functional. Eliza had this brilliant idea to poison old bodies, hoping to take out Cross, desperate enough to feed. It's not going to stop a horde, but it works on stragglers like this. Dez removes his mask and pulls out his machete, ready to finish her off. This is where Shaky properly introduces us to Dez, a man who was respected before the apocalypse, someone who acted quickly and violently enough to survive the early days. He's got a kid back on Kava, though Shaky jokes that in moments like this, Dez probably couldn't even remember her name. You know, he's just a man of pure violence and instinct, someone who doesn't think and just acts. Just as Dez moves in, Eliza stops him with the barrel of her rifle, and for the first time to Shaky, her hard exterior cracks. She says the crossed woman has the same hair as her mother. That moment catches both Shaky and Dez completely off guard, sensing Eliza needs space because Shaky is an empath. He sends Dez off to check on the remaining traps. He awkwardly stays behind while Eliza is crying and collapses to her knees, opening up about a relationship with her mother. Shaky tells us he's seen a lot, crossed biting their bone until their teeth crack, people laughing while being eaten, and things involving urethras he clearly wishes he could forget. But seeing someone as tough as Eliza break down hits completely differently. Eliza explains that her mother had a stroke when she was young, and from age 9 to 30, Eliza was a caretaker. Shaky admits he always assumed Eliza was either military or some kind of police officer, or even a sociopath, who finally found her true calling after the world collapsed. Turns out she was none of those things, just another mourner, no heroic backstory, and weirdly enough, Shaky finds that a little disappointing. Maybe that's just the comic book writer in him, expecting something more grand from real life. And additionally, it's something that really reminds me of Sydney's backstory reveal in the original Cross Run, where the main protagonist of that story, Stan, thought she was some sort of military. Anyways, Shaky awkwardly asks if she wants him to kill the Cross for her. Eliza refuses. She says she wants closure. She has things she never got to say. Shaky comments that it takes a special kind of crazy to find granny euthanasia therapeutic. When Shaky steps away, Dez calls him over to one of the traps. Something's wrong with one of the rabbits. Stuffed inside is a severed hand. posed with 2 fingers raised. Maybe it's a peace sign. Almost definitely belonging to the old crossed woman who's missing a hand. Seconds later, Eliza snaps. Shaky once again finds himself caught off guard as Eliza starts beating the crossed woman with the butt of her rifle, screaming insults, calling her an old bitch, ranting about how her own mother wasted 20 years of her life waiting to die. It goes on long enough that Dez and Shaky have to physically pull her away and drag her back to the boat. There's a funny little detail on one of the final panels of the trio being rowed back to Kava. Eliza is sound asleep, completely out cold after her episode. Shaky ends the entry by returning to the same quiet feeling from earlier. Something about the silence felt different, like everyone was wrestling with ideas they'd rather not face. And underneath it all, there's a shared resentment toward the idea of sending out a sortie, something all 3 of them felt on that trip. Sortie, sortie, sortie. In the middle of the night, we're introduced to journal entry number 5, opening up with Shaky logging things in the form of a little equation. Full moon plus 0 clouds equals no kitchen smoke whatsoever. Better safe than sorry. And because of that, the meat from the rabbit run ends up going to waste. No cooking allowed. And instead of cooking, what they do decide to do is talk. The survivors are huddled inside a makeshift building that is the kitchen, while Rab and Dawn talk about the strange things they've been seeing recently. The grenade in the cow, the mutilated crossed woman on Farah, the severed hand stuffed inside of the rabbit. Rab suggests that something more calculated might be happening around them, that there could be something worse lurking nearby, but the group doesn't really want to talk about that. What they do want to talk about is the sortie. Shaky raises his hand and calls the conversation absolutely gash, while Dez backs him. And I like how Dez is this bro character. For most of the story, you'll see him always siding with Shaky. Anyways, he goes on to say that they need to stop dancing around the issue and talk about what's really going on. Rab really doesn't have an answer, and Dawn says the details of the sortie are still being discussed. Shaky doesn't buy it and storms out, not wanting to wonder too much about the recruitment process or the lack of answers. Shaky finds some solitude on rocks nearby the water and starts journaling again, writing down mysteries, 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 all things he needs to ignore, and things he's gotten efficient with avoiding. That in this world you need to focus on what you do know, all the things that are certain, like how the foghorn-like noises in the distance are seals. The mainland is still crawling with Cross who would tear him apart the second he stepped foot there. He also mentions a bit of trivia he picked up from Rab. 51 German ships sank in the nearby waters of the Scapa Flow. In another life, Shaky would have googled that instantly. Why they sank, who sunk them, and whether anyone died. But he's learned not to wonder anymore. Those unanswered questions get treated like invisible ghosts, just like the past. Something he can't stop thinking about. And now we spiral back to the past. Shaky drifts back to the day the Cross first appeared. He remembers hiding under a counter in a building, clutching a landline phone to his ear, hoping emergency services might still work. He hid and just told himself over and over that none of this was real. And after an hour of just being in pure shock, he finally got the strength to dial emergency services. Instead, all he hears is laughter, then nothing. Still holding on to a bit of hope, he convinces himself that this might be an isolated incident, something temporary, something that'll pass. So he calls his fiance in Islington. No answer. He calls his parents next, and instead of his father, he hears the voice of a Crossed. Definitely not his dad. He calls his fiance again, and nothing. Then his brother at work. This time it's a man begging for his life, and it definitely doesn't sound like him at all. On a last try, he calls his fiance again, and someone picks up. Shaky says Jen. It is her voice, but she's crossed now, graphically describing what she's doing to the neighbor, saying that she got a giant deep inside of her. Shaky just stares into the distance with the phone on his lap, completely hollowed out, all hope lost. He wanders back outside in a daze. He walks through the city on autopilot, unnoticed by the Cross because they're too busy tearing each other and everyone else apart. At one point, he stops to take off his shoes after realizing they're filled with piss. And of all the thoughts to have in that moment, he thinks, well, that's 40 quid wasted. Shaky doesn't remember much of the walk, but he does snap back into awareness near St. Paul's Cathedral. It's eerily quiet, so quiet that he actually says aloud, "Where are all the tourists?" Briefly forgetting that most of them are either dead or infected. He quickly adds that this was all before he learned to stop asking questions. And then we get one of the most horrifying sights in the entire Crossed universe. Worse than the Cross psychopath himself, Harold Lore. Worse than Horsecock, a grotesquely obese American Cross stereotype, ranting about glandular problems, demanding Shaky to make cheeseburgers out of his ass, and even taking time to mock British cuisine, which might be justifiable. What really makes it worse is that this is a cross stuck to a mobility scooter. Somehow this is enough to send Shaky running until he trips down a flight of stairs. This is another lesson he hadn't learned yet. Run and don't look back. Always look forward. This was all before he started pretending to be unshockable. And above all, before he realized some mysteries like where is everyone, or what happened to London, or even what the hell was that one sound he heard earlier. All those mysteries should not be solved because his fall lands him into the underground subway, surrounded by dark, blood-soaked figures waiting below. Journal entry number 5 continues straight into issue 6, finally showing us the madness Shaky fell down into the subway. And honestly, there's no better way to describe it than how Shaky does himself, considering he was a writer. It's an orgy of violence. Of course, Shaky immediately undercuts that by calling it an overused expression, while also admitting he can't think of a better one. Some writer he turned out to be, but I have to admit something. That line stuck with me the first time I read it a few months back, the orgy of violence thing, to the point where I've used it in my own cross scripts since. It really is the perfect way to describe most crossed infested panels, even though it's a bit overused. And can I even describe what is going on? Above all of the crossed are bodies hanging, mostly reduced to nothing but bones, while below the crossed are doing really graphic sexual acts, while some crossed are even eating each other. It really is an orgy of chaos and violence. Shaky does admit that after a year and a half after the fact, he still can't think of a better way to describe it. And while watching from the corner while the crossed wreak havoc on each other and any poor survivors, Shaky writes in his journal that today's theme is observation. Shaky reflects on how the crossed have changed since day one, not in some Hollywood way where they become more evil or smarter, but something more subtle. Early on, the crossed were more leisurely with their violence, that there was no rush and no craze, that all the crossed had this confident assumption that there would be enough time and people to go around, like an all-you-can-eat buffet. And while Shaky is describing this, we see a few panels of the crossed wrecking more chaos. There's one that shows an explosion happening on the top of an escalator, and the other one shows someone getting violated and someone getting their eye poked out by a screwdriver. Shaky continues going back to his thoughts about the crossed, that now they haven't gotten any meaner, they're just less spoiled, which he bothers to wonder which way's better, the now or the then. But that's the exact kind of mystery that's best to avoid. Shaky says that it's better to stick to the stuff that you can't ignore, such as when the crossed suddenly pause their orgy of violence when they notice the obese American crossed tumbling down the stairs, followed by the sound of a gunshot. The crossed light up like children instantly at the sight of candy, chanting guns and gunshots, abandoning their feast. One of them even starts making dumb gun sound effects, which is just ridiculous. Shaky's first reaction to the gunshots is outrage, because he can't just use guns in Britain without going to prison. He admits that he was still clearly in shock, but once he regains himself a bit, he thinks that whoever's up there is trying to make a stand against the crossed, and that they might need help, even though realistically there's nothing he could have done. Before he can slip into wondering who the shooter was, Shaky quietly moves past the distracted crossed, still barefoot. And this is where he learned where mysteries don't need answers, as the shooter gets decimated by the crossed, giving Shaky at least an opening. And he runs towards what he calls his favorite view in London, the Millennium Bridge. And after looking it up for myself, I kind of agree with him. It really is a nice view. But Shaky isn't there for sightseeing. He climbs onto the bridge, gaining heights, and takes in the fires and the ruined skyline, the end of humanity laid out in front of him. And in that moment, it just feels right. Everyone he knew is gone. Everything he believed is over. So he makes a decision completely unlike himself, something he never thought of doing. Muttering his fiance's name, Shaky jumps into the freezing water below. And then there's a boat, as Shaky describes it, like an echo from the future. And now we snap back to the present, as Shaky refers to all of it as mysteries: the boat, the water, the ghosts, the unanswered questions that still haunt him. Overwhelmed, he cuts himself off mid-thought, throws up, and forces his mind somewhere else. Staring out at the empty ocean, he imagines the fleets that once fought in these waters. Massive battleships, spy stories, young men thrown into war, and getting a taste of apocalypse. Just like the rest of them, Shaky wrote. He finds comfort in all of this, and all of this imagery of imagining, but still, he does have questions about it. Like, what's the truth? Why did they sink those boats? What the heck happened? Rab doesn't know, and he doesn't know either, and they can't look it up. And that's as far as Shaky thinks about it. And while finishing up his journal. Far off in the distance, a light appears. Shaky stays true to his mantra, no wondering, no questions. He writes both 3 times, for mysteries and to ignore them, whatever makes it easier to sleep at night. And now we're brought to entry number 6, where Shaky has reflected on a day spent doing one of the island's many jobs, helping groom and dye the livestock. But unnoticed by anyone, there are some crows nearby, dripping blood from their mouths. Hopefully this isn't a setup for anything sinister. Today Shaky is helping with grooming and dyeing the livestock. The sheep and rams are dyed green, so they blend into the grass and don't attract the attention of any crossed watching from afar. It's grim and practical, but I think it's one of the many precautions that Kava has to take in order to ensure their safety and just reduce the threat of any crossed. But making the job even worse, Shaky isn't just holding the rams in place. He's stuck working alongside the twins, Edith and Christine, 2 older women he clearly can't stand. When one of them starts singing, he outright tells her to piss off. Shaky's bitterness is understandable after everything he's endured. I mean, who wouldn't be cynical after enduring a world full of crossed? But then again, everyone else survived too. But as we've learned by now, he can be a real jerk. And just some inner perspective from Shaky. He even speculates that the twins touch each other at night because he can't imagine any other reason they tolerate one another. Things take an extremely uncomfortable turn when Roshan, a miner, slaps Shaky on the backside and suggests something intimate. Shaky is just tending to the sheep and rams. He doesn't even say anything. He's like, But then Roshan's family calls her over, and this is where we're introduced to them. Shaky describes the Masouds as the best as he can in the most politically correct way. He tells us that Mr. Masood, the father, keeps his family separate away from the others, that he thinks that all of this is just temporary, that this apocalypse is just another pandemic, and that they'll be back to Bradford any day now. And as Roshan does something really revealing, Shaky suggests that Roshan is just bored, but that causes a distraction for Shaky, making him lose the control of the ram he's holding. He slips and falls, and gets thoroughly violated by the green-dyed beast. You know, getting humped. Shaky screams for Mr. Masood to help, and everyone laughs. Even this deep into the apocalypse, people still find humor where they can, especially when a comic book writer gets attacked by a sheep. And strangely enough, Shaky says in his journal that today's theme is sex, which today has been uncomfortably concerned with it. And after Mr. Masood does help Shaky, he tells him to be more careful and please stop making eyes at his daughter. But the laughter and all the fun stops when Mr. Masood realizes Roshan is gone. He curses her under his breath, calling her infuriating, and calls for his wife Amina. Before going to him, Amina pulls Shaky aside and asks for a favor. She suspects something deeply inappropriate is happening between Roshan and another community member in the old crofter's cottage, and she asks Shaky to quietly make sure her daughter comes outside. Whether out of kindness or his own need for answers, Shaky does go to the cottage and finds Roshan with a man named John, who we've already seen for a brief amount of time, who is obviously older than Roshan, and he's even ex-military. But anyways, you know, they're doing stuff that's sturdy, and Shaky doesn't even know how to process what he's seeing. He only describes it as difficult times, little moments of human drama, and he even writes in his journal that how is he supposed to feel about this? And Shaky, strangely enough, says in his journal that he mostly hates to say this, but he felt jealous that John is a stupid steroid gimp with less brain than ball fuzz. But he's just mostly jealous that it's been an age since he's gotten lucky. And with that, Shaky walks away, throwing Roshan and John a little ahem to get their attention, to tell them to get out of there. People are starting to notice. And as Shaky walks back to Amina, his journal accompanying these panels say that pettiness matters and that sex is a weird subject, that all of them never talk about their lusts, their needs, their desires, but they do saturate the air, and it's all he can even think about some days, all just to take a break from the terror. But it seems that even now the people of Kava can't take a break. Shaky notices the youngest of the Masood family, off in the distance playing with the birds, and Shaky writes that an unexpected stiffy or an unforeseen horror. And the truth about those two things is that they're not totally different, that both are random, both constantly threatening to appear, such as those blood-covered birds from earlier, the carrion crows, birds that feed on infected crossed corpses. All Shaky can do is just watch in horror as the youngest Masood child plays with them, and there's only one possible outcome, that the boy turns crossed right in front of his father's eyes. And you can even see in the panel with the boy, you can see faintly that the cross-shaped rash is starting to appear, laughing as he's playing with an eyeball from presumably one of the crows. Entry number 7 opens with Shaky, writing that some days you just can't find the words for how you feel, and other days they spill out without efforts. Today is one of those those days. You know, it's just one of those days. He's sitting alone at the lighthouse, brooding over the landscape, lost in his thoughts about recent events. The Masood's youngest turning crossed, and his growing frustration over how Rab and Dawn are planning to recruit a sortie to venture out into the unknown. He tells Eliza, who comes to visit him, to leave him alone when asked if he's going to join a meeting with the core council, and to screw it all. Eventually, Shaky does head down to rejoin the group, walking straight into a new conflict. As Dawn puts it, this could be an opportunity to study the crossed. The Masood's youngest, now turned, has been locked inside a tiny cage, more like a rabid circus animal than a child now, reaching through the bars toward the survivors. Dawn tries to argue that keeping the crossed boy alive could allow them to test or control him in some way. Shaky, being the realist, shuts this down immediately, calling it Hollywood thinking, no hidden secrets waiting to be discovered. Eliza sides with Shaky, pointing out that ethically this was just once a normal boy with a real family. Shaky awkwardly adds, yeah, that too, obviously. He suggests that maybe, just maybe, the family's opinion should matter here. The panel then cuts to Mr. Masood, who looks visibly heated, with no room left for any words. John, who might be the last person anyone should take moral advice from, agrees with Dawn. With the sortie coming up, he says that they'll need to take every possible advantage, and that keeping the crossed child alive might be one of them. Shaky, already done with today, tells him to fuck off. John snaps back, asking if Shaky has a problem and calling him a paperback. But today, Shaky isn't letting anything slide, and accuses John of being directly responsible for what happened, that by doing something dirty with Roshan, he distracted the father, which allowed the boy to play with the carrion crows in the first place. John looks genuinely taken aback, making a dumb expression. And now Mr. Masood approaches them. Shaky, realizing how harsh that sounded, asks John if he thinks that Mr. Masood heard that. Before John can even respond to that or just grasp the situation, Mr. Masood points over to him. At first, John thinks that this is about him doing stuff with his daughter, but instead Mr. Masood asks for his gloves. He demands it. Not only the gloves, but also the mask that John is wearing. And after obtaining those items, he tells everyone to please go away. And so they did. And that is the last that they ever saw of Mr. Masood's youngest. There were no shouts, no screams, no tears. Shaky wonders how a man ever comes back from doing something like that. The only answer Shaky could come up with is keeping yourself occupied, anything to avoid wondering. Mr. Masood's way of coping is revealed shortly after. While everyone gathers around Dawn and Rab, Mr. Masood volunteers for the sortie. He insists that he should be the one to go, maybe hoping to take out his anger on the world. But then comes a shock. Dawn and Rab announce that there will be no volunteers at all. Shaky and Dez are visibly stunned. Instead, Dawn explains that they'll be running a lottery. If your name is drawn, you go. It's dumb luck and the fairest way to go, according to him. Judging by Shaky's expression and just hearing his overall thoughts in the previous issues, he absolutely hates this idea. Nobody survives this long on dumb luck alone. Sure, you could argue that Shaky survived the early days by dumping all his skill points into luck, but as he's shown repeatedly, the survivors of Kava live by eliminating luck whenever possible, taking all the necessary precautions. And I really like how fighting luck and just moving along with luck throughout this apocalypse keeps coming up through as a theme here. It definitely really helps cement that feeling of dread. Entry number 7 opens up with a bit of end of the world wisdom, that everything escalates within its natural limits. Shaky illustrates this with a strange but fitting analogy, one that has to do with waking up from a weird but obviously unreal dream, that while sleeping a mosquito had been buzzing near his ear. The noise was definitely maddening, and when he wakes up the bastard is still there. It's not exactly the same mosquito, as it's definitely a lot less articulate in reality. In his journal, Shaky even simplifies it visually, drawing an arrow from the word escalation straight to limit. And in that very same moment, Shaky had been waken up by some strange noises coming from across in the distance, talking about doing something in someone's shitter. And Shaky, still in his boxers, but at least he still has his shoes on, joins Elisa and Skip on watch duty atop the lighthouse. Skip points out to two naked crossed about a mile away, torturing poor seals on a cluster of rocks. Shaky asks why Skip didn't bother to ring the warning bell, but Skip shrugs it off. He doesn't see them as a threat, so he doesn't even bother. A loud noise like that would probably attract more crossed anyway. The rocks where the crossed are entertaining themselves is called the Barrel of Butter, which is a pretty important place throughout the story, something to keep note of. Also, another one of those oddly specific names Shaky mentally files away to Google if the apocalypse ever never ends. Dumb name or not, it's actually useful. Piece of land that gives Kava and its survivors time to react if any cross somehow just stumble on it and crash like the two crossed have. Kava is probably the most ultimate fortress you can think about, thanks to the geography and the violent currents surrounding the island. And it goes hand in hand on how the crossed act. They don't plan. They act like children chasing the next source of stimulation. Any sign of life sets them off, and they rush toward it without thinking about survival. That's exactly what happened here. These two crossed try to reach Kava by boat, crashed instead, and settled just for tormenting seals. They're all caught up in their fun until they realize that there are humans nearby, and one of them jumps into the water. Shaky reminds us again, everything escalates within its natural limits. The crossed is immediately caught by the current and swept away, helpless due to its inability to swim properly. Watching this, Shaky shivers and mutters, "Nasty way to go," remembering his very own attempt, jumping from the Millennium Bridge. And really, it's a nasty way to go. But by sheer luck, Shaky was rescued by 3 river cops who somehow avoided the chaos. It leads them to a grim realization. Once your brain decides it's done, once it gives up, it's no longer capable of clear thoughts. Everything after that just feels like drifting, sleepwalking, believing whatever you're told, clinging to familiar ideas just to stay afloat. When he's pulled aboard and told he's safe, Shaky feels genuine relief. I can't help but imagine the river cop with the thickest possible British accent ever. This moment really does feel like relief. After all the horror, Shaky stumbles across cops who seem relatively okay. He admits to the apparent sergeant that he was planning to end his life. The sergeant dryly tells him to save that for the next shrink they pick up. The mood shifts when the sergeant asks another officer, Stace, about a sick cop on board, the 3rd cop. He's burning up, but he has no visible wounds. There's no explanation for it. It's clear this fragile moment of safety won't last. The sergeant spots something in the distance, helicopters flying around, tanks, and even military boats, and says with relief it's only the bleeding cavalry. And now we see something pretty cool, the military mowing down crossed. On the surface, a win for humanity, a sign of resistance. But with hindsight from other cross stories, we know how unprepared the world really was. There's no proper protection, no eye gear, no waterproofs. The soldiers believe that they're just pacifying diseased civilians, deliberately avoiding kill shots and aiming for limbs. They don't realize the real danger, blood spraying into eyes, soaking into skin, seeping into pores, and that everything escalates within its natural limits. Entry number 7 continues into issue 10, where we check back in on the lone crossed who was smart enough not to dive into the water with his friend. By now, his voice is completely gone from screaming insults at the survivors on Kava, who just laugh at him from a distance. They briefly consider putting him down with gunfire, but decide it's better to conserve their scarce ammo and instead enjoy one of the few harmless moments the apocalypse has to offer, flashing him peace signs from afar. Shaky's even there laughing with the kids. It's a sweet moment that shows that this is a real community, that they can still find fun in things, despite the absurdity of it all. We then jump back to Shaky's first day of the sea outbreak. The sergeant spots a boat approaching, and initially assumes it's military medics, saying that they have the best seat in the house. But after a closer look, Stace realizes that they are medics, just crossed ones, and they're headed straight for Shaky and the river cops. Shaky really can't catch a break. But you know, there's always a bigger fish. From the shore, a group of cross has taken control over a tank, as if things couldn't get any worse. One of them sits on top of the barrel, cracking some very cross-style jokes as the tank fires, saying that he's coming. The tank fires a missile between the area of the river cops and the cross that are chasing them, buying them just a little bit more time. Now Shaky and the river cops have to get out of range immediately before they're blown apart. Shaky writes that this is when he started noticing people's true colors. In a world like this, people either flourish or fell. And as they recover from the aftershock of the explosion, Shaky adds something a little interesting. He says he was never a chauvinist, but if he had to trust his life to someone, he'd choose Stace over the sergeant any day. She's far more calm, focused, and steady at the wheel, while the sergeant just screams and curses at the crossed. Despite never knowing her last name, she was the first person to save him, the first person he ever saw truly flourish amidst the madness. The moment of Shaky admiring her heroism doesn't last. The sick cop suddenly appears, now fully crossed, and nearly attacks Shaky. Thankfully, Stace is there to stop him, but in doing so leaves the wheel unattended. The sergeant shouts for control as the boat veers violently, and in the chaos, Stace falls into the water with a crossed officer. She dies tries performing a selfless act, one that saved Shaky's life. If she hadn't done so, the story would have ended right there. Maybe this is where Shaky learned to avoid heroics, because in this world, heroism usually gets you killed. It's far better to be a coward. That is, unless you have some sort of military experience or just self-defense in general, much like a character we'll meet soon enough. And now the ship only having the sergeant and Shaky aboard it, the madness continues. The boat carrying the crossed medics is somehow still operational, and this time one of them is armed with the worst possible weapon a Crossed could have, a missile launcher. Just minutes earlier, Shaky had been ready to end his own life. Now survival is the only thing on his mind. His instincts kick in, and he dives into the water, just as the missile hits, leaving the sergeant to be blown apart behind him. Now back in the present, Shaky writes down about everything he saw that day. That despite all of the death he's witnessed, Stace and the sergeant still stand out in his memory. Watching someone die, whether they're a stranger or someone you know, leaves the same scar. He admits that the day he stops being affected by death, the day he sleeps easily without thinking about it, is the day he'll know he's turned into a complete asshole, and that it might be time to give up entirely. After finishing this section of his journal, Shaky hears shouting, crossed voices screaming obscenities. Investigating, he sees that the stranded Cross from earlier has been joined by some new friends. They torment each other, having grown bored, and eventually start killing one another. It's the perfect example of Shaky's earlier mantra: everything escalates within its natural limits. When the Crossed can't push things any further, the violence turns inward. Shaky ties this together with the people of Kava, saying that the in-house fighting that's happening on the barrel of butter and the size of the island isn't much bigger than Kava, and if pushed far enough, the survivors of Kava might escalate too, especially as tensions around the sortie continue to rise. Entry number 8 opens with a simple observation: boredom is the real problem. Every dusk brings the same routine. Everyone pulls back to the north end of the island. The sheep are secured, the watchtower is abandoned. The boats are stowed, and defenses are primed on the isthmus, that little piece of narrow land that separates the main island from the Kafakava/Eden, and 2 people will go take watch at the lighthouse. The rest of the survivors are left to cope with how painfully repetitive it all becomes. Can you only imagine doing the same thing for months on end? And you would think that during this downtime they would use it for something fun or productive, like playing card games or reading books or even telling stories, which they do to cope, but mostly they argue, the main source of entertainment. And tonight's argument is about the sortie. Rab and Dawn attempt to explain the lottery system, but they do an incredibly terrible job at it. Vague, confusing, and not reassuring in the slightest. Rab says that there is a lot of factors in here that Shaky wouldn't understand. Dawn adds that they're organizing the whole entire thing, still deciding on how to recruit. Shaky flat out calls it fascism, which is a bold accusation. Dawn, ever the pretentious academic, snaps back and tells Shaky not to lecture him on politics. He argues that any society hoping to survive a disaster needs centralized leadership, which ironically only reinforces Shaky's points. Shaky fires back, telling Dawn to stop treating the people here like his own personal animal farm. You know, like that one new animated movie that's trying to adapt its source material but does so incredibly terrible? Maybe by the time this video comes out, that movie will be out. Anyways, the argument is cut short when the bells start ringing. Shaky notes that there's no better way to break bread with the people you hate than being terrified of the Crossed. Shared fear has a way of uniting everyone, no matter how deep the disagreements run. Once everyone rushes outside, they realize the bells didn't come from the lighthouse at all. Someone forgot to muffle the bells on the watchtower on the mainland. With the immediate threat identified, the group instantly turns on itself, shifting from fear to blame. All eyes land on Lance, Skip and Jackie's son, who was last on lookout duty on the watchtower. According to Shaky, who he has some pretty strong opinions on Lance. Lance is a hormonal zit in a human form, a product of parents who both sit on the council, and that makes him think he's important, like Joffrey, I guess, but not as bad. Shaky quickly corrects himself though, apologizing for thinking harshly of Lance, saying that Dawn's clearly rubbing off on him. Lance says that it's not his fault, and immediately Skip comes to his rescue. He argues that Lance is just a kid and offers to go himself. Then Mr. Masood volunteers, then Dez, but everything stops when John volunteers. This is the same John who's been in a really strange relationship with Roshan. He's a soldier, and being stereotypically written, he's not the brightest. Shaky notes that he's possibly still stuck mentally in Baghdad, but despite that all, I guess he's honorable for what it's worth, because going out there could be a death sentence, considering if there are any Crossed on the mainland, brought over by the noise of the bell. And as if things couldn't get any more strange with this relationship between John and Roshan, they share a kiss before he departs. Elisa, Skip, and Dez all laugh, Even Rab laughs, while Rashawn's parents are too stunned to speak. Shaky, for reasons he doesn't even understand, quietly tries to volunteer, but no one hears him. Before John heads out, Skip hands him a plank to cross the trap safely, and Rab gives him a pistol. Shaky reflects afterward that this really shouldn't have been dangerous at all. You would need unbelievably bad luck for Cross to sneak onto the island unnoticed. And after John crawls under the stake barricades and heads out to the island, everyone waits. Eventually the bells stop ringing. Relief washes over the group. Shaky notes that just like how terror brings people together, so does relief. The tension lifts and Lance apologizes for forgetting the bells. Rab pats him on the head and says it was just an honest mistake. Even Dawn, smiling, almost says something like no harm done, but then gunshots ring out, killing any moment of hopefulness. Everyone turns toward the main island. Elisa orders the fire team to load up. Dawn instantly snaps back into cruelty, telling Lance to get out of the way, calling him an idiot. Shaky returns to his earlier thoughts about bad luck. That is the true engine of this world. And John is running straight from the cross and directly into the traps, yelling for all the Kavalites to help him, to fucking help him. Picking up immediately after the last issue, John is now trapped after rushing straight into the traps, cruelly and ironically, in the very same defenses meant to protect Kava. He pushes through the first layers as Rab shouts for him to stay low, and Elisa reminds everyone to make their shots count. Then luck runs out. John gets stuck near the final line of defense. Des and Skip rush in to help, but the Crossed are already closing the distance. The survivors lay down cover fire as Shaky notes how beautiful unity and teamwork can be, but it is a double-edged sword. Loyalty is often what gets you killed. Shaky, maybe even acting heroic here, moves in to help pull John out. Things spiral fast. The Crossed are now dangerously close, separated from the group by a single line of defense. One of the Crossed even starts firing off some vile substance from his dick, which in its own self is absurdly intelligent because if it hits you, you're as good as crossed. You know, he's firing it off at close range. Elisa's fire team does manage to take out some of the Crossed, and blood sprays everywhere. Dawn orders a retreat. Skip protests, but Shaky hesitates, then tells him to do it. Coldness doesn't make someone righteous or cinematic, but it does make a good leader, making the calls that no one else wants to make. John begs as they fall back to the Cafe Cava, insisting it barely touched him and that it's only just piss. No one believes it, and instead the group is just focused on recouping. Rab, disappointed, putting his hand over his head, asks for someone to shoot John. Elisa tells him screw that, and Dawn decides to take matters into his own hands, asking for Lance's knife, which he then throws at John, who's about to be violated by the Crossed as they remove his clothing. And as the Crossed are about to brutalize him, John curses everyone, pressing the blade to his throat, and takes his own life. Still a mercy compared to what would have followed if the Crossed had their way with him. Dawn turns to everyone and says, see, no guilt, ordering them to open fire. The group hesitates, disappointment hanging heavy in the air, until Dawn snaps, well, Elisa calls the range. Rab rubs his face, and the Crossed are torn apart by bullets, mid-act over John's corpse. Afterwards, Shaky explodes, calling Dawn a cold fucker. Dawn fires back, saying fuck you Shakespeare, and explains that this is what volunteering gets you. People like John, the useful ones, die first. He then reveals the sortie plan. The ones willing to go are the ones they can't afford to lose, which is why a lottery is necessary. Des shouts after Dawn, calling it bollocks. Skip, just as angry, turns to Shaky, calling him the smart one, pushes him to speak up, but Shaky can't. All he can do while he walks away from the group is say that he thinks that Dawn is probably right. He ends the entry with a single thought, that there is no moral to today's story, just a naked stare into the grim reality. Entry number 9 moves us a week past John's death. Everything continues as usual, just only with one less person in the community. The survivors wake up, clear the defenses, check for any lurkers that might have slipped into the island overnight, and fall right back into routine. Shaky notes that after losing someone as experienced as John, you'd expect people to want time to grieve, to slow down, maybe even come together for once. Instead, everyone's quietly hoping for the opposite, that something breaks the monotony. And as the group is setting the traps back in place, Shaky hears something. Des confirms it's an awful racket, and the person on the lookout pole reports a lone Cross approaching from the west with the bells. Elisa orders shooters onto the rocks and gasoline to be prepared, once again just showing how well ready Kava is for anything. Then Rab casually cuts through the tension, pointing out that the noise isn't screaming, but it's bagpipes. Enter Jackson, bathed in sunlight, loudly announcing himself to both Kava and any nearby Crossed. Jackson immediately establishes himself as one of the strangest and arguably coolest figures in Wish You Were Here. In Shaky's journal, he describes Jackson as a double-hard bastard, and supposes that if he's playing his bagpipes and is going to attract the attention of crossed, he'd better be able to handle the attention. Shaky's journal says that Jackson shows up whenever he feels like it, or as Rab puts it, like an unflushable wee jobby. Shaky adds that there's something mysterious about Jackson. He gets the sense that Jackson and Rab may have known each other before the crossed, which would already make them luckier than most. But what truly sets Jackson apart is that he survives alone. Shaky himself barely lasted a week on his own. Completely, utterly, profoundly alone. That week still haunts him after the river cops, the tank firing, and just all the chaos. Shaky remembers very little, just sense impressions as he says. Sleeping in a ditch, the smell of a barbecue drifting through the air, trying to call his fiancée on a phone he doesn't even remember finding. Wearing shoes again, his brain clung to what it knew. Being annoyed, he left his laptop in a cafe. Frustrated that his story ideas were still in a notebook he'd planned to pitch once things calmed down. Oh Shaky, how wishful thinking. And while hiding in the woods, Shaky noticed the cross changing. The initial slaughter had passed. Now they were hunting. There was no more fun to go around like it had been during the initial outbreak. And while they got mobile looking for prey, Shaky stayed still, out of sight. And during that time of hiding in the woods, Shaky took his first ever dump without a toilet, and tells us that if you want the hilarious truth, that's the most vivid memory he has from that awful time. And then on the 6th day, he'd figured out which leaves were best to use and which angle was best to squat at. But he made the fatal mistake of farting too loud at a critical moment, and suddenly the memories go as vivid as sin, cutting himself before diving deeper into that story. As Shaky is on a rowboat headed towards Jackson with Elisa and Des, Shaky turns back to Jackson, wondering if he ever crapped in the wild, and he bets it never bothered him once. Elisa points out that the crossed are sprinting towards Jackson from behind. Instead of panicking like most, Jackson just grins. He shoots one crossed in the groin, decapitates another with his blade, and dispatches the rest in seconds. It's rare to see anyone move like that in this world, which only raises the question, who really is Jackson? What sort of man does it take to survive alone? Or rather, to prefer it that way, to choose it? Shaky tells us not his type. He'll tell us that for free. He's violent, capable, and completely unbothered. Jackson explains that he's here to trade ammo, food, and maybe some useful information. In return, it's pretty crazy what he wants. First of all, it's not that bad. He just wants a pair of pink shoes. And then second of all, it's just completely and utterly insane, and I just can't gloss over it. He wants a sheep to fuck in the raw night. And finally, someone to pull his finger. He says all this while smiling. According to Shaky, and this repugnant excuse for a world requires one thing above all else, being loudly, unapologetically insane, and Jackson fits the bill perfectly. Entry number 9 continues into issue 14 with one of the most wildest lines yet. Jackson's fuck sheep was well earned. In exchange, the survivors of Kava received soup, vegetables, batteries, gas, and ammo. Exactly the kind of supplies that make the apocalypse a little more bearable. Jackson gets his sheep, likely forgets about the pink shoes by morning, and no one is brave enough to pull his finger. Then comes the real payment, information. Jackson gathers the core survivors and explains that something strange is happening. Smoke in the hills, boats, large groups, and traps. Whatever is out there is organized. When Jackson deliberately let himself be seen to test the waters, the mysterious figures scatter instead of attacking. Jackie asks the obvious question, that if they're survivors. Jackson tells her no lass, they're crossed. And with that, he says anywho, badger cock to the talk, and that he's taking his sheep tomorrow and he'll be gone by morning. After Jackson leaves, Dawn strokes his chin and briefly floats the idea of asking Jackson to stay. They could really use another able body since John died. Rab shuts it down instantly. Jackson won't stay, and trying to convince him would be a waste of breath. And there's a more pressing issue anyway, that they have to discuss the details of the lottery. Shaky rubs his nose and says, oh Christ. Shaky writes that whenever the sortie comes up, it feels like a creeping sunset of fear. 2 months to go, no volunteers. Everyone with an able body has the same chance of being sent out to die. Sick of hearing it, Shaky steps outside for air. Instead, he runs into Jackson, leaving earlier than expected. Shaky calls out to Jackson, asking what he's doing. Jackson, while moving through the traps, says he'll no longer be sleeping with used lots, that the moon told him that they eat strangers. You know, just some pretty crazy rambling. Shaky says that he must play up this craziness as an act. Shaky calls out to him saying, but there's no lookout tonight, that he'll be on his own. Jackson just looks at him with confusion, since he's always been on his own anyway. Jackson survives because he's not just insane, he's fearless. And that thought drags Shaky back to his own memory in the woods, when a badly timed fart gave away his position to the crossed. Shaky circles back to his idea of the two kinds of running, this one being running away. He admits he's a clever coward. He runs because running keeps you alive, but eventually you can't run anymore. You get cornered. That's when people people like Jackson exist. Violent, brave, unpredictable. The kind who save clever cowards like Shaky, or at least someone like Jackson. True to form, Shaky gets saved again. Almost all the Cross are taken out from bullets, except for one. A Cross child still locked onto him while his pants are down mid-shit. Shaky says in his journal that the problem with the lunatics like Jackson is that they're lunatics, that they like things to be on their terms. And going back to the action, a gun slides across the ground towards Shaky. A voice calls out that it's loaded. Shaky admits he freezes sometimes. He overthinks, but occasionally he does have some wins. He dives for the gun and shoots the child. His trick, he says, is not thinking at all. Keep in mind all of this is happening with his pants still down. The survivors finally emerge from some bushes. One resembling a disturbingly realistic Elmer Fudd. Another yanks the gun from Shaky's hands, who's still reeling in from what he's just done while taking a dump. The Elmer Fudd looking man raises his hand and tells the others Shaky can come with them. And that's all that's said while Shaky is just saying ah. Shaky reflects that he did a lot of not thinking in those first weeks, and he had a good teacher, the bald man, who we'll get a proper introduction to later. And oh man, is he a character. That's all I'll say for now. On Kava though, thinking is unavoidable. There's community, politics, arguments, responsibility, and a lot of just twiddling around with your thumbs. He ends this entry by admitting the truth. He's not Jackson, he will never be. Don and Rab are planning to send a group out, and the people crazy enough to volunteer aren't allowed to go, which means Don might simply pick him. And since bad luck is what makes the world turn, Shaky decides he won't leave it to chance. He's going to cheat, and for now his plan stays unclear, but it will all make sense soon. Entry 10 finally brings the lottery after a 3-month wait. That morning, Rab and Don prepare by placing the names of every able-bodied adult into a box. Rab, anticipating exactly the kind of cheating Shaky would attempt, never lets the box out of his sight all day. If Shaky is going to avoid being chosen, he'll have to be clever about it and personal. He pivots to romance, love, and art. Shaky notes that romance on the island almost feels inevitable. High stress, isolation, and a limited number of single women is the perfect recipe. He runs through the possibilities with his usual judgmental edge. Elisa hardened and level-headed except when a cross reminds her of her dead mother. Rashawn, who he quickly reminds himself is 15, and says that most days she still cries out for John. And then there's Celine and Maria, both older than him and both firmly not his type. Then there are the established couples, Mr. Masood and his wife, Skip and Jackie, which haunts Shaky as reminders of a world that still made sense. As a coping mechanism, he decides it's better to act like a horny pervert than resent them outright. Romance on Kava isn't about love anyway, it's about competition, and there isn't much of it. There's Jamie, the island's attractive guy, who's into guys, who has a strange, complicated tension with Rab that goes unexplained. Shaky even talks about Jackson's absurd sheep romance, which somehow fits into this twisted ecosystem of romance, and we even see Jackson chasing after a sheep, although I think there is a bit of an art error here, making Jackson bald. Dez and all the other eligible bachelors, Dawn and the other guy, he doesn't know his name, they've got Sophia. Something Shaky will have to come back to, maybe. And spoiler alert, he will. Eventually Shaky gets to the point, Tabitha. The way he describes her is completely different from everyone else. He doesn't comment on her looks. Instead, he fixates on her presence. Her calm, her elegance, how she seems somehow separate from the rest of them. He admits he used to hate hippies, but that changed the moment he actually talked to her. And so Shaky decides to go approach her, asking her what she's doing. She says silly, what's it look like? Obviously sketching. When he clarifies why she's drawing a crossed corpse being eaten by fish, she calls him a silly prick and tells him it's because she's an artist, just like him. That line hits harder because it reminds him of the bald man, who we'll come to know as the gamekeeper. Shaky flashes back to after he got rescued by the people in the woods, now taking shelter in a crashed train car, where the gamekeeper laughed at the idea of Shaky being a writer. In this new world, he said writing meant nothing. Shaky's life work had become kindling. The gamekeeper calls Shaky Shakespeare, welcoming him to his crew. In the cruel new world, Shaky writes that he stayed with the gamekeeper for 8 months, and he never used the W word again. And he never even asked for Shaky's real name, just calling him Shakespeare, which is where he got his infamous name. That moment still lingers, so when Tabitha calls him an artist, Shaky deflects, saying it was all just for money anyway. Tabitha calls him an idiot, tells him to sit still, and starts drawing him instead. And if I didn't mention it, she's doing mud drawings. What Shaky finds most attractive about her isn't her beauty, it's something harder to virtue to define. Earnestness, self-knowledge, whatever it is, he believes she's better than all of them. Tabitha explains that beauty and art don't have to be justified to matter. Creation doesn't need an audience. The moment art exists to be seen, praised, or remembered, it becomes just narcissism. Meaning comes from the art itself. We even take a little glimpse into her portrait of Shaky, thoughtful, distant, caught mid-reflection. Something even a bit poignant, I guess. Later, Shaky questions why he's writing the journal at all. Is it therapy, creativity, or does he secretly hope someone will read it one day, after the Crossed are gone, and find meaning in him? He realizes that hope itself might be narcissism, exactly what Tabitha warned him about. And finally, he admits the truth that this wasn't just about some distraction with the sortie, that he might be in love with Tabitha, but romance, as he already told us, is a convenient distraction, and before the lottery can claim him, Shaky plants an idea in Tabitha's mind. Two very specific people she should draw, not out of love, out of something selfish, some ulterior motive. Entry number 11 puts Shaky's plan into motion. Tabitha's portrait now has Dawn and Rab standing stiffly, each holding symbolic objects meant to represent the island. Rab immediately calls the whole thing ridiculous, but Dawn waves it off, suggesting it's a bonding exercise to ease tensions around the sortie. Dawn, predictably egotistical, agrees, almost instantly, to having what he calls a presidential portrait done. Shaky admits Dawn wasn't wrong. The survivors genuinely enjoy seeing their usually grim leaders forced to stand still and play along. Des jokes that Tabitha's drawn Dawn too skinny and tells her to fatten him up a bit, while Celine insists on helping with Rab's wild beard. Jamie waves a stack of papers and announces a caption contest. In a place like Kava, where routine grinds everyone down, moments like this matter. You truly do gotta enjoy the tiny things. Shaky watches from a distance, already plotting. He writes that Tabitha's ability to create purely for the sake of creating is infectious. It just flows out of her, whether it's useful for survival or not. But Shaky reminds us that survival here isn't about beauty or creativity. It's about leadership, real leadership. The kind that makes decisions that aren't moral, just necessary. If you can't be the one calling the shots, you'd better find someone who can, or everyone sinks together. That lesson takes him back to the gamekeeper. Shaky's first exposure to brutal leadership came from him. Lesson 1 was simple: do what he says or you die. Lesson 2 didn't exist, as it was just number 1. Maybe a little bit of a Fight Club reference here. The gamekeeper, real name Mr. Tooley, looked ancient, his eyes even older than his face. The group of 10 called him the gamekeeper because he knew how to survive, hunting, fishing, reading terrain, and of course because he used to be a gamekeeper. Duh, that's my own fault for not fixing the script. He led the group north where the colder climate thinned out the Crossed. Shaky's mom would have said that he would be the salt of the earth, but the gamekeeper was anything but that. He was the earth's bile and arse blood. The gamekeeper didn't bother learning names. Most of them were dead within a week anyway. The only ones who stood out were Lloyd and Agnes Thackeray, a couple who had known him before the outbreak. The gamekeeper had worked on Lloyd's father's estate and still called him a splendid chap. The Thackeray's were soft, sheltered, and deeply in love. Shaky jokes that they were probably cousins, then pulls back. Maybe that's just him being cynical. However, their love was real, and that counted for something. There's irony in a former estate worker now barking orders at his old employers, but Shaky makes it clear that this isn't a class story, this is about power. The gamekeeper abused it, and after witnessing a group of Crossed kill another Crossed with his spear, later that night the gamekeeper would say the weakest link while smirking at the Thackeray's. Nobody wants to be the weakest link. And then we see that abuse of power. Shaky once caught him watching Agnes while she relieved herself, ordering her not to stop. Shaky didn't intervene. His justification was simple and ugly. In this world, you take the leaders you can get. You endure them because they keep you alive. And if you ever need to go against them, you do it quietly, hoping no one notices. Back in the present, Rab and Dawn are still distracted by the portrait. Shaky makes his move, sneaking toward the lottery box. Rab, sharper than Shaky hoped, clocks what's happened immediately and catches him in the act. Shaky earns himself a black eye. He notes that Rab isn't a man you betray lightly. Rab doesn't enjoy leadership. There's no vanity in it for him. He carries it because someone has to. Dawn is different. Dawn likes being in charge, and that difference is exactly what Shaky plans to exploit. And seeing just a little bit of Dawn's narcissism here, while he's sleeping, over him he has the mud portrait of himself and Rab, while sleeping as snugly as a koala. Entry number 12 takes a break from the usual routine, with Shaky, Skip, Dez, and Elisa heading out on a smaller excursion, a dry run for the real sortie. Jackson randomly tags along too, hauling his sheep on his back for specific reasons, and casually asked for a drop off on Orkney. That morning, Des and Elisa hadn't said a single word to Shaky. They don't need to because his black eye says plenty more than enough. Skip finally breaks the silence, joking that Shaky and Rab must have had a little disagreement, translating it plainly as Shaky just trying to dodge the swordy draft. He mocks him a bit, saying it's not that bad, that it's almost nice getting off the island once in a while. Shaky, rowing the boat, tells Skip that it's different for him. Skip gets special treatment. His skills make him way too valuable to throw him into the lottery. Skip brushes it off and calls Shaky a cheater. And honestly, he's not wrong. Skip's position on the council basically exempts him from the swordy entirely. Before the outbreak, Skip ran a tourist trap in Blackpool. Water skiing, parasailing, the whole deal. Just him, Jackie, and Lance in a beachside hut. His biggest asset then and now is his boat. It's docked on the mainland north of Kava and Houghton. Because there's no safe anchorage near the island, Skip trusts that the Crossed are too busy wrecking everything else to mess with it. And just to be safe, he's removed the outboard motor and keeps it locked in the lighthouse, leaving no chances of Cross taking it for a joyride. Oh yeah, he also calls his boat the Kookaburra. It just has to have a crazy name. And it's also a type of bird. Skip uses the boat as leverage. Shaky can't help but be a bit cruel about it. After a lifetime of building a skill, all it amounts to now is being a glorified taxi driver. Maybe there's a little bit of jealousy in there from Shaky, because after all, he's just a rider. Skip takes massive pride in it too, even wearing the engine key on a necklace, like a badge of honor. Shaky then reflects, writing funny how things echo in time. He remembers traveling with the Gamekeepers group, when some survivors got tired of walking and decided to take a van instead. A family argued that there was room for everyone, but the Gamekeeper shuts it down immediately. Engines, of course, attract Cross, and once they hear it, they don't stop hunting. When they refused to listen, he told them to do whatever they wanted. If they couldn't follow simple rules, they were dead weight anyway. Agnes thought about it and hesitated, uneasy, especially after the Gamekeeper's increasingly disturbing behavior. And in light of future events, it probably would have been better. Lloyd insisted that they stay. After all, the Gamekeeper had worked for his family for years, and they were still alive because of him. An angel sent. Someone asked Shaky what he planned to do. He didn't answer. The next panel says enough. He followed the Gamekeeper, who muttered idiots as the van drove off. Now the Gamekeepers group had been reduced to himself, Shaky, the Thackerys, and the man who asked Shaky what he was planning to do, who will later come to know as Ashok. Back in the present, Jackson mirrors the same sentiment, calling them all idiots outright. He warns Skip not to draw any attention to the boats, even though the area seems quiet. Something's wrong on the mainland. Crucified cross align the shore, facing outward, and mounted in their direction is a lone minigun, left over by the military, or maybe it's the Crossed doing. Jackson had already warned them earlier that the Crossed were acting strange. This just confirms it. Shaky writes that uncertainty is the real enemy in this world. It's why the lottery terrifies everyone so much. The only real advantage humanity has left is that the Crossed are predictable, loud, impulsive, and stupid. In transitioning back to the past, the aftermath of the van group proves it. A wrecked vehicle, bodies piled into gore, with the Gamekeepers saying told ya, but that advantage disappears if the Crossed start thinking. The group delays repairs. Even Jackson is unsettled. He decides that he and his sheep, Doris, will be staying on Kava a little longer. Shaky ends the entry on an ominous note. If the Crossed aren't predictable anymore, then everyone is fucked. And to make the whole entire thing even more ambiguous and just terrifying to the Kavalites, that the crucified Crossed have grenades stuffed in their mouths for whatever reason. Entry number 14 is written after the fact. Shaky admits he may have finally gotten what he wanted after earlier attempts to manipulate Dawn and his influence over the lottery box. As the island gathers for morning duties handed out by Rab, Shaky reflects that even on Kava there is currency. Before the collapse it was money, taxes, military service, no free rides for anyone. That rule still applies here. Jobs, bad food, favors, cooperation among survivors, all of it functions as currency. There is, however, a far more disturbing form of currency on the island. And when Shaky asked Elisa to swap places with him for duties, we catch a glimpse of that currency that has to do with a person named Sophia, someone Shaky had mentioned during his whole entire entry about romance. But he hesitated to include her in his journal, hoping that if society were ever rebuilt, these pages might be read, and he doesn't want the whole thing about Sophia being in there. But considering how he is basically rigging an election, he guesses that he's scum by default. Sneaky little scum. And it does seem kind of crap, he says, to pretend that Kava is a refuge for angels. And so we're introduced to Sophia. Sophia leaves her dormitory only to use the restroom. She's exempt from chores, and Shaky writes that she stares, breathes, and fornicates. He knows very little about her, only that she's Spanish, that no one on the island understands her, and that Maria found her in Liverpool already deaf. Occasionally, Sophia shows interest in watching children play. Otherwise, her sole function on Kava, one she never objects to, is trade, and it's something she actively encourages. Marbles in exchange for sex. Men like Dez, Dawn, and others participate. Shaky once asked Elisa how she felt about it. She reacted with visible offense, saying her feelings about it should be obvious. Shaky replied that no one was forcing Sophia. Elisa walked away in disgust and didn't speak to him for a week. Sophia had been on the island longer than Shaky. As far as he knows, the system has existed since the beginning. Shaky writes that nobody protests out loud, that everyone plays their part and nobody gets a free ride, unable to stop that rider in him, the urge to poke and pry. Shaky went to go ask Tabitha what she thought about it. Tabitha doesn't express hatred toward the men or outrage at the situation. She explains that men aren't complicated about desire. If given a way to simplify it, they'll take it. As for Sophia, Tabitha believes she's a shell. Whatever happened to her before left her permanently hollow, and that Sophia's dead inside. Her body just hasn't caught up yet. Shaky would go on to write that she's a corpse. It helps to think like that, just so you don't get attached to people or just feel sentimental toward them. And that the corpse's routine is to hand out 3 rainbow stones or marbles every morning, and that Shaky had just crossed out first served, first come, calling himself an arsehole. Only a few men ever participated. John before he died, Don, Dez, and another man with a receding hairline. Shaky forgets his name a lot, but we'll come to know it. Jamie is gay, Rab's sexuality is unknown, and in this panel that's being shown, you can see that Jamie is looking at Rab, a bit angry that he's even looking at the people playing marbles. And Mr. Masood spits on the ground whenever he sees Sophia. Skip wouldn't dare, because Jackie would tear him apart. Shaky insists he never took part, not because he's a saint, obviously. He briefly entertains the thought that maybe Sophia gets something out of it, human warmth, maybe even kindness, but immediately shuts it down, recognizing it as a cowardly excuse. He lists his real reasons instead. First, he is a coward. As long as it's none of his business, he doesn't have to take a stance. Second, fear of attachment, something from his past that still hurts. Third, and most important, it's good to be rich in currency, or in this case, marbles. Shaky reveals he's been saving marbles to bribe Dawn and influence the lottery. And while Dawn is writing the duties and who's going to do them for the next day, Shaky goes to Dawn, saying that he wants to talk about the lottery, about which names get drawn. And now continuing on into entry number 15, 10 days to the draw. Before we do get into it, one of the strengths of Wish You Were Here is how easily small details slip past you on a first read. Shaky is always writing after events occur. In the opening panel of entry 15, a moment quietly foreshadows what's coming next. At sunrise, Shaky writes that in the simple crash of a clear dawn, the world can feel perfect, almost forgivable, before it ruins itself again. A few hours earlier, Sophia approached Shaky while he lay in his dormitory hammock. She couldn't speak, she tugged at his arm. Shaky briefly feared that Dawn had confessed the bribe. He had no idea why Sophia chose him. Maybe because he was safe. Maybe because he was the only one awake. She leads him outside and points to a child only known as Boy. Like Sophia, little is known about him too. A recent sortie found him mute, locked in shock from some unspoken trauma. Shaky notes that he seems harmless enough, but he doesn't mix well with children, and the poor boy is vomiting all over himself. Shaky suggests getting Maria, who cares for sick children, but Sophia insists something else is wrong, pointing at the boy, then touching her nose. The fish. Accidents happen, spoiled food, sickness from a fish-only diet. Shaky recalls Tabitha sketching fish feeding on a crossed corpse, and then says fucking mackerel don't turn crossed. But on Kava, they do tend to overcook their meat. Shaky tries to tell Sophia that he guesses it's the flu, that there's no crossed rash, and that they shouldn't panic. Sophia doesn't understand a word and runs away. Shaky writes that the look on her face is unmistakable. One more horror stacked on too many already. Another straw on the camel's back. Another weight on the leg to make life even more tougher. Another reason not to sleep. He saw that same look on someone else's face, before with the gamekeeper's crew. While taking a leak, he had heard the gamekeeper telling Agnes to touch it. While she tried to resist at first, Shaky writes that he's seen that look 1,000 times. One more horror to pack away. One more indignity or sadness or regret to deal with. But people do. That's the thing, again and again. They deal with it. Just like when Shaky had returned from his leak to check on Lloyd, who was crying and immediately told Shaky to go away. He writes, "There's not much more incredible in this world than the amount of shit people will endure just to stay alive," which is oddly inspiring. And after finally catching up with Sophia, Shaky sits with her on the shore as the aurora borealis stretches across the sky. And going back to his earlier notes about people enduring through the most messed up things you can think about, he tells us to take Sophia for example. She's so messed up that you wouldn't even dare to imagine what she's been through. She's deafened, cut off from anyone who understands or cares. She's used, exploited, and fucked, he writes. And after trying to explain to Sophia that the kid will be alright, they both look up at the sky. It's one of the most beautiful moments in Crossed. Just considering how messed up the world is, you still have natural beauty like this. How great would it be to see that in person? Shaky, too mesmerized, tries to explain to Sophia how far south it can reach. Then she collapses. Beneath her blanket, she's cut her arms with an old razor. Shaky writes that no matter how much a person can endure, you never know what will finally stop him. The beauty of the aurora clashes violently with the cruelty of the world. Whether Sophia intended to see it one last time doesn't matter. It's a moment of bitter freedom. Sophia dies while Shaky sits beside her until sunrise, writing. He feels nothing, not because it isn't horrifying, but because he's already seen too much. Another loss, another page. He's lost his bargaining chip. Dawn arrives later, dropping the marbles in front of him, saying, "Believe these are yours." Shaky ends the entry with a single realization, that he's back to square one. Entry number 16 opens with the boy's condition worsening after the events of the previous entries. He isn't looking good. Dawn, Marie, and Celine keep him company in the lighthouse, monitoring his condition, while Shaky lingers nearby, not out of concern, but because he has something planned. What a big shocker. This is shown in a small telling detail, a close-up of Shaky standing near the door, the hinge left unlocked. As the others leave, Shaky offers to stay behind. He speculates that they likely assume he's staying out of concern. After all, Sophie had come to him for help first. But when your brain is full of venom like Shaky's, there's always another motive, especially once he's already made up his mind. The smell of illness and despair pulls Shaky back into memory, to the moment where everything changed. An introduction to one of the most influential characters in the story. In the past, while traveling with Elmer Fudd, the gamekeeper, Shaky and the small group came across an elderly care hospice. Inside were several seniors, crossed, tied to their beds. Something immediately felt wrong. The gamekeeper is the first to call it out, saying, "Someone is here." Lloyd replies, "Well, obviously," gesturing to the restrained crossed, who are still capable of speech and spewing their usual filth. The gamekeeper calls them an idiot and explains that someone is feeding them, keeping them alive. Ashok asks if the crossed are somehow sustaining each other. The gamekeeper snaps, calling him a fuckwit, and clarifies that someone normal is tending to them. Shaky says, "But that's not the reason you're interested in." The gamekeeper tells him with a big grin, "Learning. If there are normal people here, there will be supplies." Shaky recalls the gamekeeper's mantra, repeated daily, "You take what you can get. Those are the rules now." A philosophy that still shapes Shaky to this day. Back in the present, Shaky waits patiently near the sleeping quarters, writing, watching. Eventually, he spots Celine on watch duty. He trades shifts with her, currency and action. In return, she'll take care of the herd tomorrow. Tonight, Shaky gets some uninterrupted time with whoever else is on duty. He asks who it is, though he already knows it's Rab. Before revealing his plan to us, Shaky flashes back to the hospice basement. The gamekeeper kicks in the door, guns ready. Before anything else is shown, all he says is, "Well, well, well." Shaky reminds us again of the journal's lesson today. Take what you can get. Near the top of the lighthouse ladder, Shaky greets Rab. Rab barely acknowledges him, still angry over the lottery incident. While waiting, Shaky pretends to write, repeating the mantra in his head. Take what you can get, those are the rules now. Then the moment arrives. The sick boy, now revealed to be crossed, opens the door. Shaky writes, "Maria must have forgotten to lock it." That's what he'll say. Later, he means, when others come after the commotion. After all, she is old. And as Shaky's journal says, silly old Maria, the crossed boy lunges at Rab. Rab, surprised, is caught in a struggle with the boy, who still didn't speak. There was no screaming, no swearing. Like whatever horrors took his voice were deeper than the change. Or maybe he had just been a mute. And amidst the struggle, Rab does manage to keep himself from being infected and screams at Shaky to grab the gun and shoot. Rab begs for Shaky to pick up the gun, but instead of firing, he makes a demand. The sword he draw will go the way he wants. Rab, fighting for his life, agrees, cursing Shaky as a bastard. Shaky locks it in by saying, "Your word, your fucking word, Rab." Smiling, he tells Rab to close his eyes and mouth. Then he fires, killing the boy. He tells Rab it was pleasure doing business. Rab stares at the corpse, horrified, not just by death, but by what Shaky was willing to do to get his way. Maybe Shaky learned more from the gamekeeper than he'd like to admit. Now we're finally getting into the sortie lottery, the big moment we've all been waiting for. But first, entry 17 opens with Shaky, cursing mysteries and the ambiguity that comes with them. There's a feeling in the air that something else is coming, something big. The events are converging, but to Shaky, none of it matters. He notes that Jamie and Lance, while disposing of the bodies of the boy and Sophia at sea, heard explosions in the distance. Shaky assumes it has something to do with the crucified soldiers near Houghton Bay, where Skip's prized boat is docked, but he doesn't dwell on it. Curiosity has never been his weakness. He prefers certainty, what he knows, what he can control. Like his mantra, to ignore mysteries and that daydreamers never last. Later that day, a boat passes on the horizon. The people on it are reduced to shadowy figures in the distance. Some on the island strain for a better look. Shaky pretends to care. In his journal, he expands on the gamekeeper's mantra. Shaky adds his own amendment. Do whatever you must to get what you need. Everything else is just fluff. That thought leads him back to the gamekeeper, and finally the memory of what waited in the hospice basement. They found a nun and several uninfected elderly patients. The nun, Sister Teresa. She stood her ground. The gamekeeper immediately demanded supplies, and she refused. Shaky gives us her backstory, and this is where things get a little bit tricky. He writes that she had been born as Eileen, or Elin. The way he pronounces it is Elin in his journal. He gives us a little demonstration with his words, but for now we'll call her Sister Teresa. She took the name Teresa when she joined the Religious Sisters of Mercy. She had worked chaplaincy at the hospice for 2 years, and when the world fell to the cross, she was the only one who didn't abandon the residents. Shaky notes details that will matter later. Teresa was small, brave, and stubborn. The gamekeeper saw defiance in her refusal and something else. He told her the supplies were being wasted on skeletons, that she was the only one of any use, and that she should come with them. What sickened Shaky the most wasn't just the gamekeeper, it was Agnes. Agnes saw Teresa as relief, another woman to absorb the gamekeeper's attention. Shaky understands the calculation, even if it disgusts him. He writes his own version of the rule again. You do whatever you must in this goblin shit little world to get what you need. Agnes tries to persuade Teresa to leave. She refuses. She wouldn't abandon the elderly. The gamekeeper responds with a quiet, dangerous, is that right? Before the memory continues, the narrative snaps back to the present in the lottery. Everyone in Kava gathers as Dawn announces that in 2 days, 4 people will leave on a supply expedition. He delivers the speech like a war movie monologue, casting the sortie as heroic sacrifice. Jamie mocks him. Des tells him to get on with it. Dawn, bruised and irritated, starts pulling names. The first is Tabitha. She accepts it quietly. The second is Celine. Rab apologizes as he reads it aloud. Celine breaks down, begging not to go. Tabitha comforts her. The third name is Viceroy. So forgettable that Elisa had to ask who. An older man quietly confirms it's him and mutters, oh god. Des chants for his own name. Rab hesitates as he reads the final slip. Before the reveal, Shaky addresses the reader directly. If anyone ever reads this, he says that he knows he is a coward with no practical skills, but he understands this world better than most. More importantly, he knows what he fears, and that knowledge gives him power. He admits he has cheated both the system and the reader, because he knew exactly what he was trying to escape. Rab finally reads the last name. He doesn't say Des as it's written on the card, he says it's Shaky. His blackmail worked. He got exactly what he wanted. Why he wanted it is another question entirely, one he promises to answer in the next entry. For now, he ends by writing that tonight he will plan for the expedition. The expedition into terror. Issue 18 opens with Shaky apologizing to us. He admits he should have laid out his plan earlier. His entire scheme to rig the lottery and get himself chosen for the sortie. He says he avoided writing it down because it sounds ugly, dirty, and stupid when put into words. Something so crazy that if he reread it later, he might have thought he'd gone insane. But the moment Rab called his name, Shaky knew he was right to cheat. As he writes, Shaky notes that the other unlucky winners alongside Des and Dawn are already making plans, schedules, lists, anything to reduce their chances of dying. They're terrified. And Shaky knows that if they ever found out that he had rigged the draw, they wouldn't understand it. They couldn't. Shaky explains what this wasn't about. This wasn't some heroic suicide mission to go slaughter crossed or die dramatically in the field, which is Dez's angle. Dez is even trying to convince Dawn to come along with them. Elisa, meanwhile, seems oddly envious that she wasn't chosen. Shaky insists that Elisa and Dez are needed on the island. They're tough, useful, rare. The people chosen by the raffle, himself included, are expendable. He He admits it all sounds a bit selfless, which probably means it isn't. One of my favorite parts about Wish You Were Here is how Shaky never paints himself as righteous. He's not a hero, just another morally compromised survivor aware of his shame, constantly circling his own motives, justifying himself while knowing full well that the justification is thin. He beats around the bush because the truth is uncomfortable. Shaky reminds us that Rab would never have let him off the leash, unless Shaky had forced his hand. Rab wants him gone. Roshan interrupts his journaling, telling him dusk is coming, and that in 20 minutes they'll start heading back to the Cafe Kava, or Eden. Tonight is the farewell dinner. Shaky mutters bloody piss, and Roshan agrees. The whole thing feels like an attempt to scare them before they leave. The only good news is that Jackson will be escorting them as far as Thurzo, which is no small journey. Roshan admits that, as strange as he is, someone as self-sufficient as Jackson could make all the difference. Then Shaky sees something else. Off the shore, a small motorized wooden boat drifts past, decorated with human bones. 3 crossed are aboard. One pilots the boat. And then there is a crossed woman, dressed in familiar nun's clothing. She hands a severed leg, bone still jutting out, to a naked, bearded, old crossed man behind her. What follows is exactly what you think it is. You know, he just throws her a bone and just shoves it in there. Shaky is shaken. He writes that the past is the true enemy. That's why he rigged the lottery. He vents. He's 30 years old. Half his life was spent imagining things, putting them on paper for money. Tabitha challenged that way of thinking, saying that art made for anything other than self-expression is just narcissism. Now Shaky feels old, useless, tired. People once called him lucky, and maybe they were right. He survived the initial chaos and ended up on one of the last fragile islands of order. But what does luck mean in a world like this? There's no point in imagining anymore, no reason to write. All his bastard brain can do is remember every cruel thing he's done, every face he can't forget. The gamekeeper, Sister Teresa. Shaky raises his rifle and finally gets a clear look at the crossed woman. And who would have thought, it's Sister Teresa. And instead of the typical crossed rash, she has an X-shaped rash across her face. Shaky gasps. Roshan notices and asks what's wrong. Shaky says it's nothing. That night during the farewell supper, Shaky barely eats. His mind is elsewhere. He writes that he's been driven mad by mysteries, the very things he tried so hard to ignore. Too much time to think. Too much fear of ending up like Sophia. Too much waiting for a death that's sure to come. He needed this mission. He needed purpose, something to break from the suffocating routine of Kava. He recalls the lesson from the very beginning. Daydreamers never last. So if that's true, Shaky decides then he'll give himself something else. He'll go find himself a nightmare. Entry 18 opens with Shaky greeting us, saying hello wider world, noting that you'd expect the expedition's first encounter to go smoother than what follows. The group takes a dinghy to Houghton to retrieve Skip's boat. Skip is with them so he can pilot it to Scotland alongside the Swordies and Jackson. When they reach Houghton, they're met by nature's alarm system, birds cackling like crying babies. Shaky notes that animals don't know any better, which is why Jackson didn't bring his personal use sheep. Tabitha wonders aloud if something is dead. Shaky tells her that there is, and asks if she can't smell it. And as they near Skip's boat, the source becomes clear, a skeletal-looking cross vomiting an insane amount of some mysterious liquid. Shaky writes that he supposes even infectious psychosadist cuntoids can get seasick. While the rest of the group hesitates on what to do, Jackson takes matters into his own hands, literally, using an oar with a knife strapped to the end to kill the cross quickly. The others board Skip's boat as Skip and Viceroy load the motor. Skip warns them not to touch the cross leaking insides or the vomit, and says to the others that we'll rinse it off once you're gone, right? Because after all, this is his prized possession. Celine panics, already overwhelmed from just being outside. She's saying, oh no, oh god, and oh no. And Shaky suspects that this might even be a trap. Tabitha nervously reminds him that Elisa had said the crossed aren't capable of restraint, let alone setting traps. Jackson kicks the corpse into the water and says the cross that pathetic couldn't have been a threat to anyone. Shaky says unless someone is using the cross as a proximity alarm. Before they can make any more speculations, Celine hears whistling. The sound comes from a bomb launched across the Bay of Houghton. Panic erupts. They scramble to haul the dinghy aboard as another bomb narrowly misses the boat. Skip finally gets the motor running while explosions tear up the water around him. Skip shouts to go, go! Celine spirals, repeating that this is what life is going to be like now. Pure adrenaline-soaked nightmare. At least Shaky got what he wanted. Shaky and the others secure the dinghy on top of the boat. You know, it's just a small little detail showing that they did it, something I can appreciate. Shaky tells Skip that something isn't right. There's something off about the cross, but Skip is too focused on whether the motor took damage. Luckily, it didn't, but they're still not safe. Viceroy says he hears another motor, but no one listens to him. You know, that's just this whole entire character that everyone disregards him. Shaky didn't even remember his name in an earlier entry, and even Elisa back on the island didn't know who he was. Funny little character trope, and Jackson suggests that this whole entire attack might not have been crossed at all. Maybe just a paranoid survivor using a vomiting cross to like a canary. Shaky wonders who would go that far. Viceroy repeats himself, still ignored, saying, "Guys, seriously." And now the group spirals into overlapping worries, speculations about the attack, Skip obsessing over whether the boat was hit or not. It's just a complete panic that no one was ready for. Tabitha mentions strange recent incidents, like the cow with the grenade. Finally, Viceroy gets their attention when a light appears behind them. Shaky raises his scoped rifle to get a better look, and like a curse, every time he peers through it, he sees her again, Sister Teresa, and she looks back at Shaky smiling. Shaky breaks into a sweat, realizing his past has caught up with him, something he has always tried to ignore. Whatever happened between them must have been serious for her to track him down like this. He lowers his rifle. Jackson demands to know if the pursuing boat is crossed. Shaky lies, saying he can't make them out, and that they're losing them anyway. He silently thanks God for Skip's boat, for carrying them away from whatever artillery the Cross now have at their disposal. After the attack, no one mentions it. Everyone is shaken, quietly horrified by what the Cross are now capable of. No one even suggests stopping at Kava to warn the others. Shaky wonders what they would even say. Mysteries, big guns, things unknown. How could they even handle this? And how could they prepare for anything like this, something they've never even faced? Instead, they head south. Celine goes quiet, staring into nothing. Eventually, they anchor a mile off of Wick, ending their first little mission. When Skip turns in for some sleep, he asks who's taking first watch. Shaky volunteers immediately. There's no chance he'll sleep anyway. His heart is still pounding from the explosions, the questions, the unknowns. He admits that this is why he came out here in the first place, why he rigged the lottery, why he used Sophia's quim as currency, why he turned a sick boy into a weapon. He couldn't stand the downtime anymore. He also recognizes the face beneath the headscarf. He'd seen Sister Teresa before the expedition even began. Another mystery he refuses to dwell on. Anything other than constant flight or fight will get him killed. Just death by boredom. So Shaky writes that he'll play the part of the daring space monkey, lost, afraid, terrified, to the point of pain. He'll scratch the itch his heart so demands. And if he survives, he'll return to Kava with one simple certainty, that he survived, and that he's supposed to want it to stay that way. Continuing entry 18, the group finally reaches Wick, Scotland. Well, not Wick exactly. They settle a few miles outside of the town, choosing to test the waters first, and acclimate to unfamiliar ground. Shaky, writing in hindsight, immediately undercuts any sense of relief by admitting that this caution didn't work, quietly foreshadowing yet another disaster waiting just ahead. While Celine steps off the dinghy, she finally speaks again. Her voice is shaky. Get it? Overwhelmed by the reality of being back on the mainland. Convinced she shouldn't be here at all. What stops her from breaking down isn't reassurance or logic, but something small and strange. Something she hadn't seen in a while. A single snowflake. Soon it begins to snow properly. Tabitha says, "Oh goody." While Shaky, ever cynical, points out that at least the cold might freeze any crossed that aren't bundled up. Tabitha calls him silly, clarifying that she just means the snowfall is beautiful. Surprisingly, the two share a quiet moment, holding hands and watching the snowfall. For a brief moment, not everything feels completely doomed. Jackson leads the group inland while Skip rows the dinghy back to the Kookaburra, hopefully without running into the cross they barely escaped earlier. Shaky takes responsibility for navigation, using John's heavily marked map. Poor soldier boy John. The map is filled with notes about potential supply locations, and the one holding the map becomes the de facto leader, and Shaky admits he's always been a bit of a bossy cunt. Their first stop is an abandoned gas station. Shaky sends Tabitha, who he calls Tab, to check for charcoal and any barbecue supplies, while Celine looks for petrol, or gasoline, phrased deliberately so she'll understand because she's American, something I don't think that was mentioned once. He tells her to siphon fuel from cars, instead of using the pumps, which could still explode. It turns out that Shaky is disturbingly competent at this. Jackson, less amused, snaps at him when Shaky tries assigning him to interior duty, telling him to get his hands off his budgie, and Viceroy is placed on overwatch. Shaky notes that John's map is filled with locations tied to weapons, police stations, barracks, deer stalking estates. Scotland, he observes, was already paranoid before the Crossed outbreak. Guns are important, but Shaky knows better than to obsess over them. You could spend years searching and still come up empty-handed, especially since the Crossed would have already burned through anything useful. Dawn and Rab understood this. That's why the expedition was planned around prioritized supplies, not firepower. In this world, prioritization is survival, and the gamekeeper, for all his monstrosity, excelled at it. This thought pulls Shaky back to the hospice basement, where Sister Teresa once sheltered the gamekeeper's group for 3 nights. During that time, the gamekeeper relentlessly pressured her to abandon the elderly patients and to leave with him. She refused, pointing out that some of those corpses, as he called them, were younger than he was, and finally called him a rotten little Hitler of a man. Wounded pride sent him storming outside. Shaky admits he misses Teresa. She was special, not just because she rattled the gamekeeper so easily, but because she genuinely cared. And of course, the gamekeeper had his own ways of venting. When Shaky follows the gamekeeper sneaking behind him, he finds Lloyd on watch. Shaky asks Lloyd if he saw where the gamekeeper went, but Lloyd just tells him, "I don't know," and to shut up. Shaky reflects on what Teresa didn't know at the time, that the gamekeeper's way of venting involved forcing Agnes into sexual acts, which is shown. Had Teresa known, she would have agreed to leave, not for herself, but to spare Agnes. Just the goodness out of her heart. Shaky had once dismissed Teresa as a guilty Irish Catholic, terrified of hell and desperate to do good, but he now admits that she was simply a good person, religion or not, someone who put others before herself. When Teresa asked Shaky about his past, he refused to answer, having learned the hard way that who you were before the collapse is dangerous information, because as we remember that the gamekeeper had laughed at Shaky for being a writer, and who you were before basically determines what roles you'll serve in the apocalypse. On Kava, even after a year and a half, he barely knows anyone's past. Ignorance, he says, is a survival strategy. Teresa didn't understand, but she didn't judge him for it either. Back in the present, the illusion of competence collapses. Viceroy stumbles around with his visor all fogged up. Celine gets gasoline splashed in her face, and Tabitha tears open a bag of charcoal. Then Viceroy hears something moving nearby and asks Shaky if he should shoot. Shaky ends the entry on a bleak note. It's a tragic situation if he's the most capable one there. Of course, besides Jackson, but he'll leave them eventually. The entry continues into the next issue, once again reinforcing a recurring theme. Nobody listens to Viceroy. When he warns about a strange noise nearby, Shaky brushes it off, saying, "Leave it alone, eh? It's a rabbit or something." Tabitha asks what's going on, and Viceroy adds that even if it is a rabbit, they could eat it. Shaky snaps at him, telling him to drop it. Shaky then pivots into reflection, asking the reader if they've ever heard the phrase, "Fools rush in where angels fear to tread," and I'm sure we almost all have. He says the phrase is truer than ever in this world, and the story cuts back to the hospice. The gamekeeper announces to the group that the Pakistani person is dying. Shaky corrects him, saying his name is Ashok, but is ignored. The gamekeeper claims that he's outside and having a seizure, probably overdosed and maybe relapsed. Sister Teresa immediately rushes out to help, throwing on her nun's attire. Shaky writes that the saying is true in this world, but only as long as fools and angels don't rush in together, and if they do, both are doomed. Shaky, Agnes, and Lloyd follow Teresa outside. Ashok is unconscious, but he's not seizing. And more suspiciously, all of the group's supplies have been moved outdoors. Shaky never understood why the gamekeeper kept Ashok alive for so long. The only explanation he ever had was that Ashok once hinted he saved the gamekeeper's life, and someone like the gamekeeper always collects his debts. And there's no way that the vicious bastard, the gamekeeper, kept Ashok alive on his account of survival skills. Ashok wakes up and explains he was struck on the back of the head by the gamekeeper, but before anything else can be said, the hospice alarm blares. Shaky reacts instantly. Even back then, he knew that noise meant death. He grabs Teresa's hand and forces her to run away. She resists, begging to stay, because the elderly people inside are helpless, easy prey. And moments later, the gamekeeper emerges laughing. From cover behind some trees, the group watches as Cross descend on the hospice. Agnes points them out. The gamekeeper gestures to a sports car packed with half-rotted Crossed, and calls it the cavalry. Shaky admits he thought the elderly would die quietly and quickly. He was wrong. The screams are loud, drawn out, unbearable. One woman even manages to escape, crying out for someone named Alistair, over and over until she's caught. Her throat slit, her body violated. Shaky covers Teresa's mouth so she doesn't scream. The gamekeeper gets what he wanted. The elderly are gone, and Teresa has no choice but to follow, and she doesn't speak for 3 days. Shaky writes gets that once again, the lesson is prioritization. The ability to decide what matters even when it's monstrous. That's what makes a survivor. That's what makes a leader. The gamekeeper had it, and to some extent so did Don and Rab, sending 4 people out into the unknown. And back in the present, the noise Viceroy heard is revealed. A crossed child buried in the snow. Shaky tries to pull Viceroy back, but Viceroy ignores him, reaching out and calling her a poor little thing. Even Jackson tells him to leave it alone, and drops what he's carrying just to make the point. And honestly, if Jackson tells you to back off in the crossed universe, you better back off. However, Viceroy doesn't. The child slowly rises from the snow. Shaky reflects that the gamekeeper may have been right about heading north. The cold slows down the crossed, limits them, gives survivors a chance. More than guns or plans, the freeze itself might be the real advantage. Viceroy awkwardly asks if they should put the poor child out of its misery. Jackson says it would be a waste of a bullet. Viceroy suggests a rock, or maybe a knife. Shaky just tells Viceroy that you're a bit of a weirdo, aren't you? And then the crossed child lunges at him. It misses Viceroy's foot by inches, vomiting as it falls. Shaky panics, shouting at Jackson, asking over and over if he should shoot. Viceroy screams, and Celine shoves Tabitha aside and bolts for it, running away. Shaky writes that in this moment they are completely doomed. They have no ruthlessness among them, no leadership, no planning. Whatever sense of prioritization he thought they had, it's gone. But what they do have is luck. Just like how you would put all your skill points into luck in an RPG. The child crashes through thin ice into a frozen pond no one knew was there. Earlier luck had spared them at Houghton, when a gust of wind knocked a motor shell off course. Luck gave them dog food and batteries no one else bothered to take. Later they returned to Skips' boat to unload supplies. Shaky writes that yeah, they're useless, doomed, and definitely going to die. And yet he's excited for it all. They're alive, they're not bored, they're free from the dead routine of Kava. And for the first time, the man who once believed ignorance was survival finally asked the group a dangerous question. What's your story? Entry 20 opens with Shaky immediately regretting what he said the night before. Asking what's your story was a mistake. In this world, privacy barely exists. People sleep, eat, bleed, and panic together every day. Your past is the last thing that still belongs to you. Having that stripped away is like being an overexposed stripper dragged back out for one final performance. Shaky is embarrassed enough to literally write whatever in his journal. And unsurprisingly, no one bites. Celine starts crying, and Tabitha and what's his name, Viceroy, just stare into nothing with 1,000-yard stares. But unexpectedly, Skip says fuck it and agrees to go first. Skip's life was built around family. His British wife Jackie, his spoiled Blackpool-born kid Lance, and most importantly his older brother. Long before the crossed, survival for Skip meant having someone dependable in charge, and that person was always his brother. They were both from Australia and built their boat business together overseas. They were inseparable and thriving. Then one day while Skip worked on the boat, his brother wandered down the pier, and then an explosion followed. The RAF, or Royal Air Force, called it an inexplicable accident. Pilot error, a fluke. Skip didn't connect it to anything larger, not yet. The next morning London was collapsing. Roadblocks, soldiers, the whole world was unraveling. But Skip's focus was on his brother, rushed to the hospital barely alive and having nearly any limbs left. Bloody shrapnel, Skip said. His brother survives but dismembered, comatose, and broken. Doctors insist he'll adapt. But Skip knows better. For the first time in his life, the man he always relied on is gone. And now Skip is alone, whether he wants to be or not. And that's exactly when the world ends too. Back in the present, the group stops at a crashed fuel tanker to fill jerry cans. Through the fog, Shaky spots figures moving toward them, mounted on something. All he can manage is the hell? The panel jumps again back to the pier. Whatever caused the outbreak, stray gore, a worker in the wreckage, it doesn't matter. The crossed explode into existence. And in the fog back on the road, the figures reveal themselves. Crossed riding bicycles. One swings a chain, another carries a scythe. It's absurd and terrifying and outright violent. Jackson takes charge instantly, barking orders, calling everyone panty wastes, and telling them to run. As one of the cross swings low with the scythe, Jackson leaps clean over it and fires a pistol shot straight into the other rider's face, telling them both to eat his shite. Behind the truck, Celine hysterically asks if Jackson got them. The only response is a scythe slamming into the metal, until it's revealed Jackson is just messing with them. He tells them that more crossed will be coming and it's time to move, and sarcastically thanks them all for their help. Skip's story continues despite the chaos. Despite the streets filling with the horror, he said he had seen a woman in a pretty dress get pulled in half, watched kids chucking each other off a bloody roller coaster, and watched cops violate a beach donkey. Then afterwards they went to go enjoy ice cream. There was no way he was getting to his brother, so Skip runs back to his family and orders them to start the boat. In the present, more crossed cyclists appear. This time Shaky is the one issuing orders, telling the group to get off the road. Maybe, just maybe, this counts as an act of leadership. Skip admits that ever since abandoning his brother, he's justified it every way possible, that his brother, missing limbs and helpless, would never survive this world anyway. Better a quiet death than whatever the crossed would do. As the group flees deeper into the snow, Shaky glimpses a bulky silhouette atop a hill, gone as soon as anyone else looks. Another mystery added to the pile. And once again, luck intervenes. Several cross cyclists crash into each other violently. One shreds his hands on the spokes, another slices his own neck on a wheel. How convenient. As we finish Skip's story, in the past, he's nearly crying. The worst part wasn't abandoning his brother. It was that as he escaped alive, he laughed from the thrill of it. What kind of sick bastard gets off on a world like this, Skip asks. No one answers, because cutting back to the present, moments later after running away from the accidental cross crash, the group laughs, watching the cross wipe each other out. Maybe the only people who can survive in this world are the sick bastards. And maybe enjoying the small things is the only way to stay sane. Before the entry ends, we get one last look at the figure Shaky saw on the hill, wrapped in dark fabric, bound with duct tape. Another mystery, another entry waiting to be written. Opening with Shaky's journal entry 21, things are already pretty foreboding. With the words written, "Beginneth the serious shit," as if things hadn't been crazy enough already. The group of sorties and Jackson have found a secluded place, 3 miles inland from Brora, to take shelter for the night, marking the first time they've slept on the mainland. That alone has to be tense. It was bound to happen eventually. Shaky writes that most, if not all, coastal villages have been stripped clean of any valuables, so the smarter move is to keep traveling inland, instead of scavenging by day and retreating to the boat each night. Still, there hadn't been much to worry about so far. They hadn't seen much sign of life aside from the cross cyclists that they encountered earlier, which hadn't posed much of a problem anyway since they took themselves out. Shaky had wanted to start a fire, mainly to give some comfort to Celine, who sits up all night praying, but also for the group in general. Jackson shuts the idea down, warning that a fire would basically be ringing a dinner bell for anything dangerous nearby. He then proceeds to sing songs about hedgehogs, leading Shaky to suspect that Jackson might be faking his craziness. What really occupies Shaky's mind in this entry is how the chain of command within the expedition has shaken out. Jackson reveals something he looted from a camping store on their first trip inland, a portable lamp that emits a small amount of warmth. It's not much, but it's something. Jackson even calls it a wee treat. Shaky explains the hierarchy like this: he makes the decisions that drive the mission forward, while Captain Kilt, or Jackson, makes the decisions that keep everyone alive. It mirrors how things worked back on Kava, Rab and Dawn, and for every big man, there was always a little slippery weasel like Shaky. What's interesting about these journal entries is how Shaky's thoughts wander, while still maintaining a coherent narrative. We see his insecurities slip through, like his speculation that Jackson might be his competition, an idea he even admits is ridiculous. Or maybe Shaky just wants to understand the insane man who keeps saving him from making life-ending mistakes. That curiosity leads him to ask the question again: who's got a story? As you'd expect, most of the group responds with frowns. Jackson immediately snaps, "Away and shite." Celine starts crying, begging not to be forced to speak. Surprisingly, Viceroy attempts to tell his story, stammering his way through it, but he's quickly ignored when Tabitha takes the spotlight. Tabitha states plainly that she was an art teacher. Put bluntly, was having a sexual affair with her favorite college student every Thursday. She describes the affair in a matter-of-fact way, saving her sentimentality for sensation rather than reality. She spends 5 minutes describing the student almost romantically, calling him a beautiful boy, and recounting their sex in graphic detail. Then at the end, she shrugged and said, "Thick as pig shit, mind you." Like all such stories, the affair eventually ends, not because they were caught, but because the cross happened. She skips over the early uninteresting details of survival. She explains what matters to this story. She took shelter in an attic above the art department and kitchen. There were plenty of supplies, good security, and a clear view of the courtyard. As apocalypses go, it was almost comfortable, though leaving that space for any reason would have been terrifying. One day while watching from the attic window, she noticed her favorite student now crossed, returning to the courtyard every day alongside 2 others. Tabitha theorized that even after turning, they were still driven by routine, like muscle memory dragging them back to familiar places. It's not a far-fetched idea, since the story in Crossed Battlelands has shown this before, including one almost bittersweet story about a crossed man searching for a former romantic fling. Here though, the crossed students follow their routine, waking up, going to school, committing atrocities behind the bike sheds. You get the idea. Out of boredom more than anything else, Tabitha decides to venture outside one night, an attempt to contact by leaving a painting of the boy on the wall every other night. The first time her favorite student sees it, and he laughs and mocks it while his friends chew on corpses. The next morning a new painting appears. This time he doesn't laugh. He studies it with curiosity until one day the student seems to regain a flicker of consciousness. He admires the painting and attempts to draw Tabitha from memory, smearing blood across the wall with his fingers, muttering only cunt, cunt, tasty cunt. Tabitha begins crying as she recounts this moment. Jackson, ever the lone wolf, has no patience for sentimentality and leaves the house to check the perimeter. Perhaps this way of masking his own reaction. Viceroy, now fully engaged, asks what happens next. Tabitha answers, "What do you think happened?" The other cross saw a moment of weakness and butchered the student, cutting him open, kicking him, and finally pissing blood onto his corpse. After that, they never returned. Once she dries her eyes, Tabitha expands on her theory. She claims the cross doesn't make people evil, it constipates the soul. Taking it further, she suggests the condition stills their ability to express themselves as they once could. They can't communicate, disseminate ideas, or vent the natural chaos of emotion, as she puts it. They're toddlers trapped in an endless tantrum, frustrated by their inability to articulate what they want. The only creativity left of them manifests itself as the most foul acts imaginable. Shaky admits he's heard dumber theories, but at least this one is interesting. Considering future events in this comic, this moment becomes one of the most important early hints toward the existence of Intelligent Crossed, opening the floodgates for what's to come. But all the icebreakers are now over. Jackson returns from watch with a finger hovering over his mouth, signaling the group to stay quiet. There's movement nearby. Shaky grabs the rifle and sighs, "Balls." Before he can fully prepare, Jackson freezes in his tracks. Shaky, unsure what stopped him, asks what it is. Even Celine whispers the question. Then they see it. A man tattered in clothing stands there in the windowsill, holding a gun to Celine's head. He tells everyone inside that if they move an inch, there will be brain spray. Without wasting any time, entry number 22 dives straight into Shaky's account of contact with what he calls the vile heathen natives. Jackson immediately threatens the man holding a rifle to Celine's head, promising that if he so much as hurts a hair on her, he'll scalp him before he's even dead. Celine does nothing but plead for her life, repeating no over and over. Not everything is outright malicious though. The man nervously explains that he and the others only want to trade. Shaky asks the obvious question, who's we? At that point, a second voice coming from behind the window orders the man to keep the gun trained on Celine, and says that there's no room for trading, and pushes for a far more aggressive stance than his partner in the inside. Jackson needs only a second to size the man up before going on the offensive. He identifies the rifle as a Winchester 92 with a custom 44 barrel, an antique worth a fortune, and says he doesn't need the voices in his head to know that the man is nervous, like a virgin in a vacuum. The intimidation works. The man starts sweating bullets, even as the unseen partner urges him not to give in. Jackson then drops the final hammer, stating he knows for a fact that the rifle isn't loaded, effectively ending the hostage situation. And for emphasis, Jackson shoves the man out of the window like he weighs nothing. Shaky immediately takes control of the situation, snatching the rifle, and announces that they're keeping it. Jackson mutters that it's useless trying to talk to these people, but Shaky tells him to shut up and proceeds anyway, as Shaky negotiates with the shaken man and his bald partner. He reflects on the dynamic he's mentioned before, one chief and one leader, one man and one weasel. You can guess which is which. Shaky bluntly explains that they come from a sanctuary, warm, safe, stocked with supplies. If the strangers doubt him, they only need to look at the other sorties, well-fed, healthy, alive. He proposes an idea. Help gather supplies and they can return with them to the island of Kava. Jackson voices his disapproval with a sharp cunt, echoed by the bald man as he hauls his partner back to his feet. Shaky tells them that they'll be staying overnight in Dornoch, 10 miles south, and asks how they plan to find them. The bald man half agrees, saying that if he decides to play along, and if he decides to bring himself and, in his own words, his useless partner, finding them won't be an issue. He smugly holds up a heat-sensitive scanner before walking off. Jackson turns his back without saying a word. Shaky quietly notes that a tool like that would be very useful. The next morning, 18 hours after the confrontation, Shaky admits the encounter left him trembling, until only recently. The rest of the group barely speaks to him. In his journal, he calls himself the manipulative bastard, the player of games, acknowledging there are darker parts of the deal he hasn't written down. Still, he reminds himself that he has the map in the list, which makes him the one in charge. After the sororities meet back up with Skip to drop off supplies, and they return back inland in the afternoon. Thankfully, there's still no sign of Crossed. Shaky even laughs at himself, writing that his brain keeps looping a mantra, useful, useful, useful. He questions his role as a leader, thinking back to how the gamekeeper fed the elderly to the Crossed, just to force Sister Teresa to follow. Who is Shaky to decide who gets to return to Kava? The two strangers seem capable enough, but calling them useful feels loaded. Useful like Elisa or Dez or Rab, or when his thoughts drift to the person he can't quite bring himself to name, Shaky calls out for Jackson and realizes he's gone. Shaky curses and Celine collapses to the ground as it sinks in that the most capable survivor among them has vanished. If there was a survivability meter, it probably dropped down to 10% the moment Jackson left. A massive hit to the group's already thin confidence. Shaky spends the afternoon insisting it wasn't his fault. Jackson was always going to leave. While scavenging in an abandoned store, he suggests that Tabitha's story may have unnerved Jackson. Tabitha shuts that down, accusing him of shifting blame, and says the real cause was how Shaky handled the men the night before. A side of him that most people in Kava haven't seen. The manipulative little weasel. Shaky pushes back, insisting the story struck a nerve. That they all saw Jackson get misty, especially after the encounter with the crossed child. Maybe the two are connected. All the while, Shaky carries his own guilt. Quietly, he leaves a letter hidden in a broken door, written with Sister Teresa's former name, Elin. Perhaps inspired by Tabitha's story of leaving signs for someone special, Shaky has decided to do the same. How romantic of Shaky. And another progress update, the sorties take shelter in a barn filled with hanging skeletons, which reminds me of a scene from The Road. Shaky notes that they found hardware, fishing hooks, half a crate of tinned peaches, and antiseptic, the equivalent of striking gold. Even better, they haven't seen a crossed in days. Riding that confidence, Shaky declares that they don't even need Jackson, words he'll absolutely regret. Still, Jackson's presence lingers. When Shaky suggests cooking, the sorties vote him down, saying Jackson would have said no. As they settle in to sleep in the loft, Celine insists that they're all going to die without Jackson. Shaky calls it bullshit, says that they're fine, and that if the strangers come back for their rifle, even better, because they're useful. But even he doesn't fully believe that statement. He asks Viceroy for reassurance. Viceroy, staring out into the dark, simply says something is coming. It's the strangers from the other night. Before Shaky can make proper introductions, the bald man calls out to the rest of his group, 6 of them now, and demands to hear more about the sanctuary Shaky promised. But there is a little problem. On Shaky's list, next to the words useful people, there's a hard limit, maximum of 2. Now Shaky has to figure out how to weasel his way out of that. Entry number 23 is dense, as expected from a journal, but essentially it's an introduction to the new all-star team the bald stranger brought along, which should help Shaky narrow the 6 newcomers down to 2 useful people to take back to Kava. Shaky writes that it's been a few days since his last entry, but things have been very busy, mostly his fault, and he writes it, saying mea culpa. As the sorties, now joined by the new survivors, which adds up to a new group of 10 people, they use a dead tree to cross a river. Shaky notes that the crossed are chasing them, and that they hadn't fallen for a false trail they left. He also now, in hindsight, counts 9 of them. Well, sort of, because we'll find out what happened to the 10th in the days he hadn't written. Shaky explains he'd been setting up nightly rendezvous points with Jasper, the bald man, bunking down and foraging during the mornings, then meeting Skip to drop off supplies. Jasper's group moved on foot to the next morning, but today looked like an interesting turn of events. Shaky notes that the cold causes the cross to cluster together, and he compares the horde barreling toward them at the snowy riverbank to a London bus joke. You wait hours and see nothing, then suddenly 32 come at you. Only these are intent on ripping off toes and worse. Crossed like humans rely on numbers for intimidation, warmth, or as Shaky notes, more comrades to eat, when hypothermia starts knocking them down. As the survivors finally use the dead tree as a bridge, one eccentric member of Jasper's group shouts, "Hooyah, I've got the crystal," while raising a fist to the sky. At least someone here can appreciate just being alive. Jasper immediately tells him to knock it off. Shaky orders his people to cross first. No survivors, no sanctuary. As harsh as it sounds, it's shaping him into the cold leader archetype necessary to survive, reminiscent of the gamekeeper. And Jasper's only commentary to Shaky's orders is cunt. As the rest of the newcomers cross individually, Shaky introduces each of them, and only 2 will make it to the sanctuary, assuming Shaky can keep the ruse going. It's like a little game show what follows, as we're given introductions to everyone. They're a mixed bunch of contestants here, with the first being Jasper, seemingly the leader, described as try-hard twint, with a Somerset accent from southern rural UK. Shaky guesses Jasper was part of the territorial army but never saw combat, just a wannabe soldier who watched too much Full Metal Jacket. Shaky calls him a little dictator indulging in power trips. Comparing himself to Jasper, Shaky wonders, "I'm not that bad bad, am I? And our second contestant is Richie, the nervous guy who once held a gun to Celine's head. He's described as a good kid. He was a scholarship student from Kenya, with a brief pro football academy stint gone to waste, all because of the apocalypse. His only flaw is that he follows every order from Jasper, even the bad ones, enduring Jasper's racial abuse along the way. And after Jasper tells Richie some pretty racist stuff, Shaky says, like I said, I'm not that bad. And also Richie is probably my favorite character from Jasper's group. And before we move on to our next contestants, Shaky admits that he hadn't paid much attention to them, as we're shown Jasper smacking Richie on the back of his head. This just really cements Jasper as a dick. Shaky wonders, how much effort do you make to remember someone who's expendable or useful? The list says 2 maximum, so how is he going to choose? And now we're on to our third contestant, Dolores, an elderly former dental nurse who clumsily crosses the log. Shaky notes that she has medical experience, but hasn't practiced in over a decade. He already imagines Dawn nagging at him, saying, you gave a spot on the boat to the Queen Bloody Mother? She'll be dead in a month and we don't even have any gin. Moving on to our next contestant is Mark, and he's a bit of an odd one. The eccentric guy who shouted about the crystal. He now sings a tune about being a lumberjack. Shaky calls him a bloody winker, and questions if it's trauma or just twatism, but notes a practical perk. Mark is a cheesemaker, something Shaky deeply values after the disastrous cheese attempt with the sheep they had back on Kava, which he notes came out looking like sperm mixed with vomit. Shaky briefly pauses to note he could have just told Jasper's group where the sanctuary is, letting natural selection sort them out. Celine nervously asks about the approaching Frost, but Shaky, hiding another note for Elin, insists they can't waste any bullets. It's always ulterior motives with Shaky. Anyways, up next is Miranda, bluntly described as a tank, and is likely of Maori descent. Her cauliflower ears are evidence of rugby, and Shaky speculates on her brutal ability to snap a man in half, potentially a very useful skill. And now on to our final contestant, and as Shaky describes this man, Barry, he notes the strong protecting the weak, and Barry is obviously the weak. Jasper described him as the bona fide medical marvel. That Barry survived exposure to a hypothermic cross 2 months prior, only feeling sick for 2 days. It's an unusual resistance. However, unless Barry's blood is going to save humanity, Shaky is not very fond on taking him in. Once all are across, they push the log into the river to prevent any pursuing crossed. Viceroy closest to the shore accidentally falls in, and now Shaky faces a dilemma. What if 2 useful people become 3? As Viceroy fights for his life, Shaky briefly toys with the idea of letting him go, becoming a monster like the gamekeeper, but he ultimately saves him. At least he still has a little bit of goodness in his heart. Viceroy catches his breath and bends down to tie his shoes. Out of all the moments to tie his shoes, this being one of them is insane. And surprisingly, luck intervenes. Across the river throws a knife. Perhaps a gamer once because he says Hadouken as he throws it, which misses Viceroy and strikes Barry instead in the neck. Barry falls into the river shortly after. Shaky reflects on the day with his usual buzzwords: medical marvel, useful, natural selection. With Barry gone, the group is now down to 9, making Shaky's decision on who is truly useful a little easier, though leading them is not going to be a simple task. It's been 4 days since Shaky last wrote in his journal, marking this entry number 23, and he opens by reminding us through the diary itself that he still loves us. Oh, thanks Shaky. Beyond that, it's the same routine, checking off items off the scavenging list, while raiding a pharmacy and more discreetly, leaving another love letter for Aylin, who we should remember is now crossed, or at least pretending to be. And don't worry, it'll all make sense eventually. The Sorties group along with Jasper's are closing in on Inverness, a city in the Scottish Highlands. Shaky notes that they're stringing along the hopefuls like the bastards we are, but with some afterthought he changes we to I, because ultimately he alone will decide which 2, if any, survive, of Jasper's group gets to return to Kava. That night, as the group settles into a building, Dolores informs Shaky that Jasper is gone, vanished without a trace. Mark cracks a joke about Scotty beaming him up. Miranda mutters good riddance and calls him a bully. Shaky notes that leaders, powerful people, have a habit of disappearing. Outside, Shaky waits for Richie to catch up. Richie now has a black eye. Shaky asks where he hid Jasper, and whether he's sure if the bastard is really dead. Richie, completely caught off guard, can barely respond. Shaky reassures him that he doesn't care what Richie did, but he does care if Jasper is still alive, because if he is, there's a chance he's crossed now, and that could be a problem. Shaky is jumping to conclusions here way too early, but honestly no one would blame Richie if he had killed him. Shaky reflects on his own paranoia, cynical suspicion. Thy name is Shaky, and he has his reasons. After the gamekeeper's stunt at the hospice, the group has traveled far, and Sister Teresa had begun speaking again. At one point, the gamekeeper's group hid behind rocks, watching 2 survivors make a final stand atop a car against the crossed. Knowing when to intervene is a skill, and this was one of those moments. Later, while sheltering in a house, Shaky speculates why the gamekeeper hadn't abused Teresa the way he had Agnes. Teresa had no leverage unlike Agnes, who was coerced under threats against Lloyd. Inside, as the group ate, Teresa asked what the gamekeeper and Agnes were doing outside. Shaky said nothing, while Lloyd echoed it, quieter. Then came the night where Agnes attempted to take her own life with some pills, 10 of them to be exact. Lloyd rushed to her body, finally finding the spine to sit with her, while the gamekeeper simply turned his back and grunted. Shaky notes that for a moment you could see the gamekeeper considering using Teresa the same way. That's when Shaky had a brilliant idea. He calls over a Shoke, nicknamed Ash, and urgently swaps lookout duty. Kneeling beside Teresa, Shaky calls her sister. When she asks what's wrong, he tells her to shut up, politely with the please. He explains that she doesn't know him, has no reason to trust him, especially as part of the gamekeeper's crew, but if she wants to stay safe, she needs to believe he's trying to help. Teresa hesitates, then asks what she needs to do. Shaky writes that Teresa was pure as sterilized snow, a virgin. He didn't think she could convincingly fool the gamekeeper into believing what was happening beneath the sleeping bag. But after hearing enough curses from the crossed, you pick up things. The dirty talk worked. She was saying stuff like pump me Shaky and stab her with it, and to exemplify it, she said, "Fucking stab me." The gamekeeper, frustrated, storms off. When Shaky and Teresa emerged, she was as red as a tomato. Shaky admits that might have been the moment he fell in love with her, or at least when he seriously considered killing the gamekeeper. Back in the present, Shaky revisits his suspicion toward Richie. Jasper did hit him. For murder, nope. Shaky tells Richie to keep quiet about it and apologizes for projecting, and sends him to the rest, leaving another letter for Aylin. Shaky admits he's cynical and suspicious. Not everyone is guilty of something. Then Miranda brings bad news. Jasper took all the supplies. Maybe cynicism pays off after all. The perspective shifts briefly. We follow Jasper moving through the fog, having discovered the letters Shaky left behind. He tears them up as he walks, mocking Shaky's secrecy. From them, Jasper learns about the island of Kava, sanctuary, and decides to reach it himself, rejecting Shaky's false promise of bringing the whole group. As he moves through the fog, he scoffs. Who's Eileen anyway? Behind him, the mysterious duct-taped figure can be seen, picking up torn letters with a boxing glove for her hand. Entry 24 brings us to the final stop in Inverness. There's a weight in the air as the sorties travel by Skips' boat. Every supply they've gathered piled on board. Shaky writes that you think, with the end of the journey in sight, Celine would have stopped moaning, but she doesn't. Still, the trip has been a success. Most of the grocery list checked off, helped along by their would-be islander companions. The real problem now is deciding which two of them get to return to Kava. As the boat nears the shore, a massive cloud of seagulls erupts in the distance. Skip squints and mutters, "What the flaming hell is that?" Shaky answers plainly, "Seagulls." He recalls reading once that if humans vanished, the bird population would explode by the billions every year. Living on the island, he couldn't tell if that was true until now. Seagulls go where the food is, and where there are this many birds, there's plenty to eat. Skip raises his binoculars and tells Shaky he might want to rethink the plan. What Skip is staring at is Fort George, an enormous 18th century fortress, once home to the Black Watch, 3rd Battalion of the Royal Regiment of Scotland. John had marked it on his map with a hopeful note, "Armory ammo?" What no one expected is that Fort George is still operational, at least partially. Armed soldiers stand watch behind barbed wire along the walls. Hanging below them is a massive sheet that reads, "Travelers, not safe, go away." And the reason for that is obvious. Below the walls, hundreds of cross swarm in chaos, fighting, tearing at each other, indulging in every depravity imaginable. One of them is even relieving himself in plain sight. Shaky notes that John is long dead now, but wherever his body washed up after they dumped it at sea, he's probably laughing his head off. Skip asks for the plan, but Shaky hesitates, then says they'll need a sheet and a marker. He turns to Tabitha and tells her it's her time to make some art. The problem is that if Fort George is a locked buffet for the crossed, Skip's boat is a floating appetizer. The crossed plunge into water, swimming toward them. Shaky tells Skip to be ready to gun it. Tabitha works fast and the message reads, "Need guns and ammo, trade?" Panic ripples through the group as the cross draw closer, but then a voice booms from the fort. The soldiers can't leave the walls, but they are willing to trade if the sorties can bring medical supplies. Shaky agrees without hesitation and orders Skip to pull away, leaving the cross churning uselessly in the water. Away from Fort George, Inverness itself is eerily quiet. The fortress works like a beacon, drawing the cross toward it and away from the city, with most of the infected fixated on the walls. The sorties and the remnants of Jasper's abandoned group can safely scout. Shaky writes that weapons were were never the highest priority. Ammo ranks slightly higher, but not by much. You can live in fear without a gun, but you can't survive without food, medicine, the basics. They searched places that should have been loaded with weapons but came up empty. Common sense says to avoid cities, but Shaky knows Fort George is doing most of the work for them. He admits something colder in his writing. It's easier to move through a place like this when you have few lives you can afford to lose, namely the leftovers of Jasper's group. Harsh but honest. While the sorties traveled by boat, Jasper's group came up on foot, reuniting with them after spotting the fort. As they walk, Dolores prays aloud for salvation. Mark snaps at her to give it a rest. Miranda tells him to back off. Shaky admits he's been spending weeks, refusing to form any attachments, only giving orders, exploiting usefulness. He reassures himself that he's not heartless. He's just focused on the mission, that's all. He reflects on who he used to be, a writer, someone who craved validation. That need had to die with the old world. Now he's learned when apathy is useful, even feeling the uncomfortable pull toward becoming a real bastard. The comparison to the gamekeeper isn't lost on him. He just hopes he doesn't rot into the same thing. When they finally enter Inverness proper, the city is a husk. Shattered windows, overturned cars, disaster frozen in place. Shaky snaps at Celine during one of her panic spirals, then apologizes, refusing to sink to the gamekeeper's level. She ignores him and points to a pharmacy, locked behind security shutters, but exactly what they need to enter the fort. As the group works to force it open, Miranda voices the obvious concern. How are they supposed to get the medical supplies past the massive crossford at Fort George? Shaky doesn't even have an answer, until one practically drops into their lap. Mark grins and mutters something about a meat wagon, and bringing out the dead, holding up a set of keys. They belong to a private ambulance parked nearby, still intact, still usable. He smirks and says it feels like someone is trying to tell them something. W. Mark. Journal entry number 25 takes place later the same day, after hours spent loading the ambulance with medical supplies. By nightfall, the group holds up in a room of an abandoned house, huddled around gas lamps, eating what I think might be soup. Shaky has just finished explaining the plan, which brings with it the familiar suffocating dread. Another job that needs volunteers. Another ask no one wants to answer. Shaky calls for a volunteer, no one looks up. He asks again, still nothing. Finally, it's Viceroy who breaks the silence. Viceroy says he's been on a lucky streak lately, since nearly getting clipped by a thrown knife when a cross yelled Hadouken as he bent down to tie his shoes, which mind you is still a pretty insane moment. Shaky notes bitterly that being the lucky one used to be his role. He admits Viceroy isn't wrong. Boring, barely there Viceroy somehow keeps surviving, though Shaky adds that Viceroy has a real talent for ending up in dangerous places. He recalls earlier that day while they were loading supplies, Shaky had shouted at Viceroy to hurry up, forgetting his name and calling him, "What's your name?" Right then a cross dropped down from above, dual wielding a hockey stick and a hatchet. It shattered its own feet on impact, and still came for Viceroy. And then, out of nowhere, the strange black-clad figure, wrapped head to toe, taped together, appeared, took the cross down, and vanished. Viceroy just sat there afterwards, stunned, trying to process it. Now gathered in the lamp-lit room, the group speculates. Dolores asks if anyone's ever seen a cross behave like that before. Richie says no, running away doesn't fit to the crossed. Shaky suggests that behavior like that implies reason, maybe an agenda. Dolores says well, and then Shaky says bullshit, saying it could just as easily been a madman, feral and sick. Viceroy adds that the figure was completely covered, mask, gloves, layers, no skin exposed. Whoever it was, they couldn't have been infected from helping him. The room goes quiet. Shaker reminds us in his journal that mysteries are best ignored, no matter how tempting they are to poke at. Viceroy breaks the silence again. He says things have gone strangely well for him, and now that volunteers are being called for, it hits him that no one here really knows who he is. As he starts to introduce himself properly, Celine cuts him off. She says she'll volunteer and steals the spotlight. She knows how to drive an ambulance, one about the same size, she says. She's done it before, and something happened to her near here. She insists, talking over Viceroy entirely, and launches into her very own origin story. Shaky notes that on paper it's nothing unusual. Celine, her husband, and their 2 children were tourists in the Scottish Highlands. At the start, they missed the worst of the outbreak, hiding out in a cabin near Drummadocnick. I hope I said that right. The radio told them to stay put. For a while, they saw no violence at all. Food ran out, someone had to go, and Celine volunteered for her family. She talks about her husband. God rest his soul, she says each time she names him, and about how they argued over the van. He hated the way she drove it, said she didn't respect the gears, but there was no real choice. Either they starved, or someone went out into the remains of the world. Celine admits she was almost excited, nervous at first, grinding the gears, but she got the van moving and made it to Inverness. She found a superstore empty, untouched, no cross, no people. She filled bags with snacks, drinks, and even left money on the counter, thinking it mattered. Then she drove back. She opened the cabin door, calling out cheerfully, "Who wants donuts?" And inside was horror. A group of cross had found them, drawn by the noise she'd made learning the van. Her husband was still alive when she saw him, barely, screaming at her, cursing at her as the cross attacked him. One son was being killed as he cried for his mother, asking why she did this. The other was brutally strung up and beaten. All Celine could do was run. When she finishes, she collapses into sobs, face in her hands. Tabitha moves to comfort her. Now Shaky has two possible volunteers: Viceroy, steady, invisible, oddly lucky, and Celine, desperate enough to erase what happened in her past. Shaky doesn't even seriously consider Viceroy. He writes that nothing motivates a person like the need to scrub old stains clean, and with that, he tells Celine that the job is hers. Journal entry number 26 begins with a ritual of sorts. Celine applies makeup to her face, like she's going on a date with destiny. At this very moment, Shaky writes that the only thing really worth making yourself look decent for these days is death. This world is void of seduction and personal pride. All that remains are the things you're prepared to do for survival, and the things you're not, both done in the name all for survival. Shaky drifts back to the time he traveled with the gamekeeper after Agnes's attempt. He reflects that how you feel about what you need to do barely enters the equation. To illustrate this, he recalls a day of pouring rain when the gamekeeper asked his crew if Teresa was asleep. Agnes said yes. The gamekeeper replied that rent was due. Lloyd tried to stop one of the gamekeeper's power trips and was immediately struck down with the butt of his rifle. Agnes asked why not Teresa instead, implying the way the gamekeeper had been staring at her. The gamekeeper responded that if Agnes woke Teresa up, he would mutilate her lips, and not the ones on her face. As the gamekeeper forces himself on Agnes behind a fallen tree, Shaky admits his regret at not intervening. The crew could have all taken on the gamekeeper out at any moment, but they needed him. He had the traits of a leader capable of surviving this cruel world. As Shaky had written before, you do the things you're prepared to do, and the things you're not, whatever helps you sleep at night. Back in the present, as Celine finishes her makeup, Shaky reminds her that once she's in the fort, if she gets in, she corrects him when she gets in. That's when phase 2 starts, 3 hours later, and she needs to be ready in the van. Celine, now far more confident than before, maybe because the burden of her story has been lifted, or maybe because her face is all caked up, tells Shaky not to worry, that this is the calmest she's ever felt. She turns around and asks how she looks, her face covered in eyeshadow and lipstick. Shaky gives an awkward smile and a thumbs up. Outside, Tabitha asks if Celine is okay. Shaky answers fine, probably the best she'll ever be. Miranda asks what they're supposed to do while Celine drives head on toward Fort George. Shaky, borrowing from the gamekeeper, repeats the words he once heard, "Rent's due," not alluding to anything as horrible as to what the gamekeeper did. Shaky remembers one day where Teresa's clothes had gone missing. When Shaky asked Agnes if she slept well, she replied, "Why wouldn't I?" When Teresa realized her clothes were gone, Agnes held up something revealing and suggested she wear it. As Agnes helped her put it on, Teresa's blanket slipped, briefly exposing her. At the exact moment, the gamekeeper walked in grumbling. Shaky, aware of the gamekeeper's nature, cursed under his breath. The connection between this memory and the present was clear: distraction. Shaky explains that when Celine meets with the soldiers, the rest of the group, Jaspers, will act as bait, drawing the cross away to ensure her safety. Miranda immediately calls out the plan for what it is. Shaky is using them as bait. He bluntly asks if she wants sanctuary or not, likening it to leading a pig with a carrot on a stick. As Shaky has written before, pride, seduction, subtlety, and the need to be liked have all been severed. His only focus now as a leader is doing what must be done. The thought that these people need him makes his skin crawl. Miranda calls him a complete cock. Shaky waves her off and tells everyone to get ready. Shaky admits he spent his whole entire life trying to be admired as an insecure writer, as the nice guy. It was who he was from birth. He flashes back again to the stolen clothes, remembering how he offered Teresa his jacket. She thanked him, calling him a good friend. Agnes watched, visibly upset that her plan was foiled. Her attempt to provoke the gamekeeper had been undermined by Shaky's kindness, but kindness never lasts. Nothing good in this world ever does. Now, all of the people who remain from Jasper's group calls Shaky a cunt, all in unison. This issue ends with Celine stepping forward, announcing that she's ready for a ground debut. Continuing on with entry number 26, Shaky writes that the time has come to use 4 brave souls to his advantage, relying on their courage and sense of honor in exchange for sweet glory and guns. This honor, however, comes from people who hate him at the moment: Miranda, Mark, Dolores, and Richie. Before departing on what clearly is a death mission disguised as a distraction, Miranda tells Shaky that she hates him, and that she's even reconsidering the promise promised sanctuary that is Kava. Mark agrees, saying yeah. Shaky, far harsher than usual, tells her, then feel free to piss off back to the bumblefucks, eh? Then at least for her benefit, he reveals that there will only be 2 extra spots on the boats. He's pretty much fed up at this point, and he'd rather fill them with people who are capable. Tabitha lies prone next to Shaky, scouting the fort, and asks Shaky when he turned into such a turd. Shaky admits he doesn't know, maybe it's exhaustion, terror, and the burden of making impossible decisions. Or maybe he's just trying to impress Tabitha by acting macho. He then abruptly orders everyone to start the stolen car engines. Continuing with Tabitha, he admits that there's a chance he was never a nice person at all, and ends the note by saying self-analysis is a fucking pig. The distraction group races toward the walls of Fort George. Miranda shouts to get the attention of the countless crossed, while Mark yells for them to smell his cheese. The car swings around and the crossed horde follow close behind. Watching through binoculars, Shaky tells Tabitha the plan is working and to get Celine ready. And just as Shaky is telling Tabitha that, something goes wrong. A crossed holding a shotgun fires at the car. The doors aren't bulletproof. Miranda driving is hit in the leg. Richie panics, yelling at her to keep going. Tabitha asks Shaky if they're okay. Sleep deprived, he nearly says who cares, but stops himself, telling her that they're fine and moving again. Inside the van, Celine prays, and Viceroy tells her that she's up. As Celine's van approaches the massive fort doors, only a few cross stragglers trail behind her. The gates open. The soldiers rush out, rifles raised, shooting down any stragglers so she can enter safely. Once she's inside, the door slams shut. Once in a blue moon, in a world ruled by dread, Shaky writes that everything goes according to plan. And now comes the waiting. Both of the groups regroup in a nearby wooded area. Miranda is still in pain from the gunshot. Dolores tending to her. To pass the time, Shaky writes in his journal. Eventually, he asks if anyone else knows how to drive. His lack of concern for Miranda's injury is immediately called out. She barely manages to call him a prick before Viceroy interrupts, announcing that he can drive. Shaky clarifies that he meant any of the 4. Viceroy insists on taking the lead this time, so Celine can make a safer turn, and Shaky gives in. In his journal, Shaky reflects on resource management, who is useful, who is expendable, and who could be lost without collapsing their chances of survival. At that thought, he feels himself enter a state of metamorphosis, becoming an irredeemable cunt pod. As Viceroy prepares to enter the distraction vehicle, Tabitha pats his shoulder and reassures him that once he returns, he can finally tell his story. At least someone here is a sweetheart. It really makes us wonder what exactly is Viceroy's story, and why he keeps getting cut off. Maybe it's something truly awful, like Jeff's from Garth Ennis' original Cross run. Shaky orders that time is up, and to scramble. Viceroy repeats to himself like a mantra, lucky, 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 hoping it hasn't run out yet, or maybe it already has. As Viceroy drives with Dolores, Mark, and Richie toward the fort walls, he goes too fast, not giving the cross time to bite the carrot. When he finally draws their attention, he stalls the car. Even Dolores calls him a silly old man. Panic sets in as Viceroy fumbles with the ignition, blaming it on not having driven in years. His luck hasn't completely dried up. The car starts again and he cheers. Thankfully, the crossed are still idiot adversaries, at least for now. They're too focused on the promise of violence to realize that they've fallen for the same trick twice now. And in the journal, Shaky explains what phase 2 was supposed to be. The gates would open. Celine returns like Santa Claus on a sleigh, a van full of weapons and ammo. The plan was for everyone plus 2 new passengers to return to Kava, saving their taste for terror and action for another year. But the gates don't open. The crossed begin turning back. Shaky curses, stammers, then finally realizes the truth, that the soldiers inside have nicked their bloody yank. Shaky writes journal entry 27, noting that today has been eventful to say the least. The situation, he says, has evolved. He's writing from inside the fort now, perched on top of a barrel, surrounded by corpses with fresh blood sprayed across the ground. Behind him sits the pharmacy van Celine once drove. Whatever happened between his last entry and now was clearly a disaster. You're probably wondering how Shaky got into this situation. A cross crawls toward him. Shaky barely looks up. He tells it, "Do you mind?" then shoots it in the head, annoyed that it interrupted his concentration. He admits the strange thing about all of this is that he feels disappointed. He expected the final expedition to end in some grand, dramatic climax, probably the writer and him craving an epic finale. But instead, he missed it entirely. The explosion that caused all of this, he wasn't even there. Looking out over the scattered bodies of crossed and soldiers alike, he calls it all anticlimactic. The day before, when part 2 of the plan failed, Shaky suggested trying the distraction again. Maybe the soldiers inside had mistimed it. Maybe it just needed another go. They tried again and again, nothing. The gates never opened. Shaky notes with dark amusement that the crossed fell for the same trick every time. The crossed are simple creatures. They forget easily, they don't learn, they just react. When Viceroy asked if he should run the distraction again, Shaky only stares at the fort. The group speculates. Richie wonders if the gates are jammed. Dolores suggests that the ambulance broke down. Mark floats something darker, that maybe the soldiers inside are cannibals. Tabitha offers the simplest answer. Maybe Celine had decided to stay. The fort was safe after all. And then Celine never came back. That night the group gives up and beds down in the woods nearby. Then the gates open violently. An explosion jolts them all awake. Shaky scrambles up a tree for a better view and sees the aftermath. A massive blast. Smoke billowing into the sky. All he can manage is a shitting hell, describing it as something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Shaky reflects on how they've all learned to stay quiet. Loud noises are now terrifying. The fires burn for 2 hours. They wait 6 more before breaking their silence and heading toward the fort. He admits it's reckless, but they came for weapons and ammo, and one of their own was inside anyway. Though that isn't the real reason. The truth is simpler and more rooted in selfishness. Shaky lives for this feeling, knowing something is deadly and confronting it anyway. That's why he rigged the lottery in the first place. At the shattered gates of Fort George, Mark says this is insane. Every crossed within 20 miles will be swarming the place. Shaky counters that every crossed within 20 miles was probably already here, just now in pieces. They move through the bodies, not all of them are dead. One reaches for Shaky and is put down by Tabitha. Soon the group starts calling out the live ones. Shaky tells them not to waste ammo, and then Miranda says that won't be a problem, and is shown slung with 2 rifles and bandoliers. Shaky notes that it's rare these days. Funny means. But of course, the fun doesn't last that long for Shaky. What he's tried to ignore for so long resurfaces, a mystery, and it's a big one. When Mark asks what the heck happened here, Tabitha says it doesn't matter, and points to Shaky, saying to avoid mysteries, right? That's what he always says. But this is too large to look away from. Questions pile up. What happened to Celine? Why isn't her body here? Shaky admits something selfish and a bit shameful in his journal, that he's jealous. Celine got her grand cinematic ending, the kind he has always imagined for himself. And now he'll have to unravel this mystery to ease his mind. Shaky admits in his journal that he's finally given into the mystery in front of him. There's something pleasurable about a puzzle, he writes, about confronting one after months of actively avoiding them. Besides, he isn't quite ready to return to Kava and resume his dull, empty routine. He needs to leave with something to feed the writer in him. While the others load the pharmacy van with ammo crates and whatever valuables remain, Shaky slips into what he calls detective mode. It's really roleplay. When they ask him to help, he just says he's busy. He imagines himself as a post-apocalyptic Sherlock Holmes. The case of Carnage Castle. The mystery of the vanished Virginian. It's all a distraction from the existential dread waiting for him back on the island. As Shaky ventures deeper into the fort and unlocks a door, a crossed child lunges at him and is quickly put down by Richie. Richie lets out an awkward laugh. Mark, leaning against the doorframe, casually mentioned he's found some 44 shells, perfect for the weapon that Richie was first seen carrying, the Winchester, almost as if saving Shaky's life earns him some leverage. Richie asks if he can bring some ammo back with them to Kava. Mark cuts in coldly, asking what makes Richie think he'll be one of the 3 to go back. With Celine presumed dead, one slot has opened, but that still leaves someone behind. Inside the room, a soldier lies slumped against the table, pants down, a knife buried in the back of his neck. Shaky doesn't linger. Richie, suddenly nervous, keeps asking when Shaky plans to decide on who gets to go back. All Shaky says is that he's busy. He's too deep in this to even care about the others. After circling the fort, Shaky pieces together what he believes happened. Someone blew the gates from the inside, the crossed poured in, soldiers scrambled to defensive positions, then came the chaos. Gunfire, explosions, traps, total annihilation. But that still doesn't explain everything. There are no survivors, no signs of retreat. In that room, the one with the dead soldier shows no evidence of a firefight, no struggle, just the crossed child wandering freely afterward. Shaky replays the details. The soldier had a black eye, rope on the floor, pants down, and then it hits him. There are no women bodies in the fort, none that weren't already crossed. It was a fort full of men, and they sent in Celine. Shaky acknowledges that the thought is cliched. He's seen that movie too. Is he talking about 28 Days Later? Anyways, he dismisses that idea, that cliches aren't rooted in reality. Humans are still human. Men are still men. The world is a sick thing that takes what it can. He imagines Celine restrained, desperate, grabbing a knife in the chaos while she's being violated by the soldiers and strikes back. The dead soldier becomes proof of the resistance. From there, Shaky imagines her running naked past the armory. And then she has a final decision, a grenade. The gates, oblivion, all that remains, he thinks, is a finger still hooked through the pin. Then just as cruelly, Shaky undercuts the entire narrative. He writes Celine off as weak, cowardly, useless. Someone who cried the whole way here. A waste of space, he writes. Lost in thought, Shaky barely registers Tabitha trying to speak to him. He waves her off and cuts straight to business. The real problem now is deciding who goes with them, and whoever it is, he says, won't be worth the person that they lost. He ends the entry with the metaphor: life, sex, movies. Once the climax is over, all that's left is sentiment. It's done, Shaky writes at the start of entry number 28. The adventure is officially over. Like every neat story, it ends the same way it began, with a lottery. Shaky decides the fairest way to choose which of the 3 newcomers return to Kava is to draw sticks. Who stays, who goes, letting luck decide. Luck has been an unspoken constant throughout all of this. Shaky traces it back to his time with the gamekeeper, when that group stumbled upon a shooting and fishing supply store. Shaky cracked it open with a crowbar, and inside they found the mother lode. Food, gear, and most importantly, a locked gun cage. The only problem was, of course, that they didn't have the combination. Ashok took a look and explained it was an electric strike latch system. Surprisingly still powered. Mid-tier system, he said. The gamekeeper, completely disinterested in all of the details, just stared at him, asking if he could open it. Ashok replied he doesn't see why not. And while they waited, Shaky and Teresa have a little bit of a moment together. They sat atop the counter together. She remarked that Ashok was a funny man. Shaky agreed, calling him a bit of a spaceman. He offered Teresa a cigarette, then some scotch. She politely declines both, being a nun and all. Shaky reflects that vices had become luxuries in this world. Most people would tear into them as a reward for still being alive. Teresa didn't. Self-control came so easily to her, and that was her holding. She denied herself more than just simple temptations. She denied her feelings too. Shaky admits that there was something there between them. Lingering looks, nervous smiles. The kind of tension that doesn't need words. If she hadn't been so devoted to her faith, or brave enough to stand up to the gamekeeper twice, maybe it could have been something else, but it never was, not then. The gamekeeper watching Shaky and Teresa getting along so well frustrates him, and so he proceeds to vent. He orders Agnes to step outside with him. She hesitates, he repeats himself, saying now. Teresa seems oblivious to it all, which Shaky finds hard to believe. His theory is that it was just another form of denial. Shaky, being nosy, decides to excuse himself to take a piss, but instead follows them. Agnes is on her knees, begging. The gamekeeper tells her that she's not ready yet, and says that Teresa is better, purer, worth waiting for. And Lloyd watches from a window above, unseen. Shaky notes how people idolize what they can't have, how the gamekeeper turns Teresa into something sacred and untouchable, something to covet. Shaky circles back to the present. The newcomers don't know what Kava is really like. They imagine it as safe, clean, perfect, and because of that fantasy, they'll do anything to reach it. And now the sticks are drawn. As Mark double checks his choice, Shaky tightens the grip on the remaining 2, subtly guiding him toward the longer one. Dolores is left with the short stick. Mark used to be a cheesemaker. Dolores was a dental nurse, and Shaky really likes cheese. Dolores cries, saying it's not fair. And before this issue ends, Ashok fumbles to get the gun cage open, and as Lloyd continues to look outside the window with rage, Teresa calls out to him, but Lloyd ignores her, and his expression hardens as Ashok finishes opening up the gun cage. There we go, Ashok says. I wonder what Lloyd is gonna do with that gun. Continuing on with entry number 28, we're homeward bound now. The group heads out on Skip's boat, now loaded with supplies, but not everything made it aboard. Extra boots, heavier clothing, and tragically for Richie, a box of 44 shells. His disappointment is shown with a little dot bubble of poop hovering below his head. It is a strange visual gag, and honestly one I wish the comic used more often. And all of the rest of the other things they couldn't carry, they left with Dolores. Shaky writes that they could have squeezed her in, but the list only allowed for 2 useful people, plus 1 slot opened by Celine's absence. Shaky justifies leaving Dolores behind not only as obedience to the list, but as simple math. Dental care is obsolete now. Fluoride rinses don't matter much in this world, compared to food and ammunition. And plus, her body was too frail to work. She would have just been another mouth to feed. Shaky writes that the bottom line is this: stay or come, she won't last long. A poor investment, Dawn would say. And when Skip's boat departed Dolores all alone, Miranda rubbed her head, saying that she's so sorry. The decision was Shaky's alone. The guilt is his to live with, and everyone else's to choke on. Shaky says he can't blame them. They haven't learned yet. They don't know that survival requires redefining what matters and what doesn't. You reinvent your blind spots. Selective ignorance becomes second nature. Eventually, you barely notice when something slips through. Like how Shaky forgot that a vengeful husband like Lloyd still had access to firearms. firearms, and would eventually act on it. That's a problem for later. For now, Viceroy finally gets his chance to speak. Shaky groans, oh god. Tabitha tells him to be nice. And now we get into one of the craziest backstories. Viceroy begins by saying the most important thing to understand about him is that he's a victim of circumstance. His recent good luck, he believes, is the universe paying him back for everything that came before. Then comes the list. His mother died alone in a hospital bed while he sat in traffic. He lost out on jobs because younger salesmen were cheaper and faster. His wallet was stolen while he was leaving a voicemail for his wife. And a dog relieved himself on his trousers while he waited for the bus. Shaky writes that Viceroy paints himself as a man who spent his whole entire life being kicked around and thanking whoever did it. Completely passive, apologetic. Shaky writes that Viceroy was a fucking joke, and like any bad joke, you can see the punchline coming a mile away, and sure enough, it does. Viceroy explains how he rushed home early, desperate to see the one person who made things feel bearable, only to find his wife in bed with another man. He says something broke inside of him, like a switch flipped. He doesn't remember a thing until afterwards, after they found him, except for what he had said out loud right then and there, which of course mirrors Lloyd as he rushes outside to meet the gamekeeper. They both share that sentiment of enough is enough, and we're shown Viceroy on top of the bed, slaughtering his wife and the man with a knife. And for a moment of some comedy, I guess, because I found this part really funny, the silence afterward is heavy. Shaky finally breaks it with a single word. What? Like no one had ever suspected of Viceroy doing something like that. Well, at least before the crossed. Viceroy continues. He greeted the end of the world from a prison cell. Diminished responsibilities, lawyer called it. Temporary insanity. Mitigating circumstances. He wasn't accountable, they said. He'd never hurt anyone before. When everything collapsed, the guards opened the cells and told the prisoners to run. Screams and gunshots and all of that. As Viceroy walked calmly as the prison tore itself apart around him. Riots, screaming, gates coming down, crossed ripping through anything they could reach. Nobody paid much attention to Viceroy, crossed or human. Viceroy ends his story with a theory, as he uses both of his hands to make a cross over his face. How quirky. What happened to him? That mental break. That's what happened to the whole entire world. A species-wide collapse. A moment where the mind can't hold reality anymore. A permanent, never-ending contagious awareness of the simple cosmic truth that everything has a breaking point. Shaky thinks of Lloyd charging at the gamekeeper with a shotgun at that moment. That breaking point is coming up next. Entry 29 marks the group's return to Kava, home sweet home, as Shaky is greeted by the smells of sheep excrement and salt. Nothing beats the noises of seals and frogs, but being met by people huffing with bitterness and boredom is one thing he truly dreads. The group camps on the shore for the night and plans to make their way back to the others at daybreak. Shaky writes that he's fucking back diary. He's home. Shaky struggles to put into words how it feels to return. The word home doesn't quite fit, so he makes up his own, Hote, which he, I think, defines as a location upon returning to which a traveler experiences mixed feelings of familiarity, comfort, belonging, seething resentment, and scalding black, bleed your eyes out venom. Earlier, while traveling on Skip's boat, the newcomers finally caught sight of their new sanctuary. Richie, disappointed, says that's it. Skip jokes, asking what he expected, Euro Disney? Richie replies no, just somewhere nice. Mark makes a Doctor Who reference, which I should have expected given that the author is from the UK, asking why they aren't docking the TARDIS directly on the Gallifrey. Skip, completely baffled, asks what the hell he's talking about. Shaky explains to Mark that docking directly at Kava wouldn't work anyway, the water's too shallow. They need a proper harbor. Skip has been hesitant to take his vessel, the Kookaburra, back to Houghton ever since the ambush and the rain of bombs. For now they settle on docking in Stromness. It's farther than Houghton, but better safe than sorry, especially when you're this close to getting home. This is just the beginning of many changes, new routines, new places. Shaky reflects on the journey, trying not to sound too philosophical. The changes feel appropriate, especially since the trip didn't end with the epic conclusion he'd imagined. One question nags at him. Has he changed after finally scratching that itch to chase danger? Will he return to Kava in a better state of mind than when he left it? When the group unloads in Stromness, something catches everyone's eye. Miranda is the first to spot it and points over at it, saying, "Hey Shaky, when you said all looks normal, does that count?" Pointing to a massive red glare on the horizon. Another mystery, one Shaky chooses not to ignore. Instead, he decides to torture himself again by indulging in his curiosity. Just days ago, he told Tabitha that self-analysis is a pig, so why is he doing it now in his journal? Maybe this is the change he was talking about. Shaky grabs his binoculars and heads for higher ground to get a better look. Viceroy and Richie follow. Shaky's thoughts spiral in this entry. He wonders if his stone cold act was just that, an act. And now that they're heading home, he continues whether he's subconsciously seeking validation from the others, carefully balancing being nice with being nasty. He vents that there's probably no third act at all, no true climax to any real story, that life is just random and keeps going on. But he also admits he doesn't want the adrenaline to stop. He likes living inside an action horror story. Thankfully, Crossed Wish You Were Here is just that. Through the binoculars, Shaky sees the source of the light. It's coming from the standing stones of Stennis. He notes that Orkney is packed with prehistoric sites like this. Another thing he wishes he could have googled. What he sees is a crossed gathering, flares firing off like a deranged light show, a massive bonfire at the center. Shaky describes it better than I could ever, saying that it's a party, a wild rumpus, a savage nutjob frothing Saturnalia of sadistic cunt scabs, exulting in fire and frenzy. Naturally, the cross desecrate the ancient structure, over 5,000 years old, by hanging bodies from the stone slabs. Some crossed wear military gear, rifles slung as they jump and howl. The centerpiece of it all is a crossed soldier holding a staple gun to the head of Teresa. The scene plays out like a ritual. When they finish stapling the nun's headpiece to her scalp, the crossed erupt and cheer, as if celebrating a ceremony of rebirth. All Shaky and Richie could do is just watch and just say, what the fuck? Shaky writes that there is no finale, no closure, only more baggage to carry. Viceroy watches Shaky closely as he lowers the binoculars and signals that it's time to go. Maybe he suspects that Shaky knows something about this nun crossed. As the three walk back, all in silence, after witnessing something as crazy as that, what do you even say? Richie attempts to break that silence, asking what that was, but Shaky shushes him, saying that the rest will be back from the first shuttle run by now, and for them just to all go home. Another problem for another day. And home they go. In his journal, Shaky wonders if there's any lesson in today's strange events, and whether he has truly changed or not, rediscovering curiosity instead of suppressing it. When the final shuttle unloads on Kava's mainland, Shaky tells the group that they'll head to Eden in the morning, the place where all of Kava's inhabitants sleep. Mark laughs at the name and asks where the snake is. That's pretty foreboding, just considering Shaky's whole character. Shaky tells him to shut up and warns if they enter Eden before dawn, they'll be shot. The survivors on Kava don't mess around. As everyone settles down to sleep on the shore, Viceroy pulls Shaky aside. He says he saw Shaky's face, that he knows Shaky recognized that thing, that woman. He asks what Shaky's story is, a line Shaky doesn't cross. Shaky tells him that it's none of his business, and storms off. In his journal, Shaky asks himself if he's reconnected with his humanity. He writes "What's your story" over and over again, before finally telling his diary to fuck off. All snug in his hammock, Shaky begins entry number 30. He writes that he should be pleased to be back amid all the grime packed into the sleeping quarters, all the grotesque comfort, all the fart stink, and all mildew and fleas, and all the winkers muttering, except that everything is different now. Dawn is next door. He's not even snoring, probably not even asleep. Shaky says everything feels different after his journey of suffering, near-death experiences, and the occasional pants full of piss. He thought he'd appreciate Kava's shelter more, but he doesn't, not at all. Earlier that day in the morning, he would show the newcomers from a distance, behind the traps of the Kafa Kava, all the routines of Kava, pointing to the defenses and the alarms, the watchers on the tower, and the listeners in the lighthouse. All the safety, all the coziness, and just lovely, 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 he writes. But he admits he was really just trying to convince himself that this was paradise, just not the one he'd been chasing, not the adrenaline-soaked one. And Viceroy spots some people from over the hill. Shaky says, "Meet your new family." Then bullets start flying. Gunfire tears through the scene, narrowly missing everyone except for Viceroy, whose luck finally seems to falter as a round scrapes his side. Alongside this panel of the cast nearly being wiped out is Shaky's journal confession. He couldn't wait to shed the weight of leadership. Even if the bossiness came naturally to him, the rest didn't. The decisions, the responsibility. He can't understand how his cowardly brain ever managed to push through it. When the gunfire stops, Miranda tries to shout that Viceroy's been hit, but forgets his name, blurting out, "Thingamajig, what's his name's hit?" Shaky yells back, "It's us, you bastards, we're back." Viceroy, realizing that he's only been grazed, laughs it off. Viceroy says, "It's like I said, a run of good luck." But then the mood runs out. Richie says quietly, "Oh no." Standing with Dez and Elisa is Jasper, who's managed to find Kava thanks to the letter Shaky carelessly left for Island. Before Elisa could say, "We thought you were crossed," Jasper shushes her, saying nobody's hurt, no harm done. He greets them coldly, saying, "Welcome home, my lovers." The way Jasper holds the rifle reminds Shaky of a man he once knew, Lloyd, who mutters that enough is enough as he storms toward the gamekeeper. Shaky tells Lloyd to wait, but Lloyd is adamant on revenge. He presses the barrel of the shotgun to the back back of the gamekeeper's head, the gamekeeper mocks him, saying, "Your lordship, about fucking time you grew some bollocks." The gamekeeper clearly knows Lloyd doesn't have it in him. He calmly explains how Lloyd can get out of this. Shaky's right there. After all, he's more brains than balls. And surely Shaky wouldn't let Lloyd kill the man who's been leading them through the apocalypse. And Lloyd is visibly shaking. While the gamekeeper says, "You pull that trigger, Shaky aim looks right to me." Lloyd turns his head for a second to plead with Shaky not to do it. And then all of a sudden, the gamekeeper strikes. He knocks the shotgun aside. Lloyd fires uselessly into the air, loses his footing. The gamekeeper shoots Lloyd in the low abdomen. Agnes screams no over and over as Lloyd collapses. What follows is vile even by cross standards. The gamekeeper forces Agnes down, asserting control as Lloyd bleeds out, his insides spilling onto the ground. The gamekeeper sneers, "You see what you made me do?" and tells Lloyd he'll make him watch. Ashok rushes out at the noise and is met with the scene. Degradation, death. The gamekeeper waves his gun at both Shaky and Ashok, warning that one step closer means that they're next. Back in the near present, right after spotting Jasper, Shaky urgently tells Elisa and Des that Jasper is dangerous, a gung-ho racist who roleplays as a SAS, who stole their supplies before vanishing during the expedition. Des tells Shaky to fuck off, and Elisa tells him, "He told us what you did." That line nearly drops Shaky's stomach. Jasper already told them everything about the letters, about Elin, a literal treasure map back to Kava. Jasper casually asks, "Who is she anyway?" Conveniently cutting back to the past, Elin steps outside the shooting and fishing shop after hearing gunshots. She sees the gamekeeper amid the aftermath, sweating, violent, and unrestrained. Continuing on with entry number 30, Shaky writes that he spent the day avoiding bad memories and tougher realities, sulking in his room like an angsty teenager. No jobs, no assignments, no adrenaline-filled missions, just the same stagnant waiting around he traveled so far to escape. The day before, everyone confronted him, the court council, Jackie, Dawn, Rab, Maria, and the same people who'd greeted him with bullets. They all stood together to demand answers about the love letters he'd left behind. Shaky explains that it was therapy, that Elin was someone he used to know, that the letters were meant as closure. Elisa immediately calls bullcrap. Shaky admits in his journal that he sounded a bit like a dick, hiding behind therapy as a convenient excuse. But what truly enrages Elisa isn't the sentiment, it's the trail of crumbs he left behind. And Elisa tells him that any moron could have followed his love note straight back to Kava. Shaky looks over to Jasper and says only one moron managed it so far, and Jasper tells him, "Fuck you, writer boy." And that's not the only thing he's done. Rab had confessed to the blackmail, how Shaky used the crossbow to force his hand. With that, the council turns their backs on Shaky, leaving him alone with his shame. Shaky launches into one of his better written analogies. He compares the tides around Kava, the very thing that keeps them all safe, that washes away the threats, to what's happening now. The tide is turning, it's foaming at his feet. He admits the monologue sounds pretentious, tells the reader to chalk it up to the entitlement of an outcast, and invites them to cry him a river. Trying to salvage what little reputation he has left, Shaky approaches Des before he heads out on a scavenging run with Elisa, Jasper, Mr. Masood, and I think Viceroy. Shaky warns him again that Jasper is dangerous. Des shrugs it off. He doesn't care about deceit. He likes Jasper. Jasper does things. He doesn't wait around, he starts the action. And that earns Dez's respect. As Des climbs into the rowboat, he tells Shaky that they're heading to inspect the standing stones of Steness, the place Shaky had pointed out. They're going to kill things. Des finishes by asking whether the old bosses would have done stuff like that. Shaky notes the shift immediately. Jasper hasn't just joined Kava, he's claimed it for his own. The phrase old bosses is already being used. Rab and Dawn are technically still in charge, but their authority is eroding. Elisa won't even look at Shaky. Des is addicted to violence. Mr. Masood is hollowed out by grief. The people who crave slaughter more than survival finally have a leader willing to indulge them. As Shaky walks back to Kava, he mutters, "Fuck it. Time for proactivity. If he's going to fight this, he needs to know where everyone stands." First is Jamie, who is painting, says Jasper seems fine and calls Shaky a cheat, and afterwards tells him to piss off. Next is Maria and the twins. Christine says that she's disappointed, especially after the stunt with the cross child. Edith says Jasper is good company. They were singing hymns just yesterday. Shaky tries to interject. Maria cuts him off and orders him to get out of her kitchen. Third, Roshan and Mr. Masood's wife. Shaky warns how dangerous complacency is, how letting Jasper rise will get people killed. Roshan gently shuts him down. "Oh Shaky, please leave us alone." Fourth is Chanice, Dez's daughter. Shaky pleads with her, warning that Jasper is feeding her father's worst instincts, that it will get him killed. She tells him to go away. Skip and his family want nothing to do with him either. The newcomers openly despise him. They all call him a cunt in unison. Richie stutters before he does. That night, alone in his hammock, Shaky writes that all he has left is, he's interrupted. Richie slips into the room whispering that it's too soon to go against the grain. His face is bruised. Shaky asks what happened. Richie says he remembers when Shaky once thought Richie had killed Jasper. He admits that there were plenty times he wanted to, and that Jasper isn't a good man. Before leaving, Richie says he just wanted Shaky to know that. Shaky notes it down. Next on the list is Rab and Dawn. The following day, Rab greets him with folded arms, visibly relieved. Dawn is more blunt. He tells Shaky that they know about the bribe, about putting Rab in danger, about the letters. Any one of them grounds to strip Shaky of his rights. Rab takes over, says that they have a wee problem and that its name is Jasper. Dawn explains it plainly. Jasper is too aggressive, too reckless, and sooner or later he's going to cause a disaster. Shaky barely reacts. He already knew that. That night he writes that he joked Jasper was stealing their jobs out from under them. Before Shaky can finish writing in his journal, hands grab him from behind. One clamps over his mouth, the other a knife presses against his throat, and is revealed to be none other than Jasper, who tells him to shut up or he'll cut his todger off and orders him to move outside. And outside, Jasper lays out the new rules. He investigated the crossed gathering at Stennis. No signs of any army, no looming invasion, no supercrossed. He knows Shaky met with Rab and Dawn and suspects that they're plotting against him, and he won't tolerate it. Holding the heat scanner inches away from Shaky's face and a knife at his neck, Jasper tells him that everyone thinks he's a cunt. None of them trust him anymore after all those tricks he's played, and the request is simple: for Shaky to fuck off. Shaky's journal writes that in that moment, Shaky had thought, "I'm a coward, diary. Let's not make any bones about that, but it's hard to be scared of a jumped up little Nazi when you've arsed like the prince of fucking darkness, so coward or not, just like the first time I met the devil, and God, like the last time I saw him alive, I have my moments." Shaky calls Jasper a pretend bloody soldier and that he doesn't scare him. He can't even look him in the eye, and his heat-seeking scanner is a joke, and tells him that this isn't Predator, you little faker, and demands for the knife to be moved. But just as Shaky is about to continue, Jasper lowers the knife to Shaky's crotch and tells him to shut up and to listen. He says he's the bravest man on the island. People love him because he gives them action. He boasts about his dominance, his influence, about taking whatever and whenever, and says that he's having sex with Elisa twice nightly, and that he's doing something crazy with Roshan, and Shaky to him is nothing. As Jasper walks away, he tells Shaky to stay out of his sanctuary. Shaky is left there choking on a word he once sold to Jasper himself: sanctuary. Continuing with his journal entry from the previous issue, Shaky writes that he's been outcast to the mainland side of Kava, now restricted to sheltering in the old Croft cottage. The first person to visit him is Tabitha. She doesn't stay long. When she leaves, she trails off mid-sentence. Something about how it wouldn't look good if anyone saw her with Shaky. He writes simply, fair enough. The second is Richie, who sneaks in the afternoon with scraps from the kitchen. Fish, of course. Richie doesn't mention Jasper, and in return, Shaky doesn't ask about a split lip. Alone again, Shaky writes that those are his allies now. Summing it up miserably, a pragmatic hippie and a scared kid, until the Star Chamber arrived, which of course is Rab and Dawn, venting their frustration about the usurper. Dawn says Jasper wants to send out more groups. Food collection isn't enough anymore. Now he wants to actively hunt Crossed, seeking them out with murderous intent. Dawn mocks Jasper's use of the word fight back, saying he's worse than John ever was. Shaky offers little sympathy to him, writing that they're just moaning. The real problem is obvious. People on the island have stopped doing what they're told. Instead of listening to Rab and Dawn, they're just now actively following Jasper. While recounting the events of Lloyd's murder by the gamekeeper, Shaky writes that whining gets you nowhere, something he's always known. Agnes is shown sitting beside Lloyd's corpse crying. For the first time in the story, the gamekeeper looks extremely guilty when Elin appears. It confirms what Shaky had suspected all along. Elin was spared because the gamekeeper viewed her as something sacred, at least for now. Likely because how she carried herself and her religious devotion. He pleads with her not to hate him, stumbling over his words, while Agnes runs away in horror. Shaky ends the thought bluntly. This world now runs on instinct. You feel something in your gut and you act on it. Back in the cottage, Shaky cuts Rab and Dawn off, saying, "What, gentlemen, exactly did you come here to say?" He really has no patience left in him for whining, and he already knows the answer to that question. Rab hesitates, saying, "We think, but Dawn doesn't, saying, "We think we probably need to consider killing that man, and who better to help scheme it than Shaky?" As the sun sets, Shaky begins entry 31. A wide panel lingers on the battered cottage as fog rolls over the distant hills. Shaky notes that the croft sits on the wrong side of the isthmus defenses. Everyone has already withdrawn to Eden for the night. He imagines them warm and comfortable and seethes quietly. The day passes in isolation. Shaky decompresses, wallows, and daydreams about all the mysteries he once tried so hard to avoid. He mocks himself for the daydreamer's never last line he started the story with, thinking about how Jackson thrives in this world. Shaky wonders if that's why Jackson keeps to himself, avoiding the politics of large groups full full of people who all want their own way. Shaky questions what came first, Jackson's desire to be alone, or the fact he was always a sheep-fucking mentalist. Either way, Shaky knows he's already ruined that relationship with Jackson. Cue the sad violins, he jokes in his journal. Alone with his thoughts, he braces for a long night of self-pity and resentment. Thinking about how Jackson operates with decisiveness and instinct, Shaky realizes what it takes to survive now, the absence of hesitation. Elin had it on the night of Lloyd's death. She confronted the gamekeeper without flinching. Even when he threatened to shoot her, she dismissed it, marched straight up to him, and demanded he stopped, calling him a silly little man. The following day, Shaky looks out the cottage window and spots a motorboat, the same one that carried Elin. Well, presumably the crossed Elin. The same one where he once saw a cross shove a severed leg into her. The same one that chased him out of Houghton. In denial, Shaky writes the same line over and over in his journal, that she's dead. Unanswered questions, unsolvable mysteries. Tabitha visits again and asks him directly, what's your story? Who is Elin? Shaky stays silent before finally admitting she was someone he loved a long time ago. Panels cut through Elin confronting the gamekeeper and Shaky sitting with Tabitha. Tabitha asks if he still loves Elin. How could he? Shaky insists that she's dead, his journal repeating the line again and again. One thing leads to another. Shaky and Tabitha share a really intimate moment, having sex. But Shaky is crying. The greatest mystery of all loops endlessly in his mind, and the realization settles in that a ghost from his past isn't done haunting him. As we're shown Elin going up to the gamekeeper, grabbing the gun, saying stop it, in God's name stop it. Without any introduction from Shaky's journal, Jasper arrives on the mainland of Kava, heading toward the cottage with Viceroy and Richie in tow. Shaky is immediately held at gunpoint by Jasper, who tells him to back off, or he'll blow his head clean off. Shaky doesn't flinch at the empty threats, while Richie watches in stunned silence. This isn't the first time Shaky's been in this position. The scene flashes back to when the gamekeeper did the same thing, shortly after Agnes's suicide, following what happened to her husband. As the gamekeeper tells Shaky to back off, tears stream down his face while he counts to 1. Shaky writes that some men never bluff, while others radiate a simple, unmistakable intent, and those men always end up in charge. That night, Shaky backed off, watching the gamekeeper march deeper into the forest, while Agnes's body hangs in the distance. Shaky reflects that you have to hope not everyone becomes a monster, just like you have to hope some monsters are really bluffing. While we're shown in the present, when Shaky swings at Jasper, Jasper pulls the trigger, but only smoke spills from the barrel. Before we see how it fully resolves, Shaky begins entry 32 in his journal. He explains what led up to that night. Another messy ending, another stolen climax. Beside him lies what appears to be Jasper's severed hand, still clutching a knife. Shaky writes that the pot had been simmering for a long time now, the quiet plotting with Rab and Dawn, the slow build toward killing Jasper, all pointing toward another ugly resolution. But sometimes, he notes, the universe cleans up its own messes. We shift back a lot, going back earlier that night. Jasper, Viceroy, and Richie had landed on shore, asking for Shaky's help. Jasper says, "Oi, rider cunts, knock blummin' knock, comin' alp." Outside the cottage, Viceroy explains that they missed the sundown retreat to Eden, and asks if they could stay the night. Before Shaky can ask where they've been, Jasper cuts in, smugly announcing they've been on a mini sortie around Houghton, calling it the New Order. Shaky notes how much Jasper loves this, bragging about how out of the loop Shaky is, and how he's ramped up scavenging runs far beyond how Kava used to operate. Jasper peppers his speech with military jargon, recon, surveillance, strike back, repeating the last one enough times that it would make Dawn cringe. To top it off, he describes Richie's survival out there, using a slur, casually and cruelly. Richie, meanwhile, is excited about finding 44 shells for his Winchester rifle. Jasper sneers that it's amazing what you can find, when you're not too scared to go looking for it. The narrative jumps again, mirroring past and present. Shaky recalls that they weren't searching for Agnes when they found her body hanging. The gamekeeper, unhinged with grief, screamed at the corpse and beat it repeatedly with his rifle. Shaky doesn't know what possessed him to step in. Maybe it was the shock of seeing the gamekeeper unravel, crying and venting in raw desperation. For all his evil, Shaky admits the man still had a heart, full of emotion. When Shaky tried to stop him, the gamekeeper smashed him across the face with the butt of his rifle, splitting his cheek open. Back to Jasper and Shaky's standoff. Shaky finally snaps. He tells Jasper he's enjoying this far too much, and warns him about how convenient it is that they just happened to find those 44 rounds, hinting at the cross traps in Houghton. Jasper mocks him, grabs the rifle from Richie's back, intentions spike. Before Shaky can finish calling him a cunt, Jasper cuts him off, saying he thought they already settled their beef. Viceroy tries to warn them about something off with the crate of bullets, but as usual, no one listens. Jasper reminds Shaky that he's exiled from Eden and calls him stupid for arguing with a man holding a loaded gun. Viceroy tries to speak up again, only for Jasper to snap at him to shut up. Jasper then demands Shaky to apologize, or he'll go after Tabitha, dismissively calling her a hippie. Shaky writes that he's a coward, but even cowards have their moments. He swings at Jasper, only to be stopped cold by the barrel of the gun. Jasper tells him to back off and address him as Sir, once again echoing Shaky's confrontation with the gamekeeper. Without wasting any time, we see the aftermath only seconds after Jasper pulls the trigger with Richie's rifle in his hands. The gun explodes, tearing one of Jasper's hands clean off. Shaky ducks instinctively, narrowly missing the shrapnel in the shot. Jasper clutches the ruined stump, staring in disbelief at where his hand used to be. Richie isn't so lucky, and I hate this. Shrapnel tears into his head and he collapses instantly, dead before he hits the ground. Shaky, stunned by the sheer absurdity of surviving and randomness of it all, shouts to Viceroy asking if he saw that. His thoughts tumble over one another as he remembers Jackson calling that rifle an antique. Maybe that's why it blew. He curses through his shock, acknowledges that Richie is gone, and calls out to Viceroy again. When he looks over, he sees Viceroy has been grazed too, a bullet slicing past his ear. Shaky is flooded with relief, too caught up in the miracle of still being alive to notice Viceroy's horrified realization. Viceroy stares at the crates of ammunition and the bullet that clipped him, and understands it all at once. The rifles and rounds are smeared with crossed shit. It was a trap from the start, and that means Viceroy is infected. The story slips back into the past, after Shaky's confrontation with the gamekeeper in the fallout with the daiquiris. The gamekeeper kept his distance from Shaky, Elin, and Ashok. He left subtle warnings of nearby Crossed, and occasionally returned to drop off supplies, either to keep them in debt, afraid, or both. Shaky even thanked him, though they never touched the food out of paranoia or pride. Elin wouldn't even look at him. Shaky's real concern was Ashok. The withdrawals had finally taken a hold. For days he vomited and babbled incoherently. In a strange way, Shaky and Elin became his parents, caring for him whenever they could. And however, deep down Shaky knew they needed the gamekeeper to survive. And Ashok, in one of his lucid ramblings, was the only one willing to admit it. Back in the present, Viceroy, whose name Shaky admits he later forgets while writing, rambles as he's churning. Shaky bluntly notes in his journal that it was all dull, that he only pretended to listen as he knelt beside him. Shaky's thoughts drift instead to the crossed excrement on the bullets, wondering if it carried what he believes to exist, the crossed bug, and where those contaminated rounds came from. His mind spirals. He wonders whether who a person is before turning has anything to do with how they behave once they're crossed, thinking of Viceroy's breakdown and the violence he committed before infection. But Shaky cuts the thought off. Mysteries are too dangerous to think about, just like the mystery with Elin now. Shaky pulls the gloves from Richie's body, slips them on, and takes the helmet. He prepares to mercy kill Viceroy before the infection takes him. Viceroy, facing his end, breaks down, saying the important thing is that he's mattered, didn't he? He questions if his life ever meant anything. Shaky only tells him he's sorry for all the times he forgot his name. We can even see the cross rash forming on poor Viceroy's face as tears stream down his eyes. In the past, the gamekeeper's visits became less frequent. They discovered some of his old traps, crudely marked with warnings carved into the tree. One night, sheltering in a chapel tower, Ashok jolted awake in a cold sweat, babbling about feeling safe, about how it never lasts. Mostly nonsense, but the meaning was there. Below them, the gamekeeper listened. Back in the present, Shaky doesn't waste a bullet. He ends Viceroy's suffering by smashing the back of his head with the Winchester, killing him instantly. Shaky sits alone among the bodies of Richie and Viceroy. Jasper is still alive, unconscious, barely clinging on. Shaky considers tying off the wound, but before he can move, he spots a distant glow on the horizon. He rushes to Jasper, grabs the heat scanner and looks through it. What he sees makes his blood run cold. A fire burns in the distance, surrounded by a massive horde of Crossed. Every single one of them are facing in his direction. This surely can't be good news. Shaky begins entry number 33 of his journal by recalling how, as he was a kid, he read Lord of the Rings and hated the ending, calling it shit. Not the big heroic one, where the, in his words, hairy little fuckers win the day, huzzah, but the second ending, the quiet cleanup afterward. He calls it one of the worst written subplots ever. Less important and less satisfying than the real conclusion. That's why it was left out of the films. Nobody likes an untidy story. He brings this this up because the world ending now is exactly that, a mess, a long, ugly second ending that never wraps itself up neatly. He even ties this thought to his own decision to go out on the sortie, something he hoped would cauterize old wounds. Instead, not a single one healed when he came back. In Shaky's journal, he writes to listen, everything has consequences. Even in this extremely messy world, every shit stinks, everything buried works its way to the light. The following morning, the rest of the group arrives to see the aftermath of the previous night. Inside the cottage, Rab and Dawn open the door to find Richie and Viceroy laid out on the floor, each with a piece of cloth respectfully covering their corpses. At least Shaky is still very thoughtful. Jasper sits slumped nearby alive, bleeding heavily from where his hand used to be. Shaky, in all his seriousness, sits with a rifle across his lap. Dawn explains that Tabitha sent him and relays her message. Rab adds that she looked white as a sheet. Shaky, just being deadly serious, asks if they brought the fucking landmine. Returning to the past, Shaky reflects again on bad pennies, and who other than the gamekeeper is better for that message, how they always come back, and how it connects to the gamekeeper, slowly distancing himself from the trio back then. Shaky wasn't there for the gamekeeper's last visit. He admits he didn't notice how the gaps between visits had grown longer, how things had become calmer without him, too calm. Shaky even slipped back into old habits, smoking cigarettes, or cancer sticks as he calls them. Just like Ashok once said in one of his ramblings, you can't quite cut the cord. What Shaky didn't know was that while he dragged on a cigarette, the gamekeeper had already slipped into the building where they were sheltering. Shaky tries to rationalize what happened next. Maybe something happened while the gamekeeper was alone. Maybe the isolation finally got to him. For his own sanity, Shaky has to believe Ashok tried to stop him, otherwise it would all be meaningless. He never heard a sound, no cry, no struggle. The truth is simpler and worse. The gamekeeper held Ashok down until he passed out. The gamekeeper did it all quietly, efficiently, silent and secret, like all the best bastard leaders. Back in the present, Shaky tells no one his plan, yet Rab and Dawn follow him anyway. They help load Jasper into a rowboat. Once on the water, Rab asks what this is all really about. Shaky just says to trust him, and yeah, they just need Jasper to stay put. And how else are they going to make him stay put without cutting a piece of his leg, rendering him immobile? And so Shaky whips out a knife and asks one of them, Rab or Dawn, to cut Jasper's leg. Dawn says, well, I'm not bloody doing it. Shaky says, you wanted rid of him. And Rab says, yes, and the luck did it for us. This is your show, laddie. Shaky, realizing that he has to do it himself, says fuck it and gets to work. And as he slices into Jasper's legs, Shaky recalls in his journal a line from Macbeth, a Shakespearean line, and it's a bit funny considering Shaky's name is Shaky, short for Shakespeare. You get the idea. Anyways, he half remembers it as, I am in blood, steeped so far, that to return would be as tedious as to go o'er. Whether it's exact or not doesn't matter, but what it amounts to is, in for a penny, in for a pound. Once you're this deep, there's no turning back. In a brief through panel cut, we see the gamekeeper moving through the shelter in the past, approaching Elin as she sleeps, outside, unaware. Shaky flicks his cigarette to the ground. Now Dawn, Rab, and Shaky, carrying Jasper in the boat, reach the barrel of butter, the cluster of rocks rising from the water, the same place where the two crossed were stranded in the first volume. Rab hands over the landmine, asking one last time why they're doing this. Shaky just says to trust him. Shaky knows people see something in him now, something they don't understand, something that scares them. Just like the night before, when he watched that massive horde of Crossed move through the heat scanner. And now, from Shaky's perspective, we see Elin in the distance, her headpiece unmistakable. She's holding a piece of paper, one of the notes Shaky left behind. Shaky stops dodging around it. He admits it's time to be honest with the reader, and reveals what the letter truly said. Elin, you won't ever see this if by some miracle that you do. I don't imagine a piece in your condition would pave the patience to read it. More likely the wind will take it away, and my sorry thoughts with it, and no harm done. But maybe I'm wrong, and this stupid fucking stab at catharsis will bring a horde down on my home. Wouldn't be the worst thing I've ever done, you know that, and my people would fight them off anyway. That's the point, Elin. They're strong. They're strong and they're armed and they're careful. I don't know what's happened to you. I don't know what you're planning. But before it comes to your time to try and act, please, if there's any sense in you, stay away from Kava Island. My people will kill you. You won't deserve it, but they will because that's the world now. Stay away, that's all I can offer. My poor friend, in exchange for the things I did. Now pay attention to that last line. For all the things Shaky did. I wonder what he could be talking about. Hopefully it's not something super horrible that changes your whole entire perspective on Shaky, and maybe just ruins the character a little bit. it. But that's a story for another day, because before this issue ends, the full horror of the past is revealed. A Shoke lies on his back, choking and vomiting, barely conscious. The gamekeeper assaults Elin, and while he's doing that atrocious act, he carves an X symbol across her face, the same one we see her now as she's crossed, and he repeats the same words over and over, sick and trembling, saying, "Told you not to look at me." Now for the final issue of this video, it's finally time to see Shaky's plan in motion. Everyone gathers along the shore of Kava as Jasper finally awakes around noon. The islanders were furious at first, but after seeing what happened to Richie and Viceroy, most of them quietly accept that they should have listened to Shaky sooner, and he clarifies that Jasper was lying about tupping Elisa and Roshan. Neither of them shed a tear anyway. What surprises him more is how transfixed everyone becomes. It's almost a spectacle watching Jasper stranded on the barrel of butter as he bellows a final defiant "fuck you guys" across the water. Shaky wonders what went through Jasper's head in those last moments, surrounded by seals staring blankly at him. Did he think his admirers, Dez and Elisa, would rush out to save him? Did it finally click that his takeover of the island was just a phase, a fad? He came in fast, loud, and exciting, and he'd be gone just as quickly, like a firework. Shaky notes that they hauled in 3 claymores from Inverness, and everyone loves fireworks. The people of Kava aren't the only ones watching, which was the point. Out on the water, the same motorboat that carried Elin looms in the distance. They don't intervene, not out of fear, not out of urgency. They just float watching. Shaky snatches Elisa's rifle to get a closer look at the woman he hasn't stopped thinking about. The crossed boat is unmistakable, wooden, motorized, decorated with bones. At the front stands Elin, grinning. Beside her are 2 figures, one bound tightly in duct tape, which we've already met, but who is he? The other figure is cloaked and motionless. And of course you have the crossed pilot. Shaky shares his theory about the crossed, noting that everyone else seems to have one already. He writes that now might be a good time to switch your bullshitometer to forbearance. His theory bleeds into memory. In the past, the gamekeeper weeps as he violates Elin. Shaky's belief is simple. Who you are before the change shapes what you become after it. What you lose matters, but so does what you keep. For Elin, it was control, restraint. Even in that moment, she could have turned the tables. Shaky notes that the gamekeeper's gun was inches away. She could have taken it at any moment, but she didn't. Even in that horrible act, she sees Shaky in the doorway and tells him not to kill the gamekeeper. The gamekeeper turns eyes full of fury and tears. Back in the present, tension ripples through the crowd as everyone notices the crossed boat. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They were meant to take the bait. Maria says, "What are they doing?" Jamie says, "This is new." And Elisa points out that they know it's a trap. Des, wanting to ignore the fact that there could possibly be intelligent crossed, says, "Don't be dense, they're just too cold," or some shit. Dawn orders Shaky to fire. But then the cloaked figure shifts. It's Celine, unturned. Shaky's earlier theories about Fort George collapse instantly. No heroic last stand, no neat cinematic tragedy. Nothing clean or clever at all. Shaky admits it outright. He never claimed to be a good writer anyway. Elisa snatches her rifle back. Don lowers his binoculars and says the crossed are leaving. Shaky, all out of love to give, mutters "fuck it" and presses the detonator. The barrel of butter erupts in a towering blast. Jasper is decimated. You know, I really hope the seals managed to jump off before it blew up. Shaky writes in his journal/diary that today Jasper became the second person, real person, I mean uncrossed person, I ever deliberately killed. Who could be the first? And we actually do see the first person, or implied, that Shaky ever killed. Back in the past, the gamekeeper reaches for his rifle, noticing Shaky, and says, "You don't have the ball," but he shot as Shaky shoots him through the back. But Shaky adds, "It did about as much good as the first." After the explosion, Shaky sits alone and opens his journal. That about settles it, he writes. The long suspected truth, that he is a massive cunt. As the crowd disperses, Elisa approaches him and asks who the woman on the boat was. Shaky politely tells her to go away. And so he writes again, mocking the question everyone asks, "What's your story?" He says it's one full of messes, ragged edges, and frayed ends. No third act, no tidy conclusion, just one question left. How do you know when it's over? 'Over. Well, now that we're done with cross wishery here, there is just one thing I want to talk about, and I probably mentioned it so many times throughout this video, and that's just my appreciation for the story. Maybe it only comes from covering such already horrible crossed content, because wishery here absolutely blows everything else out of the water. The characters here are better written than the other characters we've covered on this channel, especially the protagonist Shaky. We really get to know Shaky through his journal, even when he deliberately leaves stuff out. And in his journal we find out that he does have good intentions, but most of the time everything he does is rooted in selfishness, something that will be far more exemplified when we cover volumes 3 and 4. But watching Shaky maneuver their people by lying, manipulating, and just doing blackmail to them is probably one of the most interesting things to see play out in the story. It creates a much more compelling conflict than Crossed versus Man, and it only gets even more unsettling at the arrival of Elin. Crossed wishery here isn't about Crossed at all. I mean, it is, but the main focus here is Shaky, his inner conflict with himself and the world around him, ignoring mysteries, trying to satisfy himself with a proper ending to all of the madness. But at the end of volume 2, he doesn't even get closure, and he doesn't even pretend that he's a good person or the hero of the story. He just survives long enough to realize what he's become. A bloody bastard. And maybe that's just the worst kind of torture for a person like Shaky, whose mind runs him into insanity without any mystery or real purpose. And I promise I'm not going to keep you here much longer, but if you made it this far, really thank you from the bottom of my heart. I never imagined I would make a video this long and just put a lot of time and effort into it. The thing that took the longest for this video was definitely the script. But anyways, it's time for a giveaway. Okay, so the rules are pretty simple. I'll be leaving a word somewhere around here, and I'm gonna create a Google form thing where basically you'll just enter in your PayPal email address or username, and if you enter the correct word, which there's only one, you'll be receiving a decent sum of money. I promise there will be a proper conclusion to this whole entire series in part 2 of this video, which should be out in approximately 30 days. Anyways, this has been Keen. I'm so glad he made it to the end of this video, and I'll see you all later. Cross stories have never really been about heroes. They've always been about the ugliest parts of human nature. And when the world loses morality and order, those parts don't just disappear, they get amplified, both in the Crossed and Survivors. Today's story comes from the anthology series Crossed Battlelands, and we're taking a look at the Shrink arc. At first glance, it sounds like another excuse to revel in the spectacle of the Crossed, but instead it centers on a man who believes he understands people better than anyone else, right up until that belief collapses miserably. This arc is written by Max Bemis, who's also written for Marvel Comics and is best known as the singer-songwriter behind Say Anything, which I've never heard of. The art is handled by Fernando Melick, who also worked on the later volumes of Crossed Wishery here, and his style fits the story perfectly. And without beating around the bush for too long, let's get into Crossed Battlelands, the Shrink arc. The dynamic between two brothers can go one of two ways. They either work in tandem or they turn out completely opposite. In the case of Jack and Clancy, their relationship feels like a twisted version of yin and yang. We're first introduced to Jack as a kid, sitting at the dinner table with his mother. Looking back, Jack reflects that even before Clancy was born, 3 years after him, it feels like fate was already planning to balance things out. Jack was always a painfully polite kid, a textbook goody two-shoes, the kind of kid who made it his mission to be liked, and who was genuinely afraid of offending anyone. He explains that this came from being the oldest child. With no father around, Jack felt responsible for filling that emotional gap for his mother. He tried to excel in everything, his manners, his speech, always careful, never harsh, and never out of line. But his brother Clancy, well, Clancy had a very different way with words. He announces himself by calling Jack's name and asking how long it takes for him to scrub the taste of their mother's arsehole out of his mouth before bed, which pretty much sets the tone and is a perfect introduction to Clancy. From there, we fast forward through Clancy's life in a quick montage of increasingly bad behavior. As Jack puts it, Clancy's ability to turn a phrase only got sharper as he got older. When Clancy was younger, he and their mother were dragged into the principal's office office after he told another student that his pubes had come in and that they should tend to his bush. Somehow, even after that, he wasn't expelled. Meanwhile, Jack maintained a perfect 4.0 GPA throughout his youth. They were just complete opposites of each other, almost comically. By the time Clancy was 15, he'd already been arrested for vandalism and public lewdness. In one case, thankfully, the vandalism one is shown. He spray painted that "cum is the new jizz" on the side of a church. And honestly, at this point, it feels like this Clancy guy was already crossed before it even became a trend. No amount of grounding worked. No arrest scared him straight. Clancy kept rebelling. He even brought girls over while grounded. Jack walked in on it once and awkwardly suggested that Clancy should have put a sock on the door or something. Though to be fair, Jack probably should have knocked. And then comes Clancy's 18th birthday. The second he legally can, he leaves home. On his way out, he flips his mother off. She doesn't yell or argue. She just stands there crying, disappointment written all over her face, as Clancy tells her to eat a dick and walks out. Maybe this is just a strange coincidence, but tell me he doesn't look a little like Shaky from Crossed Wish You Were Here in that panel. Ever since Clancy took off to God only knows where, Jack finished university earning a very unsurprising degree in psychology, which honestly might end up being useful once the whole entire Cross situation kicks into gear, but for now that's just speculation. While he was in school, Jack hadn't seen Clancy in nearly 6 years, but that all changed 2 weeks ago. Out of nowhere, Jack gets a message on Facebook, back when it was still the place that everyone gathered, and where you can lose hours of your life playing Farmville. The message came with a promise of a reunion. Clancy opened by calling Jack Piss Pants McGee, and said he'd be passing through town in a couple of weeks. He'd stop by if Jack wanted to, which is strangely kind, but they are brothers after all. Oh, and the message ends with a casual PS, "Sug it. Just brotherly love." And at the exact same time, because this is the universe that is as horrible as it is, Jack is watching the news. Report that people across the world have started turning into violent psychopathic maniacs, tearing each other apart on a massive scale. Here's the strange thing though, based on what we're shown, Jack's story seems to take place somewhere in the Midwest or the Mountain West, maybe Wyoming or somewhere similar. If I'm wrong, I'll accept it. Because even after 2 weeks of the Crossed outbreak, Jack's hometown looks oddly untouched, just compared to everything else we've seen in other comics. No fires, no smashed windows, no bodies in the streets, just a little trash blowing around here and there, and even then it's pretty sparse. Back with Jack, we see him offering a girl named Tiffany a cup of what he openly admits is pretty terrible coffee. He jokes that the outbreak was probably the perfect excuse to start hoarding it. He also offers her shelter. What a kind man. I'm sure he doesn't have any skeletons in the closet. Tiffany's been on the run for 2 weeks straight before stumbling into this town. Jack says the name of it is Woodhill, which makes the neighboring town look like the Bronx, a remote little place that somehow slipped through the cracks. And all that time, she'd completely forgotten about her caffeine addiction. She'd been lost in the wilderness, starving, terrified, and still can't believe a place like this exists. Jack says that despite it being a boring little remote town, it's still incredibly useful for when a worldwide epidemic like this hits. For a brief moment, Jack and Tiffany lock eyes. Maybe there's something here, but whatever it is, it gets shut down quickly as it appears. They both look away, killing the thought before it has the chance to become anything more. Perhaps a little slow burn, if they even make it that long. Now we find Jack and Tiffany sitting outside, something that's apparently still safe, which honestly feels strange to even process in a story like a Crossed one. Tiffany points it out herself, asking how there hasn't been a single sign of infection. No violence, no Crossed, nothing. Jack tells her it almost feels like a miracle, but miracles don't last. More realistically, it probably just means that the waves of Crossed haven't reached them yet. He waves over to a father and son down the street, going about their day like nothing has changed, like the world hadn't ended 2 weeks ago. Jack explains that there's this constant unspoken tension hanging over the town. Some people have already packed up and left, trying to find a sanctuary that might actually hold. The ones who stayed are basically counting down the days until they're forced to do the same. Jack admits none of that really compares to what Tiffany's been through. She's actually seen the monsters, she's lived it. Tiffany cuts him off. She tells him he doesn't need to qualify suffering anymore. At this point, everyone on the planet has already lost someone they love, which makes Jack think of his mother. He hasn't heard from her at all. The last he knew, she moved up to Boise years ago to be with a new husband. Deep down, Jack already knows what that probably means. Tiffany offers her condolences and gently asks if there's anyone else. Jack says there is, or was. He tells her he had a brother once, and now it's been 4 days since Tiffany has joined Jack. And at night, Jack admits to himself he's been dealing with some pretty intrusive thoughts, ones he's been trying not to entertain. Tiffany is just down the hall, asleep in the guest room. The world is falling apart, and yet his brain keeps drifting where it shouldn't. He admits he was about to rub one out, thinking about her. And that's when it happens. A car comes screaming down the street and slams hard into the garage door of Jack's house. Both Jack and Tiffany jolt awake, still half asleep and barely dressed. Tiffany asks what the hell that was. Jack rushes to the window, tells her something hit the house, and orders her to stay in her room until he says it's clear. Jack runs outside practically naked and yanks open the driver's side door of the crashed car. He's about to ask if the driver's okay when he realizes it's his brother, Clancy. The first thing Clancy says is that he bets Jack sharded himself. But that's not even the worst part. In the passenger seat is a dead crossed woman slumped forward against the dashboard. Jack asks, "What the hell is this?" Clancy answers by pulling a knife and holding it up to Jack's face. He tells him he'll explain everything in a minute, but for now, Jack's going to do exactly what he's told. Otherwise, he's going to get stabbed. And honestly, there's no better way to start a reunion when your brother is Clancy. Jack is ordered to grab some supplies from the trunk of the crashed car. At this point, he admits to himself he thought the day surrealism had already peaked with the car crash and the knife at his face, but it gets even weirder when he's forced to pull chains and steel padlocks out of the trunk. Next, he's told to clean out Clancy's old room, every piece of furniture, every relic of his brother's existence. While working, Jack wonders what the hell could have been running through Clancy's veins to make him act this way. Once the room is stripped clean of everything, and the chains are fastened from doorknob to frame, Clancy, smoking a cigarette, finally says that he feels like he owes Jack an explanation to this madness. He starts with himself. Everything Jack assumes about him since leaving is probably accurate. Getting wasted, experimenting with every drug possible, and having repeated run-ins with the law. Clancy admits that there was never any hope for a bastard like him, even long before the crossed outbreak. But Jack was different, the responsible older brother with potential. Clancy wasn't surprised to hear that Jack had become a psychologist, and when the epidemic did hit, Clancy has a new proposition he had worked out. He wants Jack to treat him like a patient, confined in his room by the chains, so Jack can figure out the workings of the mind of someone who's crossed. It's insane, outrageous, but Jack considers it. If he can understand his brother, maybe he has a chance to survive the whole entire crossed chaos. Jack, of course, tells him that this is the craziest thing he's ever heard. Clancy isn't even infected yet, and if he was, he would have turned by now. But Clancy's mind is far from empty, as he's had this whole entire thing planned out. The crossed woman in the car wasn't just a random victim. She'd been his girlfriend for a few months before she turned, and when she did, Clancy shot her and brought her along. Clancy reveals that in his hand, covered by some cloth, that he had actually cut a piece off of the girl's face. He unwraps it and reveals it to be a bloody ear. Before biting into it, Clancy admits almost casually that he kind of missed Jack. Then just like that, he bites down and tells Jack it's time to secure the door. While dealing with the immediate effects of exposure to infected blood, Clancy tells Jack to bolt the door shut. Jack, struggling to hold back his vomit, knows he'll soon have no choice but to obey. As a rash spreads across Clancy's face, he groans in agony. The red marks in his speech bubble make it clear he's turned. Horrified, Jack slams the door, bolts it, and drops to his knees. One hell of a family reunion, am I right? Once the last lock clicks into place, Tiffany arrives, drawn in by the noise. She sees the trapped crossed patient firsthand, or well, at least the door that's confining him. Jack tries to stay composed, explaining the insanity to her. What's unnerving isn't just that Clancy turned, it's that he hasn't said a single word since. No cursing, no yelling, nothing. Which is the opposite of what Jack expected. He even calls it an existential phenomenon. Maybe Clancy's going to end up being one of the smart crossed. Jack finally asks aloud, why hasn't he said anything yet? Tiffany agrees that this whole thing is just so strange. Jack recalls that Clancy used to have the foulest mouth of all time. Now, with all his vile urges cranked up to 11, he's completely silent. Jack leans against the door, trying to make a breakthrough with Clancy. He wants Clancy to talk, but there's nothing. Tiffany suggests leaving him for now, and Jack reluctantly agrees. To clear their heads, the two go for a late night stroll. Jack realizes he's forgotten how calming it can be to hear a woman's voice. voice, to get a glimpse inside her mind, and just to hear Tiffany open up. She fascinates him. She just witnessed her family torn apart by the cross, yet here she is, laughing with him. How can someone so damaged act so warm, so normal? For a little while, the walk is enough to make them forget about the inevitable threat outside the untouched town, and about what's waiting for Jack back at his house. When the two return, as Tiffany is getting ready for bed, she tells Jack to wake her up if anything gets weird. But Jack tells her that this isn't her burden to worry about, that she should focus on getting some sleep, and that he will keep watch on the door. And that at the end of the day, Clancy is still his brother, no matter what state he is in. And as she wishes him goodnight, she gives him a little peck on the cheek, telling Jack that he's a sweetheart of a guy. Now it's time to face the music and see if his brother has anything to say. As the piece off
There is a comic called Bully Wars, and it's one of the wildest comics, craziest comics that I've ever read in all the right ways, right? In all the perfect ways. And it's got one of the most wholesome endings that I think I've ever seen for a comic. So this is written by Scotty Young. It's drawn by Aaron Conley, and it takes place in a town called Rottenville. And literally the population just says a bunch, but not too much. Which I don't even know what that number equates to. But the way that we're introduced to this is we get Spencer, Ernie, and Edith, and they're basically filling this like geek trope, right? This nerd trope. Like Spencer has like 5 math books, right? Ernie and Edith play video games, and apparently Edith is reading Gwag the Barbarian, which I'm gonna be honest, that comic sounds amazing. But they're basically like every nerd ever, which is kind of awesome because Spencer literally grabbed everything that you were supposed to get off the list of things that you need for school. And then Ernie didn't grab anything. He just shows up empty-handed, and Edith has like a backpack with just a handful of pencils and maybe some paper in it or something like that. Here's the kicker, right? And here's where you start to learn about bullies getting bullied. What we end up learning is that when it comes to the town of Rottenville, there are more bullies here than pretty much any other place. And the one that Spencer and them have had to contend with is a kid by the name of Rufus. He shows up chewing gum, spits a wad of it right at Ernie, who just gets plastered in this stuff. And you end up learning he's just been haranguing these kids since middle school, right? And it's kind of funny because Spencer's just like, I was hoping that you might give us the first day of high school off, maybe ease into things before we get the full bully. What do you say? And Rufus is like, I mean, that's an interesting idea. Let me think it over. You know what? I think you're out of your mind, right? And it's just like, this is going to continue on, right? Just because we're in high school doesn't mean things change. Not only that, the bus driver, she's kind of crazy, right? She's like the bus driver from South Park. Like, these kids are going at each other over and over and over again. Rufus is giving a hard time to Spencer, Edith, and Ernie, but the bus driver is just like, let's wrap up the yapping, right? I've got a route to run, so get on, sit down, and shut up, right? Like, she's clearly had it up to here with all these kids. And so once they're on the bus and they actually get to school, Rufus starts celebrating, right? He was like, yeah, man, the smell of fresh dweebs in the morning. He says, look, first day of school is like the first day of prison. And Spencer's like, have you ever been to prison? And Rufus asks him, like, have you ever been dipped in a toilet head first while being flushed? And Spencer's like, yeah, many times by you. And so Spencer says exactly, which is why I'm surprised you don't remember not to run your mouth, because it leads to the whole toilet and flushing thing. And he says, now, where was I? And Edith is like, you were talking about prison. And he's like, what about prison? And Ernie's like, the first day of school is like prison and stuff. And he's like, oh yeah, prison. He's like, whatever. Look, the point is, we are not in middle school anymore. This is high school. And that means there's even more of you geeks to rule. The first day is the most important because it lets them all know that I'm the one that does the ruling. For example, and then he sees this kid who's just standing over there picking his nose, and he's like, this box of snot here thinks that 9th grade is gonna be pure joy. I bet his mommy even told him he'd finally get someone to go steady with him. What a dummy, right? He's about to learn some hard truths. And so at that point just storms off to go and harangue this kid. And he says, let's see, should I kick things off with a Titans twister or go straight for big stuff, like a Kyle Klondiker or Nathan Nick Knuckle Knocker? And he's like, I think I'm gonna do something else. But as soon as he does that, Rufus gets snatched up by a bigger guy. And he's like, what do we have here, boys? I believe that this little thing was going to try and bully that poor student. And like these two little henchmen is what I always called them when I was growing up, right? They're like, yeah, that's what I saw. And so this guy is just like, everyone knows that I cannot allow unchecked bullying here at Rottenville High. Troy and Pug, who were the name of his henchmen, can either of you tell me who thinks they're bigger than the rules in my school? And at that point, Rufus just starts screaming at him, right? Like, are you kidding me? I'm Rufus Roughhouse, the biggest bully in this school. Who are you? Captain Hall Monitor. And at that point, Troy and Pug are just like, is this kid serious? Does he not know? And so then they address this guy directly, right? Hawk, we're in a school, right? Perfect place to educate this dope. And so at that point, Hawk's just like, my name is Hawk. Do yourself a favor and remember it, because despite what your little feeble freshman brain thinks, I am not just the biggest bully in this school. I'm the biggest bully in town. For that matter, you could say I am the bully, period. Not only that, we're told that Hawk has won the bully wars for the last 3 years, and this year is not going to be any different. And so in that moment, Hawk grabs Rufus and slams him into a locker. And so as Rufus is in there, right, getting bullied for the first time in his life, he doesn't know how to handle it. He's like, this is like a hazing thing, right? You know, I'll admit, you had me going for a minute. Maybe I was a little over the line. Of course there's more bullies. I can see how that could be a good thing, right? It's like a safety in numbers type thing. I've learned my lesson, right? You guys can let me out now, and they're gone, right? The only ones standing out there are Edith, Ernie, and Spencer. And it's like, I mean, should we do something about him? Like, should we let him out? And it's like, no, not a chance, right? Just leave him in there. And they walk away. So somehow Rufus makes his way out of the locker. He's in the locker room in third period PE. And he's like, okay, this morning was just a little hiccup. Still time to turn all this around. He's like, shake it off, man, and do what you do. Rain some pain down on these kids and let them know who you are. You've got this. The guy's giving himself a pep talk. He's giving himself a pep talk on how to bully kids. And so he's like, listen up. Rufus is the name, and eating dweebs like you is my game. And right now, I am hungry. Only for Hawk to show up, who stuffs him right back in the locker again. And it just goes on and on and on the same way. Bullies are peppering this dude with spitballs. They hang him from his underpants on a basketball goal. They tape Kick My Gross Butt to his back. They pull his pants down. They tape him to the lockers. I mean, this dude gets ridiculed in every conceivable way. And so at that point, he's in the bathroom roaming around, and he's like, what is happening? I don't understand any of this. Right? It's all wrong. This is not how it's supposed to be. How did I not know about the bully wars? And why wasn't I invited? This is unacceptable. I have to get in. And he's like, a goal. That's exactly what I needed, was a goal. That's what I need. I'll regroup, focus. I thought that all this was going to be easy, but that's my fault. I should have known better. It's okay. Tomorrow is a new day. And then he corrects himself. And he's like, no. Tomorrow is the day. If they want the Rufus, then I will bring the Rufus. Which I think is hilarious. He's referring to himself in the third person. He's like, bring the Rufus. That's a nice line. I smell a new catchphrase. Good job, you bully, you. And so then he realizes there's somebody else in the bathroom with him. And all this courage starts to evaporate, because when he looks under the door, there's just like this tail, right? And like this foot that's coming out of the toilet. This dude starts freaking out, having no idea what he's seen. He backs up against the wall and he was like, no, please, I've had the worst day of my life and I am not sure I can take any more of this, only for a giant rat to come out of the stall. And then we end up finding out the giant rat is actually a mascot, and it's Spencer, right? And he's like, look, man, it's cool. I'm gonna help you win the bully wars. And so then we switch over to Spencer's house, right? And Rufus tells him, you know that just because I'm at your house does not mean we're friends now, right? And Spencer's like, and you know that just because I invited you to my house, that does not mean that we're friends now. And Rufus is like, yeah, man, we're on the same page. This dude's 100% putting on a front, because immediately he turns around and grabs one of the figurines off of Spencer's shelf and is like, you have the Century Hawk from Galaxy Battles. Do you know how rare this is? And Spencer grabs it and is like, yes, I do know. So I'd appreciate it if you don't touch it. And he's like, in fact, don't touch anything. If you see stuff that you want to touch, just assume that it's on the list of things you cannot touch. And so in that moment, while Rufus is just totally enamored by all the stuff that Spencer has, he starts putting on the bully front. He was like, take it easy, man. Like, I don't want to touch your precious stuff anyway. Speaking of which, why do you have all this cool stuff? You're a nerd, right? And at that point, Spencer's like, you mean like the galaxy battle stuff? And Rufus is like, yeah. It's like, you do know who came up with all that stuff. And Rufus is like, yeah, man, Hank Frankly. Like, what's your point? And Spencer's like, I hate to break it to you, man, but Hank Frankly is a huge nerd, or at least that's what you'd call him if you were unlucky enough to go to the same school as you. And Rufus is like, there's no way that's true, man. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Hank Frankly is the king, not some geek. And Spencer breaks out a magazine and is like, what, man? Like, look at this. Right? He was a nerd. Like, he says so in this interview from Sci-Fi Quarterly. In fact, it's the whole reason for the rivalry between Dark Raider and Cycle Cloudhopper. Right? And so at that point, Edith and Ernie show up here. And so as soon as Ernie and Edith realize that Rufus is here with Spencer, they lose it, right? Like, why are you hanging out with our enemy? They start losing their minds. But Spencer breaks it down, right? He's like, no. It's all part of the plan, right? Here's the plan that I have, guys. And what he tells them, he says, we're going to help Rufus win Bully Wars. I'm going to help him win Bully Wars because he's our bully and he knows us, which means if he wins, he's the bully for the year. And the deal that we worked out is that he'll leave us alone and bully everybody else. And when Ernie and Edith hear this, they start screaming at him again, right? And Spencer's like, no. It's a solid plan. And it ensures that the three of us can enjoy our freshman year without the threat of constant swirlies and wedgies and any other terriblies that we've dealt with since kindergarten. But the crazy thing about the Bully Wars is you don't get to just compete in them. You have to be invited to them. And that's when it's pointed out, Rufus doesn't have an invitation. And so Spencer's like, actually, I've got your invitation right here. And he hands it to him. And so as soon as Rufus looks at it, this dude is ecstatic because following that, he goes charging in to Coach Hurt's office. And it turns out that Coach Hurt, he's the one that's running Bully Wars. He's running this whole like underground fight club, basically, for bullies, which is pretty sketchy. And so Rufus comes running in and is just like, I'm Rufus Roughhouse, and I'm here to tell you why you are going to give me an invitation to Bully Wars. And the coach is like, is that so? Well then, Mr. Roughhouse, please enlighten me. And he says, from the moment I was born, I was meant to be a bully. I continued honing my skills in daycare. By the time I entered elementary school, I was a master. There was no one better at making kids miserable than me. As you can see now, you've made a mistake by not including me in your little games. But once I'm officially invited, you'll find out it won't even be a competition. You're looking at your winner right now. And in that moment, the coach just starts laughing at him, right? Just starts laughing in his face. It's like, you call yourself a bully. You come in here and pretend to tell me what I'm going to do, but you and I both know you're begging me to let you compete. I've got news for you, Mr. Roughhouse. It's never going to happen. And he presses this button and sends Rufus basically falling down through the sewer system. And he ends up like exploding out of a toilet. But this guy, he's got drive because he goes right back into Coach Hurt's office with his invitation in hand. And the coach says, I knew you were a bit slow, but I didn't think that you had completely lost your mind. Yet here you are, barging into my office, smelling like a 3-day-old unflushed urinal, which smells putrid. And that's where Rufus is like, you did this to yourself, coach. I suggest you reconsider your position on my entry into the Bully Wars. And the coach is like, what's this? And the coach is like, why? And Rufus just like slams the invitation into his hand, only to find out it's basically blackmail. The coach was a nerd when he was younger, right? He was playing Dungeons and Dragons. Now, here's the thing. D&D is dope, so I don't really understand why this would be a negative. But again, it's all just the tropes of nerds versus bullies, that kind of thing. And so the coach does the only thing he can do. He hands an invitation to Rufus for the Bully Wars competition. And so that's when you switch over to the planning phase, right? And Spencer says, here's everything you need to know about the students that you will be up against. Right? And he says, I've been compiling information on the bullies of Rottenville for years. I figured if I was going to survive, I would need to know all I could about you guys, about your kind. And so Rufus is like, dude, this is actually kind of awesome that you did this. And so he says, this is the old abandoned Rottenville High School. I have the general layout here, but it's impossible to know what challenges are waiting for you in there. The coach rigs up new traps for this gauntlet every year. Lucky for you, I was able to tap into the closed circuit camera feed from the school. So when you get there, you'll need to follow these instructions and make an earpiece. This will allow us to guide you through the maze. Now, let's go over who it is that you're gonna be up against. And this is kind of cool, right? So he says, Katie Crush, she's a straight up bruiser, and it'll take more than pure brute strength training to go against her. Gil Gory, he's kind of a modern day Dr. Frankenstein. He's always making these creepy critters. So we'll need to build up your tolerance for all the nasties that he might throw at you, right? Ronnie Ripplestone, the Ripper. He's the metal king of Machine Shop, and I'm not really even sure he's ever set foot in any other part of the school. So how tough is your skin, right? Nikki Niemannmeyer goes by Nom Nom. She's world champion in just about every category of eating contest. So we'll train you in her ways so you can get into her mind. There's Carl Gilgis, also known as Cornbread. He spends his day shoveling cow dung and tossing bales of hay around. So this guy's got what we call country strength, and that is a whole different level of strength. But Spencer says he won't be just about strength, but he's going to be about stamina too. So we're going to have to train you so he can keep up with you. Now, those are the main competitors that you'll need to worry about. There are more, but you should be able to deal with all of them pretty easily. And so finally, there's Hawk. I know that you've had a few run-ins with him already, but he's much, much worse than you can imagine. And I know you can imagine some pretty dark stuff. You can train all you want to beat this guy, but at the end of the day, it's gonna come down to willpower. Do you want it more than he does? And so with this whole list run over, right, it's like, we have to get ready, right? The bully wars start tomorrow, and tomorrow's gonna be a huge day. And so once he gets home and he gets to sleep, he ends up having like this really wonky nightmare sequence where he's like chasing after this kid in a field, and he's like, come on kid, you're just making things harder for yourself. But then like the kid runs over a hill and vanishes, and instead he ends up coming face to face with Hawk. Now it's not really to say that Hawk was like a nerd at one point who became a bully, it's just one of these crazy dream sequences. But when Rufus sees Hawk, he's like, get out of my way, right? And Hawk just like, make me. And Rufus is like, I will. And Hawk just says, good luck with that. And Rufus says, you can keep your luck. I won't need it to defeat you. And Hawk's like, well, I don't need it either, but you will definitely need it, so you'd better keep it. And Rufus is like, what? No, I don't need luck. You're the one that needs the luck, so just shut up and keep it. And Hawk responds and he says, you think I need it, but I gave it to you for a reason, because you're gonna need it if you're gonna beat me. You will lose unless you take this luck, so take it. And then Rufus is like, I'm confused, right? Like, you want me to take the luck so I can beat you? And Hawk's like, no, like, why would I want you to win? And Rufus is like, well, I mean, you said good luck. Then I was like, I don't need your luck. Then you were all like, yeah, if you want to beat me, then please take my luck and stuff like that. So it kind of sounds like you want me to beat you. And like Hawk starts doing these like math formulas in his head, trying to figure out where it's going. He's like, whatever, man, who cares? Let's just get this over with. And the two go charging towards each other. And then Rufus, in this moment, fires off a Hadouken blast on Hawk and like destroys this guy, reduces him to bones. Because who among us as kids did not imagine what it would be like to be able to fire off a Kamehameha blast or go Super Saiyan like that one kid in that video where he screamed for 2.5 minutes straight, or fired off a Hadouken or something along those lines, right? Who among us has not imagined that when we were a little kid? I did. I always wanted to be Trunks. I always thought he was the coolest character in Dragon Ball Z. But the point is, once Hawk is reduced to bones in this dream, then Spencer as the rat shows up and is like kind of extreme, don't you think? And Rufus is like, what are you talking about? And he was like, I'm just saying, maybe you didn't need to Hadouken the kid into a pile of bones. It seems a bit harsh, right? And Rufus is like, what do you know about it? And Spencer just says, you've picked on me for years. I know a lot about it. And Rufus is like, whatever, man. Like, that meathead had it coming. He's the worst. And so Spencer responds and he says, you're not wrong, but you would give him a run for his money, given how much of a bully you are. There is another way to beat people like Hawk, you know? And Rufus is just like, well, I mean, what is it? And Spencer just starts laughing at him. And he's like, what's the answer? Only for us to find out that somehow he made it onto the school bus and he's saying this out loud in his dream. Come on, tell me how to beat Hawk. And Hawk and his guys are watching it all. So this is like the worst case scenario, falling asleep on a bus and just like saying something embarrassing out loud while you're sleeping. But regardless, once they actually get to the old school, right, that's when the coach shows up, and you've got all these bullies here ready to participate in the bully wars. And so the coach tells everybody, he says, I am not going to waste time telling you why you're all here. Each of you wants to be the bully to run the school, but only one of you will get that honor, and only one of you will decide the fate of each and every student that enters these doors, hoping to make it through their day with their underwear unstretched and their hair toilet free. As for the rest of you, you'll be thrown back into the rat race that is Rottenville High School, where your undies and precious dues are fair game for whoever wins the bully wars. And he says, speaking of rats and mazes, let's take a look at what you'll be after. And he ends up ripping this giant cloak off of this thing that he's had sitting off to the side, where we find out he's basically captured Spencer. And he's like, hello, Spencer. Right? And that's a crazy thing, because this was not supposed to happen. Right? Spencer was supposed to be the eyes and ears of Rufus, helping him get through the entire thing. And so the coach looks at Rufus and says, what's wrong, kid? Right? Did you really think that your little friend here was going to help you win the whole thing? No one blackmails me and gets away with it. And so the coach says, your goal is simple. Catch the rat, bring him to me, and you win. If any of you are wondering what happens if the rat makes it out of the school before any of you get to him, the answer is easy. Nothing good. So do yourselves a favor and catch the rat. At that point, he kicks open a trap door. Spencer in his rat costume goes crashing down into the house, and we're off to the races. Now, the benefit is that Ernie and Edith are still out there, right? And they're still watching everything go down. And honestly, man, it's like this super high-tech Mission Impossible getup that they have going on here. So because they're tapped in to the cameras inside of the house, and because Spencer still has a headpiece on, they're able to talk to him, right? And so he says, focus, right? If I don't want to end up smashed to bits, then I'm going to need you two to start working together on all of this. The whole plan depends on that. Can you manage it? And because they're brother and sister, they're always bickering with each other. But Spencer says, first things first, right? We have to locate Rufus. Hit the home button and you'll see all the cameras that I've set up throughout the school. Each one's labeled. Find Rufus and give me directions on how to get to him, which is exactly what they do. They guide him directly to Rufus's location. And so that's when you switch over to Rufus himself and he says, okay, Spencer said I need to make a communication device to connect with him. If I could only remember how to do that, right? Come on, dude, think. Only for him to come face to face with Nom Nom. And she's just like, looky here, if it ain't Rufus, right? And he's like, you must be Nom Nom. Look, we both want the same thing. Let's talk, right? See if we can work things out together, which, as you know, is a non-starter, because she's like, you're not even supposed to be here. I heard you got in by playing dirty. So let's see if I can't clean you up. And she sprays him down with a water hose and sends him flying through the room, where he like crashes into all this old dank moldy food. And he's like, wait a minute. Spencer said Nom Nom eats more than any kid he's ever seen. So I have an idea. So she comes busting into this old cafeteria and she's like, I'm not done with you. And he throws this moldy food at her face, knowing this girl has to eat, right? She's hungry all the time. And she's like, good one, right? I'll give you that. And so he says, I'm glad you like it, because there's plenty more where that came from. So he just starts grabbing handfuls of this old moldy food and just starts chucking it into this girl's mouth, which literally leads to her just like ballooning up. Like she's just this gigantic girl, right? You're turning violet, like that's literally what it becomes. And then he realizes, oh my God, right? Because she's not feeling very good. And he's like, you're not gonna do what I think you're about to do, right? And it's exactly what happens. This girl yaks everywhere, right? Literally fills the cafeteria with all this chook. And Rufus is like, that's gross. And so in that moment, Spencer walks in and is like, please tell me this is not what I think it is. And Rufus is like, just don't say it, man. Just help me up. I do not want to talk about this. And so he asks, right, what are you doing here anyway? You're supposed to be out there helping me, not in here with me. And Spencer's like, yeah, but Coach wasn't too happy about me helping you get an invitation. So our plans have changed. And he says, it's okay though. We can still pull this off. I rigged up a communicator and synced it with the cameras. So Edith and Ernie are on the other side and they will guide us through all of this. Now, there is a little bickering that goes on back and forth where Rufus is just like, oh my God, like really, these guys, I've got freshman nerds helping me get through this, which pisses off Edith and Ernie, right? And it's kind of one of these funny things because the tables have turned, right? Now Rufus needs them. So that it's kind of like, I mean, what if we chose not to help Rufus? I mean, you know, what if we just went and played video games or read Gwag the Barbarian, right? What if we decided to go do anything else other than help you. And Spencer's like, no, 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 he didn't mean it, right? Rufus, if you want to get out of here alive, tell her you didn't mean it. And Rufus is like, okay, fine, whatever, I didn't mean it. And so Spencer's like, it's cool, everything's cool, guys, right? Let's get back to things, make sure that we survive this whole mess. And so Ernie and Edith is like, okay, cool, right? Here's the thing, you guys know what happened with Nom Nom because we've been watching all the other bullies while this was going on. For the rest of them, you both need to know who you're dealing with and who's left. And so they say, we can see where you need to go, but we have no idea what you'll have to face. So be prepared for anything because this place can turn into a wonky mess, and it does, right? I mean, you've literally got giant mechanical spiders that are being put together here and being sent after people. You've got a compactor like the one from Star Wars with spikes on the inside where folks are being crushed by it, and I don't even want to know what happens to that guy. People are being taken by the furnace and being consumed. I told you, man, it's crazy. Right, this comic is absolutely bonkers. And while it is just kind of a splash page where like they're running through all these little parts of the gauntlet and barely escaping by the skin of their teeth, at that point Rufus is like, dude, that was insane. And Spencer's like, yeah, I can't believe that we just made it through all of that, but it's dope that we did. And so they actually fist bump, right? They're starting to become friends, right? It's kind of, I told you guys, it's a really wholesome story when you start getting into it. They start becoming friends. And initially they're like, no, we're not friends. You're a bully who's always giving me a hard time and I'm not that guy, right? And like, it's hilarious, right? And so what ends up happening is that as they start making their way through this, they finally get to the maze. The problem with the maze is that it's all steel lockers inside this place. And normally the cameras would be able to guide them through, but the thermal imaging of the cameras is being blocked by the steel lockers. And so Spencer tells Rufus, once we get inside this maze, we're on our own. And that's when we find out way back in the back of it is apparently Godzilla. How it was the coach got Godzilla into this place, I have no clue. There's also like portals to these probably hellish dimensions. There's a Minotaur roaming around this place. There's a little ghost dudes that you see in Pac-Man. I mean, it's a pretty nightmarish place to be in, right? It's like the labyrinth from Hellraiser. The problem here is that as they start making their way through the maze, Spencer gets snatched up. He gets yanked into one of the lockers and there's no indication of where he goes, right? And so in that moment, because he's the brains of the operation, Rufus reaches out to Edith and Eddie and it's just like, what do I do? And they're like, you need to go find Spencer. He's somewhere else inside that house. He's not in the maze anymore. He's somewhere else in the house. So literally Rufus has to backtrack through these other parts of the house in order to be able to find Spencer. Now, nothing terrible happens. He ends up just kind of finding Spencer standing in a hallway, peeking around a corner, trying to keep himself from being destroyed. And that's where the two of them celebrate. And it turns out the route that had been taken by Rufus to find Spencer actually got him to the exit. They're right there. All they have to do is just run through the exit doors and Rufus becomes the bully of the year. And so at that point, Hawk appears and is like, not close enough, chaps. Did you guys really believe you were going to be the ones to make it out of here in one piece? So now they're dealing with the guy. And so at that point, Edith and Ernie realize they need to do something. And so at that point, you jump back to the house, right? And you've got Hawk holding Spencer. And that's when he tells Rufus, we're going to take care of your friend, then we're going to take care of you. But Rufus does something really interesting here, right? He was like, I don't even care what you do. Edith was right. They're not even my friends. Anyway, the deal is off, right? And Hawk is like, what deal are you talking about? And Spencer's like, Rufus, she didn't mean it, right? She didn't mean it when she said that you're not our friend, that the only reason they're coming here is to rescue me. But Rufus spills the beans and he's like, I wanted to win the bully wars and they agreed to help me if I left them alone all year long. And Hawk's just like, look at you, man, right? Look at you, Spencer. Who knew that you and those Chucklehead twins had some bully in you? And Spencer's like, that's not true. We would never do that. And Hawk's just like, you're using someone else to do all of your dirty work for you. I don't know about you, but that kind of sounds like a bully to me. How about you, Rufus? And Rufus is like, yeah, Hawk, you're right. That's exactly the kind of thing a bully would do. Then he stomps on his foot. Hawk ends up sending Spencer flying into the air. Rufus catches him and the race is on because he's making a beeline straight for the entrance to get himself and Spencer out of there as fast as he can. It was a ruse. The whole thing was a ruse. It was a trick, right? Of course Spencer's his friend now. The two of them are going through the gauntlet together. How do you not come out as friends at the end of all of that? And even Spencer tries to say, like, I wasn't really using you, Rufus. And he's like, that's the least of my concerns right now, right? Like, we're making it out of here in one piece. The problem is that one of Hawk's henchmen end up grabbing Spencer and yanking him back. At the same time, Hawk knocks down Rufus, so he's beelining for the entrance. But then Rufus ends up grabbing the tail of Spencer in his rat suit, which yanks Spencer right out of the hands of Hawk, and then Rufus is running in the other direction. And so it just goes like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? Like Hawk grabs Spencer from Rufus, and then Rufus springs some kind of a trap that momentarily allows him to grab Spencer. Then Hawk in turn like grabs Spencer from Rufus by like activating a water fountain trap that sends Rufus flying. Somewhere along the line, they end up coming across a whole family of giant rats, and Hawk and his henchmen and Rufus and Spencer are all running in the same direction. It's pandemonium, right? It's absolute chaos. And the whole thing just turns into this gigantic fight where they're all literally going to blows, trying to grab Spencer. And so Spencer in all of this is just like, I am kind of tired of you all treating me like I'm your personal rat in a cage. I don't care what kind of deal was made. Maybe I'll just find my own way out. So he goes towards the exit. The whole time, Hawk and Rufus are screaming at each other while pulling Spencer in two different directions. But in the midst of it all, Hawk says, it's gonna take more than just you and Rat Boy to beat me, Rufus. And this voice comes out of nowhere and says, I think we can help with that. And they look over at the entrance, the doors are open, and a dodgeball comes flying into the face of Hawk. And at that point, Rufus and Spencer are like, Edith and Ernie, because they've shown up with all the kids who have been bullied by these guys over the course of the year. And Ernie's just like, hey guys, we found a few friends, and this sweet dodgeball blaster 3000. It's a machine that shoots dodgeballs, which may very well be the greatest invention that I've ever heard of in my life. A handheld dodgeball shooter with a pack and everything. He's got this whole thing on his back full of dodgeballs. And so Hawk is like, none of you belong here. Beat it before I put a hurting on each and every one of you. And Edith says no, right? We've let you bullies stomp all over us for way too long. We're not yours to stomp on. You can't just use us in your little games to make yourselves feel better or stronger or cooler or whatever. We are people, and we're drawing the line here today. We are taking it all back. It's dope. It's like a cartoon from when we were growing up as little kids. And Ernie's just kind of like, yeah, this sweet dodgeball blaster 3000 as well. And so at that point, they unload on everybody. Dodgeballs just come flying in, peppering every single person. Rufus gets hit, Hawk gets hit, and once everybody's knocked down, Edith is like, cease fire, right? Spencer's the only guy who doesn't get hit, and he's just like, I don't know what to say, right? And she's like, thank you's good. And so once they start to pick themselves back up, Spencer reaches down to Rufus and is like, I can't leave without him. I made a deal with this guy. And Rufus is like, why are you still helping me? You don't like me. I've been terrible to you your whole life, and I was using you so I could keep treating you badly. I don't really get it. And Ernie says, I hate to say this, man, but I'm with Rufus. Why are you doing this? And Spencer just says, I honor my deals, right? Rufus lived up to his side of things. What kind of person would I be if I didn't do the same? And so he says, there's nothing left but to get you that trophy. And then Rufus stops him and whispers something in his ear. And Spencer's like, are you sure? And Rufus is like, absolutely. And so once they get outside, the coach is waiting there with trophy in hand for who wins the bully wars. And he's like, I have to say, I'm disappointed with how long all of this has taken. And one of the guys points out, right, hey, look, I think Hawk is bringing the rat out now. And somebody else is just like, no, it's not Hawk. That's something else. It's Spencer with Rufus in the rat costume. The agreement worked out was that Spencer would win the bully wars. And the coach is like, what am I looking at here? And Rufus just says, you're looking at the winner of the bully wars. And so the coach asks the question, if you're standing here, then who's in the rat costume? And that's when he yanks off the costume and realizes it's Rufus Roughhouse. And the coach says, Spencer is not allowed to win because he was not invited into the bully wars. But Rufus says, that's not exactly true, Coach Hurt. You told him to go into the building, which technically counts as an invitation. And Spencer says, and you said whoever catches the rat wins, not whoever catches me. And as you can see, I caught the rat. And so Spencer wins the whole thing. And it's cool because when he gets back, he's like, I, as Spencer, rule this school. And my first act as head bully is that I declare bullying is no longer allowed. Rottenville High is now a zero tolerance school. The bully wars are no more. He brings the whole thing to an end. Like, not only that, the coach gets fired for what's clearly running an illegal operation, putting kids in danger, but it also turns out that Rufus has joined the friend group of Spencer, Edith, and Ernie. So they all end up going back and basically doing like some nerd and geek stuff. I told you it was a very wholesome end to the story. Yeah, it's a 5-issue miniseries. You guys should 100% check this out. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, drop a like. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and after finishing up Spider-Man, I was like, you know, like let's find something else to cover, right? Something else to go over here. And that's one of the struggles as a comic book YouTuber, is you kind of find yourself in this position from time to time where you get so caught up in a story that you're reading that it's kind of hard to forget there's still like a mountain of other stuff there. And Devil's Reign is one of them. This story is amazing. Okay, so it's basically the return of Kingpin. Not really the return. It's Marvel actually doing something with Kingpin now, as opposed to, King's Ransom or whatever it was. So here's the thing, right? This story kicks off about a week ago, and it basically picks up with Daredevil, as you would expect, because Kingpin was originally a Daredevil villain, so Marvel's had really in recent years kind of taken him back. Now, one of the things that I do want to establish here is that right now, Kingpin is basically the mayor of New York City. Now, for those of you guys who aren't really familiar with this has been going on for quite some time, and it all really goes back to Secret Empire, right? So Secret Empire, of course, was a story that we covered where basically the Red Skull used a cosmic cube to change Captain America's history, and that basically led to Captain America becoming what was essentially a Hydra agent, and then conquering North America with his sights set on the world, although ultimately, he was defeated before he could do that. And so the way this played out is that one of the things that had happened is that New York itself was basically encased in living darkness, right? Technically it was called the Dark Force, but it was essentially just covered in, encased in darkness, so no one could get in and no one could get out. What you did have was a character by the name of Dagger who had the ability to emit light, and she was literally tasked with standing at the top of the Empire State Building and just lighting the place up. Now, by and large, people did what they could where they could, and heroes that were stuck there were trying to find a way out and trying to find a way to save the world and all that kind of stuff, or at least save, their city and so on and so forth. But on the street level, on the ground level, the average person living in their homes with no idea what was happening, they had to deal with being robbed or all kinds of different criminal actions that were going on. And so what the Kingpin did is he actually stepped in and essentially served as a protector for the city of New York. Now, make no mistake, he knew what he was doing. He knew that in doing so, it would rally the support of the people, so that when the time came when New York was freed from its Dark Force encasement and basically everything went back to normal, or at least as normal as you can get in Marvel Comics, Kingpin ran for mayor and the people elected him, right? Because basically he was the one that kept them safe when they had to worry about being robbed and all that kind of crazy stuff. Now, the other part of this equation, and this is what he's talking about when he's speaking with Daredevil, right? That when he's kind of talking to him and whatnot, that he knows that in his vault was basically the secret identity of Daredevil. But when he went through it recently, that identity was gone, right? He doesn't know what in the world's going on. He's essentially lost his knowledge of Daredevil's identity. That actually goes back to Daredevil with issue number 20. Really, it was volume 5, issue number 20, but basically the Purple Children. So the way this worked, you guys have all heard of the Purple Man, Zebediah Killgrave. One of the things that he had done is he had basically traveled around really the, North America and the world, finding all these different children that he had fathered when he was being a sadistic person. And the goal was to actually conquer various countries around the world with his children running those different countries or those huge sections of the world, and then they would all basically report to him. Once the children were all gathered together, they realized that they had the power to topple Zebediah Killgrave, which they basically did. But while this was going on, Daredevil was actually traveling around trying to rescue them, keep them safe, different things like that. The idea of Killgrave was to eventually take their powers, kind of hook them up to a machine, and use that machine to basically amplify his own abilities and then effectively conquer the world. And where all that was basically done, one of the things that happened that Marvel had done is they had basically had this circumstance set up where the machine was used to make everyone forget that Daredevil was Matt Murdock. They literally one more dayed his storyline. I mean, I don't really know if people were upset by it. In all reality, I actually had to go back and read that. I hadn't really been keeping up on Daredevil recently, but that's really how all this really kind of picks up, right? The things that are going on that are kind of leading into this. Now, the fact that Kingpin doesn't remember the identity of Daredevil is not the biggest thing in the world. Instead, what actually happens is Matt torments him, right? Matt makes fun of him and kind of pokes fun at him and is like, hey man, like that's why it's called a secret identity, because you're not supposed to know. And Kingpin actually takes this as a personal vendetta, right? He takes this as a personal affront. And so following that, what he does a week later is he steps out in front of the mayoral office in New York, holds a press conference, and basically civil wars the place in the sense of saying that like all superhumans out there are basically outlawed. Anybody anybody out there who is operating as a superhero, that's a problem. And it's interesting the way that he does this, right? Because for the most part, people can think for themselves, but they usually choose not to. They usually just choose to allow a person in authority tell them what to do. And rightfully so, right? It's easier to do what you're told than to kind of like try to figure it all out for yourself. And so because of this, Kingpin stepping out here and with people trusting him the way that he does, he says, like, at the end of the day, like, we've suffered wave after wave of attacks, right? Of destruction brought down on our great city. And at the heart of almost every single one of those are superheroes. That yes, we could look at villains and we could say villains do bad things and we deal with them accordingly. But the reign of aliens that descended down on our city, Spider-Man originally brought them here. Of course, he's referencing the events of King in Black and saying it all goes back to Peter Parker. That the hordes of trolls and ice-strewn beasts that destroyed our homes, that's because we brought Thor here, right? That was the War of Realms. The idea that like the frost giants and all that kind of craziness and chaos eventually found itself on the doorstep of Earth, specifically in the city of New York. And what he says here is, there's a saying, follow the money. But with these tragedies, it's instead follow the destruction. And you'll find it leads back to these heroes. We allow these unnatural monsters in capes and bright colors free reign in a city of good people, people trying to live their lives. And when we dare hold them accountable for their crimes, like with the murderer Daredevil, they get preferred treatment, a slap on the wrist. And then they're free to go to do what they've always done. Whatever it is that they want to do, terrorizing, violence, destruction. And that's one of the things that's kind of the nature of this, right? The question here is the juice worth the squeeze? Is the collateral damage that we experience as a city worth having these superheroes? Or would we just be better off without them? And so he says, we here in New York City feel that is not enough. Over the last few weeks, I've been working with lawmakers to draft the Powers Act. Recently, our friends at the federal level wisely outlawed unsanctioned superhero activity for those under 21 years or age. And so he in turn says, we're expanding that, right? We're basically outlawing superhero activity at all here in New York unless it's sanctioned. So in a lot of ways, this really is the Superhuman Registration Act from Civil War. It's renamed and it's largely being confined in the city of New York, but it's cool because if I'm being honest with you guys, as much as I loved the Civil War event, I kind of think this is a little more interesting because it brings things kind of closer to home, right? One of the first questions that people ask is like, is the rest of the country going to follow suit? Are other cities going to follow the same process? Remember, with the Superhuman Registration Act, it was just a nationwide crackdown like that, right? Just day one, everyone has to register. With this act, it's a little more extreme. And even Tony Stark says that, right? He's like, we've been down this road before. Superheroes serve a purpose and have saved not only New Yorkers, but the world many times over. This is a desperate move from a gangster mayor in an election year. Even Krakoa steps in, right? And like Storm steps up and says, look, Krakoa doesn't really care about man's laws, right? So do not mess with us and we will not mess with you, right? Mutants everywhere have diplomatic immunity no matter where they go. And so that really supersedes anything that the city of New York is doing. But rest assured, if a mutant travels to New York City and they are arrested by the forces of Wilson Fisk, there will be hell to pay, right? I mean, that's kind of the stance of Krakoa, which is really cool. And then following that, the first wave of arrests begin for those individuals who basically just refuse to register, if we're gonna call it that. And of course, Moon Knight's the first one. Why wouldn't it be Mark Spector, right? I mean, the guy's Marvel's Batman. I mean, of course he's not going to register. But then from there, you actually end up getting what's essentially the Thunderbolts, right? If that's what we're just going to call them. I mean, they're kind of the newly formed Thunderbolts here, right? So like Rhino, US Patriot, and it looks like Shriek. And then of course, like the female Electro, Maxine. So like you have like these, you know, kind of superheroes who are here, but they're quote unquote registered. And that's why this event is very reminiscent of Civil War. And I'm sure those of you guys who read Civil War are like, okay, so it's basically just Civil War on a smaller scale. And you're not wrong. You are by no means wrong, because even during the Civil War event, the Thunderbolts were the group that were tasked with like going out and like breaking laws if they needed to in order to get their hands on people who were refusing to register. And that leads into the introduction of Captain America, right? Who basically tells these cops, these enforcers, to essentially lay off, and that where they refuse to do it, then everything kind of starts to pop off here. Now, of course, Captain America steps in to basically save Miles Morales. Of course, Miles has a new costume, which looks dope. I'm not even gonna lie. We need to get caught up on Miles comics, right? Like I love Miles Morales, and I'm never gonna get used to Miles being in like the main Marvel universe. So seeing like Captain America come to his aid, right? Like the main Marvel universe, Steve Rogers, it's always gonna be new to me, right? It's always gonna be cool to me. Like it's one of those fun little things. But it's kind of interesting, right? Because this is one of those instances where Captain America, very reminiscent of Civil War. Of course, Tony Stark really seems to be on his side too, but Captain America's response here, like where the guards tell him, like, you know, like you're under arrest too, Cap. Like every one of you guys are under arrest, and Captain America's like, okay, I mean, that's cute and everything, bro. Like I totally understand your belief that you can arrest me, and that's adorable, right? It's like a little kid sitting on Santa's lap saying what it is they want for Christmas. You know, it's cute and it makes for a good picture. Let's be honest with ourselves, man. There's nothing you can do to me here. Like I will absolutely beat you to death before that happens. I mean, he won't, but like that's kind of his stance. And so in this conversation, one of the guys says like, well, I mean, this guy is a criminal. And the response of Captain America is, if a law needs to be broken in order to save lives, I'll do it every single time. And so ultimately the other guys are like, no, you guys are all going in. And so of course, Captain America helps them to understand their place in the bigger picture by cracking them over the head with his shield, which is always the best answer. Like I always tell you guys, violence is not always the answer, but it is a answer, and it's usually a very effective one, right? Violence gets things done. And Captain America understands that, right? Like Captain America understands violence gets things done. I mean, are there going to be problems? Sure, but it's an answer. So sometimes you just gotta, well, at least no pun intended, roll with the punches. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you've also got like Spider-Man and Daredevil who step in. So in a lot of ways, it's a coming together of the superhero community standing directly against Wilson Fisk. Now, of course, they end up basically kind of going to an underground lair. And that's when the questions start getting asked, like, why is Wilson Fisk doing this? And initially, Matt Murdock steps up and says, actually, it's my fault. And the reason he really takes the blame on this is, one, because of what we saw in the beginning with regards to the fact that Wilson Fisk knew what Daredevil's identity was, but Daredevil had basically engineered a circumstance to make him forget, and the fact that Daredevil had taunted him. But in the end, the response here is no, there's no way that's the case. I mean, like we knew, and even Captain America says that, we knew from the time that Wilson Fisk was elected to office, it was only a matter of time before something like this happened, right? Like, lest we forget, Wilson Fisk is the kingpin of crime, or at least he was the kingpin of crime. He was never a good guy. So I understand what you're saying, Daredevil, and sure, you being a dick probably had something to do with this. But at the end of the day, like, Wilson Fisk was only ever going to do this at some point in time, right? All roads were going to lead to this, so it's not entirely your fault. Now, of course, this leads to the forces of Wilson Fisk, specifically the authorities showing up at the Baxter Building. And the reason why is because the Baxter Building, of course, is working on what would be perceived as weapons of mass destruction. It's not really their intention to do that, but they're toying with things like antimatter and so on and so forth. Any one of the devices that they're experimenting with, if used for nefarious purposes, could obliterate the entire city. The funny thing about this is that because of the nature of Reed Richards, and because of the fact that the experiments he works on, the things that he does, really kind of transcend any immediate benefit to like the city of New York, and are really more for the benefit of society as a whole, he basically gets a kind of free pass from the federal government, right? Where he basically gets this kind of system where it's like, work on whatever you want to work on, just make sure you don't use it against humanity, because we know that ultimately it's going to benefit us all. The problem with this is that because of what's going on with the Powers Act, that basically the federal government's kind of turning a blind eye to the idea of what it is that Reed Richards and all of them are working on. So in effect, they've been thrown under the bus. Now, initially, where the Fantastic Four, or at least Reed and Susan, are like, okay, this ain't gonna happen, right? And they immediately start taking up arms. They're suddenly met by the arrival of Dr. Octopus, who basically slaps on inhibitor collars, right? Collars that basically neutralize their powers. And it's like, yeah, man, the federal government's left you hanging, guys. I don't know what to tell you. And so all they really end up doing here is basically sounding the alarm and basically telling Johnny Storm and Ben Grimm, as well as Valeria and Franklin, that it's a code X7, right? Basically, the Baxter Building's being invaded. Now, here's one of the funny things about this, right? It's not the first time we've seen this happen, and I was kind of disappointed with how this transpired, right? If you guys remember during Dark Reign, when Jonathan Hickman first started writing the Fantastic Four, that like Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, when he was director of S.H.I.E.L.D., invaded the Baxter Building to take it over. And Franklin Richards, dressed as a cowboy, pointed a fake gun at him, but because he had reality warping powers, he shot him with a real bullet. Like, it was amazing. It was just like it was small little moments like that when you saw like Franklin's just reality warping powers. But Ben Grimm basically steps in and ends up just kind of snatching him up along with Johnny Storm, and they effectively take off. And then that's basically it, right? I mean, they get out of there as fast as they can. At that point, it switches over to Luke Cage and Jessica Jones' obligatory appearance in the comics. The reason why I say obligatory is because this is one of those instances where Jessica Jones appears so that Marvel can remind us she's still exists, right? Like, she's still there, guys. She still exists in Marvel Comics, just so you know. Here's some stories that involve her. She is there with Luke Cage, and Luke Cage was supposed to have a tie-in to this event, but basically they ended up canceling it, and I don't know why, because he has an amazing moment here. But basically, like, where he and Jessica Jones are like, I mean, yeah, let's lay low. It's why we don't do costumes, right? Because we don't draw attention to ourselves. I mean, granted, like, Luke Cage led the Mighty Avengers at one point, so people know who they are, but it's very easy to lay low when you're wearing just like some kind of a coat and like a black shirt and some cargo pants or jeans and just kind of calling it a day, right? Where initially they were content with just kind of staying quiet, keeping to themselves, you know, making sure they didn't draw any attention. There's this great big huge calamity that happens, and basically Luke Cage ends up, you know, getting involved and stepping in, only to be met by the arrival of the Shocker, who's working as part of the Thunderbolts. And where the Thunderbolts would have initially had their hands on this, albeit in a pretty unsavory way, right? I mean, they're pretty reckless, and they don't really much care about like preserving human life so long as they quote unquote end the threat. That where Shocker ends up throwing one of these collars to Luke Cage and is like, put this on and put this on your wife. Luke Cage is like, huh, not a chance, right? And then like a fight breaks out between the two, right? Now, ultimately, of course, Luke Cage is able to get the upper hand and able to subdue the Shocker, and the two of them basically end up fleeing. But before they do, he makes this really, really amazing speech, right? He says like, this isn't right. He's like, Wilson Fisk is a gangster and a fool, a big man who's small, who needs to show his power over me, my friends, and you. This is not just about superheroes. It's about a man with his grip on all of us. He makes it sound like if he loosens it, you'll all basically be in trouble. Some villain will show up or something like that. The kind of trouble that shows him that it's actually you who has the power here. He says, look, I'm not Captain America. I'm not Mr. Fantastic. He says, I'm just a New Yorker just like you. And if someone's in trouble, I will do what New Yorkers do. I help. And if Mayor Fisk wants to stop me, that's fine. That's a genius speech, because what it does is it forces people to accept the fact that they are contributors to the problem, right? And it's one of the things about on a societal level that people tend to forget, right? It's very easy to kind of adopt this mentality that like everything bad that happens in the world is because of some invisible specter moving behind the scenes. But like every major problem that happens in the world is because of people, right? There's no invisible force out there causing problems. It's people who are doing terrible things. And with Luke Cage pointing his finger at everybody out there and saying that if this continues on, it's because you're allowing it, right? By doing nothing, you're saying you're okay with it. If you weren't okay with it, you would do something about it, right? You can't be apathetic and then say, well, I'm apathetic because there's nothing I can do. No, that's just laziness masquerading as apathy. And so by pointing that finger at them and saying, you're the reason why this is happening, it's forcing at least someone, or at least driving somebody to acknowledge the fact that they are the problem. And so following that, what you actually end up doing is switching over to Kingpin when he goes to join Butch. Now, Butch Ferris is an interesting character. This guy was basically a henchman of the Owl for quite some time, the Owl being a D-list villain at best, right? Like this guy was never, ever big time. But the perception here of Butch as the new Kingpin of crime, and even before he became the Kingpin of crime, working his way up the ranks and basically, you know, knocking heads as well as getting moves and promotions in the right places, especially by Izzy, is that he is the legitimate biological son of Wilson Fisk. That Wilson Fisk supposedly had an affair with his mother, a woman named Mrs. P, and that basically left him as the real heir here. And so Wilson Fisk largely seems to follow that and saying that he's doing all of this in order to make life easier for his son. That really seems to be the main motivation behind why Fisk is doing this. I wouldn't say that's simply it, and Fisk is one to play the long game. So if this is the perception he's putting off to Butch Ferris, I'd say he may very well be pulling a ruse. And so following that, where basically he tells Kingpin, like, get out of here, you're basically met with Mike Murdock. Now, Mike Murdock, oh my God. Okay, Marvel had this genius idea at one point in time that Matt Murdock, operating on the ground level because he didn't want people to know that he was Daredevil, had fabricated this identity called Mike Murdock. And it wasn't like he suffered with identity disorder. He didn't have like a multiple personality disorder or anything. I mean, he did kind of have a personality disorder in the more recent run, but Mike Murdock was ultimately just a concept that he had created. There was one point in time when Daredevil was working with the Inhumans, and one of them, their name escapes me, had the ability to basically bring to life anything they read. And in reading about Matt Murdock, had basically learned that Matt had created the Mike Murdock persona and accidentally made him tangible. Following that, it's just a series of events where Mike Murdock just kind of became his own person, doing his own thing and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this also goes in line with the fact that that the entire history of Matt Murdock had basically been rewritten, which is weird. Honestly, I don't know how long this is going to go on for. I imagine Marvel's just going to retcon all this away and it's just going to go back to Matt Murdock just being Matt Murdock, and that's basically going to be it. But because of the life that he'd created for himself, Mike Murdock and Butch Ferris had basically kind of just grown up as friends who were also involved in the criminal underworld. And so that's why the success of Butch is also the success of Mike. And also because Mike's kind of helped him progress a little bit, right? Mike had masqueraded as Daredevil, different things along those lines, but it had been instrumental in Butch coming to power as the new kingpin of crime. And so following that, you switch back over to Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. And Jessica Jones, of course, is like, yeah, you know, we got to get out of here, you know, all that kind of stuff. But when they get out there, they're met by Tony Stark. And so Tony Stark's like, yeah, guys, we got to do something about this. Okay, cool, whatever, Tony. Like, I mean, he wants to get rid of him, right? Because a lot of it's Jessica Jones making this case about how Kingpin is basically overthrowing democracy, or at least seems to be making himself totalitarian. She doesn't really know how Tony Stark feels about that, because the last time there was a major catastrophe like this, right, Civil War, Tony Stark sided against the superhero community and in favor of registration. But in the end, Stark's like, no, it's different this time. One, because I've arbitrarily decided it, and two, because it's not exactly like it was with Civil War. With Civil War, there was a tangible reason why the Superhuman Registration Act was being passed, right? The Nitro had detonated in Stamford, Connecticut. He'd killed men, women, and children. And so with all that death and destruction, that catalytic event, people were like, we're done, right? Like, that's it, right? That catalyst had like set things off. They're like, we're finished, right? We're done with collateral damage and all that kind of stuff. The superhero community needs to be held accountable for the things they say and do, right? Superhuman registration is the way to go. Wilson Fisk is using existing scenarios to paint this kind of dark and sinister series of events in some unguaranteed future that may or may not come to pass if superheroes are not held accountable. I guess maybe Civil War kind of did the same thing, but nonetheless, you see what I'm saying, right? He's using circumstances as a reason to justify the launch of an event that, in all honesty, couldn't even have been stopped by the superhero community. An eldritch demon, a primordial being from the void that existed before the universe, finally gets free and attacks Earth, right? I mean, there's nothing superheroes could have done to prevent that. Right? So using these almost unpreventable circumstances as a reason to explain why it is that these kind of restrictive policies need to be implemented, that's the difference between Civil War and this. We're kind of nitpicking a bit, to be honest, but you know, we got to create a difference somehow, so we're not just saying it's Civil War, like Civil War 3, just on a smaller scale. But the other thing about this is we actually end up finding out that basically Dr. Octopus is working on something for Wilson Fisk, and it seems to be some kind of portal that accesses, you know, another dimension. We don't know exactly what it's for or what it does, but it looks to be the bridge that Reed Richards had constructed during Jonathan Hickman's run, the same bridge technology they used when it came to like the incursions from Avengers and New Avengers and all that kind of stuff. But Wilson Fisk ultimately, you know, cuts Dr. Octopus off and says like, the package is here. And that's when you find out Wilson Fisk has actually freed the Purple Man Zebediah Killgrave from prison. And it's kind of a cool thing here, because what he does is like he goes through this folder that Killgrave has, and he's like, do you know what this folder is? And where Killgrave's like, I don't know, right? Because he always thinks small. He's like, this folder is power, right? Because it represents knowledge. It represents information that I can use. Because in a lot of ways, Wilson Fisk in Marvel Comics is very much a J. Edgar Hoover kind of guy, right? For those of you guys who don't know who that is, J. Edgar Hoover was the head of the FBI at one point in time, and he had information on everyone. Some say he was the most powerful man in the world, right? Because they had information on everyone, right? Foreign dignitaries, citizens, government officials, that if J. Edgar Hoover wanted it, J. Edgar Hoover got it. And in fact, after J. Edgar Hoover left the FBI, there were sweeping changes to the power of the FBI director because of the threat that J. Edgar Hoover represented. That people who were talking, if you go back and you read any of like those old interviews and those old books or anything like that, people were like, that guy could have become a dictator. The only reason he didn't is because he chose not to. I mean, this guy could do virtually anything he wanted to in law enforcement. Kingpin is very much the same way. He really operates a lot like J. Edgar Hoover as well, kind of operating behind the scenes, using the knowledge he has to force people to, you know, create policies or to avoid laws or make laws that are beneficial to him. The problem with this is that as he's talking to Killgrave, he's like, this folder has nothing to use against you, right? There's nothing here. Your children hate you. They want to have you dead, so I can't use that against you. You have no loved ones. You have nothing. There's nothing that I can use against you here. But in a lot of ways, that's always what Killgrave wanted. Killgrave always wanted to have this kind of scenario where he could never really have anything used against him because he never had anything at all. But at the end of the day, when he goes to basically use his powers on Wilson Fisk, it doesn't work. And the reason why is because Wilson Fisk is one of those very, very few number of individuals that exist out there where his willpower is so so strong that Zebediah Killgrave's powers cannot work on him. That's one of the things to know. Killgrave does not use mind control in the traditional sense. It's not telepathy. He emits pheromones. But a person with a substantial level or a high enough level of fortitude, right, the ability to withstand the effects of Killgrave, they can overcome him. His powers will have no effect on them whatsoever. And so ultimately, Wilson Fisk seizes Zebediah Killgrave, and then it's just like done, right? He's like, what a squandered gift. He says, perhaps it's time someone more worthy possessed it. And so ultimately, it looks like he kills Zebediah Killgrave, seemingly for the purpose of attaining his power and using him for himself. The other thing that we end up finding out is that Wilson Fisk has a sight set much, much higher than mayor of New York. What he's shooting for is to become president of the United States. And it looks like he will do it in the same way most politicians will do it, which is by any means necessary. Beg, borrow, steal, or kill. But what this does is this initially picks up basically with Danny Rand, right? If you guys recall the last video that we did, that basically the entirety of New York superhero community has for the most part begun to go underground, right? That the Kingpin essentially had legislation passed that basically outlawed superheroes in the city of New York. And it's creating a more, I guess, a smaller version of the original Civil War event. But what this has led to is Kingpin enlisting villains to basically play out the roles of people who would essentially enforce superheroes being rounded up and basically being arrested for vigilante activity, right? So it's kind of ironic that Kingpin would use what are in effect people with powers to basically round up people with powers. But it's not that dissimilar from what Tony Stark did during Civil War. The Tony Stark had the Thunderbolts, and then he also had the Mighty Avengers, right? They basically went around and rounded up people who were violating superhuman registration. And so what you have here is, of course, Danny Rand basically talking directly with Luke Cage. The two of them kind of having a conversation. Luke Cage telling him, look, man, like, you know, we're basically going to go get with Steve Rogers, and we're all essentially going to go underground. Avengers work out when we're better together. Like, everybody's just kind of keeping everything safe. And Danny Rand's response is that he'll basically just be fine, right? He's like, I might just drive north and lay low just in case. I mean, he's got the money and the resources to do it. That while Wilson Fisk is implementing this anti-superhero legislation, basically, his authority is not on the same level as Tony Stark's was during the events of Civil War. Tony Stark could have frozen people's assets if he chose to, right? That's the kind of leeway and the sort of authority he had that was given to him both as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and essentially as a government liaison, right? The person who was basically implementing all this and making it happen. Fisk doesn't have that kind of authority here. And so it really gives Danny Rand, as a ultra rich guy, the ability to just kind of take off. But before he can, he's basically met by the arrival of Crossbones. Now, the fight between Crossbones and Danny Rand, this is kind of a cool thing. Crossbones is one of those little unsung guys in Marvel Comics, right? He just doesn't quite get enough respect. And that was compounded by the events of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But Crossbones is pretty legit, right? This guy was trained by Taskmaster. He's very, very capable. Now, Danny Rand, of course, is a master martial artist, so he's able, or at least seemingly able, to get his upper hand on Crossbones, and we don't really see how it all concludes. All we really get here is that with everything popping off, because Danny Rand is like 30 blocks away, there's no real way for them to get there. That Tony Stark and Luke Cage and Jessica Jones can't really access a Quinjet, that Tony Stark's armor's locked down as soon as the forces of Wilson Fisk tried to enter into his home, so they don't really have access to anything that could get them to Danny Rand. I mean, they could try, right? But to travel 30 blocks in New York, anyone who's been to that city will tell you, it's gonna take more than a car, right? You're literally gonna have to fly there. And so as a result of that, they're like, okay, if we're going to help this city and we're going to fix this, we can't deviate and try to go get Danny Rand. We basically gotta leave him, right? The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The guy's a master martial artist. I'm sure he'll be okay. And so at that point, you switch over to Wilson Fisk when he's confronted by the new Daredevil, Elektra. Now, here's the thing, and I'm a little ashamed to say this. I have not been reading Daredevil. I have no idea what's going on here. I don't know why Elektra is Daredevil right now. I mean, I have a general idea, right, just from what people have been tweeting and talking about, but I don't know the ins and outs of this. So I am ashamed to say that as a comic book YouTuber, I am being negligent in my duties. Here's my question for you guys. Should I be reading Daredevil right now? Right? Like, is Daredevil a comic that I should be reading at the moment? Because I'm not gonna lie, I think the idea of Elektra basically replacing Daredevil is kind of cool, and I'd be interested in seeing how that whole thing's unfolds. So those of you guys who are reading Daredevil, should I be reading it? Is it a resounding yes? Is it an absolute no? Do not read it. It's awful. Let me know what you guys think. The important thing here, though, and we don't really know the ins and outs of what's going on here. The important thing is that given the history of Elektra as basically being an assassin, that when she shows up here at the office of Kingpin, right off the bat, he was like, okay, so I was kind of expecting this somewhere along the line, right? Like, I know you're the new Daredevil. I know your history. I know what you're about. I know that most likely somewhere along the line, you would come here to try to kill me. Here's the thing. That's not going to happen, right? Like, I get that this whole thing with you guys, right, that you guys are superheroes and all that kind of stuff, but do you really believe that because you have these freakish lives that resulted in you getting freakish powers, that you can just somehow do whatever it is that you want to do? Not a chance, right? And as soon as she pulls a weapon on him, that's when he realizes, yeah, like, you're here to kill me. He's like, but here's the thing. You've neutered yourself, right? Like, you're playing the long game with the real Daredevil. You don't kill like you used to. So why are you here, right? If you have come here with the intention of somehow intimidating me and getting me to stand down because I'm so terrified of the dreaded Elektra Nachios, who's one of the deadliest assassins in the world, then let me help you understand your place in the bigger picture, right? He's like, there is someone who came here before you did, and they want to meet you, right? They want to fight you, and they want you to meet them at a particular location. Go do your thing, right? There's nothing for you here. You're not going to kill me, and in a hand-to-hand fight, I would tear you apart. So nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to come of this, right? Go and face off against that guy who wanted to fight you, because here, there's really nothing going on. Now, the reality, and really the reason why she leaves in the first place, is seemingly because of the fact that Kingpin basically seems to know what she did, how she betrayed Matt Murdock, and that if Matt finds out, she'll lose everything. Again, I don't know the ins and outs of what's going on here. I feel like I should be reading Daredevil, right? I really, really feel like I should be reading this. So I'm gonna do that, right? I'm gonna go on Comixology and I'm gonna read Daredevil. So having said that, we switch over to Avengers Mansion, right? Now here's the thing. Avengers Mansion hasn't been used for a long time, right? In Marvel Comics, they haven't used it for quite some time. And in fact, the Avengers Mansion itself has really turned into a place of tourism, right? Where people go and they visit. Wow, this is where the Avengers used to hang out and all that kind of stuff. So it's a very, very attractive thing as far as building up money for the city of New York. But the sub-basement of Avengers Mansion, that thing is still in operation. That it operates secretly and is really more of a bunker. That's one of the things that I kind of like about what Chip Zdarsky's doing here. It's very Nick Fury, right? For those of you guys who don't know anything about Nick Fury, and I mean like old school Nick Fury, right? The white guy Nick Fury, not Samuel L. Jackson. That guy had bunkers everywhere. He was the most paranoid guy ever, right? And it kind of makes sense, right? When you're like the man on the wall and you've got access to all this information and you know more about what's going on in the world than seemingly anybody else in the world, you start to realize just how fast things could go sideways. So Nick Fury had bunkers on top of bunkers on top of bunkers. He had hideouts all over the place, right? But one of the things here is that having this place in the basement, in the sub-basement of the Avengers Mansion, it's a place that hasn't been accessed for quite some time. Now, one of the other things that goes on here, and this is a really, really cool concept, and it's one of the reasons why so many people were pissed off that the Luke Cage tie-in for Devil's Reign was canceled, is that Tony Stark ends up realizing there's a handful of kids who are sitting outside the building, and they basically record that Tony Stark's here. Of course, no one's supposed to know that they're going to the sub-basement of Avengers Mansion. So Tony Stark initially tries to bribe them, and then Luke Cage steps in and says, look guys, like, with everything going on here right now, even you have to realize that superheroes being outlawed in the city of New York, that's a bad thing, right? That villains are basically the law enforcement now. Do you really trust that they're somehow going to turn over a new leaf and do good things? And so he's like, look, like, the city is in serious danger. You guys are in serious danger. Do me a solid, right? Now, here's the big difference. This is why Luke Cage was always a great character. Here's the big difference between Luke Cage, Danny Rand, even Spider-Man, and people like Tony Stark and Captain America and so on and so forth. Tony Stark, Captain America, the Avengers, they're big names, right? When people think about the Avengers, they think about, well, like the Earth's mightiest heroes, right? Like the people who save us from all kinds of threats. But when they think of Luke Cage, they think of one of us. And that's the difference. That's the huge difference. The Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, those guys, they sit up there in the tower. And people don't say that from a place of like vindictiveness, right? They don't say that from a place of cynicism, like they're up there in their tower and they don't care about us. I mean, of course they do. They save the world. But there's a big difference between looking at a superhero who saves the world and looking at a superhero who essentially looks out for you. Luke Cage has never worn a mask. Luke Cage was part of Heroes for Hire. He originally launched it, right? Like ground level superhero superheroes, helping out people on the ground level, always looking out for his own in his neighborhood. That word spreads. And so people look at Luke Cage and they're like, he's one of us, right? He looks out for us as the little guy. He knows our names. He shops at our stores. He buys food from our restaurants. That's how people see him. And so that's why when Luke Cage comes along and is like, do me a solid, guys, right? Like, delete the video. No one needs to know we're here. They're like, yeah, man, of course. Like, we'll definitely help you out, Luke Cage, right? It's a matter of perception. Now, from there, you switch over to Spider-Man. Now, here's one thing that I do want to specify. This whole thing that's going on right now, this is actually Ben Reilly. And the reason why this whole thing is going on, to kind of sidetrack from Devil's Reign for a second, this deals with something called the Beyond Corporation. Now, contrary to what you may believe, while the Beyond Corporation was established back in 2006 in the Next Wave comics, as far as we're aware, they don't have any direct ties to the Beyonders, which is a little strange because the Beyond Corporation basically consists of people who exist beyond the multiverse, right? Like, they literally go into universes and just cause problems for people. It's really all they do. And they do it because it's fun. The way this had played out is that Peter Parker is essentially in a coma. That during the events of Spider-Man 76, I think, that Peter Parker had basically been exposed to like a huge amount of radiation, which had basically taken him out of commission. Now, during that time, the Beyond Corporation had basically gotten involved in essentially appointing Ben Reilly as the officially recognized Spider-Man. And they did this because they essentially bought the copyrights to Spider-Man operating on a private level, which I didn't even know that was something you could do. And in fact, that's what happens in the comics. Ben Reilly's like, I didn't even know that could be done. But the Beyond Corporation did, right? And because Peter Parker is basically a broke guy, how's he going to fight a massive corporation with seemingly endless resources? And so with Peter out of commission, Ben Reilly has been appointed to be the new Spider-Man, and that's why he is here. So it's kind of a cool thing because as this goes on, you start to realize that, of course, he's basically stepping in on behalf of like Robbie Robertson and those guys, because what you have here is Taskmaster and Whiplash. Now, Whiplash, cool, whatever, who cares? Taskmaster is the guy. Taskmaster's the dude. I love Tony Masters, right? Like, you guys, anybody who's been around this channel long enough knows I love Tony Masters, right? I love him almost as much as I love Captain Carrot. Captain Carrot, I love Captain Carrot. Captain Carrot's a super bunny. I love him, right? Like, I love, well, I mean, not in love, but like, I love the character. I love the character of Taskmaster because he's so underappreciated. But when he shows up, things are cool. And as interesting as it was seeing the Taskmaster in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I really wish it had been Tony Masters. I love the character of Tony Masters, but it was still cool to see that version of the Taskmaster. I digged it either way. But regardless, of course, Ben Reilly steps in. Now, here's the thing to understand. Ben Reilly is not an incapable Spider-Man, and Ben Reilly knows enough to know what Taskmaster is capable of. The big difference here is that Peter Parker would have handled this differently than Ben Reilly did, right? Ben Reilly knows who Taskmaster is. He knows what Taskmaster's about. And the funny thing about this is the way he's written here, if you didn't know it was Ben Reilly, you would think it was Peter Parker. Now, a lot of that's because Ben is a clone of Peter, right, from the old Clone Saga story, so it makes sense their mannerisms would be very, 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 very similar. But the important thing here is that you basically have a fight that breaks out between the two of them. Now, the fight's really, really cool, right, because immediately Taskmaster starts to get the upper hand on Ben Reilly, which is exactly what you would expect, right? Fighting Taskmaster is fighting Captain America or Deadpool or even Peter Parker or somebody like the Incredible Hulk minus the strength, or Captain America with his martial arts, or Batroc the Leaper, right? Like, when you fight Taskmaster, you're fighting a legion of different superheroes because he masters and he knows all of their fighting styles. It's what made him so cool. It's one of the things I love so much about him, right? It is a sight to behold, especially the fights between Taskmaster and Captain America. Those fights are the stuff of legend, man. I don't know how many of you guys, anybody out there who's watching this video right now, if you've read the fights between Taskmaster and Captain America, you know what I'm talking about. The fights are amazing, especially when like Captain America's analyzing Taskmaster as they fight, and he's like calling out who it is that Taskmaster's mimicking as they fight. It's so cool. I know Ta-Nehisi Coates did that recently. It was amazing. But here's the thing, right? Right off the bat, because Ben Reilly realizes that he cannot get the upper hand on Taskmaster as he's facing off against him and Whiplash, because Whiplash is basically holding people hostage, that at any point in time, Whiplash could kill those guys because of the electric tentacles he has. It's got more than enough electricity to take those guys out. So that's why he's like, one, I've got to get my mind off the idea that hostages are in danger. And then two, we're fighting in a confined space, which is true. Spider-Man fights better when he's in an open space. He can do fine in a confined space, but when he's got some room to move, when he can use his webbing to kind of get around, right, when he can get distance between himself and Taskmaster, then it makes things a lot easier. And so what he actually does is he goads Whiplash, largely because Whiplash is an idiot, but he basically goads him, right? He's like, hey man, so I know you consider yourself yourself an A-list villain, but I gotta ask, man, how does it feel to be like a B or C-list villain where you're basically following orders and guarding hostages? And of course, that goads Whiplash long enough for him to be able to get the upper hand on Whiplash and essentially take him out. And so with that being the case, the fight then turns to Taskmaster. The crazy thing about this is that, like, Ben Reilly just can't handle him because the impact of fighting Whiplash, despite his modified Spider-Man suit, is enough that it temporarily weakens him, which allows Taskmaster to slap the inhibitor collar around his neck and then basically throw him out of the building. Now, of course, he knows Ben Reilly will survive. The guy crashes into a car, and then from there, he's basically taken by Taskmaster and essentially arrested, right? And so from there, what you end up doing is switching over to the Fantastic Four. Remember, Reed Richards, Susan Storm, they were taken by the forces of Kingpin. That the Thing, Ben Grimm, and Johnny Storm, and then Franklin and Valeria had basically been whisked away, which, by the way, I want to answer a question that a lot of people were asking in the last video, which is, why doesn't Franklin do something about this, right? Keep in mind that one, Franklin's not on the same level that he used to be, and two, it's a MacGuffin kind of thing, right? That yes, Franklin can alter reality, stuff like that. He can do all kinds of crazy stuff. He's a powerhouse in the universe, but you can't have every problem solved by Franklin, right? Because then that just becomes the status quo, right? Franklin uses his reality warping abilities and everybody forgets the superheroes are outlawed, including Wilson Fisk, and the day's saved, right? Like literally every story would end with Franklin Richards waving his hand. So that's why you don't really see him invoked all that often. It's also one of the reasons why Marvel keeps him relatively young, because with Jonathan Hickman writing adult Franklin Richards the way he did, especially during the Fantastic Four run and the New Avengers run, that with that level of power, Franklin could seemingly do anything, right? You combine that with the History of the Marvel Universe comic that Marvel wrote, which is interesting, that Franklin merges with Galactus at the end of all reality and is born anew, the two of them kind of being a composite being that's more powerful than the sum of their parts. And so it's one of those things where Franklin just doesn't get used that much because the nature of his powers is such, you would expect him to simply just end everything. And so what's kind of funny here with regards to Susan and Reed is there's not a whole lot doing. There's basically just a fight that breaks out inside the prison, but it seems like it's supposed to operate as a distraction, so the two of them can actually end up engineering their own escape, presumably helping others escape as well, but we'll kind of have to read further on to find out what's going on with that. But the cool thing here is what you end up doing is you switch over to Dr. Octopus, who is basically working alongside Wilson Fisk. And the idea here is that Dr. Octopus's mind and the technology he's able to utilize would basically set things up so that Wilson Fisk could dominate the Purple Man and then seemingly steal his powers, and then use that for the purpose of basically controlling New York. That with Kingpin, while he was elected mayor, if you guys recall the last video that we talked about, he was elected mayor because of the fact that he had instilled trust in people, that's not something you can rely on, right? People are incredibly finicky. They will support you in 1 month and then hate you the next, right? Because the average American just doesn't know what they want, right? Like their wants just sort of change. There's no consistency when it comes to American people. And so Wilson Fisk, in realizing that, wants to solidify his ability to remain mayor by basically using the powers of the Purple Man. And that while he won't necessarily be able to control people, he will be able to influence them, right? Push them to the polls, get them to vote for Wilson Fisk, different things like that, and basically maintain power. And as long as no one knows that he's using the abilities of the Purple Man to do it, no one will be any the wiser. Now, the funny thing about this is that Otto Octavius is no idiot. You guys know that, right? Otto Octavius is no fool. And he knew right off the bat, once he realized the plan of Wilson Fisk was to utilize Purple Man, that Wilson Fisk would try to use those powers on him. And so what he did is he created neuroblockers that would actually block the powers of the Purple Man from being able to influence him. So literally, like Kingpin tries to use those powers on him, and he's like, no, you're good, man. The influence of Purple Man doesn't work on me, right? Those pheromones don't affect me. I've got neuroblockers, but I'll leave you to do your thing. And basically leaves, right? Of course, you also end up finding out that Elektra is there to essentially face off against Kraven the Hunter, which looks like it would be a really, really cool fight. But once you get to the sub-basement of Avengers Mansion with Tony Stark in them, that remember, Tony Stark's goal here, right? The plan, quote unquote, for defeating Wilson Fisk is for Tony to actually run against him. And what happens is that once they get into the facility, like Luke Cage is like, Tony, we got to talk about your plan, dude. Like, you running against Wilson Fisk, that's not going to work. That's not going to happen because it's basically rich guy versus rich guy, right? Like, it's too much of a toss-up. Could you win? Possibly, right? You're very, very famous. People know you, right? But at the end of the day, we need someone that people are more likely to identify with, right? People want one of their own. Now, in all honesty, there is a reason why we don't just walk down the street and ask any swinging dick if they want to run for president of the United States, right? Like, we've had an answer to that question. We obviously don't want to have to go through that again. But Luke Cage kind of of approaches this from the perspective of like, I think I should be the one to run. So while the mayor is not on the same level as the president, the fact remains putting an average Joe in such a position of power could potentially be disastrous. That despite Luke Cage's best intentions, he doesn't know what it means to run an entire city and everything that goes on there. I mean, here in the real world, you just got to deal with New York as it exists now, right? In the comics, you got to deal with New York as it exists now, plus superheroes and supervillains. You got to deal with all that stuff. And so at the end of the day, he was like, look, like, this is about beating Wilson Fisk. It's not about your ego. It's not about you wanting to be mayor or anything like that. Like, it's about the fact that Wilson needs to go down. And honestly, you are not in the best position to do this, right? Like, you are Tony Stark. The superhero community is still a little distrustful of you because a lot of the things that have happened, your history's sketchy. There are things about your own personal life that the general public knows they would not necessarily be a fan of, right? You're not the best person for this. And so what ends up happening is that Luke says, like, are you on board with this? And the response of Iron Man is, yeah, sure. But obviously there's some disdain there, right? Obviously Iron Man is not a big fan of what's going on. Now, how far that goes, we don't entirely know, right? We're not really sure exactly how that's going to happen. What we do know is switching over to Dr. Octopus, what you end up getting here is him basically having this kind of internal monologue where he says, Wilson Fisk is a small man thinking small. Let him hold his small amount of power. As always, Otto Octavius understands true power. True power is the laboratory of the mad scientist Reed Richards, with his wild inventions like an interdimensional gate. So let Fisk control a city. My plans, as ever, are superior. And what we end up finding out is that Dr. Octopus has opened this dimensional gate and then seemingly brought in Wolverine, Ghost Rider, and the Incredible Hulk from an alternate universe. What he plans on doing with these guys, I have no clue, but I am ridiculously excited to find out. Like, I am so excited to find out. So what this does here is this one initially picks up with Ben Reilly. Now remember, Ben Reilly is the current Spider-Man. Peter Parker is currently out of commission, so Ben Reilly basically took over his place. And of course, the police are being none too kind to Ben Reilly. I mean, obviously this is police brutality, but it's only really police brutality if somebody's willing to do something about it. Otherwise, it's just cops being dicks is really all it is. And so Ben Reilly, the funny thing about this is, like, he doesn't really care, right? Like, the cops are literally just like beating him up. I mean, he's all bruised and smashed. Like, they smash his face into a table and they're like, what's your name? And he was like, he's like, Johnny Spider. Johnny Spider's my name. That kind of a thing. But like, he's just not taking the cops seriously, which is the one thing, as I understand it, really pisses off cops, right? And one of the funny things that kind of happens, what we're told here is when it comes to this idea of like civil wars and different things along those lines, one of the big misconceptions is that a civil war would ultimately boil down between those in authority versus like the citizenry. But that's not true, because people's loyalties are not necessarily tied to the jobs they work. And that's what you're seeing here. That yes, there are a lot of people here who are police officers, pretty much everybody in the precinct is a police officer, but they don't all agree with Wilson Fisk. And so one of the things that's kind of established is that they're not going to process Ben Reilly Spider-Man. Like, they just refuse to process him because they believe that what Wilson Fisk is doing is wrong. When Ben Grimm and Johnny Storm show up here, Ben Grimm is one of these interesting concepts because despite being a member of the Fantastic Four, Ben Grimm always kind of had this role where he was as much street level as he was the grander superhero community, right? Like the guy on Yancey Street and that kind of a thing, right? He grew up as like one of these New Yorkers, right? He's one of them. And you would always see him just as inclined to basically stand up for like the small guy on the street as you would standing alongside the Fantastic Four and like facing off against Galactus or something along those lines. And so that's why when he shows up here and he's like, look, I know, a lot of you guys out there don't agree with what Wilson Fisk is doing, right? You guys don't agree with what's happening here. You're not a big fan of it. And I can appreciate that, right? Because you know we're heroes, you know we're trying to do the right thing, and you see through what it is that Wilson Fisk is doing, even if these other police officers here are unable to or unwilling to. But here's the rub. We're gonna get our friend because he saved our lives multiple times and he saved your life as well. So we're gonna get our friend and we're gonna leave. Now, Johnny Storm, of course, basically just like melts the door, and then Ben Grimm walks through a wall. And then you, of course, have this cop and this chick that's with him, that have their guns drawn. I mean, what are they gonna do, right? I mean, with Johnny Storm, just as hot as he is, if they fire off bullets, they would probably end up melting them before they got to him. And then with Ben Grimm, the guy's basically bulletproof. So like, I mean, these cops can't really do anything. So they literally just pick up Ben Reilly and just leave, right? Because what are these cops gonna do? And so at that point, you switch over to Luke Cage. Now, again, I still say one of the biggest problems that I have with Devil's Reign right now is they skipped the Luke Cage tie-in. I would love to have seen what the Luke Cage tie-in was about, because what you're getting here is basically the follow-up to the last video that we did on the main Devil's Reign event, which is Luke Cage running for mayor. Because it's one of these things where in a lot of ways, their hands are tied. I mean, could they kidnap Wilson Fisk and then just like fly him into the sun and like that's the end of Wilson Fisk, right? He just disappears and nobody knows where he went? Sure. But if they killed him, they'd make him a martyr. And what that would do is it would basically verify his cause. The best way to defeat Wilson Fisk is to get the people on your side, right? The best way to do that is not to like force the citizenry into following your orders. It's to give them a reason to basically ignore anybody who demonizes your dictatorship, but basically giving people a reason to rally under you as opposed to opposing you. And so Luke Cage plays this game pretty well insofar as saying, like, you guys know who Wilson Fisk is, right? I mean, yes, like you guys elected him as mayor because he made a bunch of grand promises and he saved you guys during the whole Secret Empire event and all that kind of stuff. But behind all of that, you know who Wilson Fisk is. You know who's the kingpin of crime. You know he's got his hands in virtually everything. And you know this law is unjust. You know this law is a problem. So I, as Luke Cage, am running basically against Wilson Fisk as mayor. Now, what this does is it puts Luke Cage in a fantastic position because it basically makes him untouchable. The reason why is because if, for example, Luke Cage were to be found beaten up or assaulted, then at that point it's a felony, right? You literally have a politician that is basically trying to force another politician out of the picture using physical violence. That would land Wilson Fisk in prison for the rest of his life. And so Luke Cage basically cannot be touched, right? It's one of those things where it's like the guy's running for mayor. The difficult thing here is getting people to agree with him. And that's what makes Devil's Reign so interesting, is because what you end up doing is you basically switch over to a conversation between Susan Storm and her lawyer. And the cool thing about this is that the conversation between the two is such that there are legitimate concerns that when it comes to the overall country in terms of what's going on in the city of New York, they see it as a New York problem, right? This is New York's issue. New York is the one that's dealing with like superheroes causing all kinds of problems and supervillains and the fights between the two and collateral damage and all that kind of stuff, right? This is a New York issue. The concern here is that if these heroes are not rounded up by the city of New York, right? If they are not basically imprisoned, if this kind of insurgency, if you want to call it that, is allowed to continue, suddenly it'll turn into other people's problems because these people in New York will retreat to other cities and other states. They'll go to New Jersey, or they'll go to Washington, D.C., or they'll go down to Virginia in the Potomac or something along those lines, right? But they'll basically start bringing their problems to other people's doorstep. And so the biggest concern here is that if this is not contained in the city of New York, it could lead to federal law, the return of the Superhuman Registration Act. And of course, no one wants that. Because even then, with the Superhuman Registration Act, as it was initially done, Tony Stark was able to curtail the most extreme versions of the Superhuman Registration Act. But in this instance, because of what's going on, because of how dangerous more recent events have been, that the result would be the Superhuman Registration Act wouldn't really be able to be curtailed by someone like Tony Stark, and ultimately, it would be the worst possible scenario for the superhero community. And so because of that, the whole thing is we have to basically find a way to keep this contained. Luke Cage is running for mayor, and in all honesty, he stands the best possible chance of being able to end all of this. Following that, you switch over to Zebediah Killgrave. Now remember, one of the things that had happened here is that the psychic prism essentially allows Wilson Fisk to harness the powers of Zebediah Killgrave and to use them. And that's one of the things that seems to be going on here. More so than that, what's funny is there's a conversation that goes on between the two, where Wilson Fisk kind of talks about how he's doing this to become mayor and all that kind of stuff. And Killgrave, having been around the block more than a few times, is like, no, you're full of crap, Wilson Fisk. Like, this is not about you becoming mayor or anything along those lines. This is all based on a petty grudge. Daredevil did something to you to make you forget who he was, and you want to hurt him back. That's all this is, right? That's literally all this is. You're targeting him and everyone he cares about, and you're going through the legal system to do it because it's a way that they simply can't punch. They can't beat up the legal system. They can't assault the legal system or the political system. It's the one thing they can't destroy, because basically you're taking the system that they support and using it against them. And the funny thing here is when Wilson Fisk is like, how could you possibly know this? The response of Killgrave is, because I feel it too. It's like a fog in your brain. I knew the identity of Daredevil, and now I can't remember. Something happened. And where the initial thought of Kingpin is, wait, are you the one who did this to me? The response of Killgrave is, no, but somebody used my powers to do it. It's a more diluted form of my powers, but it's my powers nonetheless. It's my kids. Somebody used the Purple Children to do this to you and me, to make us forget the identity of Daredevil. And so following that, where Kingpin basically goes on a mission to capture the Purple Children, the kids of the Purple Man, you actually switch over to what's really left of the Avengers. You got Iron Man, you got She-Hulk, Captain America, Daredevil, and so on, and they're all kind of having this conversation over what it is that they're going to do with everything that's going on here, right? Like, I mean, do they find some way to take out Wilson Fisk? That's one of the discussions that's on the table. The other problem here is that for Luke Cage, the polls are not looking very good. That what it looks like is that Wilson Fisk has successfully managed to basically compartmentalize and control fear in such a way to where the citizens of New York are actually afraid of what life would be like if they went back to the way things were before. Superheroes doing the best they can, facing off against supervillains, but in all, operating with impunity. But in the middle of all this, suddenly Jessica Jones chimes in and is like when all the heroes are arguing and debating with each other, she's like, something's not right? Something feels wrong here. Something's off. She's like, wait a minute. No, this is the Purple Man. This is the power of the Purple Man. And when the question's asked, like, no, like, you know, how do you know that? I mean, one, when Jessica Jones comes along and says the Purple Man's involved, you don't really argue, right? I mean, her history is directly intertwined with Zebediah Kilgrave. No one knows Kilgrave better than Jessica Jones does, but she also understands the nature of his powers and how it feels to be influenced by his powers. And she's like, it's subtle. I can feel it, but it's subtle. The whole city hasn't descended into madness, but Fisk is somehow or another using the powers of the Purple Man to influence people, not control them, right? It'd be different if he was like, I'm going to use my powers and everyone's going to go to the polls and vote for me, versus using powers to influence fear. It's subtle and it's small, and it's a genius stroke. And that's when Daredevil steps in and says, yes, like this has to be Wilson Fisk. Captain America's a little uncertain, right? Steve Rogers is like, I mean, okay, look, we can go in and try to take out Wilson Fisk, but here's the problem. If we're wrong, right? If we are wrong here, the whole thing will blow up in our face. We'll be the bad guys, right? We'll be vilified. Any support that we have in the public will be gone. And at the end of the day, what we're doing requires public support. Our ability to function as superheroes lives and dies based on whether or not the general public supports us. If we attack the mayor of New York, who is out there right now telling the public that we are dangerous, and it turns out that we're wrong, that he has nothing to do with Purple Man and none of this is the case, it's game over. That's the end of it. But the idea of Daredevil remaining steadfast is no, it is Wilson Fisk. And notice this, one of the things that kind of goes on here is like, we got to take him out, right? Like we have to basically take this guy out. We're going to remove him from office. And when the question's asked, like, are we really entertaining the idea of killing Wilson Fisk or like disappearing him or something like that? The response of Daredevil is, that's how it is when you're an anti-hero, right? We do the things that superheroes just can't bring themselves to do. Captain America's great and everything, but you can't rely on Captain America for this, right? His moral compass is too strong or whatever the case is. It's our job as anti-heroes. What we have here is a clear and present danger in the form of Wilson Fisk, the mayor of New York. The only way to fix this is to get rid of him. Now, the funny thing about this is that they're not the only ones that have tried to launch an attack on Wilson Fisk. There is a Winter Soldier tie-in to Devil's Reign, which is weird to see them just arbitrarily pulling Bucky Barnes out of nowhere, right? And then just like launching a one-shot with him. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I want to. I have no idea if it's good or not. That's one of the things about Winter Soldier, man. Sometimes the comics are great and other times they're terrible. It really depends. There is no medium there, but I do want to check it out. But regardless, because of what had gone on with the Winter Soldier and all that kind of stuff, the fact that City Hall, the penthouse of Wilson Fisk, right, the mansion, had all basically become compromised, there's heightened levels of security here. The problem is that while they're basically contemplating how they're going to take out Wilson Fisk, suddenly the forces of Otto Octavius come flowing out, right? Like the Otto Incredible Hulk and Wolverine and like Ghost Rider and those guys all come flying out here. Now, where the Otto Ghost Rider goes and attacks the Avengers, he takes out Iron Man. And the statement of Iron Man is particularly confusing here because he says, no, stay away. I did what you asked. What it looks like is Iron Man sold him out. That Iron Man literally told Kingpin and all them, the Avengers are coming for you, right? Like they're coming right now and they're gonna try to take you out, right? They're gonna try to forcefully remove you from office, and that's gonna be it. At that point, like literally all these guys, you know, they're standing, like they're facing off as best they can. They're holding their ground. But then once Captain America gets over to Iron Man, he realizes it's not Iron Man, it's Chameleon, right? The master of disguise. guys, what a genius writing stroke, right? Chameleon was masquerading as Iron Man and then basically set a trap. Once Captain America realizes what's going on, he was like, Avengers, fall back and like, get out of here, right? We have to go because we're gonna die here. Like, if we stay here, they will kill us, because what this is, by all standards of measurement, is an assassination attempt of a political official. That's how it's going to look. That's how it's going to be depicted. The Avengers tried to forcibly remove and or assassinate a political official. And so they're just like, we can't be here. Like, we can't stay here. Now, of course, it's one of those things where Daredevil's like, no, we can't let him get away. But in the end, it's just like, no, we have to go. And so what you end up doing is switching over to Foggy Nelson, right? He's the attorney for Luke Cage, the one that's basically representing Luke Cage as far as his desire to become mayor and so on and so forth. Once he gets to the office, he makes a kind of offhanded remark of like, yeah, man, I really should have gone home. And there's a couple people in the office who are like, yeah, you really should have. Here's the problem. You and that lady lawyer you have, you're loud. And our boss doesn't like loud people. So our boss has decided you're better off not being able to speak. In effect, the Kingpin has seemingly sent henchmen to the lawyer of Luke Cage to Foggy Nelson's office to basically pummel him, to silence him, right? It's political sabotage. This is getting messy, but oh my God, do I love this. Now, picking up from the end of last week's video, right? The last issue, this basically takes place 2 weeks after the attempt of what you could kind of call the Secret Avengers, I guess. They don't officially have a name. They're just calling themselves the Avengers, but basically their attempt on Wilson Fisk, if anything, to take the life of Wilson Fisk, right? To take him down. Of course, they proved to be unsuccessful, but what this did is it basically emboldened Wilson Fisk, right? In the sense that now they've got drones out there that are basically always on the hunt for these differing members of the Avengers, as well as anybody who either has information or anybody who may have some kind of powers out there. The other part of this is that Wilson Fisk has heavily fortified the entirety of the mayoral office, right? Where he resides. So now it's one of these things where, in a lot of ways, because of the actions of the superheroes, they've almost kind of pushed the city of New York into becoming a militarized zone, right? It's kind of crazy. But regardless, of course, you end up having Wilson Fisk, who's met by the arrival of Dr. Octopus, right? Who has, of course, his other octopus henchmen and so on and so forth. And it's one of those funny things, because in the end, Wilson Fisk kind of asks him, like, you have what's basically a Hulk and like a Wolverine and a Ghost Rider and yourself. Why don't you just come take the throne of mayor for me? And the response of Otto is just basically saying, like, because it means nothing to me, right? Like, why would I go through all that time and all that energy and all that effort to kill you in order to become mayor, right? I've got like much bigger things that I'm focusing on besides that. And it's kind of this funny thing, right? Because he says, like, you've always been obsessed with power, Wilson Fisk, right? And I'm happy to have you basically sit in a useless seat to shake hands and kiss babies. He's like, but I am working on making the world a better place, right? I'm working on much bigger things. The technology in the Baxter building following Reed Richards' arrest has basically given me like marvelous technologies that I can use for my own ends, right? That made all these Octobots possible and all that kind of stuff. At the end of the day, you're focusing on small stuff, as you always do, because you're a small-minded person. I'm focusing on big things. And he says also something that you should be aware of. He's like, in the end, we have basically continued to deliver, we want to deliver this news that like crime is again down in the city of New York, which means we've arrested your son Butch, and then basically leaves. Now, following that, Matt Murdock, of course, goes to basically visit Foggy Nelson. Remember, because Foggy Nelson is basically the lawyer for Luke Cage, and Luke Cage announced his candidacy for mayor of the city of New York to run against Wilson Fisk, because from the Avengers' perspective, it's the only real way to get Fisk out of his position, that if they were to successfully assassinate him, he would basically become a martyr, and he would prove them right? He would prove himself right in saying that Avengers or superheroes are just too dangerous, because it's literally superheroes assassinated a political official, right? That's not something to be done lightly. Of course, Foggy Nelson was basically beat up by henchmen of Wilson Fisk in order to basically send a message. Now, the funny thing about this is that Foggy Nelson, as you know, those of you guys who are familiar with Daredevil, Foggy Nelson doesn't take lip off anybody. And so it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, I get what they were trying to do, but like, they're gonna have to try harder than that. This whole Catholic guilt that you have, Matt Murdock of, well, Foggy, I never should have involved you, and I put you in harm's way. Stuff it, right? And even he's just like, I absolve you, my son. Now get out of here, right? Like, go do your thing. It's one of the things I always loved about Foggy Nelson, right? But in the midst of that, of course, as Matt Murdock is leaving, he's met by the arrival of his twin brother, Mike Murdock. Now, as a bit of a refresher here, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with Mike Murdock, we did discuss him before, so we won't go super in-depth here, that basically there was a point where Matt Murdock had brought together a team of Inhumans to essentially find a way, or at least brought together a team of people, which included Inhumans, to find a way to defeat Wilson Fisk. One of those was a person named Reader, who could basically manifest anything he read, and that in researching Matt Murdock and seeing the identity of Mike Murdock, this led to him accidentally creating Mike Murdock. Now, the reason why we've never really talked about him before, the reason why we've never really addressed him before is because, in all honesty, Marvel will probably get rid of him pretty soon, especially when you get around to the point where like the Netflix Daredevil series starts to launch. Marvel's probably going to kill off Mike Murdock, right? So, you know, we can do a video on him if you guys are particularly interested, but right now there's just not really a reason to. I don't see him lasting much longer in Marvel Comics. And so it's just one of those things where you kind of switch over to Wilson Fisk himself. And because of what's going on here, one of the things to remember in the last video that we discussed, or that we did, that you have the Purple Man, Zebediah Killgrave, right? A person who has the ability to emit pheromones that can basically make people do whatever it is that he wants them to do, so long as their willpower isn't too high, or they don't have any kind of like telepathic protection or anything along those lines. But there was also the Purple Man's children, and that his children are the other half of this puzzle. The powers of the Purple Man only go so far, but if Wilson Fisk has the powers of his kids and the powers of Purple Man, then he would be nigh unstoppable. And he kind of has his sights set on the office of the presidency. Now remember, the entire motivation for why Wilson Fisk is doing this is because somewhere along the line, basically Matt Murdock had done something to make him forget Daredevil's identity. It's a personal grudge. The reality of this, and like the equivalent of what's going on here, is if like your worst enemy in the world came to you and basically said that they were able to successfully do something to like defeat you in some capacity, and you had no real recourse. That's what this is the equivalent of, right? It's basically Kingpin essentially boxing Matt Murdock in, saying, okay, fine, if you are going to strip me of the knowledge of your identity against my will, right? You're going to screw with my head, then that's fine. I will screw with your life, and not just your life, the lives of everybody around you. This is really nothing more than a personal grudge. That's something to understand here, right? This is not Wilson Fisk genuinely doing the good thing and believing he can actually make the world better. No, everything he's doing here, harnessing the power of the Purple Man, setting his sights on the office of the presidency, it's all to basically get back at Matt Murdock, is really all it is, right? And so basically he ends up bringing together the Thunderbolts. So you got like John Walker, you've got Rhino, right? You've got the new Electro, all that kind of stuff. And it's one of these things, something to keep in mind, the Thunderbolts are really more anti-heroes than they are straight up villains. They're basically, people who were at some point in line, maybe good guys, kind of not good guys, and have a questionable past. Well, I guess when I say that, I'm really more referencing John Walker. These guys have always they've always kind of been bad guys. I mean, to a degree with John Walker, he's a little more anti-hero, right? He, the Commission on Superhuman Activities basically replaced Captain America with him, and then he lost his mind, and that led to him just like, basically being stripped of his powers, and then the mantle of Captain America going back to Steve Rogers. But it's one of those things where like what Wilson Fisk is asking them to do here is to basically find the Purple Children. And that's where the villains really kind of draw the line. It's one of the things about Marvel's villains, right? Very rarely do you ever find a Marvel villain who will do whatever they need to do, right? Who will do anything and everything. They have a few of them, like Taskmaster is a good example, right? You pay Taskmaster to kill a person, he will kill them. It doesn't really matter who they are, right? Like he will kill that person. Frank Castle to a degree, but only when it comes to villains, right? Marvel really kind of shies away from this idea that like villains will kill kids. They really sort of, they don't really deal with that all too often, and rightfully so. And so it's one of these things where literally John Walker's like, I mean, look, I need to know what these kids did, right? I mean, why are we going after them? And so what he ends up doing, or at least what Kingpin does, is he invokes the power of the Purple Man and says like, you will do what I tell you to do, Mr. Walker. And then of course, with Walker's willpower really kind of being lower than it needs to be to withstand the powers of the Purple Man, ends up going alongside that instead. And so of course, again, following that, you basically pick up with who is in effect the wife of Wilson Fisk at this point in time, Typhoid Mary. Of course, we'll talk about her here in a little bit. What you actually end up doing is switching over to the prison where all the various superheroes are being held, where essentially Susan Storm, using her powers to make herself invisible, having picked the lock on her collar, right? Because she had an inhibitor collar, but she ended up taking a paperclip when she was meeting with her attorney, and now has used that to free herself, and then in turn steals like one of the passes off one of the guards as they walk by, and then frees Reed Richards, and then basically frees, opens up all the other cells, which allows all the heroes to escape. Here's the thing about this, right? On the surface, you could look at that and call this a plot device. It's actually not. So Susan Storm is ridiculously capable, right? I mean, one of the things to understand here, you're talking about a woman whose power to create force fields can withstand the power of celestials, so it's no small thing. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility to believe that she could basically use a paperclip to pick a lock on her inhibitor collar. What this is also designed to do is illustrate the idiocy of just your average person in comparison to the Fantastic Four. And the reason why I say that is if you go back and you look at the events of Civil War, when the idea of creating a prison for those who wouldn't follow superhuman registration was created or developed by like Reed and Tony and Hank Pym, really Reed more than anybody else, that Reed's first thought was, we're going to be arresting some pretty heavy hitters, whether they have super strength or they have intangibility or anything like that. So it's not enough to put them in a prison. We have to put that prison in a place that they can't escape from. And that's why Prison 42 during Civil War was located in the negative zone, so that even if they somehow did manage to escape the prison, where are they going to go? That's one of the things you kind of run into here, is that in this instance, literally they locked up all these superheroes and they just put them in a prison in the water. And like, that was it, right? It's kind of like, okay, in the end, like a prison break is going to happen, especially when like two of the people you have locked up, right? Like Reed Richards and Tony Stark are two of the absolute smartest people in the entirety of the Marvel universe. And so again, great big huge fight breaks out and basically they end up, seemingly being able to overtake the prison guards and start engineering their own escape. Now, one of the things that goes on here, and it's kind of intriguing, is that you do have like the champions, right? So you've got like Ironheart and you've got Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel, and you got like Viv, right? Like Vision's daughter, which honestly, I feel like we should get caught up on the champions. I haven't read them in so long, but their comics were just fun, right? It was like Marvel's Teen Titans, but better. It was just great. I just loved it, right? There's a great big huge fight, even with Miles, right? There's a great big huge fight where like they're all involved in a conflict with Rhino, and it's one of those things where like Rhino basically is like, he's here and he was like, look, like put on these, like basically put on these discs, right? Like put on these things. And ultimately when that happens, the bots themselves or the drones are basically designed in such a way to where they don't attack anybody with a Thunderbolt badge. And when the question is asked, Rhino, why are you giving us Thunderbolt badges so these drones won't attack us? The response of Rhino is, look, like, I know I'm a bad guy, right? Like, I have not done very good things over the course of my life. I've basically just been a horrible human being. Anytime you ever saw me, I was committing some kind of a crime. But what Wilson Fisk is asking us to do, to find some kids and to bring those kids in who seemingly haven't done anything wrong, not even I can follow those orders, right? Not even I can abide that, right? It's just, that's a line that I just want crushed. It's cool. It's a great little thing. I mean, is this like a Rhino redemption arc? No. It's just basically designed to illustrate that the kinds of things that Wilson Fisk is asking people to do are things that not even villains are willing to do. More so than that, it's showing there's trouble in paradise, right? The foundations by which Wilson Fisk is building his empire were never stable to begin with. And now that instability is showing in the fact that it's starting to crack. So it's really, really awesome to see. What you also end up getting in the aftermath of this is that Miles basically ends up racing off to the rest of the Avengers and then telling them, like, Kingpin is after the purple children, right? He's after the kids of the Purple Man. And that while I was told by Rhino, and sure, I guess Rhino's not necessarily the most credible force, the guy saved our life, right? He could kill us all with the greatest of ease if he chose to, but he saved us. And so if this is true, and Wilson Fisk is going after the Purple Children, having them under his control, being able to use their powers, he'll dominate the world, right? He'll be able to take everything over. And so it's one of those crazy things, because what you end up getting here is, this is just a crazy moment. You switch over to Wilson Fisk, and Wilson Fisk, of course, always having the staff next to him, which basically allows him to channel the powers of the Purple Man, is met by Typhoid Mary. Now, Typhoid Mary, she's been around in Daredevil comics for a long time. She's had some great story arcs, and she's had some awful story arcs. She's like every comic book character ever. She's never had like 100% great arcs 100% of the time. That never happens. But Typhoid Mary is a person who basically has multiple personality disorder, right? She's got multiple personalities in her head, some of which have access to her powers and others don't. And her powers change depending on which personality is taken over, right? So like telepathy or telekinesis or the ability to manipulate fire. Imagine Legion, but with far fewer personalities in his head and a far more limited breadth of power at his disposal. And that's basically Typhoid Mary, right? She's a mutant, essentially. And so because of this, the interest between the two, and what's kind of intriguing, is that one of the things Kingpin says is he kind of asks the question, like, why can't I stop doing this, right? Why hold on to these things that cause me nothing but pain? pain, my hatred, my position. I'm so consumed by power and revenge, but I have you. I think our fiery beginning and how it gave way to something more powerful, more beautiful. I think back on the first time we made love after battle, and now I find I no longer need that battle to find that level of satisfaction. And so in the end, Typhoid says, like, I feel the same thing, right? I feel the same way. She says, even though I don't even really remember our first time, years of treatments and trauma have robbed me of so much, but I hold on to the feeling of when we were first together. And so Wilson Fisk in turn says, I wish we both had those memories. It doesn't feel fair. I wish you could remember. And he invokes the power of the Purple Man when he does, and Typhoid Mary remembers everything. She remembers everything about her own past. Now, she doesn't run from Wilson Fisk, right? She doesn't like leave him, right? It's just like she recalls everything. She's like, oh my God, what a gift. And so this is a whole change to the power of the Purple Man. Remember, the power of Zebediah Killgrave has only ever been used historically in Marvel Comics to dominate the wills of others. But here's something to understand. Here's something to keep in mind here. We only ever saw his powers used that way because he only ever used them that way. It wasn't as though Zebediah Killgrave was a guy who was trying to find a way to make the world a better place, and he just simply couldn't do it because his powers wouldn't let him. The guy's always been a dick, right? Like, Zebediah Killgrave has always just been a horrible human being who used his powers for like personal gratification and for the betterment of himself based on his own selfish desires. We've never seen an instance when anybody ever used the powers of the Purple Man to basically get other people to remember. And it kind of makes sense, right? If the Purple Man's powers, even if they're only by pheromone, can be used to make people do things and even make people believe things, then it would stand to reason the powers of the Purple Man can be used to make people remember things. And so in basically understanding that, right, and coming to that realization, Fisk says, like, I need air, right? I need space. The weight of years is crushing me. The weight of hate that I so desperately need to let go of. And he says, he literally holds this thing in his hand and says, remember. And this is when he recalls the identity of Matt Murdock as Daredevil. The question you really have to ask here is, what else is Wilson Fisk remembering? Because he is beset on all sides by deception and trickery and lies. So what's going to happen when he recalls everything that's actually the truth and realizes how much he's been lied to? I gotta tell you guys, this story just gets better and better. So, Devil's Reign, right? This is amazing. Remember when I told you guys about Mike Murdock? That's probably what's gonna happen here, or at least seems like it's happening here. So initially, coming off the heels of the last video that we did, it was basically Kingpin using the powers of the Purple Man on himself to make him remember that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, right? That's one of the things that I want to kind of reiterate here is keep in mind, everything that's happening in Devil's Reign is because of the fact that Kingpin could not remember what Daredevil's identity was, but knew that he knew at some point in time. And that because Daredevil had taunted him, he came to the realization, not so much a decision, that Daredevil had stripped him of his own identity. And so the result of this is that Kingpin's basically been harboring a grudge ever since. With this information coming back, now it's a blood vendetta, right? It's not even just like, I need to know. Now it's Daredevil's gotta die, right? And I mean, it all kind of rushes back to him. And for him, it's a massive betrayal, right? One of the highest order. And so when he's told the Thunderbolts have basically located the children of the Purple Man, remember, they all basically share a portion of his power, and that if Purple Man absorbs the powers of his children, his powers heighten several times over. When he's told, we've located where the children are, but they've basically dominated in an older woman, and they are living inside of a residential building, the response of Kingpin is, then go do it, right? Go grab them, casualties be damned. I don't care how many people die. Grab those kids and bring them in. And so switching over to the Purple Children, of course, they're basically trying to figure out exactly what it is that they're going to do. The goal is to free Zebediah Killgrave, but what essentially ends up happening is, of course, there's a knock on the door. When they open it, it is John Walker, right? U.S. agent there as part of the Thunderbolts, there to bring them in. And when they try to use their powers, of course, because there's essentially mental blocks in place and partially because of his willpower, that he ultimately is able to overpower their abilities, that this essentially turns into the rest of the Thunderbolts jumping in, and then Electro essentially shocking the entirety of the Purple Kids and knocking them unconscious. Now, at that point, that's when you get into the involvement of the Champions, and it just kind of makes good sense, right? I mean, I have a hard time believing that anybody who's reading Marvel Comics would support the Avengers showing up and basically pummeling the Purple Kids, right? Just beating up children. No one's really going to be okay with that. And so essentially, it's the Champions jumping in as a way to basically save their Purple Children. Now, I have to believe that one of the things that Chip Zdarsky is toying with here is the possibility possibility that we could actually see the Purple Children stepping in and becoming in some capacity involved with the Champions, right? The Champions are basically just the teenage superheroes, or the most popular teenage superheroes in Marvel Comics, right? That you got Kamala Khan, you've got Miles Morales and Sam Alexander Nova and a couple others, just the young popular superheroes, right? They're kind of like the cool kids table when it comes to the superhero community. But basically being there and saving them, right? Helping to rescue the Purple Children, it's one of those things where it's like, we could potentially have them there. Now, where the rest of the team, right? What's left of the Avengers essentially goes to face off against the Thunderbolts, suddenly Abomination arrives on the scene. Now, here's the thing. We never really have done a whole lot of coverage when it comes to Emil Blonsky, right? Covering Abomination and talking about his character. He's not necessarily on par with the Incredible Hulk insofar as like the Incredible Hulk gets stronger the angrier he gets, but the Abomination is no slouch. He's more than enough for everybody here. The other thing about this is that he's basically a criminal with a badge, and because of the fact that Kingpin is approaching this from a kind of by whatever means necessary approach, it means that Abomination has essentially permission to kill the superheroes if he has to, and he will. That's one of the big things, right? Abomination would more than overpower these superheroes and basically kill them all. And so where the Purple Children are essentially captured by Abomination, the whole thing is like, we have to go, right? Like Miles Morales and all of them are like, we have to leave. We can't stay here, you know? And with the response of Jessica Jones, it's like, no, we can't leave the kids here. Like Miles Morales is like, you know, I totally get it, right? I mean, but that's Abomination, right? We'll save the kids at some point in time, but we can't do that if we're dead, and he will kill us. So we have to leave right now. Now, at this point, we switch over to a combination, or I guess a conversation between Mike Murdock and Butch. And the thing about this is it's actually a reference to the events from Daredevil Volume 6, Annual Number 1 in 2020. And what it does is it references the existence of a Norn Stone. Now, technically speaking, Mike Murdock kind of has the Norn Stone in his possession, but not necessarily. The Norn Stone was actually in the possession of Parker Robbins of the Hood. And as you guys know, the Hood is one of those guys where he's always had his hands on everything. He's had the Casket of Ancient Winners, he's had a Norn Stone, he's had the Infinity Gauntlet at one point in time. The guy's had all kinds of stuff, right? He's just one of these guys where, by whatever manner and whatever means, he usually just ends up doing some crazy things. Parker Robbins is a really cool character, and I really hope he joins the MCU one day, like as the Hood. But the Norn Stone, as it's explained to us in terms of its use, which is seemingly what's going to apply here from Daredevil Annual, that Parker Robbins describes the Norn Stone as basically being something that can rewrite reality. Now, while the Norn Stones have been depicted in different ways over the years in Marvel Comics, in Spider-Man, or I guess Symbiote Spider-Man Crossroads number 4, one of the things that was given to us is that the Norn Stones were seemingly created by the Celestials in the early days of the universe in order to allow the Celestials to explore other realities, to basically leave the universe and explore other universes. So essentially the Norn Stones were keys to the door that allowed them to access the multiverse. Whether or not that's still a part of Marvel's continuity, I'm not 100% sure, because the practical use of the Norn Stones has changed so much over the years that they're not really based or rooted in their original intention. In more recent years, the Norn Stones have just kind of become synonymous with the Asgardian mythos, right? So Thor and Odin and all that kind of stuff, especially when you look at stories like Thor Disassembled or Thor Ragnarok, as you know it. But the thing about this is that if this stone truly does have the ability to rewrite reality, that it was presented, or at least discussed by Parker Robbins with Mike Murdock, as what was effectively a one-off, right? Like a one more day kind of thing, right? You can use it once, but it draws too much heat. So if you use it, make sure it's a big thing, right? It'll just draw a lot of attention from all the wrong people. So it almost kind of seems like, to a degree, Mike Murdock has an ace in the hole. Butch is kind of hunting for it to a degree, but again, it's one of those things where he doesn't really seem to believe in that kind of stuff, you know, and so on and so forth. But regardless, you switch back over to Kingpin, of course, meeting with Dr. Octopus and his alternate reality variants, right? The Incredible Hulk, Dr. Octopus, and Wolverine and Ghost Rider, right? Those variants of him. And with the power of the Purple Children being sent directly into Zebediah Killgrave, that the response of Otto Octavius is, okay, Kingpin, now you have the power you need in order to win the election. And his response is, I don't care about the election, right? The election isn't really relevant to me. And then he says, do you know the reason why it is that Spider-Man keeps defeating you all the time? And where Otto's like, I don't know, he says, because you think short term. You never think about the bigger picture. And this is true, because what happens here is that with Otto Octavius being carried away with his own machinations, he never gave any thought to Kingpin plotting against him. And so while while he has his variants here, Kingpin, who's still in possession of the Purple Man's power, seizes control of the variants of Otto Octavius and then has them throw Otto out of a building, right? Like out of the building itself. Then he directly instructs Zebediah Killgrave, who has an inhibitor collar on, so his powers can be used, they can't really run awry, but in effect, it allows Kingpin to basically dominate Zebediah Killgrave, or at the very least, Killgrave possibly doing it of his own accord. He unleashes them on the city and just says, kill every superhero you can find. It doesn't matter who they are, kill them all, every single superhero. Now, this brings into sharp relief the danger of Zebediah Killgrave. I've been saying this for the longest time. Yes, Killgrave was really, really cool in Jessica Jones, and in fact, he was the best part of that show. But the reality of Zebediah Killgrave is he's a massive threat, right? He is an Avengers movie threat if the MCU ever decides to change their tune and make another Avengers film. He could be a legitimate contender, because all it would take is for him to like walk into Avengers Mansion and just say, everybody kill yourselves. And with the exception of somebody like the Incredible Hulk, who you could actually finagle to fall under the control of Killgrave, they would all die, right? That's the level of power Killgrave has. Or he goes into the Avengers Mansion and takes over the team. And in the movie, it plays out where he uses the Avengers to conquer the world. It's not outside the realm of possibility. He is a highly slept on, but ridiculously overpowered character if you write him the right way and put him in the right circumstance, right? The guy could easily hold a movie on his own. The other part of this is that for the various members of the Purple family, as well as, or I guess the Purple children, as well as the Avengers themselves, that at the end of the day, they don't really want to see the Avengers screw up. And in fact, there's one point where a discussion is had between Luke Cage and Daredevil, basically with Joseph, one of the Purple children. And what they tell him is like, the Purple Man is 100% evil. The only reason the Purple Man hasn't used his powers to just inflict mass death and destruction is because it just doesn't suit his agenda. But he could, right? He's done nothing but destroy people's lives. That's all he does. He just satisfies his own personal gratification and cares nothing about the people that he affects. And the result of this is that he says the only way you're going to be able to defeat him is to kill him. You're going to have to. You're going to have to kill Purple Man. Of course, these guys basically being superheroes, Murdoch says, I totally get what you're saying, but we're not gonna kill him, right? He's like, that's what separates us from them. We help people, we save lives. But again, it's that philosophical discussion that we've brought up time and time again. What happens when you come across someone who can't be saved? Every single time they get out, they inflict mass destruction and harm. Is it one of those things where it's, well, we just lock them in prison for the rest of their lives? Is that really any better than killing them? You're basically just, I mean, in some places, depending on who you talk to and what psychological studies you read, death would actually be a more forgiving punishment, right? You guys ever get a chance, look up the psychological studies that deal with the idea of what is it, solitary confinement, and how it'll totally screw you up. Executing them is preferable. The kind of coming from this perspective with somebody like Purple Man and saying, no, we shouldn't kill him, we should just lock him up for the rest of his life. Some would argue that's cruel and unusual punishment, right? You'd be better off just killing him. But regardless, it's just one of those things where it's kind of a philosophical debate back and forth between whether or not it's okay to kill a villain that refuses to be redeemed. And so ultimately what ends up happening here is, of course, you basically have a coming together of the various Ottos and so on, right? Who just basically realize that, like, you know, now that they're out of the influence of the Purple Man, the powers wear off and that they kind of regain their normal selves, and they're there just in time to face off against the Avengers, who of course jump in. And so now it's essentially all the forces of Kingpin versus all the forces of the Avengers, which leads to a mighty fight, right? Like a mini Civil War conflict, but a really cool conflict nonetheless, right? It's really awesome, because what you end up getting is Spider-Man says, sorry Otto, as usual, you don't rate very high on my list of priorities unless you've seen a certain Purple Man running around. We'd love to talk to him. And this voice seemingly comes out of nowhere and says, of course, as long as you don't mind it being a group conversation. And this is what makes things ridiculously difficult for the Avengers, and it's one of the things that makes Killgrave so cool. He seized control of the city of New York. Like, ultimately, they're like, he's got everybody, right? Like, all these innocent people, just all these people are here, and they're all descending on the Avengers. What do you do here, right? Because each one of these people controlled by the Purple Man will, under the influence of the Purple Man, fight to the death in order to keep him alive. So how do you defeat the Purple Man without harming any innocent civilians? I don't know the answer to that question, because what we end up doing is switching over to Mike Murdock, that once he seems to get into his place, that, or at least maybe Matt's place, that what this is of course the whole thing being torn apart. He ends up calling Butch, believing Butch is looking for the Norn Stone that allows to rewrite reality and all that kind of stuff. But when that happens, he's met by the arrival of Kingpin. Now remember, Mike Murdock is the twin brother of Matt Murdock, who was basically created into existence accidentally by an Inhuman that could bring to life anything they read. And because Mike was an identity that Matt had used at one point in time, Mike was accidentally brought into existence by that guy's ability to rewrite reality. The problem is, Kingpin doesn't know this. Kingpin looks at Mike Murdock and believes he's Matt. Now, part of this could also be because Kingpin is just absolutely incensed. Like, if he was more logical and more reasonable, he'd be able to understand what's actually going on here in this situation. But the truth about it is that he doesn't, right? He's so pissed off that at the end of the day, he sees nothing but absolute hatred and vitriol for Matt Murdock, that when he looks at Mike, he sees Matt. Now, one of the things that we said at the beginning of this story, we were kind of explaining the nature of Mike Murdock, is that he'd been around for a little while. But most likely what would happen is that things would go in a direction to where Marvel would basically write him out. And that's exactly what looks like it happens here. That literally, because what's going on, because he believes it's Matt, he takes all his anger out on Mike, believing that he's basically been betrayed, just screaming at him like, no more, right? Like, no more stuff. And just basically seemingly beats him to death when somebody walks in and sees him doing it, and he simply just says, no more, right? Kingpin loses his mind and beats who he believes to be Daredevil to death. In the last issue, we basically picked up, or at least we had this event, where the Purple Man, who was basically being directed by Wilson Fisk, had essentially ensnared a good chunk of the people in Manhattan. Not all of them, right? Not everybody, but a lot of them. Like, certainly enough that the Avengers have to face off against them. Now, there's also people like Wolverine, different things like that. Now, this is a bit of an inconsistency here, and here's the reason why. So when it comes to the powers of the Purple Man, remember, they're basically a result of pheromones. And so that's why people like Wilson Fisk can overcome the power of the Purple Man, because their willpower is strong enough. Wolverine technically should not be ensnared. The other thing that we have to keep in mind, though, is that this is not Wolverine from the main Marvel Universe. This is Dr. Octopus Wolverine. And so looking at that and looking at like the Dr. Octopus Incredible Hulk, both of which are from alternate realities, that seemingly they have the same nature and structure of like Wolverine and the Incredible Hulk, but they lack the components that would help them to resist the power of the Purple Man. So it is kind of a way for Chip Zdarsky to basically say, maybe in some form or fashion, Wolverine could potentially be corrupted by the Purple Man. Although given Marvel's traditional history, again, that's not something we would readily see. So I felt like that was something worth pointing out, because I imagine a lot of people who didn't pick up on the fact that this is like the Dr. Octopus alternate reality version of Wolverine would be like, that doesn't make any sense. Wolverine in the main Marvel Universe should not be caught up by the Purple Man. You're right, it's just a different version of the character. But the bigger thing that goes on here is that the superheroes who are not ensnared by the Purple Man have to contend with like the average person, right? Just your normal average Joes. And that's kind of a big deal, because they have to basically keep them at bay, they have to fight them off, but they don't want to hurt them at the same time, which is kind of the benefit of the Purple Man here, because it's basically taking the nature of the superheroes and using it against them. The bigger thing that goes on here, though, is that in the middle of this fight, Matt Murdock gets a call that Mike has been killed. Now, here's the thing. When Matt Murdock gets this call, he's basically told that Matt is dead, right? Because at the end of the day, Kirsten McDuffie does not know that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. But as you guys know, Matt's twin brother is Mike. And so while Matt's like, okay, that's weird because I'm alive and well, he immediately picks up on the fact that what Kirsten actually saw was Wilson Fisk killing Mike Murdock. And so that's when he realizes his brother's basically dead. Now, we called this, right? Like, we said Mike Murdock was going to die. We said, like, it's only a matter of time before it happens, because he's a character that doesn't really serve a purpose anymore. And so Marvel was like, we'll just get rid of him and just replace him with somebody else. It's one of the things, right? You read Marvel comics long enough, you can figure out where they're going with particular characters when they stop using them for anything significant after a while. But the death of Mike is not limited to how it impacts Matt. In fact, it'll also impact the son of Kingpin, Butch, and we'll talk about him here in a little while. But again, doing what they can here, at least the various superheroes facing off against these various villains, Daredevil ultimately ends up taking off to basically find Wilson Fisk with the intention of killing Wilson Fisk, because Wilson Fisk had killed his brother Matt. Now, this is an important thing, and in a lot of ways, while it does kind of focus on sort of a coming to of this battle between like Wilson Fisk and Daredevil, the reality is that this is a long time coming. And while there have been stories stories in the past where like Matt Murdock just gives Wilson Fisk the business for any number of reasons, this has a kind of finality to it, right? Like the final fight between like Batman and the Joker, or like the final fight between Superman and Lex Luthor. This kind of seems to fit that mold in a lot of different ways, because the reality here is that Wilson Fisk has done a lot of things to get back at Daredevil. He's dumped his identity to the world. Technically, it was Karen Page who sold the identity of Daredevil as Matt Murdock, but nonetheless, there's been a lot of things that Wilson Fisk has done. But this is one of those things where it's kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. Wilson Fisk, in terms of killing Mike Murdock, believing he'd actually killed Matt, at the same time doing all this stuff in terms of like outlawing superheroes and so on and so forth, it's one of those things where Matt's like, enough, right? Like this is like, enough is enough. This guy's got to die. Now, make no mistake, for Matt, it's personal, right? It's a very personal thing, because Wilson Fisk going after superheroes or whatever, right? That's just Wilson Fisk doing what you ultimately would have expected him to do as the mayor of New York. It was only a matter of time. Killing the brother of Matt Murdock, that's breaking a line, right? That's crossing a line that just is not acceptable. And so from there, you basically switch over to Wilson Fisk meeting with Typhoid Mary. Now, again, the two of them are basically a couple, right? They're romantically involved with each other, but Wilson Fisk, believing he'd killed Matt, had told her, we're done. Like, everything's done. Like, it's just time to go. It's time to walk away. The problem is that as they're leaving, they're suddenly met by Elektra. Now, remember, Elektra is kind of like a newer-ish version of Daredevil. Now, at the moment, Elektra is kind of like this kind of Daredevil, kind of not, right? She's just sort of doing her own thing. She had taken up the mantle when Daredevil was basically locked up and just hadn't given it up, right? It was just a way for Marvel to kind of be like, we're elevating Elektra beyond basically the old Frank Miller days when she was just the chick that was hot that Matt Murdock probably banged a few times, and she's just a really good assassin, right? And instead, like, they're moving her into a different echelon where it's really her and Matt Murdock working as a team. And in reality, this is long overdue, right? Like, Elektra's literally been one of those characters where she's just been the same character forever. So it's cool to see Marvel, despite the fact that it's something they haven't really done since the 80s, it's cool to see Marvel just elevate her and move her in a different direction and give her like a wholly different role that's far beyond anything she's ever done before, particularly in the realm of Daredevil comics. So I'm definitely digging that. But in the midst of this, of course, where she's going to attack Kingpin, ultimately Matt's like, no, if Kingpin dies today, or when he dies today, I'll be the last thing he sees. And the crazy thing is that like Wilson Fisk doesn't know what to do here because he thought he killed Matt. And he's like, why won't you simply just die? And ultimately, of course, the two of them end up getting into a skirmish. Now, there are a couple things that go on. For example, like Dr. Octopus is attacked by Iron Man and basically knocked unconscious. The Fantastic Four step in and they kind of do their thing, which is cool, I guess, whatever. But like the thing about this, and really one of the bigger things that take place, is that really the last of the Purple Man's children, essentially Joseph, ends up stepping up, right? Ends up coming into the equation. Now, one of the things that Chip Zdarsky has largely built up and has really been a contingent or a thing that's been going on with the Purple Children since their initial introduction is that they could potentially overpower the Purple Man. To a degree, he actually needed their powers in order to basically expand on his own. But Joseph, there was always something different about him. And so ultimately, where he kind of makes his way, and you've just got this knockdown, drag-out fight between like Wilson Fisk and Daredevil, and you've got Elektra fighting Typhoid Mary and all that kind of stuff. You've basically got the Purple Man just literally seething with power, right? I mean, just full of power. That the question that Joseph asks once he finds them is, where's everybody else, right? Like, where are the other kids? And that's when the Purple Man's like, they're dead, right? Like, I have their power now, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. And so it basically comes to a fight between Purple Man and his son. Now, this is the reason why this matters, because what this really is, despite the fact that this is a crossover event in Marvel Comics and it focuses on a lot of the superheroes, it's the same thing we've been saying since the beginning. It's a Daredevil story. That what this does is it basically brings together and really ties up all these loose ends involving the Daredevil mythos that's been going on for quite some time, since the return of the Purple Children and all that kind of stuff. And there's even themes of this that go all the way back into like Brian Michael Bendis' New Avengers, specifically with Luke Cage. We'll talk about him here in a second, but it's one of those things where it literally just wraps up the Daredevil mythos that's been going on for quite some time, and it just sort of resets it. And that's one of the things that I love about the idea of Devil's Reign, is because under any normal circumstance, and those of you guys who've been reading comics for a long time, you guys know, under any normal circumstance, this would have been wrapped up in a Daredevil comic, and that would have been it. It would have been Daredevil's issues such and such through such and such, and that would have been it. It's just one of those things where making it like a high-profile crossover event really sort of elevates it, and it's just like, this is basically the conclusion of this era of Daredevil, and that's basically it. And that's why you could go back and read all those comics, Charles Soule and everything, going all the way up until the current age, until this story, and it's one cohesive era. It's just one giant Daredevil epic. epic. And so at the end of that, of course, again, this giant fight between Daredevil and Kingpin, it begins to come to a head when basically Daredevil's just like thrown into a car, right, and like really injured, and then he grabs the staff of Kingpin, which contains a portion of the Purple Man's power. And when he says, like, I want you to suffer, Kingpin, like, I want you to suffer for all the things that you've done, I want you to think about all the lives that you've destroyed, he's just like, done, right, and then just goes back to attacking Daredevil. Because again, Wilson Fisk's fortitude, right, his just willpower overrides the power of the Purple Man. And that's why I say Kilgrave is a really, really cool villain, but he only works under certain circumstances. That's why, like, the Jessica Jones story in Alias by Bendis was so good, is because she was just a young, naive superhero who had no idea what she was getting into when she stumbled across the path of the Purple Man, because her willpower just wasn't quite there yet. She hadn't really built herself up and gained the confidence she needed in order to overpower the influence of the Purple Man. Now she does, right? If Zebediah Kilgrave goes running up on Jessica Jones, she's gonna scoff off his powers and then beat the hell out of him. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Those two have beef, but it's really, really cool, right? It's just one of those cool elements. And so knowing that doesn't necessarily work, then we switch over to Luke Cage, because at this point, this fight between Daredevil and Wilson Fisk is just an intense fight, just like a knockdown, drag-out fight. And that's why you have these moments where you have Chip Zdarsky sort of bouncing back and forth between these scenarios, where like Matt Murdock cracks Kingpin across the face with his own cane, right, and literally just creates these gashing wounds, and like Wilson Fisk is just pummeling, just absolutely attacking Daredevil as best he can. They're literally trying to kill each other, right? It's just decades of hatred, at least in terms of comic publication history, coming to a head in this story. But for Luke Cage, he makes this amazing moment where what he does is he basically takes the device that's used to basically ensure that he's not influenced by the Purple Man, and he gives it to Joseph. So that way, Joseph won't be overpowered by his own father. And that's when Kilgrave is like, that's a ridiculous thing. And he says, Mr. Cage, kill my son. And that's the cool thing, is because where Luke Cage looks like he's getting ready to kill him and destroy this kid starts lashing out. And what Luke Cage says is like, you're not alone, Joseph. Like, you are not by yourself. I know you feel like you are, but you are not. Tap into your power, son, and use it. Now, you would look at this and you would say, okay, Luke Cage should succumb to the power of the Purple Man. There's never been an indication to show that he can't overpower him, but there actually is. So in Brian Michael Bendis' New Avengers, in the first arc, right, Breakout, which I don't know if we ever covered that, but Bendis' New Avengers was phenomenal, right? It's probably one of the best Brian Michael Bendis stories ever before he lost his mind and started going into Bendis speak, before he got carried away with himself. There was a point, because Kilgrave was locked away in the raft and Luke Cage was in his presence, he actually instructed Luke Cage to basically start attacking the superheroes. And if I remember correctly, Luke Cage was able to overpower it. He was able to like override the influence of the Purple Man, and that was basically it. It took every ounce of inner strength for him to do it, but he was still able to do it. But with Joseph using every ounce, and really it's more emotion than anything else, right? But like tapping into this power to influence others, he overrides the power of his father. And by overriding the power of his dad, he solidifies himself as being stronger than the Purple Man, which is huge. Because of course, as you would expect, where Daredevil is on the cusp of killing Wilson Fisk, of course he doesn't. And things wrap up pretty readily, right? Like the various members of the Thunderbolts are arrested. As you would expect, the Thunderbolts are always arrested, right? They're always just locked up and taken to a prison somewhere until they need to be used again, and then they're basically released and they're sent out on whatever task they have to go on, right? So Marvel's version of the Suicide Squad. Of course, again, Wilson Fisk is arrested, the Purple Man is basically taken away, but what it does is it clears the landscape here, and it allows for a reshuffling of things, because now you have Joseph as what's basically the Purple Child, you know, where he still like has his powers, and that nobody else really does. He's just the last of a person who can use the abilities of the Purple Man, so he's out there now, and presumably he's going to become a good guy, so we won't know how his story unfolds. I mean, presumably it'll appear in some comic. I don't really see them making a solo comic for him specifically, even though I would probably read it. I'd read the first arc just to see whether or not it's good. And it may even be one of those things where like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage end up adopting him, right? End up taking him in, and he just goes forward and does his own thing. Wilson Fisk, where he's being arrested, you end up finding out that what's actually going on here is that Butch is one of the people who had arrested him, Butch being his son, and they basically end up taking him away to what's essentially a safe haven. Now, when he gets there, it's actually Butch bringing him to the presence of the Stromwinds. Now, here's the thing. The Stromwinds are basically new for Chip Zdarsky's work, but we don't really know a whole lot about them. All we really know is that they just kind of appeared intermittently. So like Daredevil Volume 6, issue number 13, they were part of Devil's Reign, but in effect, they were the ones who have essentially gotten Wilson Fisk this far in terms of him becoming mayor, building on what happened during Secret Empire when like he was the one that was keeping New York safe and so on and so forth. They seem to be the benefactors. And so what they end up saying here is, look, like you got a couple options here, Wilson Fisk, right? The whole world knows what you did, but we have a lot of reach and we have a lot of pull, and we can really help, these charges that are being brought against you, we can help them go away. The way this will work though is that your son will basically become the kingpin in the city of New York. And then we will elevate you to the office of the presidency. We'll make you president of the United States, right? Using our finances and so on and so forth. We will get you to that spot. And that in reality, while you will be president, you'll essentially be working for us, right? Like we'll be telling you what kind of bills you need to veto, what kind of bills you need to pass, any executive orders that need to be issued. Make no mistake, we'll be the ones controlling the scene, but you will get what you've always wanted. You'll become president. And you get this amazing moment where Wilson Fisk, where they literally go to shake his hand, and he's just kind of like, this is an interesting offer. Now, it's very similar to Clone Conspiracy, right? When like the Jackal had shown up to Wilson Fisk with a cloned version of Vanessa, and he freaked out, snapped her neck, and was like, that's not my wife. That's not Vanessa. That's exactly what happens here, right? He says, my life has been successes and failures. I let my wife Vanessa down in the sense that she died, and my son Richard, and now to be president running a country. He says, how could Butch not look up to me and respect me then? Because remember, for the longest time, he didn't know Butch existed. And then when Butch finally came around, he was always trying to demonstrate that he was like an effective man. But as a guy who was essentially taking orders from the Stromwinds, even as mayor of New York, that they were the ones who got them there, or at least got him there, that it was always one of these things where he felt like in the eyes of his son, that he was a follower, that he wasn't a leader, that the Wilson Fisk of old had largely seemed to have gone away, right? And now he was just doing what a good boy does. And so again, he says, how could Butch not look up to me and respect me then, running the greatest country in the world? And he says, I've made mistakes, I won't make another. And literally he's like, Fisk bows to no one and just starts crushing everybody, like literally starts attacking everybody, the guards, the Stromwinds, the whole 9 yards. The whole time he's like crushing the hand of one of the Stromwinds, and then literally everybody just gets taken out, right? Like they're just basically done and gone. And that's when he's like, here's what's gonna happen, right? He tells his son, like when his son's like, what are you doing? He's like, the exact same thing you're doing, like you're joining in here. He's like, look, a Fisk does not bow to anyone. A Fisk does not take orders from anyone. A Fisk does as Fisk pleases. And that's the way that it is, because we're powerful enough, because we have enough conviction. Only a fool would come to a Fisk and say, work for me and I will give you X, Y, and Z, when a Fisk knows full well they can just take it. And he's like, that's the legacy that I leave to you. He was like, you are now the kingpin of New York. I'm out. I'm going to do my thing. But I leave you this legacy. Live up to the legacy of the Fisk. Do not let anybody out there tell you what you will or will not do. If there is something that you want, take it. And those who are too weak will let you have it. And those who are too strong will be stupid enough to challenge you. So do what you please. That's the way we as Fisks operate. He's like, after all these years, this is my gift to you, boy, your inheritance, and walks away. Now, during this conversation, what he had let slip is that he had murdered Matt Murdock, and that ultimately, this is when Butch realizes it was not Matt Murdock the Kingpin killed. It was Mike Murdock. It was his friend. And so as a result of that, the question's kind of up in the air. What happens next? Does Butch live up to the legacy of the Fisk, or does Butch basically become a good guy and actually turn against his father? Does he become an ally of Daredevil? We're not entirely sure. But the week following this is when we start to get a kind of follow-up. This is really more of like a epilogue that's just tied directly into the story and really gives us the next direction for the Daredevil series, which is that Elektra Natchios and Matt Murdock are essentially teaming up to form the Fist. That what they are going to do is basically become this kind of antithesis of the Hand. Now, in recent years, and not even really recent years, but like in years past, that was the role that was played by the cast. The reality of this is that they're not really a part of the picture anymore. And so because of that, something has to stand against the role of the Hand, always influencing and always involving things. But the reason why the Hand is chosen, make no mistake, the reason why that group is chosen as being really the main enemy of the Fist is because this is taking Daredevil back to the old school days. It's tying back into the Frank Miller days. Even if it's not necessarily retreading water, it's bringing back the classic Daredevil, but by a different means. And instead of Elektra just being some assassin out there that Matt Murdock crosses paths with and then touches naughty bits with every so often. Instead, like, she's an ally, right? She's working with him, and the two of them are going to go forward with their fist and then do their whole thing. So that's cool, and I'm actually interested to see what direction this ends up going in. As for Wilson Fisk and the way this basically ends, Wilson Fisk ends up doing what he always felt like he should have done before. That the reality here is that with him operating as the kingpin of crime, that he always basically took directions from other people. That even when he was operating as kingpin, and even when he was, to a degree, doing his own thing, his life was motivated by trying to defeat Daredevil or something along those lines. And seemingly for the first time, he's literally taking his life under his own wing and just like taking Typhoid Mary and just like going out into the world. Where their journey takes them, I'm not entirely sure, but I would surmise the reason why they're doing this, the reason why Marvel's doing this, doesn't really have much to do with the nature of Kingpin in Marvel Comics. It's because Kingpin's in the MCU, and the last we saw him, he was shot in the face by Echo, at least presumably anyway, right? The camera panned off, and then we heard a gunshot, and then maybe Kingpin's dead, but supposedly he's going to come back, is what everybody's saying, right? He's supposed to reappear in the MCU series, in the actual Marvel Cinematic Universe series on Disney+, which, fingers crossed, is going to be mature just like it was on Netflix. And likely when that happens, they'll bring him back in some capacity similar to that, right? So when that series launches, or when that series launches on Disney Plus and like the Kingpin returns, this is when you'll see Marvel be like, the Kingpin's back in the comics, you know, and like that's going to be their whole thing, right? So with that being said, guys, we're going to bring this to an end. I did love Devil's Reign. Don't get me wrong. I thought it was a phenomenal story. I mean, it's just beautifully written and beautifully done. I thought it was incredible. But let me know what you guys think down in the comment section. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
Before you know it, Avengers 4 will be upon us, and we'll get the epic conclusion to a storyline that was teased all the way back in 2012. After Thanos snapped away half of life in the universe, fans are dying to know how our beloved heroes come back, and what'll happen to the ones that survived. But now that we're well into the waiting period, fan theories have started to form, and one caught our eye. Well, in this case, just one eye. Yep, today's theory is about Nick Fury. Did he actually know about the snap before it happened? And what does it all mean? Before we get started though, be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell to stay up to date with everything Screen Rant. Nick Fury has been largely absent from the Marvel continuity since the events of Age of Ultron, where he helped the Avengers out with the whole Sokovia thing by flying in on a helicarrier. Since then, where he's been has been largely a mystery. We know he's in hiding, but he didn't think to check in on anyone or meet Doctor Strange or intervene during the events of Civil War. There's reason to believe that Fury was actually up to something, and that something ties directly into the events of Infinity War, the last movie we saw him in until the prequel film Captain Marvel hits the big screen in 2019. The idea goes like this. Before recruiting Iron Man or even seeking out Captain Marvel, Nick Fury was still thinking about making a team of supers to defend the Earth. He deduced that something terrible would likely happen to the Earth at some point, and sought to recruit powerful individuals to aid him. Pre-Captain Marvel, who would be the only person alive that would fit that bill in the MCU that lives on Earth? Short answer, the Ancient One, the master of the mystic arts and sorcerer supreme. She was a mentor to Doctor Strange, who had a bit of a chip on her shoulder, to say the least. Fury is believed to have tracked her down and offered her a place in his yet-to-be-made team, but she naturally refused. In Doctor Strange, the Ancient One was shown to have the ability of foresight, meaning she can totally see the future. Unfortunately, though, she can't see past her own death, meaning that she had no idea if Thanos would be successful, but she likely did know of Thanos, his plan, and deduced the Mad Titan would be successful. She, in turn, sets in motion a series of events by telling Fury to get in contact with Captain Marvel, the half-human, half-Kree hybrid who will land on Earth in the 90s. It's believed that the quantum realm seen in the Ant-Man films will play a role in the Captain Marvel film. Whether it's how she gets her powers or a means for her to get from place to place remains to be seen, but let's assume that she's familiar with the realm and knows how to navigate it. That will make her extremely important for when she joins the team in Avengers 4. From there, Fury would recruit Iron Man Man years later, and the Avengers would be created in due time. By the time the snap actually occurs, Fury doesn't look too confused. In fact, it looks like he's been expecting this and instantly rushes to his contingency plan, something he's never used despite knowing Carol Danvers since the 90s. But what happens once Captain Marvel shows up to a broken Earth? The running theory right now is that time travel will play a critical role in that department, and that the surviving Avengers will have to go back in time, reliving previous battles and conflicts to collect the stones before Thanos gets his hands on them. But there's no time machine in the MCU, you might say. So how on earth will the Avengers go back in time? Good question. Glad you asked. We've actually seen a time machine in the MCU before, but its true capabilities have yet to be unlocked. And that's when Ant-Man will finally enter in the equation. Mysteriously absent from Infinity War, Scott Lang will be joining the surviving Avengers. And thank goodness he survived, or they might be in serious trouble too. Who thought we'd ever be saying that about Ant-Man? But here we are. Due to his shrinking technology embedded in his suit, Ant-Man can enter the quantum realm. While it's still a fictional world, the realm is still based on scientific theory. Basically, if you shrink to a small enough size, the laws of space and time change when compared to your natural size, which means that when Scott shrinks, it may be possible for him to slip through time. He may even be able to bring a few friends with him, as evidenced by recently leaked images from Avengers 4's toy line, which seems to show the team in new suits worthy of time travel. In the concept art from Ant-Man and the Wasp, a linear note states that the team was considering adding something called the Quantum Memory Palace, which sounds like something Sherlock should investigate. This proposed space in the quantum realm would allow people to relive memories and possibly even change them. Sounds like time travel to us. The idea was scrapped, but it's evidence that the folks at Marvel are looking for ways to implement time travel. It's also possible that instead of meeting the Ancient One, Fury actually goes into the quantum realm in Captain Marvel. It looks like the realm will be playing a role in the film, perhaps as the way Carol gains her powers, and if so, it's possible Fury also enters the quantum realm. Since the laws of space-time break down in the realm, Fury was able to see the future and knew to set things in motion. Seriously, the Avengers might as well be recruiting Doc from Back to the Future at this point. But if Fury does slip through time, that would explain quite a bit, even if he had the foresight from the Ancient One. It's one thing to be told, but seeing is believing. That's why when he meets Tony Stark at the end of Iron Man, his line may take on a new context. He tells Tony that he's become part of a bigger universe, which, yeah, can mean he's about to be part of something bigger than himself, but if Fury has been in the quantum realm and is privy to events to come, his words take on a whole new meaning, especially if Tony himself goes into the quantum realm in Avengers 4. After Fury recruits Tony, the rest of the Avengers begin to fall into place rather quickly. When the destruction of the world is about to take place at the hands of Loki and the Chitauri in the first Avengers, Fury is rather calm, all things considered. He dismisses the intervention of the World Council and only begins to worry when they launch a nuke on New York City, something that seems to go against his plan and puts Tony in space for a few minutes. If Tony didn't make it back, his plans would have been seriously messed up. From there, he gets the Avengers to come together for Ultron, which leads to the creation of Vision, a much-needed ally to Control-Alt-Delete Tony's mistake that was Ultron. Again, the Avengers took care of this on their own without any help from the armed forces around the world or from Captain Marvel. Fury knew the hand he's been dealt and felt confident that they'd come out victorious as he's working towards the future he was initially told of or has seen firsthand. So, how does this all tie into the events of Avengers 4? The film is shrouded in secrecy, but some leaks have made their way into the internet. It'd be amazing if those leaks were intentional, and this was all misdirection from Marvel, but let's assume it isn't. For the most part, the survivors of the snap were some of the more original members. In fact, everyone who was initially recruited by Fury himself or was part of that initial team survived the snap. This suggests that Fury had some idea of who would be left standing in the ashes and made his choices very carefully when initially recruiting for the Avengers. It's also important knowing that it's not like Fury had a clear picture of the future and had all the answers. He only had a small piece of the puzzle and therefore couldn't predict the whole Hydra invasion thing or that Steve and Tony would come to blows, which could have derailed his whole plan. Seeing the future is a tricky thing, and it can be hard to stay on track. So while Fury was preparing endlessly for decades to set up a contingency plan to save the universe, he likely had no knowledge that he would also die. That's why he was so determined to get in touch with Carol Danvers in a calm and timely manner. But when he saw that he was about to die, finally let out a bitter curse, fitting of Samuel L. Jackson. But if Fury was told the future, or if he saw it himself firsthand, then that means that a lot of the major events in the MCU have been coordinated by Fury himself, in anticipation for the day the world goes to dust. He knew recruiting Iron Man would be critical. He may not play well with others, but he's incredibly important to what comes next. In order to get into the quantum realm as a team, the Avengers are going to need a genius mind. And let's be honest, Scott isn't that man. man. And that's okay, but Tony is, and he can find a way to crack the code to get a small team into the quantum realm to go back in time. When Strange looked into the future, he saw how crucial Tony is to saving everyone, and saw in order to win, they had to lose. He saw Tony will have the means to bring everyone to the past, and that's why he had to be spared. From there, the team will need a guide when it comes to traveling through time. Who may have knowledge of time travel in the quantum realm? Captain Marvel, who will be joining the team in due time. From there, the team will be in Doctor Strange's endgame as they navigate the past to save the future. We have to wonder if part of the fourth Avengers film will be taking a stroll down memory lane and revisiting a lot of crucial scenes from past MCU movies. Likewise, if they change the past to collect the stones, how much of the timeline will change? For instance, if they head back and claim the Power Stone before Ronan can get a hold of it, does that mean Ronan lives in this new timeline? Is that the ultimate trade then, to stop Thanos and collect the stones? Is it possible that some of the MCU villains, Hela, Red Skull, Ronan, and Caecilius, for instance, may end up coming back to life and returning in the fourth phase of the MCU, or play a threat in the finale of Avengers 4? Theoretically, it's possible. So is all of this possible? It's hard to say. It seems more and more likely time travel will play a role in Avengers 4, and the quantum realm will play a role in that department. Stark could have likely figured that out on his own in due time, but it's Fury's instinct reaction to message Captain Marvel at the last minute that has us questioning Fury's ultimate plan. With Captain Marvel taking place in the 90s, she could have come to Fury's aid multiple times, but only shows up now. It seems that Carol may be Fury's ace in the sleeve, and that he knew to play that card at the last possible minute. The ability of foresight or witnessing the power of the quantum realm may have set Fury on a path that would shape the entire MCU. While Ant-Man and the Wasp was a smaller film than Infinity War, it may have a huge impact on Avengers 4 if time traveling through the quantum realm is to be believed. This all may be a very elaborate internet theory, but some of the parts do make a bit of sense, especially if the quantum realm plays a part in the upcoming Captain Marvel film. What do you think though? Did Fury know about the snap in advance and was preparing for it years in advance, or is this internet theory stretching things a little too far, even by internet standards?
Avengers 4 is still months away, but we are all so excited about it, and the best way to fill the time until the film comes out is to create crazy theories about the film. And today we got a doozy for you. We got a theory about time travel, but it's unlike any other, since our theory will deal with time loops, paradoxes, and much, much more. Our time loop theory for Avengers 4 will lead to a crazy adventure through time, and it could be something that will change the MCU forever. We will appreciate if you hit the subscribe button and join our notification squad. It is really the best way for you to make sure you never miss any of our videos. One last thing before we jump into the theory. We made this video in collaboration with our good friends at CBR. Stay tuned till the end to see their video. Avengers 4! So many theories about just one movie. It makes sense after all. Avengers Infinity War was such a thrill ride, and it left so many questions in our minds. One theory that keeps coming up is time travel. But don't you worry, we are not here to rehash a lot of the same theories that many other people have talked about before. Our theory goes beyond time travel. We will be talking about the time loop theory. We believe Avengers 4 will deal with our heroes being trapped in an endless loop through time. The first thing that comes to mind when talking about time loops is the final battle from Doctor Strange, where the caped-wearing doctor turned wizard Stephen Strange trapped Dormammu in an endless time loop. Remember, kids, whenever you come to bargain, be sure to bring a time stone along with you. We believe Avengers 4 will deal with a time loop that was created by Thanos using the time stone. To battle said time loop, we will see Iron Man and Ant-Man using their own time machine, a Wakanda-made time machine powered by energy from the quantum realm. Did we get your attention now? To explain our theory, we first need to talk about the post-credits scene for Avengers Infinity War. In that post-credits scene, we see Nick Fury and Maria Hill turn to dust after the whole snapping by Thanos in the end of the film. Of course, just before Fury turns into dust himself, he is able to send a message to Captain Marvel. This scene might appear as just a way to set up next year's Captain Marvel movie, but we think there is a lot more going on in this scene. And one of those things is that Nick Fury could never drive cars in the MCU. So far, every time we saw Fury in a car, things went really, really bad for everyone. Last time he was in a car, we found out that Hydra took over S.H.I.E.L.D. So maybe that is the real way to save the universe. Keep Nick Fury out of cars. Okay, the real interesting thing here is what is said at the start of the scene. Hill tells Fury that there are multiple bogies over Wakanda. We assume that those bogies are the ships that the Black Order used to attack Wakanda, but that seems odd. since only a few seconds later, the snap happens and wipes both of them along with half of the lives of the universe. It seems like we have here a major plot hole. The battle in Wakanda started long before Thanos got the Mind Stone from Vision and snapped his fingers. How is it possible that the ships that attacked Wakanda show up only a few seconds before the snap? It's impossible for Marvel to make such a mistake, since Marvel Studios never has plot holes. Yes, the whole business with the fake, not fake Infinity Gauntlet in Odin's vault was a plot hole, but that's the only one. Oh right, Age of Ultron's post-credits scene, Zemo's super convenient plan in Civil War, Spider-Man Homecoming taking place 8 years after the first Avengers while it has only been 6 years. Okay, Marvel has some plot holes. Sorry about that, we were wrong. This video is over. No point to keep going. Thanks for watching, everybody. Be sure to like and subscribe for videos just like this one. Unless we don't think this is a plot hole at all. We think that this whole post-credit scene is actually taking place in a different timeline. And this brings us to our theory. We think Tony Stark will be working on a time machine, hoping to use it to stop Thanos from wiping out half of the life in the universe. But no matter how smart Tony Stark is, he can't do it alone. And that is why he needs the help of Ant-Man, Bruce Banner, and Shuri. For the sake of our theory, we're going to skip a whole lot of things and just jump right into the theory. So we're not going to talk about how Iron Man gets back to Earth or how Ant-Man escapes the quantum realm, simply because we just want to focus on our time loop theory. That's cool with you guys, right? If it is, just give your screen a quick old thumbs up, just so we know. All good? Okay, let's keep this thing on track. Somehow, and some way, the four great minds in the MCU will figure out how to build a cool time machine, and both Tony Stark and Scott Lang will be the ones who go back in time. We think Iron Man and Ant-Man will travel back before the snap in Infinity War and try to prevent Thanos from getting all the stones, possibly even going back to the point in time where Iron Man and his team were fighting Thanos on Titan, where they were almost able to take the gauntlet off the big purple arm, that is, before Star-Lord freaked out and ruined everything. It's all Star-Lord's fault. All of it! Of course, one could also blame Thor for not going for the head. Actually, it's all on Thor when you really think about it. He spent the whole film crying about his new hammer, and then Thanos showed up on Wakanda. Where was Thor? When Thanos killed Vision and took the Mind Stone from him, where was Thor? So we should all cut Star-Lord some slack. It's very possible that Stark and Lang will be able to change the past and stop Thanos, but that is when they will find out that the Mad Titan was a few steps ahead of them. Our theory is that after Thanos got the Time Stone, or even when he finally got all the 6 Infinity Stones, Thanos had created a time loop. It's possible that Thanos was able to create a moment in time and space, a moment that will have to happen regardless of how the past will be changed. After all, Thanos is a pretty smart guy. He has devoted himself to his life's work to balance the universe, and he had sacrificed everything, even his daughter Gamora, to collect all the Infinity Stones and use their power to wipe out half the life in the universe. So, you have to assume that someone with that type of dedication will create a failsafe to ensure that all his sacrifices won't be in vain. And so, when Iron Man and Ant-Man do go back in time to prevent the snap, they soon find out about the time loop. And while they are able to stop Thanos in the past, the snap still happens. While the past is changed, the Time Stone won't allow the change to take hold of the timeline. The Time Stone is more than just a way to manipulate time. The Time Stone pretty much turns its user into a Time Lord, meaning that even with history being changed, the point in time that Thanos has created will not be affected by the time change. And so, Thanos simply can always go back to that point in the timeline and reverse the change and still allow the snap to happen. That will make a lot of sense for Avengers 4. If the Avengers can simply go back in time and prevent the snap, that will undermine the whole plot of Avengers Infinity War, and it will cheapen the ending of that film. There needs to be a twist that will allow the plot of Avengers 4 to be far more interesting. And with a time loop, the heroes will feel despair, having the power to stop the snap and yet being unable to prevent it. That will lead to a far more interesting story. Having Iron Man and Ant-Man jumping back and forth in time could explain Infinity War's post-credits scene. The reason why the snap happens much sooner in that timeline is because of the time manipulation by Iron Man and Ant-Man causing a change in the timeline. It's possible that every time the two change the past, the timeline shifts, and the snap happens in different points in time, and it could happen earlier than it originally happened. This could even explain Ant-Man and the Wasp's post-credits scene, since it did seem like none of the characters in the scene were too worried about an alien invasion and a big old battle in Wakanda. And so, it's possible that this post-credits scene takes place in a timeline where the snap happened even before Ebony Maw and Cull Obsidian attacked New York City. With the time loop in place, Iron Man and Ant-Man soon realize that they must find another way to prevent the snap. The only way to break the time loop is to destroy the time stone itself. In Avengers Infinity War, we saw that the stones are not indestructible, since Scarlet Witch was able to destroy the Mind Stone with her powers. Tony and Scott might realize that the only way to destroy the time stone is by using the quantum realm itself. Therefore, Iron Man and Ant-Man might travel back in time again, but this time the mission won't be to change the past, but instead to assemble a team of Avengers and heroes across time and space. In the set photos from Avengers 4, we see an older Tony Stark interacting with Captain America, and it does appear as if that Steve Rogers is actually a past version of the Cap we saw in Infinity War. The suit he wears looks like the one he had in the first Avengers film. We see that Tony Stark, Captain America, and Ant-Man have some type of device on their hands. It's possible that those devices are time machines, and we think they might actually allow the heroes to open some type of bridge through time, a way to fight back the time loop and prevent it from reversing time. What if the heroes end up fighting Thanos across time itself, fighting him in every timeline? Even the Infinity Gauntlet wielding Thanos will have trouble defending against such an onslaught. While heroes across time and space might fight past, present, and future versions of Thanos, Captain Marvel will be the one that ends up going one-on-one with Thanos when he is about to snap his fingers in the main timeline. She will give Iron Man and Ant-Man the time needed to destroy the Time Stone. We think that the original plan would be for Ant-Man to sacrifice himself and destroy the stone, but Tony Stark will go all Bruce Willis from Armageddon, and he will be the one that will use the shrinking technology to go subatomic inside the Time Stone and use the power of the quantum realm to destroy the Time Stone from the inside, something that will break the time loop and allow the Avengers to finally defeat Thanos and prevent the snap once and for all. Tony Stark will unfortunately not survive this, but his sacrifice will save the timeline. Iron Man was the film that jump-started the MCU, and it seems fitting that he will be the one that ends up restarting it. While the snap will be prevented, it's possible that the timeline will never be the same again. All the time manipulation might cause irreversible damage to the timeline, creating a whole new reality, a possible reality where mutants were always part of the timeline, which will help to introduce the X-Men into the MCU, as well as many other new characters and stories. Crazy theory, right?
In this year's brilliant Avengers Infinity War, Thanos came out emphatically on top against the combined efforts of the MCU's heroes. The Mad Titan wiped out half of all life in the universe with a snap of his fingers, after having acquired all 6 of the powerful Infinity Stones. In Avengers 4, however, the heroes will launch a counter-assault on the prune-chin villain, and we're very curious to find out how that will turn out for him. In this video, we'll be theorizing what Thanos' ultimate destiny is in the MCU. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button to keep up to date with all of Screen Rant's great new videos. The entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is currently mourning the loss of half of its population. The Mad Titan Thanos succeeded in his quest to cull 50% of all life in existence when he snapped his fingers in Wakanda, having turned himself into a faux god by obtaining the power, space, reality, soul, time, and mind stones. At the end of Avengers Infinity War, the purple-skinned intergalactic despot retired to a peaceful planet to live out his promise to watch the sun rise on a grateful universe. But he certainly won't have peace for long. The movie's sequel in 2019 will see the remaining heroes of the MCU rallying to defeat him and to undo what he did in Infinity War. And we can't wait to see how it all goes down. But what exactly will happen to Thanos? He's currently chilling, reveling in his victory, but what is his ultimate destiny in the MCU? Let's theorize just some of the possibilities about that. The first and most obvious possibility, and the one that most of us are expecting to happen, is Thanos will get his comeuppance and be killed in Avengers 4, as the Avengers and their allies go all out to get him back for what he did in Avengers Infinity War. Thanos killed off, albeit probably temporarily, a huge number of popular and established MCU characters, and it would be most fitting if one of them was to return to life in order to end his. Or, if not one of the characters who died, one of them who was affected particularly badly by the snap. The most likely candidates to finish Thanos off include several original Avengers like Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, or Hulk, high-profile relative MCU newcomers like Spider-Man or Doctor Strange, his daughter Gamora, who he originally sacrificed to obtain the Soul Stone, or the yet-to-be-introduced Captain Marvel, given that she's said to be the most powerful hero ever to appear in the franchise. Wouldn't it be particularly satisfying to see Iron Man, Thor, or Hulk finish Thanos off? Iron Man took his own blade to his stomach courtesy of the Mad Titan, Thor saw his brother and best friend killed at his hands before failing to land a killing blow on him at a pivotal moment in Wakanda, and Hulk was beaten down by him in a way never seen before. Even though it would be hugely satisfying to see Thanos get what he deserves in Avengers 4, he is such a great character that we'd undoubtedly miss him once he was gone. Which leads us to another theory on how he could quite literally disappear from the MCU. It's entirely possible that Thanos will get a taste of his own medicine and be completely erased from existence in the next Avengers installment. It's more than likely that the movie's plot will involve the heroes of the MCU working to gather the Infinity Stones for themselves, whether that means forcibly taking them from Thanos or traveling through time to collect them before the villain ever manages to get his massive purple hands on them. If indeed that is the case, once all 6 have been collected, one of the heroes could then do exactly what Thanos did in Avengers Infinity War and snap their fingers, with the aim being of erasing Thanos from existence and possibly bringing everyone back who had previously been erased. You have to imagine if it was someone like Tony Stark or Steve Rogers, the power of the Infinity Stones would kill them. They're only human after all. So perhaps it would be left to someone like Thor, the Hulk, or Captain Marvel, someone who has a level of enhanced physical toughness that renders them capable of wielding such power. Regardless, a universe in which Thanos literally doesn't exist would feel like a much safer one for the heroes of the MCU, at least until potential new threats emerge, which, let's face it, would be inevitable. Of course, given how popular Thanos is, there's every chance he could survive to fight another day. And what could that mean for his ultimate destiny? Well, there are several possibilities on that front. First of all, he could end up being imprisoned, which would arguably be the outcome he'd hate the most, given that he seems to consider himself above the other characters. Should the heroes of the MCU manage to relieve him of the Infinity Stones, they might be able to find or create a prison strong and secure enough to hold him. Maybe, for example, it would be something in the mold of the cage created to hold the Hulk, which ultimately ended up temporarily holding Loki imprisoned in 2012's Avengers movie. But the most likely potential Thanos captors are more powerful than the characters we've already met in the MCU, and they come in the form of Marvel's cosmic entities. In the 1991 Infinity Gauntlet comic book arc, after Thanos had snapped his fingers and erased half of all life in the universe, the most powerful beings in existence did indeed intervene. And although their intervention failed in the comics, should they succeed in the MCU, they may choose to imprison Thanos for eternity for his crimes. And that might mean he's tortured for eternity as well, which wouldn't seem overly harsh given how much suffering he's caused others throughout his life. On a similar note, he could end up being banished to a place where he'd no longer be considered a threat to the wider universe. One of the many concepts that are expected to play a big part in Avengers 4 is the quantum realm, which we've already seen in the Ant-Man movies and are expected to see more of in 2019's Captain Marvel movie. And there is a very good chance that the heroes of the MCU could trap the Mad Titan there. It would be fairly easy to do, assuming they can relieve him of the Infinity Stones first to prevent him from using them to escape. They'd simply need to hit him with one of Scott Lang's shrinking discs and shrink him to subatomic size. Thanos would be so small that he'd be sent to the bizarre realm that Janet Van Dyne had been trapped in for 3 decades, and he would be completely unable to affect the normal world from there. There are also several other places they could banish him to. Doctor Strange could use his magic to send him to another dimension, for example. Again, this would require the heroes taking the Infinity Stones from Thanos' possession first, as he might be able to traverse dimensions if he has them. Or if the heroes can get their hands on the Infinity Stones, they could find a way to trap him inside the Soul Stone, in Soul World, as the orange-tinted realm is known, and force him to live out his days stuck inside an item he coveted for years, which would be extremely ironic. Of course, the danger of either imprisoning or banishing the Mad Titan is that eventually he would escape and continue to wreak havoc on the universe, so it might not be the best idea. Even if Thanos doesn't come out on top in Avengers 4, thanks to the fact that he's such an interesting character, he could continue to be a scourge of the MCU's heroes going forward. Tom Hiddleston's Loki was the villain in 2011's Thor movie, but he went on to be the villain in 2012's Avengers movie in spite of the fact that he was defeated the first time around. Then, despite losing in his attempts to conquer Earth in the Avengers, he was back on our screens in Thor: The Dark World, Thor: Ragnarok, and Avengers: Infinity War, and that was all because the fans had such a good response to him. Given the fans had taken to Josh Brolin's Thanos in the same way, the same thing could happen with him. There are plenty more stories from the comics in which Thanos was the main bad guy, all of which would make for incredible movies, so there's still plenty of potential for him to be a major character going forward. there's also every chance he might opt to do exactly what he's doing right now in the MCU. Live the life of a retiree on a farm on a distant and remote planet. Granted, he's currently happy doing that because he won in Avengers Infinity War, but if he accepts defeat at the end of Avengers 4, he may admit that he's been beaten by worthy opponents and be content to go back to his farm in spite of a loss. It is, after all, what he did after he was defeated in the Infinity Gauntlet comic book arc, so there's certainly precedent for the Mad Titan doing exactly that. Finally, the least likely destiny for Thanos, but certainly not one that we can rule out, is he actually goes on to win in Avengers 4, with the heroes of the MCU failing in their attempts to defeat him. Of course, we know the likes of Spider-Man, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, and the Guardians of the Galaxy will be returning going forward in the franchise, so the characters who turn to dust will be coming back, but that doesn't mean Thanos will definitely lose. There could be a bargain, a deal of sorts, that brings those characters back while keeping Thanos happy, and it could result in something absolutely heartbreaking happening. It was very obvious the original 6 Avengers were among those who survived the snap in Avengers Infinity War. Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Bruce Banner, and Black Widow were all left standing when their allies turned to dust. And we're aware that Hawkeye will play a significant part in Avengers 4, so we know he definitely survived too. And given that we're expecting to lose at least a couple of the original actors as their contracts with Marvel Studios come to an end, there's a big chance that those 6 characters could trade their lives to bring back those who lost theirs in Avengers Infinity War. Avengers Infinity War used the line "we don't trade lives" on a couple of occasions, and that could have been foreshadowing the exact opposite happening going forward. If that does happen, Thanos would still be considered victorious, and he'd still be satisfied that half of the universe had been culled, meaning he'd leave the remaining heroes alone, at least for the foreseeable future, allowing a new big bad to emerge in the franchise in the future. Of course, there have been some arcs in the comics that have resulted in Thanos having to put his differences with Marvel's heroes aside and join forces with them in order to face off against an even more powerful threat than himself. And although we really can't see that happening in the MCU, you can never say never about anything in such a crazy franchise. Whatever Thanos' ultimate destiny is in the MCU, it is sure to be an interesting ride, just like it has been so far. Whether that ride comes to an end in Avengers 4 or continues for a while longer after that, there's no doubt that any character who takes over him as the franchise's big bad will certainly have very big shoes to fill, both literally and figuratively, and we can't wait to see Josh Brolin reprising his iconic role in 2019.
The Incredible Hulk is one of the most powerful characters in the entire MCU. He's faced countless foes and emerged victorious. And what's not to love about watching Hulk smash? But in Avengers Infinity War, Hulk is suddenly out of commission. Why, you ask? Let's dive into a number of theories that might explain what's going on with Bruce Banner and the Hulk and what might have caused the Hulk to sit this one out. And that beautiful subscribe button is just desperate to be clicked. Go ahead and take the plunge. You know you wanna.
You're not the stupid Avenger. No, nobody calls you the stupid Avenger. It's okay.
Bruised ego. One thing that's important to remember is where the Hulk's mindset was at the start of Infinity War. If you recall, in Thor Ragnarok, Hulk had established himself as a champion of the Grandmaster's gladiatorial ring. He faced countless enemies through the years and emerged victorious time and time again. He was the people's champion, and he so adored the attention he had every intention of staying right where he was. It wasn't until Thor came along and ruined everything that Banner re-emerged and was able to regain control over his raging alter ego. Not only that, Hulk had effectively saved the Asgardian people, fending off a giant wolf so the people could escape. He's probably feeling pretty good about himself, right? So then this Thanos jerk comes along, and the Hulk's probably feeling pretty confident, riding high on all his recent victories. He's probably thinking, green's way cooler than purple anyway, I've got this. Then Thanos comes out and totally schools him, leaving the Hulk broken and defeated. It's really the first time the Hulk had experienced such a crushing blow to his ego, and it's not too surprising the experience would hurt his pride and cause him to retreat into the shell of Bruce Banner.
You're a cat. Not even worth swatting.
Fear of Thanos. One of the more obvious reasons the Hulk has decided to hide out is because of Thanos himself. As we've already mentioned, the Hulk is used to getting what he wants, when he wants. Nothing can stand in his way, and no force he's come up against has ever managed to best him. There are exceptions, of course, whether it's Tony's Hulkbuster suit in Age of Ultron or some ridiculous army weapon, but for the most part, the Hulk has always emerged victorious when it comes to one-on-one showdowns. Not so in Infinity War. For the first time, the Hulk finds himself on the losing end, getting the beating of a lifetime and barely landing a punch of his own. Even though Tony and the Hulkbuster eventually gained the upper hand, the Hulk nearly won that battle. With Thanos, there's no question of who will emerge victorious, and the Hulk is beaten senseless. There's the sense that the Hulk is experiencing true fear for the first time in his entire existence. After all, if the Hulk doesn't stand a chance against Thanos, who does?
Hurts, doesn't it? Being lied to. Being told you one thing and learning it's all a fiction.
Sneaky Loki. This is one of the more absurd fan theories making its way around the web, but let's dive right into it. Basically, this theory suggests the Hulk who attacks Thanos at the beginning of Infinity War is nothing more than Loki in disguise. We've seen him pull this trick before, whether it's pretending to be Odin in Ragnarok or pretending to be dead in the Dark World. It's entirely possible Thanos strangled a projection of Loki rather than Loki himself.
Piss off, Ghost!
Obviously, the biggest argument against this is Thanos' line immediately following Loki's death, that there would be no more resurrections. It's important this death remain permanent as it indicates real consequences and stakes. Having things turn around with a reveal that Loki was Bruce Banner the entire time seems like a cheap move. Not to mention it doesn't explain the struggles Banner faces with transforming into the Hulk. But we don't like fan theories because they make sense, we like them because, well, they're kinda nuts.
Banner's friend.
I don't even like Banner. I'm into numbers and science and stuff.
Hulk hates Banner. For as long as the Hulk has existed, he's been in constant war with the man who brought him into being, his alter ego, Dr. Bruce Banner. Banner's driving motivation has been to rid himself of the Hulk, seeing the Hulk as a disease rather than an asset. Over the course of the MCU, Banner has called upon the Hulk only as a last resort, when things are at their most dire. In Infinity War, it seems the Hulk has finally had enough of it. It's an interesting switch from what audiences have come to expect from the character. Typically, Banner finds himself in scenarios where he's actively fighting to keep the Hulk at bay. For the first time, Banner actually needs the Hulk, but the Hulk feels used. These two characters are constantly in conflict with each other over control. Banner only wants Hulk for fighting.
I can help you get back to Earth. Huh?
Earth hate Hulk.
Earth loves Hulk.
Earth hates Hulk. Every time the Hulk has made an appearance on Earth, it's always produced mass amounts of destruction. In The Incredible Hulk, he, as Banner himself put it, kind of broke Harlem. In Age of Ultron, Scarlet Witch's mind control sent him on a massive rampage that caused insane destruction and put countless lives in danger. While the Hulk's New York City heroics in the original Avengers film were epic to say the least, he was easily the most destructive member of the team. It's understandable why the Hulk would decide to leave Earth. Truth is, despite his Hulk smash tendencies, the Hulk has always done his part to defend the people of Earth. But it doesn't seem to matter. It's a disheartening notion to realize no matter what you do, people are still going to fear and despise you. Can we really blame the Hulk for not wanting to stick his neck out once again for a society that will never be grateful to him?
If I turn into the Hulk, I am never gonna come back again, and you don't care.
Selfish Banner. The main motivating theory behind this one is that after all this time, Banner has seen the Hulk as nothing more than a tool to be used in his favor. Everything Banner has done has been in the interest of self-preservation. He's never seen the Hulk as anything other than something to rid himself of, except when the Hulk is needed to complete some monumental task or beat up an evil monster. Banner has never truly appreciated the Hulk for what he is. Even though the Hulk has caused mass destruction and is an uncontrollable rage monster, he still managed to do some good. Banner's selfishness and unwillingness to let the Hulk experience anything more than the battles might make sense from Banner's perspective. But it's also possible it's caused feelings of bitterness and resentment in the Hulk that could account for his being reluctant to come to Banner's aid during Infinity War.
Voice activation required.
Banner.
Welcome, strongest Avenger.
What?
Overpowered. The Hulk is one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe. To him, every other creature is merely a puny annoyance. We've seen this demonstrated in practically every MCU film the Hulk has been in. In the first Avengers movie, he took out a huge chunk of Loki's Chitauri army, and in Age of Ultron, he was a one-man wrecking ball against Ultron's robot legion. The reality is, if you have the Hulk on your side, chances are you're going to emerge victorious. This creates many problems from a storytelling perspective. Even though the Hulk is no match for Thanos, unleashing the Hulk on a massive army that attacks Wakanda diminishes the stakes of that scene. We all know he's more than capable against those monsters, which would have made the suspense of Wakanda's impending demise much less effective. As frustrating as it might be for Hulk fans, taking the character out of the running early on was a smart move by the Russos to ensure the stakes would be high right from the get-go.
Hey, big guy. Sun's getting real low.
Black Widow. In Age of Ultron, writer-director Joss Whedon decided to introduce an intriguing romance between Bruce Banner and Black Widow. Suddenly, she's the only one who has the ability to control Banner's alter ego, being tasked with bringing Banner back to reality when the Hulk is no longer needed. In some ways, their attraction to one another actually makes sense. They're both outsiders longing for a companion, and they've long since come to terms with the fact society will never accept them. Around Age of Ultron's midpoint, the two of them devise a plan to run away together. A plan Banner and the Hulk throw out the window following the Sokovia battle when they hop in the Quinjet and take off for who knows where. Banner's relationship with Natasha has gone unresolved for 2 years, and when Banner sees her again for the first time in Infinity War, the weight of that tension is fully felt, even if it won't be directly addressed until Avengers 4. It is possible this very relationship may be another source of conflict for Hulk, and another reason why he's chosen to stay hidden.
So you're saying that the Hulk, the other guy, saved my life?
Hulk trusts Banner. Through the years, Banner has come to recognize the value of the Hulk in the many battles they've gone through together. Likewise, it's possible the Hulk may be coming around to Banner as well. In fact, once we start to take a look back at all the times the Hulk has come to Banner's aid, a number of them seem to be when Banner's need is most dire. Many times it's been to save Banner's life, as in The Incredible Hulk when Banner plummets to the streets of Harlem only to have the Hulk emerge at the very last minute. Or when Banner attempted to commit suicide and the other guy spat the bullet out. Sure, Hulk's motivations may all be in the interest of self-preservation, but isn't it possible that he's grown to like Banner? This would also suggest that maybe the reason Hulk is refusing to show himself in Infinity War is that he realizes his brawn is no match for Thanos, and it's Banner's brain that will have to get the job done. Perhaps for the very first time, the Hulk trusts Banner to do the right thing.
I have an army.
We have a Hulk.
Saving the big guns. Of course, this all leads up to our final theory. The Hulk is being saved for a massive payoff in Avengers 4. In fact, it's possible we may see a finale for the character himself and the character's story arc, which has been in play with the MCU for its past few entries. According to Ruffalo, Marvel Studios head honcho Kevin Feige actually brought Ruffalo into his office to get his thoughts on a potential standalone Hulk movie. Ruffalo suggested a storyline with a complete beginning, middle, and end, which Feige loved. Feige then suggested they fit the entire story into 3 films: Thor Ragnarok, Avengers Infinity War, and Avengers 4, which Ruffalo agreed to. This suggests we've got an awesome reunion with the Hulk to look forward to in Avengers 4, but it also suggests something far more depressing, that perhaps the Hulk and Banner will end up meeting their demise in that film. While this is to be expected, and frankly many people thought it would happen in Infinity War, after everything the Hulk and Banner have gone through, it's a heartbreaking notion.
Odin played a major role in the MCU. The King of Asgard was played by Anthony Hopkins in 3 Thor films and met his demise in Thor Ragnarok, but not before revealing he had many secrets he never shared with his sons. We here at Screen Rant believe one of those secrets is a connection between Odin and the Infinity Stones. Our theory is Odin was the first being in the universe to collect all 6 Infinity Stones. But before we blow your collective minds with our theory, make sure to hit the red subscribe button on the screen right now and ring the bell to join our notification squad. This will ensure you never miss any of our videos. Now, are you ready? Let's begin.
There are relics that predate the universe itself. 9 realms are not eternal.
In this year's Avengers Infinity War, Marvel shocked the world as Thanos collected all 6 Infinity Stones and ended up wiping out half of all life in the universe with a single snap. Come on, Thor, you had one job. Why didn't you aim for the head?
You should have gone for the head.
Fans might think Thanos was the first to ever use all the stones at the same time, but our theory is Odin actually completed the feat first. We believe Odin not only collected all 6 Infinity Stones, he might actually be the key to reversing the snap in Avengers 4. Before we jump right into the theory itself, let's recap some of the facts. In 2013's Thor: The Dark World, we found out Odin was well aware of the Infinity Stones, and in fact, eons ago his father Bor was in the possession of the Reality Stone following a war with the Dark Elves.
Bury it deep. Somewhere no one will ever find it.
This means Odin didn't just know about the stones, he actually knew where one of them was hidden. To further prove that Odin came into contact with the Infinity Stones, we just need to look at the scene in Captain America: The First Avenger where the Tesseract is uncovered by Red Skull. In the opening scene, Red Skull referred to the Tesseract, aka the Space Stone, as the jewel from Odin's treasure room.
The Tesseract was the jewel of Odin's treasure room.
And if the Space Stone came from Odin's vault, couldn't it mean he was its owner? Thousands of years ago, Asgard and the Nine Realms faced never-ending attacks from the Frost Giants, fear of the return of the Dark Elves, and the everlasting threat of Surtur promising to destroy Asgard with Ragnarok. Presumably, these threats drove Odin to find and collect all 6 Infinity Stones in the hopes that with their power combined, he could protect the Nine Realms. While we know the Infinity Stones are remnants of 6 singularities that existed before our own universe was created, we never really found out who used the stones throughout the eons.
These stones, it seems, can only be brandished by beings of extraordinary strength.
We believe the stones were in the possession of the ancient and powerful entities that might be as old as the stones themselves, and those beings are known as the Celestials. This makes a lot of sense, considering that in the first Guardians of the Galaxy film, we saw a Celestial using the Power Stone to destroy a planet. Consequently, it's conceivable that other Celestial beings possessed other stones as well. Considering that all the Celestials we've seen in the MCU, including Ego the Living Planet, were pretty evil, it's possible that they were a threat to life in the universe. Odin could have made the decision to face the ancient entities to protect the Nine Realms. We believe Odin used the Reality Stone against them, the one stone he actually knew the location of. The Reality Stone is extremely powerful, and it could serve as a great weapon against even godlike entities. We presume that Odin was able to defeat the Celestials one by one, first by using only the Reality Stone and Asgard's resources, and then as he started collecting the stones from the fallen Celestials, he had more power to fight the others. In the end, Odin stood tall, and with all 6 stones in his possession, even the Celestials couldn't stand in his way. We think that the power of the stones ended up corrupting Odin, since, as the old saying goes, ultimate power corrupts absolutely. Maybe it was the phase of corruption which caused Odin to lead a crusade, conquer other worlds, and build an Asgardian empire with the help of his powerful daughter and goddess of death, Hela. We think this was the cause that led Odin to give up the stones and hide them. He understood the power had corrupted him, possibly even corrupted Hela, and Odin was forced to banish and imprison his own daughter.
In order to take the stone, you must lose that which you love.
Fans might think there was no way Odin could have obtained the Soul Stone due to the fact that Odin would have never paid the same price that Thanos did in Infinity War. However, we think this was not the case. As we mentioned before, our theory says Odin obtained all the stones from the Celestials, including the Soul Stone. If Odin possessed all 6 stones, then the Soul Stone wasn't actually located on Vormir when Odin was collecting the stones. Therefore, Odin didn't have to sacrifice one which he loved the most in order to obtain the stone. Following Odin's decision to give up the stones, it was Odin who hid the stone on Vormir and created the failsafe in which the only way to retrieve the Soul Stone is to pay the ultimate price. And we're not just basing this on our own theory. The emotional scene where Thanos sacrifices his daughter Gamora was extremely heartbreaking. But the scene also contained a hint that might prove our theory. After Gamora is sacrificed, we see a blue beacon shooting to the sky, and it looks like some kind of portal is opening in the Vormir sky. The light that the portal emits behind Thanos is very much akin to the light created by the Bifrost Bridge on Asgard. And while Asgard was destroyed by that point in the film, we saw the power of the Bifrost being used on 2 occasions in Infinity War. First when Heimdall sent the Hulk to Earth, and then when Thor joined the battle in Wakanda. It's likely the magic of the Bifrost is still available even though Asgard no longer exists. And if the portal that was created after Gamora's sacrifice is a version of the Bifrost, then it must mean Odin was connected to the stone and the planet. Therefore, it's more than likely Odin was actually the one who hid the Soul Stone on Vormir in the first place. We have some more possible proof for Odin's connection to the Soul Stone, as well as the Space Stone. After Red Skull uncovered the Tesseract and tried to use its power, the stone backfired on the former Hydra leader and Red Skull was teleported to Vormir. It's possible that Odin was responsible for this punishment, since after all, he seems to be fond of exiling people to other planets as punishment. He did so with both Thor and Hela. If we can agree, at least for the sake of this video, that Odin did collect all 6 stones, we can assume Odin also used some of their power to protect Asgard and the Nine Realms. For example, the Reality Stone. It's likely Odin used the Reality Stone to create the containers that held the Infinity Stones, the Tesseract, the Scepter, the Orb, and the Eye of Agamotto. Beyond that, Odin could could have used the stones to give powers to other Asgardians. Loki was born as a frost giant, but Odin was able to transform Loki's appearance so he would appear as an Asgardian. It wasn't just an illusion, it was a permanent alteration, and the Reality Stone definitely has the power to alter reality itself. It's even possible that some of the Reality Stone's essence fused with Loki himself, giving an explanation to how he can always create illusions and manipulate reality. And that is similar to how Scarlet Witch got her powers, since she was infused with the Mind Stone, which resulted in her powers. We also believe Heimdall's powers to observe all the souls in the universe actually come from the Soul Stone. It would make sense that the Guardian of the Bifrost would need some all-seeing powers.
From here, I could see 9 realms and 10 trillion souls.
And Odin transferred some of the Soul Stone's powers to Heimdall. The orange tint in Heimdall's eyes and his ability to see all that is happening in the 9 realms and beyond comes directly from the Soul Stone. Odin also might have weaponized the power of the Mind Stone. If you look at the energy blast that comes out of Odin's staff, it does resemble the energy blast that comes out of the Mind Stone that's located in Vision's forehead. The Destroyer, who appeared in the first Thor film, might have also got some of the Mind Stone's power, since the Asgardian machine used the same energy blast. We witnessed the stones used to power weapons before, like in Captain America: The First Avenger, where Hydra used weapons that were powered by the Space Stone. So it stands to reason that Odin did the same with the Infinity Stones to power his own weapons. As far as the hiding spots that Odin chose for the stones, we might offer some ideas on that front as well. We think Odin chose strategic locations to hide the stones. The masters of the mystic arts on Earth did come into possession of the Time Stone, which was encased inside the Eye of Agamotto. Our theory is that Odin gave the stone to Agamotto himself, since the sorcerer and his order protected the Earth from supernatural evil such as Dormammu. And so, Odin probably figured that the Time Stone will be safer with someone as powerful as the Sorcerer Supreme. And that led Odin to entrust other powerful and reliable beings in the universe with the Infinity Stones. But the stones weren't the only thing Odin collected before Thanos. Going back to the first Thor film, we can see for a quick moment a version of the Infinity Gauntlet filled with all 6 Infinity Stones in Odin's vault. This little Easter egg has turned into a massive plot hole in the MCU. And while Marvel tried to dismiss it with a joke in Thor Ragnarok as Hela called the gauntlet fake, we think that there is much more to the story. Our theory is, like Thanos, Odin couldn't simply wield the stones without some type of device that could harness the powers of all 6 stones at the same time.
I made what he wanted. A device capable of harnessing the power of the stones.
That is why Odin turned to the dwarves of Nidavellir to forge him a gauntlet that will allow him to wield all 6 stones. This will explain how Atri knew to forge Thanos' own gauntlet in Infinity War. He used the same schematics that were used for Odin's gauntlet thousands of years ago. It's possible that the so-called fake gauntlet in Odin's vault was actually the original Infinity Gauntlet, filled with fake Infinity Stones. We don't think the gauntlet was there just for show. We believe Odin hoped to use it as a distraction. Maybe if those who seek the stones thought that Odin already collected them all, they will simply abandon their quest to collect the Infinity Stones, since they will assume that there was no way they could steal it from someone as powerful as Odin. Now, of course, most of our theory might be a stretch at best. However, we would really love to see something like this happen in Avengers 4. And the fact is that if our theory is true, Odin might just turn out to be the key for reversing the snap that wiped out half of all life in the universe. It's possible, with his knowledge of the stones, Odin knows how to use them to bring back all the dead heroes and stop Thanos once and for all. And for those that ask how it would be possible for Odin to come back after his death in Thor Ragnarok, well, as we saw in that film, Odin was still able to communicate with Thor.
Without my hammer, I can't.
Are you Thor, the god of hammers?
So even if he's dead, Odin still has some presence in the land of the living. It will be really great to see Odin revealing himself to his son again, giving Thor the information he needs to stop Thanos and reverse the snap. And hey, it's even possible Odin is somehow trapped inside the Soul Stone. Maybe some failsafe he created back when he was in possession of the stone. But we'll leave that for another day.
We haven't seen Jeremy Renner's Clint Barton since 2016's Captain America Civil War, so it's exciting that he'll be making his Marvel Cinematic Universe return in 2019's Avengers Endgame. That's a big movie for any character to be a part of, given the cosmic nature of the events that will undoubtedly unfold in it. But for a guy with no superpowers like Barton, it might seem a bit above his pay grade and beyond his ability to play a major role in. However, there's a theory suggesting he's actually going to be a big player in Avengers Endgame, and that he might even end up being the MVP in the fight against Thanos. In this video, we'll take you through some convincing evidence that shows that might be the case. Okay, let's start off with something glaringly obvious. The fact that Clint Barton was totally absent from Avengers Infinity War. All he got was a brief mention when Natasha Romanoff told Bruce Banner that he was on house arrest, spending time with his family after the whole Sokovia Accord situation that occurred in Captain America Civil War. The fact that he was notably missing from Infinity War would immediately suggest that he's being set up for something big in its sequel. That's just common sense to anyone who knows how these things work. In fact, the treatment of Jeremy Renner's character in general in the MCU has been rather poor, especially considering how prominent and iconic he is in the comic books. And that can't go on for much longer. His first appearance in 2011's Thor was a mere cameo, and that was fair enough, but it was how he was treated in 2012's The Avengers that really ticked fans off. Barton spent most of the movie under the influence of Loki's mind control, which rendered him relatively useless for the most part, as far as the plight of the titular heroes was concerned. Granted, in 2015's Avengers Age of Ultron and the aforementioned Captain America Civil War, his role was somewhat more prominent, and he did have some moments worth mentioning, such as when he incapacitated Wanda Maximoff with a taser arrow, and when he distracted Tony Stark so that Maximoff could drop a load of cars on him. But if the truth be told, he was a long way from being the key player in either story. It really is about time his importance to the good fight in the MCU was made more clear, and that definitely looks like being the case in the coming months, if rumors, theories, and visible evidence are to be believed. It's been stated by Marvel Studios representatives on more than one occasion that Barton's time will come to shine in the MCU. And having played nothing more than a bit part in the franchise so far, it's really only fair if that's the case. And if Avengers Endgame is his time to shine, all will be forgiven for the studio not utilizing him to his full potential to date in the MCU. Moreover, the very fact that the trailer for Avengers Endgame revealed Barton's return would suggest he's going to be important in the movie. Why bother showing him otherwise? Scott Lang was the other major absentee in Infinity War, and the reveal of his return in the Endgame trailer was the big zinger. So it's probably fair to say both of those characters will be important in the fourth Avengers offering, given their similar circumstances. It's also evident Barton will be undergoing a change of persona in Avengers Endgame. Having previously used the Hawkeye moniker in the MCU since his first appearance in Thor, and having used a bow and arrows as his weapons of choice so far, he'll now be going by the name Ronin and wielding a sword of some kind. In the comic books, Ronin is a name used by a number of superheroes, including Barton, Maya Lopez, who is otherwise known as Echo, Alexei Shostakov, who is otherwise known as Red Guardian, and Eric Brooks, who is otherwise known as Blade. Barton took on the same name when he was resurrected after the House of M story arc. So, while the circumstances are certainly different in the MCU, they are similarly following on from a tragic event that took place on a larger scale. The name Ronin refers to the Japanese term for a masterless samurai, or a lone warrior, which was used during the feudal period of Japan between 1185 and 1868. It's a huge change, which very much makes Barton a focal point in Avengers Endgame. People will be extremely eager to see just how much he's transformed as a character, and it would be extremely underwhelming if Marvel Studios went to the trouble of completely changing him only for him to play a small part in the movie in which the change takes place. Something that'll make Barton particularly dangerous and therefore a threat to any potential opponent he comes up against, including Thanos, is the reason he's undergone such a drastic change in persona. It's believed he's taken on the Ronin moniker as a result of the deaths of his wife and kids, which will have occurred when the Mad Titan snapped his fingers and erased half of all life in the universe in Avengers Infinity War. The Endgame trailer had Steve Rogers saying, "We lost. All of us. We lost friends, we lost family, we lost a part of ourselves." His quote seems to fit with the idea that those closest to Barton have fallen victim to the prune-chinned villain's devastating cosmic call. Barton will be angry, beyond angry in fact, and will be out for blood. Thanos' blood, should he get the opportunity, and that undoubtedly means he'll be willing to do whatever it takes to either get his revenge on the purple-skinned despot or help to undo the effects of the decimation. He has absolutely nothing and nobody to lose. Literally, they're all gone. Everything he did as an Avenger and as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. was for his family. Without them, his life is barely worth living, so taking whatever risks are necessary to make things better could certainly be on the cards for the character. There's also reason to believe Barton gets recruited quite late in Avengers Endgame, as a sort of trump card. In the scene in which he appears in the trailer, his longtime friend and fellow Avenger Natasha Romanoff appears to have found him in Japan. And given her hair appears to be darker and longer than it was in other clips, there's a theory that a lot of time has passed since the fight back against Thanos officially got underway. If indeed that's the case, Barton's return could be a pivotal moment in the movie, and indeed in the MCU's history, and one that sways the tide in the survival surviving heroes' favor and provides them all with a much-needed morale boost in the fight back against the Mad Titan. It might just be the pickup and incentive they need to go all out and ultimately win the war. Another reason for this theory is due to something that occurred in Avengers Age of Ultron. Marvel Studios is known for foreshadowing future events in their movies, or at least subtly hinting towards them, and something Barton said during the Battle of Sokovia has led some people to believe he could be very important going forward in the MCU. He played down his own worth, saying this city is flying, we're fighting an army of robots, and I have a bow and arrow. None of this makes sense, which suggested he knew his abilities were comparatively less useful than the likes of Thor, the Hulk, and Scarlet Witch, which could in turn be seen as a sort of reverse psychology form of foreshadowing, and end up with him being the most useful character when it matters most, in a battle for the fate of the entire universe. Speaking of his abilities, another reason for this theory is due to the fact they're particularly suited to taking opponents by surprise. Wouldn't it be cool if we were reintroduced to Clint Barton in this new Ronin guise, but in order to save the day, he went back to his roots, took out his trusty bow and arrow, and defeated Thanos using his classic weapons? Maybe it could be used to knock the Infinity Gauntlet off of Thanos' hand, or to knock the Infinity Stones out of the gauntlet, or simply to cause an explosion with a trick arrow that distracts the Mad Titan long enough for another MCU hero to finish him off. There is, however, a more indirect way in which Barton could be extremely important. Captain Marvel will be appearing in the movie following her first MCU appearance in her solo movie a few months earlier. But Nick Fury, who sent her an SOS message in the post-credits scene of Avengers Infinity War, was probably her only remaining connection to the heroes who will be going up against Thanos in the 2019 movie. Apart from Barton, that is. Should Larson head to Earth in order to assist in the fight back against the Mad Titan, she might need some convincing to do so, and that convincing could come courtesy of another familiar face. Danvers was obviously associated with the S.H.I.E.L.D. before she left Earth to fight alongside the Kree, and given that Barton was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent before he became an Avenger, the two might have worked together in the 90s. Should Barton convince Danvers the situation is grave and she's needed to help undo it, that would make his part in Avengers Endgame just as important as if he was to land the killing blow on Thanos, or head back in time to prevent the Mad Titan from collecting the Infinity Stones himself. Of course, the manner in which Barton is important in Avengers Endgame could also be heartbreaking. The tone was definitely set in Infinity War after all. If defeating Thanos and undoing what he did in Infinity War requires a sacrifice, perhaps, for example, if the MCU's heroes need to sacrifice something that they love to utilize the abilities of the Soul Stone, Barton might put himself forward to be that sacrifice. We've already touched heavily upon the fact he's lost his wife and kids. He might feel he has nothing left to live for in the current timeline, and if everything goes well, he'd find himself alive again in the past, with his wife and children also alive, with no memory of ever having sacrificed himself to make it happen. Oh man, this all sounds very, very complicated, doesn't it? All things considered, this would be a great way for Clint Barton, and indeed Jeremy Renner, to re-emerge in the MCU, following his absence in Avengers Infinity War. But we'd definitely prefer it if he didn't die permanently as a result of it. Barton deserves a happy ending with his family, although most fans would like to see him given his own movie before that as well, neither of which could happen if he was killed off saving the universe in Avengers Endgame. How cool would it be to see a Hawkeye and Black Widow movie depicting what happened in Budapest with Natasha Romanoff, for example? Fans have been wanting to see that depicted on screen since it was briefly referenced back in the first Avengers movie. Of course, we also have to be prepared for the very real possibility that Barton's role might be a lot smaller than we're all imagining right now. If that happens, particularly if he's killed off early in Avengers Endgame, everyone at Marvel Studios will wish they had been erased from existence in the decimation, when the inevitable fan backlash begins. Heck, given what we know Marvel Studios is capable of, and we're talking about how we know they like to deceive fans, such as the moment in the Avengers Infinity War trailer showed the Hulk fighting in the Battle of Wakanda, Barton might not even be in Endgame at all, in spite of what the trailer shows. Just imagine that for a second. All things considered, we can't wait to see what Avengers Endgame, and indeed the future of the MCU in general, has in store for Jeremy Renner's Clint Barton. He's a great character, played by a fantastic actor who we'd love to see more of in the franchise. Oh god, he's so going to die, isn't he? It was fun while it lasted, Clint. Hope you enjoy shooting those arrows in that great big target range in the sky. What's up, superhero fans? The as-yet untitled fourth Avengers movie, which we'll refer to as Avengers 4 for now, will be released next year, and there's no doubt it'll result in the deaths of some prominent MCU heroes. Some of the more likely candidates include the original MCU Avengers, like Iron Man, Captain America, and indeed Thor. In this video, we'll look into the theory that Thor will die in Avengers 4, and that it will complete the prophecy of Ragnarok that we were first introduced to in last year's Thor Ragnarok movie. By Odin's beard, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. It's the best way of keeping up to date with all of Screen Rant's great new videos. And you shall feel the wrath of the mighty Thor if you don't. In 2017, the third Thor movie, the fantastic and hilarious cosmic adventure Thor Ragnarok, culminated in the catastrophic event happening before our very eyes. To clarify, Ragnarok in Norse mythology is a cyclical event that results in both the destruction of Asgard and the deaths of several key figures in the Norse pantheon, including but not limited to Odin, Frigga, Loki, Heimdall, and of course, Thor. Just like in the mythological version of the event, it was Surtur who destroyed Asgard in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, although it was Thor who instigated that happening in the MCU's case, in order to ensure his evil half-sister Hela was killed, rather than the gigantic fire demon doing it entirely of his own accord. Of course, Odin and Freya were already dead by the time Surtur destroyed the MCU version of Asgard, while Loki and Heimdall died in this year's Avengers Infinity War at the hands of the Mad Titan Thanos. But Thor is still alive, so could it be that Thor's death is required to complete the real Ragnarok in the MCU? That's what this theory suggests, and it suggests it might happen in next year's fourth Avengers movie. A very noteworthy point was made in Thor Ragnarok by both Odin and Thor, and it was that Asgard is not a place, but a people. Therefore, given that Ragnarok is a prophesied event, both in the classic Norse mythology and in the MCU, the fact that Thor isn't dead yet would suggest the prophecy hasn't actually been completed in our favorite live-action superhero franchise. So what could that mean going forward? Well, Ragnarok is kind of an analogy of winter bringing an end to life and subsequently the new life that arrives in the spring, because the Norse gods are all meant to die and then be reborn in new bodies. That obviously can't happen with one of the most prominent, important, and powerful Norse gods still living. Countless Asgardian characters, both prominent ones and some not so prominent ones, have perished in the MCU to date, but Thor was indeed left alive when Thanos and his children boarded the Statesman and massacred his people en masse in the opening scenes of Avengers Infinity War. And it's even been questioned whether or not Loki is really dead, but that's a discussion for another video, as it would severely complicate things in this one. Several other Asgardians, including most notably Tessa Thompson's Valkyrie, have been confirmed as being still alive, but whether or not their deaths are required for the completion of Ragnarok is open to debate. Regardless, in that incredibly dark scene at the start of Infinity War, Thanos said, "Dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same," which could turn out to be very poignant, as it suggests Thor's death and potentially the deaths of any surviving Asgardians are inevitable, and will result in the culmination of Ragnarok in Avengers 4, fulfilling the ancient prophecy as well as Thor's destiny in one devastating fell swoop. As far as Ragnarok is concerned in the MCU, it's been hinted at since back in 2015 in Avengers Age of Ultron, when a still badly behaving Wanda Maximoff induced strange and deeply effective visions on the Avengers. Thor's visions saw Heimdall informing him that he'd be the one who destroyed Asgard, followed by Chris Hemsworth's character blasting Asgardians with powerful lightning bolts left, right, and center, resulting in their deaths. While the vision did come to pass to some extent in Thor Ragnarok, Thor certainly didn't kill any Asgardians himself, even if he was the one to trigger the destruction of his home realm, as he made sure he'd evacuated Asgard first. That being said, it could certainly be argued that what Thor did in Thor Ragnarok inadvertently led to the remaining Asgardians' eventual demise at the hands of Thanos. Forcing them all onto one ship was actually a naive move. It made them vulnerable, all grouped together and distinctly lacking in protection, especially given that the ship in question wasn't even a warship, and the majority of the Asgardians on board were civilians with families rather than soldiers. Thor's actions in his Scarlet Witch-induced vision could therefore be seen as a metaphor, but it's a tedious link at best, given that Thanos would undoubtedly have headed to Asgard to obtain the Tesseract if Surtur hadn't destroyed destroyed it. His actions towards the Asgardians would therefore have been equally as ruthless, even if they'd been on home soil. But the vision could also have been a literal depiction of what Ragnarok entails in the MCU. As we already touched upon, Thor was killing Asgardians with his lightning in the vision. And given that Asgard is said to be a people rather than a place in the franchise, maybe he and any other surviving Asgardians do need to perish for the prophecy to be truly fulfilled. There is therefore a theory that suggests Avengers 4 will venture back to Asgard in some way, shape, or form. We know the realm was destroyed in Thor Ragnarok, but the fact that some scenes for Avengers 4 were filmed at Durham Cathedral in the United Kingdom would indeed suggest Asgard will appear in the movie. The cathedral is a decidedly classic setting, and there aren't many of those in the MCU, other than Asgard. Granted, it could be a time travel scene or a flashback in which Asgard appears, but the cathedral could also very easily be dressed up to look like the ruins of Asgard, and Avengers 4 could just as easily venture back to those ruins as opposed to Asgard as it used to be. The fact that a stand-in for Rocket was seen on set at Durham Cathedral would suggest that the God of Thunder and his rabbit friend will head to Asgard. But then again, if we're being honest, it could actually just be that the scene was filmed for Avengers Infinity War and just didn't end up being included in the final cut. Only time will tell as far as that's concerned. If Thor does end up dying and Ragnarok comes to a completion as a result of his death in Avengers 4, it wouldn't even necessarily mean it's the last we'd see of the character in the MCU. As we said earlier, Ragnarok is a cyclical event from which the Norse gods always return, reborn to live again. And Thor's rebirth could also see the other deceased Asgardians returning to the franchise, which is a pretty exciting thought. Obviously, on the flip side of all of this, there's not only a chance that the Ragnarok story could be done and dusted in the MCU, there's also a chance it could actually be undone. Some of the set photos from Avengers 4 have shown Thor as having long hair again, which certainly suggests it's a version of the character from the past. And that could mean Ragnarok never happens in the MCU, and Asgard remains intact going forward. And weirdly enough, that actually fits with the classic motif of the Norse apocalypse, as it's just as much about rebirth and second chances as it is about death and destruction. So now we have to ponder whether or not Thor will die, and indeed whether or not it makes sense for that to be the case in Avengers 4. Of course, if Marvel Studios wants to follow the mythological version of Ragnarok to the letter, then it's only right that the God of Thunder will be in line for the chopping block in Avengers 4. Moreover, given the events of Avengers Infinity War, it makes sense that Thor would sacrifice his own life to finally finish Thanos once and for all. The Asgardian Avenger was undeniably completely responsible for missing the opportunity to land a killing blow on the Mad Titan when he had the chance to do so, instead opting to inflict a chest wound so he could taunt the prune-chinned despot and let him know he had defeated him. Essentially, he let his ego get the better of him, even in the face of a cosmic catastrophe, which doesn't really reflect well on his character. Ultimately, this meant Thanos was still able to snap those fingers and erase half of all life in the universe, and subsequently use the power of the Infinity Stones to heal from the damage inflicted by Thor. The resulting guilt will undoubtedly prey very heavily on Thor's conscience going into the fourth Avengers movie. So it's only logical and indeed very fitting for a Hollywood blockbuster that he would give his own life as recompense. If indeed that happens, it would signify a true end to Asgard as we know it. Of course, Thor may well defeat Thanos without the loss of his own life, but it would definitely be very poetic if he sacrificed himself to save the universe, after spectacularly failing to do so the first time around. And it would give Marvel Studios the license to bring him back if they wish to, as they could set him up on a whole new series of adventures for Phase 4 of the franchise, in a truly post-Ragnarok world. With Iron Man and Captain America likely to exit the MCU after Avengers 4, Thor could be the last remaining member of the original trinity of the franchise. And that's fine, because Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans both seem intent on leaving to pursue new projects. Moreover, their departures would undoubtedly leave a hole that only a fellow original Avenger could fill. And given how incredibly powerful Thor is, the remaining heroes in the franchise could undoubtedly do with him sticking around for a little bit longer. Thor could very easily continue to be one of the MCU's mainstays, or even go on to become the franchise's flagship character, especially given that he's been completely reinvigorated by both Thor Ragnarok and Avengers Infinity War. He's become a lot cooler and funnier than he was to begin with when Kenneth Branagh directed his first movie, and
and made his dialogue very Shakespearean and Lord of the Rings-esque. Chris Hemsworth has really surprised everyone with how brilliantly he's taken to playing the comedic interpretation of Thor under director Taika Waititi's leadership. And his new role undoubtedly has the potential to lead to some truly wacky and hilarious cosmic adventures going forward, perhaps alongside at least a couple of the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, such as Rocket and Groot. The Australian star has explicitly stated that he'd be more than willing to continue playing Thor if the right scripts come along. He obviously really enjoys acting in the role, and now that Marvel Studios has really nailed that character and given him an identity, it would actually be a real shame to get rid of him when he's on such a high. In summary, should Thor die and Ragnarok does finally come to pass in Avengers 4, assuming the MCU's version of the event isn't already done and dusted, it would be very easy to bring him back. Rebirth is as much a part of Ragnarok as death, so Marvel would get the best of both worlds. Thor would die a fitting and valiant death, with Thanos being defeated, and the God of Thunder could still return in the future, in another solo movie with a simple explanation of, well, that's Ragnarok. And if comedy genius Taika Waititi just so happens to be at the helm of that movie, that would make it all the more awesome and exciting. Of course, thinking about it, Thor would actually come back in a new body, so would it even be Hemsworth playing the character if he was reborn? Who else could play that role? Maybe we'll discuss that topic another time. Hey superhero fans, how's it going? Are you still reeling from the events of this year's Avengers Infinity War when Thanos erased half of all life in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Well, you're not the only ones. So are the heroes of the MCU, not least the God of Thunder himself. When Thor comes to terms with what's happened in the MCU, he's going to unleash hell on the Mad Titan. That you can guarantee, and it could come in the form of an army that he recruits. In this video, we'll look into the theory that Thor is set to recruit a vengeful horde to take Thanos down in Avengers 4. In the name of Odin the Allfather, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. It's the best way of keeping up to date with all of Screen Rant's great new videos. What Thanos did in Avengers Infinity War hit everyone extremely hard. And by everyone, we mean both the fans of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and, obviously, the characters who star in it. But one character was undoubtedly hit harder than most. Chris Hemsworth's Thor has been alive for more than 1,000 years. But what he bore witness to in Infinity War was worse than any atrocity he'd ever seen in his entire life. When Thanos enacted his plan to gather the Infinity Stones to snap his fingers and erase half of all life in the universe, not only did several of Thor's allies die in the resulting cull, the Mad Titan also murdered some of the people closest to the God of Thunder before the snap occurred. All in all, Thor had to watch Thanos slaughter the majority of Asgard's remaining civilians, kill his best friend Heimdall in cold blood by stabbing him through the chest, and murder his adoptive brother Loki by choking the life out of him. He later found out Thanos had killed the vast majority of Asgard's allies, the dwarves of Nidavellir, then had to look on helplessly as several of his fellow heroes, the likes of Groot, Scarlet Witch, Vision, and Falcon, were killed in the Battle of Wakanda as a result of either Thanos' brutality or ultimately the infamous finger snap. Of course, there's also the fact Thanos attempted to kill Thor himself, and that won't have sat well with the Asgardian. All of that came after a number of other tragic and unfortunate events Thor had endured in recent years. The destruction of Asgard, a brief enslavement on Sakaar, the destruction of Mjolnir, the death of his father, the murder of his mother, banishment from Asgard, and the stripping of his powers and more. The guy's had it rough recently. Moreover, Thor's been aware Thanos has been using him and his fellow heroes as pawns in the intricate game he's been playing for years prior to the events of Infinity War. The Mad Titan really does have a lot to answer for, and given how angry he must be about all of that, you can bet your bottom dollar the most powerful Avenger will be looking for revenge in Avengers 4. In Infinity War, Thor got his hands on an impressive new weapon in the form of Stormbreaker, which seemed like a good plan as it was definitely powerful enough to kill Thanos. However, his actions with his powerful new weapon were a little rash, and that's understandable, as he can't have been in a great state of mind. He rammed the weapon into Thanos' chest, then taunted the prune-chinned intergalactic despot while he writhed in pain. But as Thanos went on to state, he should have gone for the head, as the chest wound didn't quite kill him. So the villain was still able to snap those fingers to trigger his cosmic cull, then use the Infinity Stones to teleport away and heal himself from his injuries. And he did it all quite literally right in front of the God of Thunder. Next time around, Thor will want to be more careful and calculated. He'll have time to think more carefully about how he goes about his revenge. Literally, he could have all the time in the world if, as expected, the heroes of the MCU learn how to manipulate and travel through time, and his plan could involve recruiting an army to attack the Mad Titan. There's been a theory since Avengers Infinity War was released of what Thor's mission mission will be in Avengers 4, thanks largely to a supposed plot leak, and apparently Captain Marvel will be helping him to do the recruiting. It makes sense that Thor would recruit an army, then lead them into battle. He's both a leader and a soldier above all else, after all, and it would definitely make Avengers 4 even more exciting than we're already expecting it to be if he does it. So, who could Thor recruit to his army? Well, with the fate of the universe at stake, old rivalries could be put aside, so the answer is potentially anybody. Of course, he'll rally the Avengers, both old and new, so Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man will all be involved, as will the remaining Wakandans who fought so valiantly against Thanos' forces first time around. And having seen what Hela did in 2017's Thor Ragnarok when she led an army against him, one pretty awesome idea is that Thor will head to Valhalla to resurrect and recruit a horde of dead Asgardian soldiers. Seeing Thor leading an army of the undead would be incredible, right? Of course, in Infinity War, some of his allies from Thor Ragnarok were missing, and if they managed to escape the Asgardian refugee vessel before Thanos decimated its remaining passengers, Thor's army could also include the likes of Valkyrie, Korg, and Meek, and it's fair to say we'd all be more than happy to see those guys, especially the big blue Cronin voiced so wonderfully by Taika Waititi in Thor Ragnarok. On a related note, given that Thor now knows how much the Grandmaster loves to enslave powerful warriors to fight gladiatorial battles in his arena on Sakaar, the Avenger could return there to recruit his latest champion, and indeed the other enslaved fighters to battle for the universe. Also, as we already touched upon, given what's at stake, Thor might even approach his enemies to lend a hand in the ultimate battle. They will all have lost friends, family, and allies when Thanos snapped his fingers after all. The God of Thunder knows exactly what the Frost Giants of Jotunheim are capable of, for example, having almost been overwhelmed by their army in the first Thor movie back in 2011. So there's every chance he could head back to the icy cold realm and request that his bitter enemies join him in the fight against Thanos and his evil allies. And what about the Marauders of Vanaheim, who Thor fought against in 2013's Thor the Dark World, or the Fire Demons of Muspelheim he faced off against in Thor Ragnarok? They could all become temporary allies of the heroic cause if Thor tells them what's at stake. Essentially, the God of Thunder could travel through the 9 realms, making allies of old foes. It's a really cool potential prospect, and the idea of frost giants, fire demons, and more fighting alongside each other is so incredibly exciting. You may also remember that when Thor visited Nidavellir, Eitri the Dwarf King proved himself to be quite the capable fighter, as he was able to manhandle Thor for a short time, and given that Thanos crippled his hands and killed all of his fellow dwarves, should Thor attempt to recruit the weapons master to his army, he'd surely be more than willing to step up. And wouldn't it be cool to see a character of his size tearing through the Mad Titans' hordes? This could also be a very cool way to introduce some new heroes to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Beta Ray Bill, for example, could be introduced as a character Thor already knows in the MCU. And given that in the comics he's the rightful owner of Stormbreaker, Avengers 4 seems like the perfect opportunity to introduce the funky-faced hero to the MCU at large. In fact, his face was featured as one of the gladiatorial statues on Sakaar, which would certainly reinforce the idea of Thor returning there. There's also the potential to bring in characters from other mythological pantheons, as Norse mythology is just one source from which Marvel has taken inspiration to create godly characters like Thor and his Asgardian allies. If other pantheons exist in the MCU, and we already know one definitely does, you have to imagine Thor would know about them, and he could seek them out to ask them for help in the fight against Thanos. In Thor Ragnarok, Ares was one of the characters whose face was carved into the Grandmaster's tower to form gladiatorial champions. So the Greek gods definitely exist in the franchise. That means other Olympian characters like Zeus, Hercules, Apollo, Athena, Pluto, Artemis, and Aphrodite should also be there. And can you imagine how freaking awesome it would be to bring them into the fight? Another very intriguing possibility is that Thor might be able to travel through time to recruit warriors from throughout history. That could potentially include recruiting the likes of his own father Odin, his own grandfather Bor, and countless other legendary Asgardians and Skyfathers, including Heimdall. So Thanos really could be in for a world of hurt. Of course, Loki could also be plucked from another point in time when he wasn't such a huge jerk in order to join the fight. Unless, of course, he didn't actually die in Infinity War, as some people have theorized. In which case, Thor might just touch base with him again in the present, and utilize his various skills to fight back against Thanos. Arguably the most exciting prospect, however, is the possibility Thor might get even more ambitious and look even higher for allies to recruit to his cause. He might be the one to bring Marvel's cosmic entities into the fight. Having grown up with Odin as a father, who taught Thor everything there is to know about the cosmos, the God of Thunder is bound to be familiar with the more powerful beings in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and what they're capable of.
Knowing what's at stake and how powerful Thanos is, it's not unrealistic to think that Thor might approach the likes of the Living Tribunal, Master Order, Lord Chaos, Love, Hate, Eternity, Infinity, Kronos, Uatu the Watcher, Epoch, the Stranger, Galactus, and the Celestials to join the fight, just like some of them did in the 1991 Infinity Gauntlet comic book arc. And that would undoubtedly make Avengers 4 a million times more interesting than it already is, and that's really saying something. Thor has made some dramatic and very welcome late entrances into the MCU to date. In Thor: The Dark World, he arrived in Vanaheim and brought a battle to an end. And in Avengers Infinity War, he turned up in Wakanda with Stormbreaker, Groot, and Rabbit, or Rocket, to give him his proper name. But he ultimately failed when it came to doing what he set out to do. If he was to arrive with that huge army in tow in Avengers 4, or even with an army 1/3 of that size, it would top anything he's ever done in the MCU previously by some distance. All things considered, if this theory turns out to be true, us fans could be in for one heck of a spectacle, especially if Captain Marvel recruits part of the army as well, although we'll have to wait until her movie is released to speculate just who her recruits might be. There have been some amazing battles in the Marvel Cinematic Universe to date. The Battle of New York, in which the Avengers defended the Earth against the invading Chitauri army, the Battle at the Triskelion, in which Captain America, Black Widow, and Falcon fought on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. against Hydra's forces, the Battle of Xandar, in which the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Nova Corps fought against the Kree warlord Ronan and his army, the Battle of Sokovia, in which the Avengers went up against Ultron and his huge army of high-tech drones, and the Battle of Wakanda, in which countless heroes and warriors took on Thanos' children and the Outriders, for example. But this would undoubtedly top them all by quite a distance. Just imagine seeing Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, his Outriders, potentially the Chitauri, and whoever else the Mad Titan recruits to his side in Avengers 4, facing off against Thor and his fellow Avengers like Iron Man, Captain America, and the Hulk, the Guardians of the Galaxy, the armies of Wakanda, an undead horde of Asgardian soldiers, an array of cosmic entities, Thor's father Odin and his grandfather Bor, Loki, Beta Ray Bill, Valkyrie, Korg, Meek, the Olympian gods, Frost giants, fire demons, marauders, plus Captain Marvel and her recruits. There's really never been a battle of that scale depicted in a superhero movie, or any movie for that matter, and it would be absolutely epic and totally awe-inspiring to witness, and Thor would have himself a much better group of Revengers than he did in Thor Ragnarok. We're drooling just thinking about it, but we're also struggling to imagine how Marvel could possibly top it going forward, although that would be for them to figure out, and for us to theorize about. The movie world has been left gobsmacked by the third Avengers installment, and fans can't wait for the as-yet untitled sequel. Unfortunately, that's not being released until 2019, which is frustrating to say the least, but at least we can talk about it and theorize what might happen in the meantime. We already know from set photos that it'll involve time travel, and it's been confirmed that Thanos will return, but what else might happen? In this video, we'll take a look. Here are Avengers 4 predictions after Infinity War, and of course, this video contains spoilers. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. It's the best way of keeping up to date with all of Screen Rant's great new videos.
I was partners with Hank on a project called Goliath.
How big did you get?
My record, 21 feet. You?
65 feet.
65.
Hawkeye, Ant-Man, and the Wasp will be important. 3 characters were notably absent from Avengers Infinity War: Hawkeye, Ant-Man, and the Wasp. Hawkeye and Ant-Man were briefly discussed, with their absence explained by the fact that they wanted to be with their families after the events of Captain America: Civil War. But that's a little strange, as this year's Ant-Man and the Wasp movie is set between Civil War and Infinity War. Regardless, you have to imagine their absence was more important than it looks on the surface, because they're probably integral to the plot of Avengers 4. In order to change the timeline and erase what happened in Infinity War, without being in possession of the Infinity Gauntlet, the Quantum Realm may be the only option when it comes to traveling through time. There's a good chance that Ant-Man and the Wasp will have headed into said realm, along with a Clint Barton-shaped chaperone, in order to warn past versions of the Avengers about Thanos' plans. With that information, they'll be better prepared to deal with him.
But as always, victory is mine! Is that all you got?
Captain Marvel will be the MVP. Infinity War's one post-credit scene showed Nick Fury desperately attempting to contact Carol Danvers, aka Captain Marvel, before he faded into non-existence. Evidently, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. figured that the powerful superheroine could assist with the catastrophe that had befallen Earth, and indeed the universe, at the hands of Thanos. With that in mind, it's pretty obvious that she's going to play an integral part in the sequel. Marvel Studios head honcho Kevin Feige has already stated that Danvers will be the most powerful heroic character in the MCU by far, so the physical might she brings to the table could be the key to taking down Thanos permanently going forward.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
Doctor Strange will be revealed to be alive. When Thanos snapped his fingers at the end of Infinity War, a lot of notable heroes disappeared into nothingness. Spider-Man, Black Panther, and Star-Lord were among them, but so was Doctor Strange. Strange had previously sifted through a number of possible futures and seen the only way to defeat the Mad Titan. By handing over the Time Stone, he set that plan in motion. With that in mind, Strange may actually be revealed to be alive in Avengers 4. He could have faked his own demise in order to go about his world-saving business undetected and uninterrupted. Perhaps he's the guy who sent Ant-Man and company on their mission to the quantum realm. In fact, given the Time Stone's abilities, he might already have gone back in time before Avengers Infinity War took place to warn them. Hence their aforementioned absence, as they were already on their world-saving mission. It's certainly food for thought.
You could have the power of the gods. I have seen the future, Captain. There are no flags. Not my future.
Some surprise characters will appear. Avengers Infinity War had a lot of surprises, including the inclusion of some characters who weren't expected to appear. The Red Skull made his long-awaited return to the MCU, for instance, and cameos like the likes of General Ross were a pleasant surprise for fans. Avengers 4 is said to be even bigger and better than Infinity War, so the surprises are expected to be, well, more surprising as well. We could see a plethora of new characters appearing, so don't be surprised to see the MCU debuts of heroes like Nova, Quasar, Sentry, Ares, or Beta Ray Bill. The latter two whom we already know exist in the franchise thanks to the Grandmaster's Tower in 2017's Thor Ragnarok. We might also see the return of characters like Phil Coulson, Peggy Carter, and Quicksilver, because time travel makes anything possible.
Can't see into the future, I'm not a witch.
No? Why'd you dress like one?
Hey, I can't believe you're alive. I saw you die. I mourned you, I cried for you.
I'm honored.
Dead characters will return. This is less a prediction and more of a certainty, because you can be damn sure the characters who perished in Infinity War, or at least the majority of them, will be brought back to life in the sequel. For starters, we already know that Spider-Man, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, and the Guardians of the Galaxy will be getting sequels to their previous movies. So those guys have to come back. Gamora's death scene was intrinsically tied to an Infinity Stone, and we've already seen with Red Skull that deaths like that aren't always what they seem, so she could play a big part going forward as well. As for Vision, he could be fixable if he's provided with a new energy source. Loki and Heimdall, however, may be gone for good. We know we'll see Loki in time travel scenes. The Avengers might have to convince the past version to help them out, but going forward he might be permanently dead, because neither his nor Heimdall's death scenes were tied to the Infinity Stones in any major way.
The rest of us have one job: tear these things apart. You get hurt, hurt them back. You get killed, walk it off.
Some characters will die permanently. We've lost some characters in Avengers Infinity War relatively safe in the knowledge that the majority of them will be resurrected. That won't be the case in Avengers 4, however. The stakes must be raised in the sequel, with any deaths or sacrifices that occur needing to be permanent in order to ensure an ultimate victory against Thanos. Some hard decisions will have to be made, and the likelihood is that it will be the last time we see at least a couple of the original Avengers, like Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, or the Hulk. Given what we know about the Soul Stone, whoever uses the Infinity Gauntlet to undo Thanos' work might have to make a sacrifice to do so.
I hope they remember you.
Thanos will lose his head. The heroes of the MCU came so close to defeating Thanos, not once, but twice. First, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and the Guardians of the Galaxy almost removed the Infinity Gauntlet from his hand before Star-Lord messed things up. Then, Thor managed to smash Stormbreaker straight through the Mad Titan's chest, but that wasn't enough. Thanos told Thor that he should have gone for the head, before clicking his fingers and wiping out 50% of life in the universe. And that could be foreshadowing the events of Avengers 4. It would be a fitting climax if Thor, or indeed anyone else, was to take the purple villain's head clean off, before saying something along the lines of, "Didn't forget to go for the head this time." It would be very un-Disney, for want of a better term, but there were some pretty brutal deaths in Infinity War, so it's certainly not out of the question.
The world has gotten even stranger than you already know.
At this point, I doubt anything would surprise me.
$10 says you're wrong.
The MCU's reality will be altered. There's been a lot of talk recently about Disney acquiring Fox, a deal that's set to be completed in 2019, which is very convenient indeed as far as this prediction is concerned. The deal would allow the likes of the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, and Deadpool to join the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Explaining that could be difficult. However, the Infinity Gauntlet gives Marvel Studios a very easy way of making it happen. Now that we've seen what it's capable of, it could very easily be responsible for reality being changed to the point that those characters exist in the MCU, and we believe it might happen. Imagine, if you will, Doctor Strange uses the Gauntlet to undo Thanos' actions in Infinity War. An Avengers 4 post-credits scene could see Tony Stark asking Strange if everything's back to normal. Strange could then reply by saying, "Pretty much, but controlling the Infinity Stones isn't easy, so there might be some minor changes." And the scene could cut to a bustling X-Mansion. How cool would that be?
If Thanos needs all 6, why don't we just stick this one down the garbage disposal?
No can do.
We swore an oath to protect the Time Stone with our lives.
And I swore off dairy, but then Ben & Jerry's named a flavor after me, so...
Start craving hazelnuts.
Not bad.
A bit chalky.
The Illuminati will be formed. One thing's for certain. When the heroes of the MCU claim their ultimate victory over Thanos, they won't want the Infinity Stones getting into the wrong hands again.
Best not to walk the streets wearing an Infinity Stone.
A what?
You might have a gift for the mystic arts, but you still have much to learn.
With that in mind, the Illuminati will be formed at the end of Avengers 4. In the Marvel Universe, the Illuminati work behind the scenes to anticipate and prevent cosmic tragedies, and their members have been known to keep each one of the Infinity Gems for safekeeping. The same could happen in the MCU with the Infinity Stones. Alternatively, the Infinity Watch could be established for the same reason.
Captain Marvel is coming to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is an extremely exciting prospect, and she'll make her first appearance in her 2019 solo movie. Her first movie will be set in the past, however, and this video is more about what will happen with the character going forward.
Her name's Carol Danvers.
Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. It's the best way to keep up to date with all of Screen Rant's great new videos.
What are you talking about? My performance?
She'll kill Thanos. Given what happened in the post-credit scene of this year's epic Avengers Infinity War, countless fans are theorizing it will be Captain Marvel who saves the day and kills Thanos off in next year's sequel. The scene in question showed Nick Fury and Maria Hill driving through busy city streets when the Mad Titan's finger snap started to take effect on the world. People disintegrated, cars and helicopters began crashing, and both Fury and Hill themselves became victims of the prune-chinned warlord's act of wiping out half of all life in the universe. But Fury managed to quickly use a modified pager to contact Captain Marvel, which was confirmed when her insignia appeared on the pager's display. Given how powerful we've been led to believe she is, there's every chance she could be the one who lands the decisive killing blow on the villain. Thor came close to killing Thanos with Stormbreaker in Infinity War, and Captain Marvel is said to be more powerful than even the God of Thunder. So if Thor was capable of landing a near fatal blow on him, the woman otherwise known as Carol Danvers should certainly be up to the task of finishing him off.
If you two are finished comparing sizes...
The Quantum Realm. There's a very prominent theory that Captain Marvel will, in some way, be connected to the Quantum Realm. The Quantum Realm is the dimension we were first introduced to in 2015's Ant-Man, before briefly revisiting it in 2016's Doctor Strange. We will be reintroduced to it in this year's highly anticipated Ant-Man and the Wasp.
What'd I miss?
We were just tiny!
The fact that it will have appeared so many times before Avengers 4 would suggest it's extremely important, and given that Captain Marvel is set to play an extremely prominent role in Avengers 4, the theory makes a lot of sense. How exactly she'll be connected to it or what it will mean for the story remains to be seen, but there are a few potential sub-theories. The most extreme is that she'll be stuck in there, having been banished there back in the 90s during the events of her own upcoming movie. Then there's the idea that she'll know about the realm and will make the suggestion that Ant-Man heads in there in an attempt to change history. However, the most prominent theory is that she will be the one to venture into the quantum realm to use its power, or its ability to traverse time, so she can reverse the effects of Thanos' finger snap. Whether or not any of this comes true remains to be seen.
Does it make you an Avenger now as well?
I don't know. I hope. Maybe like a third string Avenger, yeah.
I was one of the founding members.
Leader of the Avengers. It's more than likely that Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is going to be the dawn of a new era in the franchise. The likes of Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, the Hulk, and Black Widow will probably either be dead, retired, or taking less prominent roles. And with that in mind, other characters will need to step up when it comes to keeping the Avengers going and keeping Earth safe. Given how powerful she's going to be, there's every chance Captain Marvel won't just be a part of the new Avengers team, she'll actually be the one to lead it. And we think that would be pretty cool. The theory is Carol Danvers will take charge of the likes of Spider-Man, Black Panther, Falcon, Bucky Barnes, and potentially some new faces as the MCU freshens up its roster and phases out the old guard. It would certainly be an incredibly refreshing change to see a female character as the figurehead of a superhero franchise.
And you wonder why you waited so long.
Of course, Marvel Studios are adding more and more awesome female characters to the MCU, but none of them have top billing as part of an ensemble yet. This scenario would certainly see that happening.
Back and forth between you guys and Sword, I have given you everything I've got.
A romance. In the comic books, Carol Danvers has had romantic relationships with a number of different characters over the years, some of which are too interesting to ignore on the big screen. And this theory suggests at least one of them will be depicted in the future of the MCU. One of those characters is Mar-Vell, who is otherwise known as Dr. Walter Lawson, and he'll be played by Jude Law in Captain Marvel's Solo movie. Law's character is set to take the role of Danvers' mentor in the MCU, which probably rules out a romance between the two. And that movie takes place in the 90s anyways, meaning it isn't part of Danvers' future, which is what we're discussing here. Other characters she's been involved with include the psychiatrist Dr. Michael Barnett, CIA agent Michael Rossi, restaurant owner William Wagner, and even the villainous Hyperion in one timeline. The most interesting, however, was her romance with James Rhodes, which came when she was using the Captain Marvel name. Rhodey is, of course, played by the brilliant Don Cheadle in the MCU, and a relationship between him and Brie Larson's Danvers would certainly be intriguing.
Thank you for that.
In spite of the 25-year age difference between the two actors.
Hopefully you can save my life a lot more in the future.
She'll unleash her binary powers. Captain Marvel is incredibly powerful in the comic books, and as we've already touched upon in this video, she's set to be the most powerful hero in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but she could become even more powerful if this theory is anything to go by. In the comics, she possesses super strength, speed and durability, flight, and potent energy projection and absorption capabilities, which is probably what she'll have in the MCU to begin with, but there'll be more to come.
Stay down.
Carol Danvers has used a number of names in addition to Captain Marvel over the years, including Warbird, Miss Marvel, and most pertinently for this particular point, Binary. As Binary, Danvers could tap the energy of a white hole, giving her full control and manipulation of stellar energies, and as a byproduct of that, complete control over heat, the electromagnetic spectrum, and gravity, as well as light speed travel and the ability to survive the vacuum of space. Should she tap into these powers in the MCU, Brie Larson's character could become more powerful than anything seen in the MCU to date, not just the heroes, and that would be a pretty amazing spectacle to witness on the big screen.
And that way, it might be really good.
Wow. The Guardians of the Galaxy. In this year's Avengers Infinity War, several members of the Avengers met several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy for the first time. The team of space misfits stumbled upon Thor's body floating lifelessly among the wreckage of the Statesman, the ship first seen in 2017's Thor Ragnarok after Thanos and his children had ransacked it to obtain the Tesseract. Thor then spent the majority of the movie with Rocket and Groot before the trio headed to Earth to join the Avengers in their fight against the Mad Titans forces in Wakanda. It's more than likely there's an alliance between the teams that will last going forward in the MCU, and some characters could end up swapping teams. A prime candidate for a future role in the Guardians of the Galaxy is Captain Marvel, which has happened in the comics. She's a cosmic hero who spends a lot of time in space, so it makes a lot of sense that she would join the space-based team, and, in all fairness, they could really use some more power because they're lacking a true powerhouse.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with the walking thesaurus on that one.
Of course, she's still got to join the Avengers, so if this happens, it probably won't be for a few years.
Knock it off, both of you.
She'll create a new team. Like the previous theory of her potentially joining the Guardians of the Galaxy, this theory would take a few years to come to fruition as she hasn't even joined the Avengers yet. But it's the theory that Captain Marvel will create a new team to lead in the MCU. Some of the other teams Carol Danvers has been a member of in the comics include A-Force, Alpha Flight, and the Starjammers, all of which would be exciting additions to the live-action franchise. With so many cosmic threats in the MCU of late, the universe could do with a few more heroic groups watching out for it. Sure, the Avengers keep tabs on Earth, and the Guardians of the Galaxy are always on the lookout for trouble in the cosmos, but the more teams backing them up, the better. Now, Carol Danvers is a born leader, but both of the Avengers and the Guardians have a number of characters capable of leading a team without her. Should she set up a live-action version of A-Force, Alpha Flight, or the Starjammers, for example, the MCU would be better equipped to deal with any given threats that occur at any given time. The Skrull secret invasion, the Annihilation Wave, or another villain getting their hands on the Infinity Gauntlet, for instance.
I don't know what to say.
The iconic costume. It was something of a disappointment for some fans when behind-the-scenes pictures were revealed from next year's Captain Marvel movie because Brie Larson was wearing a green superhero costume as opposed to her comic book character's current and more iconic red and blue one. In the comics, green is strongly associated with the Kree, and the simplest explanation for Carol Danvers wearing a green outfit is that she snags it from a Kree soldier after gaining her powers. However, there's a theory, in fact in this case it's more of a bona fide certainty, that she'll don the famous red and blue one sooner rather than later in the MCU. When Nick Fury used his modified pager to send a distress call to Carol Danvers, the icon that appears on the device's display showed her star-shaped yellow insignia on a red and blue background. It may actually turn out that she's wearing red and blue by the time her 90s solo movie comes to an end. But since we can't be sure of that, we're happy to class this as a theory about Captain Marvel's future.
It'd be an honor. Thank you.
She'll get a trilogy. If the future importance of Captain Marvel to the Marvel Cinematic Universe is as huge as we think it's going to be, then this theory is certain to come true, and it's the theory that Brie Larson's character will get her own trilogy of movies in the franchise. The only characters to get trilogies in the MCU to date are the flagship male trio of Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor, so a female character getting one would be a huge step forward in terms of diversifying the franchise. To date, all three of these existing trilogies have had their ups and downs. None of them have been consistently brilliant. 2008's Iron Man was great, with 2010's Iron Man 2 and 2013's Iron Man 3 failing to live up to their predecessor. 2011's Thor was passable, and 2013's Thor: The Dark World was forgettable. 2017's Thor: Ragnarok, however, was epic and hilarious. And 2011's Captain America: The First Avenger, while underrated, was underwhelming. 2014's Captain America: The Winter Soldier, however, was absolutely fantastic, and 2016's Captain America: Civil War was a fun, action-packed ensemble. Hopefully next year's Captain Marvel movie kicks off a flawless trilogy that puts those that came before it to shame.
2019's Avengers Endgame will deal with the effects of Thanos' finger snap, the decimation in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. While we fully expect to see at least some scenes in the immediate aftermath of the catastrophic cosmic event, there is a lot of evidence suggesting the majority of the movie will be set after a time jump from Avengers Infinity War. In this video, we'll look at some secrets that seem to reveal there will be a time jump in Avengers Endgame. Tony Stark's predicament. While we undoubtedly believe the majority of Avengers Endgame will be set sometime after Tony Stark arrives back on Earth, there is every reason to believe even his scenes on board the spaceship, as seen in the trailer, were set quite a long time after the decimation. In said trailer, Stark talks about the fact that he's run out of both food and water, and about the fact that oxygen is on the verge of running out as well, and given he's in the Benatar, the Guardians of the Galaxy ship, which would surely have been stocked to keep 6 people alive for a prolonged period of time. He also talks about the fact that he's adrift in space, which would suggest he's a long way from anywhere that might be inhabitable, including Titan, where his journey home began. And to be that far from his place of departure certainly indicates he's been traveling for a while. Of course, the idea he doesn't look too disheveled contradicts that idea somewhat. Stark's hair is tidy and still quite short. His beard isn't overgrown and he looks generally clean, but it could just be the magic of the movies in action. It wouldn't be the first time an A-list actor looks how we wished we looked every day, even though they should look disgusting given their predicament. All things considered, at least a few weeks seem to have passed since the events of Avengers Infinity War, but based on the evidence, we'd wager it's probably been even longer. The Missing Gallery. The Avengers Endgame trailer briefly showed how the surviving heroes of the MCU are dealing with the aftermath of the decimation, and as you would expect, they're all looking very downbeat about the whole thing. In one scene, we see Mark Ruffalo's Bruce Banner looking at a holographic gallery that shows some of the characters who were missing since Thanos snapped his fingers and wiped out half of all life in the universe. In the trailer, the 3 people on screen as part of that gallery were Scott Lang, Peter Parker, and Shuri. And while we're skeptical about whether or not Shuri's inclusion in said gallery is misdirection on Marvel Studios' part, one thing we're sure about is that compiling a gallery of missing characters would have taken some time. In order for the likes of Steve Rogers and the aforementioned Banner to establish the likes of Lang, Parker, and Shuri were missing, they would have had to attempt to find them first. The majority of Earth's heroes were in Wakanda when the snap occurred, and they'd have to travel the globe and search for the missing characters individually to confirm their statuses, then compile a database, and given the devastating nature of what happened, you have to imagine there was a grieving process before that search even began. All things considered, the fact that the Missing People Gallery even exists would suggest some time has passed since Avengers Infinity War. Clint Barton in Japan. One of the most exciting scenes in the Avengers Endgame trailer was the scene involving Jeremy Renner's Clint Barton. MCU audiences haven't seen the character since 2016's Captain America Civil War, when he fought alongside Steve Rogers on the Anti-Sokovia Accords team. For a while now, rumors that Barton would return in the guise of Ronin rather than Hawkeye have been rife, and it looks as though those rumors will turn out to be true in Avengers Endgame. The scene in the trailer in which Barton appears shows him in what seems to be Japan, hooded and wielding a sword rather than a bow and arrow, and looking very much like his Ronin identity from the comic books. It's believed he'll have taken on this new guise as a result of his entire family falling victim to the decimation, and it remains to be seen whether or not he can be convinced to rejoin the heroic fight alongside his former Avengers colleagues in an attempt to undo what Thanos did. There are a number of victims around Barton in the trailer, presumably members of the Yakuza, so he's obviously a lot more ruthless than he used to be, which would undoubtedly make him a formidable ally. If he's too far gone, which would be understandable if his wife and kids turn to dust before his eyes, it would be a real shame, though we suspect he'll be ready to fight. Natasha Romanoff's hair. Natasha Romanoff is quite a prominent character in the Avengers Endgame trailer, and for the most part she has hair very similar to what she had in Avengers Infinity War. However, in one scene her hair appears to have changed, which has prompted a lot of people to suggest it takes place a long time after the events of the 2018 movie. The scene in question is the one that shows Clint Barton in Japan as a solemn-looking Romanoff confronts her longtime friend. People are saying her hair is a darker color than her previous shade of blonde, and that it's tied back in a way that wouldn't be possible with the previous bob. Therefore, it must have grown significantly, and we can kind of see it, even if it is reaching a little. The theory, therefore, is the scenes in the trailer in which Romanoff's hair hasn't changed may take place before the title screen of Avengers Endgame, before a time jump occurs that sees the rest of the movie take place several months after Thanos' infamous finger snap. If indeed this is the case and Romanoff recruits Barton long after the snap happens, it would suggest he's recruited as a last resort to help save the day, becoming an integral part of the fight back against the Mad Titan. No battle scars. One of the most telling signs there's been a time jump in Avengers Endgame is that none of the characters who fought against Thanos in Avengers Infinity War are bearing any visible wounds in the trailer. Steve Rogers, for example, took on Thanos' army of Outriders, the blade-wielding Corvus Glaive, and even took a punch to the face from the Mad Titan himself. And the fist to the face would surely leave a mark. The fact that he looks as pristine as Chris Evans himself in the trailer is very telling, but the character who has most obviously been healing for quite some time is none other than Tony Stark. Stark took an absolute pounding at the hands of Thanos on Titan, which of course ended with him being stabbed through the stomach with a blade of his own creation. He had cuts on his face and blood coming out of his mouth. But the Avengers Endgame trailer doesn't show him as having any lingering injuries at all as he floats aimlessly through space. The same goes for both Bruce Banner and Natasha Romanoff. There's not a mark on them. And for that to be the case after what they went through in Infinity War, they simply must have had a significant amount of time to heal. If the movie was taking place immediately after Infinity War, at the very least some characters would have stitches or band-aids on. Others might even be in the hospital. The plan. In the Avengers Endgame trailer, there's an interaction between Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff which suggests the surviving heroes of the MCU have a plan ready to either get back at Thanos or undo what he did in Avengers Infinity War. Romanoff tells Rogers that it's gonna work, and Rogers replies that he knows it is because he doesn't know what he's gonna do if it doesn't. The fact that they've had time to coordinate any kind of offensive would certainly suggest some time has passed since Thanos snapped his fingers and wiped out half of all life in the universe, which of course included half of their friends. When the decimation occurred, the heroes were not only physically battered, they would also have been mentally devastated over what happened. Not only because they lost friends and allies, but because they were unable to prevent it. Whether they're talking about a plan to go back in time and prevent Thanos from ever collecting the Infinity Stones, or a completely different plan that they come up with before they realize that's even an option, it's not something they would have started planning immediately after Infinity War, and nor is it something they would have come up with in a short amount of time. Essentially, we've got to think they've been planning whatever it is for quite some time, and we're very excited to find out what exactly it is. Time technology. The first piece of evidence that's not from the trailer that suggests there'll be a time jump in Avengers Endgame comes from some on-set photographs that started circulating a few months ago. They show characters like Steve Rogers and Loki at the Battle of New York from 2012's Avengers movie, and they're wearing the same costumes they were wearing in that movie, which suggests that past events will be revisited in Avengers Endgame. More to the point, Paul Rudd's Scott Lang is there in his Ant-Man gear, and he wasn't there at all the first time around. In fact, he was still 3 years away from even becoming Ant-Man. This suggests some characters will be traveling back in time to key points in MCU history in order to undo Thanos' actions and prevent him from ever collecting the Infinity Stones. And the means by which they'll do so seem to be in the set photos. All of the heroes in said photos appear to be wearing the same piece of unidentified technology on their wrists and hands. And the theory going around is that it's time travel tech. That kind of thing doesn't just appear overnight, even in a world full of tech geniuses. It suggests, therefore, that the surviving Avengers have been working on it for quite some time, long after the end of Avengers Infinity War. Perhaps more specifically, since Scott Lang reappeared in the scene in the Avengers Endgame trailer and told them that time travel was actually possible. Tony Stark's appearance. The next piece of evidence suggesting there'll be a time jump in Avengers Endgame that comes from an on-set photograph comes in the form of Tony Stark's appearance. In those same photos in which Scott Lang was seen at the Battle of New York, and what we believe to be time travel technology is being worn by every hero present, Stark's hair is noticeably different for starters. It's both longer than it usually is and a different color. It's a mousy shade of blonde. Given that we know Stark's hair wasn't like that in 2012's Avengers movie, we have to assume this is a future version of Stark who's traveled back in time. And for it to be a future version of Stark, a lot of time must have passed in order for him to have changed his appearance and for time travel technology to have been developed. Moreover, in the same photos in which Stark's hair is changed, he appears to be wearing SHIELD gear. So could it be that after the events of Avengers Infinity War, some time passed, Stark became the new director of SHIELD, changed his appearance, then headed back to 2012 once time travel technology became a thing in the MCU? Well, it certainly looks that way. Then again, some people have suggested those set photos came from scenes that were artificially induced by Stark's barf technology. So we do accept that we might be way off the mark with these ideas. Scott Lang has escaped. The big zinger in the Avengers Endgame trailer was the reveal that Scott Lang had escaped the Quantum Realm, where he was last seen stranded at the end of 2018's Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's believed Lang will have escaped via a time vortex, which Janet Van Dyne told him not to do. And for that reason, we have to think a fair amount of time has passed. You have to imagine Lang wouldn't have immediately done exactly what he was told not to do upon realizing he was stuck there. Surely he will have waited a while to see if Janet, Hank Pym, and Hope Van Dyne were going to pull him out. In fact, Van Dyne didn't even hint that the time vortexes were a route out of the quantum realm. She simply said that if he got sucked into one, they wouldn't be able to save him. Moreover, Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff seemed shocked when they saw Lang, meaning enough time must have passed for Lang to have officially been declared missing. Of course, those scenes show Romanoff with the same hair she had in Avengers Infinity War, but that could be misdirection on Marvel's part, as could quite a lot of what we saw in the trailer, quite frankly. Or an even more simple explanation is that a lot of time has passed by that point, but not as much time as in the scenes in which Romanoff has new hair. It's not that complicated, really.
Marvel fans are always looking to the future. With the third Avengers film less than a year away, the beginning of the end is near. But of course, it's not really the end, as Phase 4 is already in active development. Not much is known about the upcoming phase, so we got to wondering just what we might see in the upcoming batch of Marvel films. Before we get started, why not click on that subscribe button if you haven't already? That way you'll get all the latest content from Screen Rant every day. Can you guess what Marvel film is represented by these emojis? Stay tuned to find out. Also, stick around for the end of the video for an exclusive look at the game Vikings: War of Clans, and even score a sweet sign-up bonus through our channel. Black Widow. Black Widow is a fan favorite and has been kicking butts and taking names ever since she debuted in Iron Man 2. Despite being played by Scarlett Johansson, the former assassin turned S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and fellow Avenger has yet to get her own solo film. Seriously, what gives, Marvel? With the fourth phase confirmed after the fourth Avengers film, one has to wonder what Marvel has in store for their films in a post-Infinity War reality. Most of the stars will have reached the end of their contracts, so Marvel may be looking for new heroes to star in their own films. Where better to start off than with a Black Widow film? If anyone deserves their own film at this point in time, it's definitely Black Widow. She may not have superpowers, but that doesn't mean she's not interesting. Heck, Coulson doesn't even have superpowers and he got his own show. While we have no idea who survives and dies in the two-part Avenger bout with Thanos, we hope the Widow makes it out and starts working for herself after the battle is over. With her expert spy skills, perhaps she can be the one to uncover the new threat that will loom over everyone in Phase 4. She then can bring that intel back to base and assemble the new Avengers for action.
We're still friends, right?
Depends on how hard you hit me.
New Avengers versus Secret Avengers. If Infinity War wasn't coming out in spring of 2018, we would have said that this one could have been the next film. But in order to defeat the Mad Titan Thanos, who will likely be in possession of the Infinity Stones by the end of the third Avengers film, the team better reunite or face the consequences. By the end of Civil War, the Avengers were divided into two teams, the New Avengers, which were formed after the Age of Ultron, and Secret Avengers, led by Captain America. Depending on what happens by the end of the war with Thanos, the team may not yet be on talking terms. In fact, they may end up blaming each other for Thanos' arrival. If that were to be the case, we may end up getting an Avengers versus Avengers film, which would be released after the New Avengers and the Secret Avengers got their own films. It'd be a great way for Phase 4 to sell 3 unique Avenger films without bloating it. Of course, this plan only works if the team are still at odds by the end of Avengers 4. What do you think will happen? Will the team reunite in the end and bury the hatchet, or will they continue to be at odds going forward? Let us know in the comments.
Somebody want to deal with that bunker?
World War Hulk. This one will likely depend on how fans react to the Hulk's presence in the upcoming Thor Ragnarok, in which our favorite Smasher is featured in a supporting role. Dishing out the pain as a space gladiator, we've never been so excited to see the Hulk on the big screen. That would all change though if Marvel adapted the World War Hulk storyline into the MCU. Hulk on Earth hasn't done that well so far at the box office, but with Hulk in space, everyone seems pretty excited. Why not continue the trend in Phase 4? Hulk has been criminally underused and he's part of the reason why we can't wait for Ragnarok. After being chucked into space, Hulk returns to Earth, only this time with an army and as the chief antagonist. All that rage has to go somewhere and Hulk is out for revenge. While his motivations will have to change for a theatrical adaptation, he did exile himself after all. There's no reason why the Hulk can't come back angry at the people of Earth. It'd be great to see a hero become the villain, even if the MCU decide there is a puppet master involved. Either way, consider us very intrigued to have this storyline adapted to the big screen.
If you want to live to see another day, you'll be out of town by nightfall.
Blade. Before Hugh Jackman helped kick off the modern superhero craze with 2000's X-Men, Marvel released another film just 2 years prior that drew some attention to the superhero genre. We're of course referring to Blade. While nowhere near as popular as the characters like Wolverine, Captain America, or Spider-Man, Blade has a popular cult following and differentiates himself from other superheroes by affiliating himself with the supernatural, something Marvel has largely shied away from in their films. Back in 2013, Marvel was able to reclaim the rights for Ghost Rider, Punisher, Daredevil, and Blade. So far, all three have been adapted on television, with Ghost Rider appearing in Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., while Daredevil and Punisher found a home at Netflix. But nothing has yet come for Blade. Marvel's not one to waste a good property, so you can expect them to do something with Blade at some point, likely in the 4th phase. Whether it's TV or a film is yet to be seen, but former Blade actor Wesley Snipes has already stated that he's ready to return if Marvel wants him, and that another film is always a possibility. Would you like to see Blade join the MCU? Let us know in the comments.
Is not meant for mortal men.
Neither was Omaha Beach, Blondie. Stop trying to scare us. Come on.
Stan Lee, Ultimate Matchmaker. If there's one thing Marvel fans want is to have every single property fall under the control of one studio. But that's not going to happen anytime soon, as some of the most beloved franchises found homes at other film studios before Marvel launched the MCU.
Oh, hello.
But legendary cameo artist Stan Lee, you know, the guy who created most of those heroes, might have some knowledge for us that will make the future very bright. Speaking candidly in 2017, Stan Lee stated that fans shouldn't have to worry about their favorite heroes being at other studios, as Marvel will likely get the rights back sooner or later. The head of Marvel has stated that it's his goal to one day have all the Marvel brands back under the studio control. Could X-Men and Fantastic Four be some of the properties that return for Phase 4? While there's little chance X-Men will make the jump anytime soon, with the Dark Phoenix in production along with Deadpool 2 and X-Force and Gifted and Legion taking on the small screen, the X-Men are doing quite well at Fox. The same can't be said for the Fantastic Four though. Perhaps a 5th Avengers film will feature them?
Wow, this is awesome. Captain America.
A new captain. If you only watch the films and know nothing about the comics, you may want to cover your ears for this one. In the comic books, Captain America actually dies. While it isn't during the Infinity Gauntlet arc, it's during Civil War. It still makes us wonder if Cap is going to meet his demise before this is all over with. It'd make sense both from a narrative point of view and when you look at Chris Evans' contract. So, what comes next? Well, there are two options actually. In the comics, the mantle of Captain America gets passed on despite the fact that Steve Rogers passes away. In one universe, it's his buddy Falcon who picks up the shield.
If you're gonna fight a war, you gotta wear a uniform.
While this would be fun to see, we think it'd likely go to the other candidate on our list. Despite being bros with Falcon, Cap's best friend forever is definitely Bucky Barnes. Even though he's known to many as the Winter Soldier, he assumes the costume and responsibilities of being Captain America after his friend is killed. Seeing as how Sebastian Stan has been in fewer movies than Chris Evans, it would make sense that he transfers over to Phase 4. Nova. Everyone loves the Guardians of the Galaxy, so what are the chances we get a spin-off film by the time Phase 4 rolls into town? We'd say the chances are very high, and the likelihood of Nova being introduced won't surprise us. The Nova Corps, after all, was introduced in the first Guardians movie. Using the Guardians brand name to give us another character that might be more unknown to casual Marvel fans would be a smart move, perhaps a cameo from the team before ushering Nova into the spotlight. Personally, the idea of an intergalactic crime fighter sounds great. We've seen a lot of superhero films lately that deal with saving the day from utmost evil. But what if we dial that back a bit and focus on a detective story set within a world of superb beings? It sounds fresh and original, plus anything to do with the Guardians, however indirect, has us hyped. With Captain Marvel making use of the Skrulls in her film, which is a prequel set in the 1990s, we think they can be used to great effect in space against the Corps and Nova himself. Plus, we need a good old Xandarian hero out there to root for.
This is gonna end well.
Secret Wars. If the Avengers don't throw down with Secret Avengers, then we're sure to get another secret film hitting the big screen. And in all honesty, how do you stop Thanos trying to destroy the universe as we know it? Tall order. So the 2015 adaptation of Secret Wars would be the best way to go, in our opinion. Thanks to the Doctor Strange film, the concept of other realities and dimensions is now a thing in the MCU, setting up Secret Wars quite nicely. While Marvel doesn't have the rights to the Fantastic Four at present, which prevents them from using Doctor Doom, another candidate can easily replace the beloved villain. In fact, there's enough content in Secret Wars that the whole entire conflict can take up multiple films, perhaps even being the underlying thread that ties the fourth phase together. Much how Thanos was the thing that rallied the first three phases, however indirectly. For Secret Wars, we hope the whole conflict is much more central, with multiple point-of-view characters getting their time in the spotlight. Plus, the war will give the Infinity Gauntlet a second chance to shine, and considering it's technically the most powerful thing in the Marvel Universe, that's not a bad thing.
Thanks. Well, I could have stuck the landing a little better. It's just a new suit. Wait, it's nothing. Mr. Stark, it's perfect. Thank you.
Spider-Man Homecoming 2. Information on the sequel to Homecoming is scarce at present, but we do know that we'll see him again in his own solo film after the events of the Infinity War. That means Peter Parker's own problems will have to wait a few years. Thankfully, he'll still be a high schooler, as Marvel have stated that they are going to continue the high school dynamic in the Homecoming sequel. With the first two Marvel phases passed in real time, with the exception of the first Avenger, Phase 3 ripped up its formula by telling stories that aren't in the canon order. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 took place months after the events of the first film, making its point in the timeline prior to the events of Civil War. With that in mind, there's no reason to assume that Parker won't still be in high school even though Homecoming 2 will be released in July 24th, 2019, just 2 months after the fourth Avengers film rolls out. He may have helped save the universe with his fellow Avengers, but Parker still needs to pass high school. What threats will await him in the future? At this point in time, it's anyone's guess, but we honestly hope Sony and Marvel can play ball and let Tom Hardy's Venom share the screen with Spider-Man. How do you think the Avengers will win in Avengers 4? And will time travel be the answer to their problems? Let us know in the comments below. We're really curious about this one. While you're at it, be sure to give this video a like and be sure to subscribe to the channel to get more videos like this in your playlist every day. Thanks for watching. Before you know it, Avengers 4 will be upon us, and we'll get the epic conclusion to a storyline that was teased all the way back in 2012. After Thanos snapped away half of life in the universe, fans are dying to know how our beloved heroes come back, and what'll happen to the ones that survived. But now that we're well into the waiting period, fan theories have started to form, and one caught our eye. Well, in this case, just one eye. Yep, today's theory is about Nick Fury. Did he actually know about the snap before it happened? And what does it all mean? Before we get started though, be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell to stay up to date with everything Screen Rant. Nick Fury has been largely absent from the Marvel continuity since the events of Age of Ultron, where he helped the Avengers out with the whole Sokovia thing by flying in on a helicarrier. Since then, where he's been has been largely a mystery. We know he's in hiding, but he didn't think to check in on anyone or meet Doctor Strange or intervene during the events of Civil War. There's reason to believe that Fury was actually up to something, and that something ties directly into the events of Infinity War, the last movie we saw him in until the prequel film Captain Marvel hits the big screen in 2019. The idea goes like this. Before recruiting Iron Man or even seeking out Captain Marvel, Nick Fury was still thinking about making a team of supers to defend the Earth. He deduced that something terrible would likely happen to the Earth at some point, and sought to recruit powerful individuals to aid him. Pre-Captain Marvel, who would be the only person alive that would fit that bill in the MCU that lives on Earth? Short answer, the Ancient One, the master of the mystic arts and sorcerer supreme. She was a mentor to Doctor Strange, who had a bit of a chip on her shoulder, to say the least. Fury is believed to have tracked her down and offered her a place in his yet-to-be-made team, but she naturally refused. In Doctor Strange, the Ancient One was shown to have the ability of foresight, meaning she can totally see the future. Unfortunately, though, she can't see past her own death, meaning that she had no idea if Thanos would be successful, but she likely did know of Thanos, his plan, and deduced the Mad Titan would be successful. She, in turn, sets in motion a series of events by telling Fury to get in contact with Captain Marvel, the half-human, half-Kree hybrid who will land on Earth in the 90s. It's believed that the quantum realm seen in the Ant-Man films will play a role in the Captain Marvel film. Whether it's how she gets her powers or a means for her to get from place to place remains to be seen, but let's assume that she's familiar with the realm and knows how to navigate it. That will make her extremely important for when she joins the team in Avengers 4. From there, Fury would recruit Iron Man years later, and the Avengers would be created in due time. By the time the snap actually occurs, Fury doesn't look too confused. In fact, it looks like he's been expecting this and instantly rushes to his contingency plan, something he's never used, despite knowing Carol Danvers since the 90s. But what happens once Captain Marvel shows up to a broken Earth? The running theory right now is that time travel will play a critical role in that department, and that the surviving Avengers will have to go back in time, reliving previous battles and conflicts to collect the stones before Thanos gets his hands on them. But there's no time machine in the MCU, you might say. So how on earth will the Avengers go back in time? Good question. Glad you asked. We've actually seen a time machine in the MCU before, but its true capabilities have yet to be unlocked. And that's when Ant-Man will finally enter in the equation. Mysteriously absent from Infinity War, Scott Lang will be joining the surviving Avengers. And thank goodness he survived, or they might be in serious trouble too. Who thought we'd ever be saying that about Ant-Man? But here we are. Due to his shrinking technology embedded in his suit, Ant-Man can enter the quantum realm. While it's still a fictional world, the realm is still based on scientific theory. Basically, if you shrink to a small enough size, the laws of space and time change when compared to your natural size, which means that when Scott shrinks, it may be possible for him to slip through time. He may even be able to bring a few friends with him, as evidenced by recently leaked images from Avengers 4's toy line, which seems to show the team in new suits worthy of time travel. In the concept art from Ant-Man and the Wasp, a linear note states that the team was considering adding something called the Quantum Memory Palace, which sounds like something Sherlock should investigate. This proposed space in the quantum realm would allow people to relive memories and possibly even change them. Sounds like time travel to us. The idea was scrapped, but it's evidence that the folks at Marvel are looking for ways to implement time travel. It's also possible that instead of meeting the Ancient One, Fury actually goes into the quantum realm in Captain Marvel. It looks like the realm will be playing a role in the film, perhaps as the way Carol gains her powers, and if so, it's possible Fury also enters the quantum realm. Since the laws of space-time break down in the realm, Fury was able to see the future and knew to set things in motion. Seriously, the Avengers might as well be recruiting Doc from Back to the Future at this point. But if Fury does slip through time, that would explain quite a bit, even if he had the foresight from the Ancient One. It's one thing to be told, but seeing is believing. That's why when he meets Tony Stark at the end of Iron Man, his line may take on a new context. He tells Tony that he's become part of a bigger universe, which, yeah, can mean he's about to be part of something bigger than himself, but if Fury has been in the quantum realm and is privy to events to come, his words take on a whole new meaning, especially if Tony himself goes into the quantum realm in Avengers 4. After Fury recruits Tony, the rest of the Avengers begin to fall into place rather quickly. When the destruction of the world is about to take place at the hands of Loki and the Chitauri in the first Avengers, Fury is rather calm, all things considered. He dismisses the intervention of the World Council and only begins to worry when they launch a nuke on New York City, something that seems to go against his plan and puts Tony in space for a few minutes. If Tony didn't make it back, his plans would have been seriously messed up. From there, he gets the Avengers to come together for Ultron, which leads to the creation of Vision, a much-needed ally to Control-Alt-Delete Tony's mistake that was Ultron. Again, the Avengers took care of this on their own without any help from the armed forces around the world or from Captain Marvel. Fury knew the hand he's been dealt and felt confident that they'd come out victorious as he's working towards the future he was initially told of or has seen firsthand. So, how does this all tie into the events of Avengers 4? The film is shrouded in secrecy, but some leaks have made their way into the internet. It'd be amazing if those leaks were intentional, and this was all misdirection from Marvel, but let's assume it isn't. For the most part, the survivors of the snap were some of the more original members. In fact, everyone who was initially recruited by Fury himself or was part of that initial team survived the snap. This suggests that Fury had some idea of who would be left standing in the ashes and made his choices very carefully when initially recruiting for the Avengers. It's also important knowing that it's not like Fury had a clear picture of the future and had all the answers. He only had a small piece of the puzzle and therefore couldn't predict the whole Hydra invasion thing or that Steve and Tony would come to blows, which could have derailed his whole plan. Seeing the future is a tricky thing, and it can be hard to stay on track. So while Fury was preparing endlessly for decades to set up a contingency plan to save the universe, he likely had no knowledge that he would also die. That's why he was so determined to get in touch with Carol Danvers in a calm and timely manner. But when he saw that he was about to die, finally let out a bitter curse, fitting of Samuel L. Jackson. But if Fury was told the future, or if he saw it himself firsthand, then that means that a lot of the major events in the MCU have been coordinated by Fury himself, in anticipation for the day the world goes to dust. He knew recruiting Iron Man would be critical. He may not play well with others, but he's incredibly important to what comes next. In order to get into the quantum realm as a team, the Avengers are going to need a genius mind. And let's be honest, Scott isn't that man. can. And that's okay, but Tony is, and he can find a way to crack the code to get a small team into the quantum realm to go back in time. When Strange looked into the future, he saw how crucial Tony is to saving everyone, and saw in order to win, they had to lose. He saw Tony will have the means to bring everyone to the past, and that's why he had to be spared. From there, the team will need a guide when it comes to traveling through time. Who may have knowledge of time travel in the quantum realm? Captain Marvel, who will be joining the team in due time. From there, the team will be in Doctor Strange's endgame as they navigate the past to save the future. We have to wonder if part of the fourth Avengers film will be taking a stroll down memory lane and revisiting a lot of crucial scenes from past MCU movies. Likewise, if they change the past to collect the stones, how much of the timeline will change? For instance, if they head back and claim the Power Stone before Ronan can get a hold of it, does that mean Ronan lives in this new timeline? Is that the ultimate trade then, to stop Thanos and collect the stones? Is it possible that some of the MCU villains, Hela, Red Skull, Ronan, and Caecilius, for instance, may end up coming back to life and returning in the fourth phase of the MCU, or play a threat in the finale of Avengers 4? Theoretically, it's possible. So is all of this possible? It's hard to say. It seems more and more likely time travel will play a role in Avengers 4, and the quantum realm will play a role in that department. Stark could have likely figured that out on his own in due time, but it's Fury's instinct reaction to message Captain Marvel at the last minute that has us questioning Fury's ultimate plan. With Captain Marvel taking place in the 90s, she could have come to Fury's aid multiple times, but only shows up now. It seems that Carol may be Fury's ace in the sleeve, and that he knew to play that card at the last possible minute. The ability of foresight or witnessing the power of the quantum realm may have set Fury on a path that would shape the entire MCU. While Ant-Man and the Wasp was a smaller film than Infinity War, it may have a huge impact on Avengers 4 if time traveling through the quantum realm is to be believed. This all may be a very elaborate internet theory, but some of the parts do make a bit of sense, especially if the quantum realm plays a part in the upcoming Captain Marvel film. What do you think, though? Did Fury know about the snap in advance and was preparing for it years in advance, or is this internet theory stretching things a little too far, even by internet standards? Avengers 4 is still months away, but we are all so excited about it, and the best way to fill the time until the film comes out is to create crazy theories about the film. And today we got a doozy for you. We got a theory about time travel, but it's unlike any other, since our theory will deal with time loops, paradoxes, and much, much more. Our time loop theory for Avengers 4 will lead to a crazy adventure through time, and it could be something that will change the MCU forever. We will appreciate if you hit the subscribe button and join our notification squad. It is really the best way for you to make sure you never miss any of our videos. One last thing before we jump into the theory. We made this video in collaboration with our good friends at CBR. Stay tuned till the end to see their video. Avengers 4! So many theories about just one movie. It makes sense after all. Avengers Infinity War was such a thrill ride, and it left so many questions in our minds. One theory that keeps coming up is time travel. But don't you worry, we are not here to rehash a lot of the same theories that many other people have talked about before. Our theory goes beyond time travel. We will be talking about the time loop theory. We believe Avengers 4 will deal with our heroes being trapped in an endless loop through time.